Chapter 547. It's not easy minding your own business. The iron-wing horned eagle spread its half-a-mile wide wings. Its wings were like heaven-splitting blades that crashed down upon Mu Shui. Because its body was so huge, Mu Shui truly appeared like an ant in front of it. However, one thing that put Long Chen at ease was that the iron-wing horned eagle was still at the early Xianxian realm and had yet to advance. Furthermore, although it had reached the Xianxian realm, its bloodline wasn't pure. The bloodline its ancestor had left behind, for it was becoming thin, and perhaps this iron-wing eagle's descendants would find it difficult just to reach the Xianxian realm. A magical beast's bloodline inheritance was even more important than a human's. However, their bloodline inheritance wasn't endless. If 100 generations passed without another descendant reaching the same bloodline purity as its ancestor, then after those 100 generations, the bloodline would drop by 1 rank. After another 100 generations without the pure bloodline reappearing, then it would drop another rank, all the way until the race was cruelly washed out by nature's rules. As for this iron-wing eagle, its bloodline was already extremely impure. However, in terms of true fighting strength, it was much stronger than the hidden ground spider, which didn't specialize in attacking. Mu Shui was circulating her Xianxian power in preparation to receive the iron-wing eagle. Although she had only just advanced, she had been stuck at the half-step Xianxian realm for almost 2 years. She definitely had some control over Xianxian power. Now that she had finally advanced, she was much stronger than an average person who had just advanced. "There's no need to face it head-on in the first exchange," shouted Long Chen. The iron-wing eagle's immense body was charging forward. Was there a point to taking that much force head-on? Mu Shui hastily dashed out of the way, appearing hundreds of meters away in an instant. The iron-wing eagle's huge body crashed into the ground, and the land within hundreds of miles rocked along with it. Mu Shui couldn't help being startled. That impact was shockingly great, and if she had really faced it head-on, she would definitely be injured. She felt admiration for Long Chen's vision. He had instantly seen through its strength. But she was unaware that after being with Meng Qi for so long, Long Chen had learned a great deal pertaining to magical beasts. He naturally had a greater ability to judge a magical beast's power than most. Long Chen had felt that Mu Shui might not necessarily lose in terms of power, but there was a risk she would be injured. There was no need to take that risk. As the iron-wing eagle climbed up from the ground, Mu Shui's sword slashed down. Sword chi powered by Xianxian power split through the void. The sword chi exploded upon the iron-wing eagle's body, and it was sent tumbling back, feathers flying off its body. The distant mercenaries cheered upon seeing that Mu Shui's attack was actually able to send a Xianxian magical beast tumbling back. She was truly mighty, but Long Chen's mouth twitched. This kind of intelligence was almost worrying. She had spread her sword chi so widely that it was unable to cause any real injuries. It might look impressive, but what use did that have? But then, looking at the feathers on the ground, he instantly realized it had one use. It had a feather's use. 1. If it was Long Chen, he definitely wouldn't have scattered his power but concentrated all his might to stab through the side of the iron-wing eagle. Its feathers there were as strong as the ones on its back. With Mu Shui's Xianxian power, she would have been able to create a deep cut there. Although it might not be considered a heavy injury, it would at least count as an injury. But at this time, Long Chen chose to keep his mouth shut. After all, each cultivator had their own choices, and there was no such thing as being absolutely right or absolutely wrong. He wouldn't vainly give directions. The iron-wing eagle let out a furious bird cry, and a huge wing slammed towards Mu Shui. Boom! Mu Shui's sword slashed onto its wing, but she was unable to block its explosive power and was blown back. However, the iron-wing eagle was also forced back slightly by Mu Shui's Xianxian power. That was the most terrifying aspect of Xianxian power. Xianxian power referred to a person circulating their energy within the body. But Xianxian power referred to using the Xianxian spiritual qi inside your body to control the natural energy around you to attack. The two of them were qualitatively different. "It's about to use a powerful move," Long Chen suddenly shouted. He had only just said that when the iron-wing eagle's forehead shot out a red ray of light at Mu Shui. Mu Shui hastily dodged to the side. The red ray brushed right past her body. The light pierced directly through a distant mountain. A hole dozens of meters wide was blown into it. "It has given birth to a crystal bone." Mu Shui was startled. A Xianxian magical beast had a certain chance of being able to merge their crystal core into a bone. Once they were merged, they would imprint their strongest attack into that bone. That was the so-called crystal bone. One requirement for a magical beast to give birth to a crystal bone was that its ancestor had to have been powerful. It required a powerful rune to exist within their bloodline. The fact that this ironwing horned eagle was able to condense a crystal bone meant that its bloodline was not ordinary. However, that bloodline had declined by its generation. Other than this, even with a powerful bloodline, a magical beast had less than 1 in 1,000 chance of being able to condense a crystal bone. That made crystal bones extremely rare. Crystal bones were very heaven-defying treasures. They were natural weapons, and once they were refined, it was possible to use your own power to activate the runes on it to attack. They were weapons that even Xianxian experts would long for. Back in the Julie secret realm, Han Tianyu's luck had been amazing enough for him to obtain one. But later it had been destroyed by Long Chen's dragon scale. Back then, Han Tianyu had no Xianxian power to activate the crystal bone, and he had been required to use his own essence blood to use it, almost causing him to die of blood loss. That crystal bone of his had been powerful, but his own power had been too weak. Han Tianyu had been unable to draw out its full power. Only a Xianxian expert's Xianxian power was able to fully draw out the potential of a crystal bone. After all, the runes on the bone were the magical beast's core runes that contained their strongest attack. However, a magical beast's intelligence was too low, and their comprehension over natural energy was also too crude. They themselves were only able to draw out 1/10 of their own crystal bone's power. But if a Xianxian expert activated a crystal bone, then they would truly be unrivaled within their realm. So a crystal bone was something countless Xianxian experts would go crazy for. Mu Shui was also a Xianxian expert, so her heart began to pound. If she obtained this crystal bone, the Mu Shui mercenary unit would be able to dominate all the other mercenary units. They would no longer ever have to be bullied. When it's about to use its crystal bone's attack, its eyes will become violet. That's a sign it's accumulating energy, and it's very conspicuous. Pay attention to it, shouted Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen had nothing to do. He directly took out a chair and leisurely sat, simply minding his own business. He hadn't expected Mu Shui's luck to be so good as to run into a magical beast possessing the crystal bone. The Mu Shui mercenary unit had truly struck gold. Boom, boom, continuous explosions rang out. Mu Shui drifted around, sword images flying all over. The discovery of this crystal bone had raised her spirits, and she became more and more courageous with her attacks. But Long Chen really was almost unable to watch it. In front of a magical beast, what were you doing facing it head-on? There had been many opportunities for her to heavily injure it. He didn't know whether it was because Mu Shui didn't dare take any risks for that, or whether it was just that she didn't know how to take advantage of opportunities. Just watching made Long Chen worry helplessly. However, Mu Shui was truly powerful. Following this intense battle, her ability to use Xianxian power increased. Long Chen supposed that it was best to just treat this as a training exercise. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to watch. He began to continue strengthening his meridians. An hour later, his meridians had been pushed to their limit once again, and Mu Shui was still fighting. Is she planning on fighting a battle of attrition? Long Chen sighed. His fighting style was that if he could kill someone with one blow, he wouldn't waste a second. Just watching this kind of battle made him worry. On the other hand, the distant mercenaries felt their blood boiling. This senseless battle in Long Chen's eyes was actually a heaven-shaking battle in their eyes. Long Chen didn't want to waste any time. He began extracting the life energy in the primal chaos beads trees. His injuries had actually mostly healed, but the destructive will of the heavenly Daos was still causing havoc in his body. He needed this life energy to expel it. After several days, those injuries had healed to 50%, which gratified him. Suddenly, Long Chen felt intense fluctuations, and he suddenly heard Mu Shui's startled scream. "Watch out, Long Chen." He saw a red light shooting straight towards him. Long Chen couldn't help cursing inside, "You guys can fight your battle, but mind your own business." He dashed to the side, and the red light pierced straight through the chair he had been sitting in. That luxurious chair of his was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the mountain behind him crumbled. This sudden change dumbfounded everyone. Why would the Ironwing Eagle suddenly set its sights on Long Chen while it was in the middle of fighting Mu Shui? The Ironwing Eagle let out a heaven-shaking cry when it saw it didn't kill Long Chen. Surprisingly, it gave up on Mu Shui and charged straight at Long Chen. Mu Shui was completely shocked. The Ironwing Eagle was too fast, and there was no way she could stop it. Run Long Chen. The mercenaries all turned pale. Long Chen was in the midst of forming his meridians. He hadn't even reached the true meridian opening realm. He would definitely die against a Xianxian magical beast. What are you doing? Seeing Long Chen just standing there like an imbecile with this huge monster charging at him, all of the mercenaries screamed. It seemed he had lost any of his previous quick wits. The Ironwing Eagle's sharp beak shone with a metallic light as it ruthlessly stabbed towards Long Chen. Chapter 548 Subduing a Steed. The ground shook intensely, and dust exploded into the air. Mu Shui screamed with shock. She couldn't help being dumbfounded. Why hadn't Long Chen dodged? With Long Chen's speed, dodging its attack was no problem. Had he really died just like this? When the dust settled, Mu Shui was filled with disbelief upon seeing that Long Chen was still there. He hadn't budged. Long Chen's expression was still calm. He had one hand grabbing the Ironwing Eagle's huge beak, pressing its head into the ground. No matter how the Ironwing Eagle struggled, it was unable to escape from Long Chen's hand. Whether it was Mu Shui or the distant mercenaries, they were all dumbfounded, unable to believe this scene in front of them. That scene seemed like an ant trying to shake an elephant. With just one hand, he managed to subdue a Xianxian magical beast, making it so it couldn't escape him. Just what kind of power did that require? You wanted to crush the weakling first. Long Chen smiled coldly at the Ironwing Eagle. Even if he didn't have spiritual qi, he still had the power of his physical body. This Ironwing Eagle was still greatly lacking if it wanted to bully him. Suddenly, the Ironwing Eagle's eyes changed color. Long Chen instantly slammed his foot onto its beak. The crystal bone's attack shot straight into the air, missing. Long Chen grabbed its beak. Using just the strength in his arms, in front of all their dumbfounded gazes, that huge body rose into the air and was then flung away. Boom! The Ironwing Eagle smashed into a cliff, causing half of that stone cliff to collapse onto it. When it freed itself, it charged straight at the dumbfounded Mu Shui. "It's time to cut off its head," shouted Long Chen. Only then did Mu Shui react. Right now, the Ironwing Eagle was still dizzy from Long Chen's attack. That was an extremely rare opportunity. A ray of sword light slashed onto the Ironwing Eagle's neck. Blood splashed, but Mu Shui's attack only managed to sever half of its neck. Due to the pain, the Ironwing Eagle awoke from its muddleheadedness, but before it could do anything, Mu Shui's second attack arrived. When this second attack landed on the previous injury, its neck finally severed completely and blood spurted out. Its huge body disappeared, revealing Long Chen's excited smile. "The head's yours, so I'll keep the body." When the Ironwing Eagle's body landed in the primal chaos bead's black soil, he saw that his trees all began to rapidly grow. It seemed the stronger the body of a magical beast, the more life energy it could provide. The Ironwing Eagle supplied him with over 10 times the energy of the hidden ground spider. Long Chen was incomparably excited upon seeing the small trees grow. This was even faster than when he used all his energy to urge on the primal chaos space. "Thank you, Long Chen," said Mu Shui excitedly as she put away its head. That was no ordinary magical beast's head. That was a crystal bone. Countless people would go crazy for such a treasure. "Ha ha ha, leader is too polite. We're just splitting the spoils evenly. According to volume, I've gained a huge advantage," said Long Chen. At this time, the other mercenaries also ran over, all of them incredibly excited. "Long Chen, how are you so strong? Tell us." One of the women intimately wrapped her arm around Long Chen's elbow. "Hee, it's not difficult. As long as you eat enough magical beasts, you can also have such a strong physical body," said Long Chen. "How many magical beasts?" "Around 10,000. For example, poisonous snakes, maggots, rats, spiders, etc. Once you finish each one of them completely, not even leaving the bones, those juices will nourish your body." "Aiya, how nauseating. Don't explain it anymore, I definitely don't want to train in that." That woman let go of Long Chen, running far away. When Long Chen had said spider, it had been exceptionally disgusting. She thought of that sinister beast they had fought yesterday. Just looking at it had caused her hair to stand on end. But to eat it, let alone a young woman like her, even the manliest man would feel their stomach heaving inside. "That's enough of that, it really is all thanks to you, Long Chen. Once I refine this crystal bone, no other mercenary unit will dare look down on us." Mu Shui knew Long Chen was just making up nonsense, and she brought the conversation back to the topic. "That's right, fuck their moms, they really did bully us a lot. This time, We'll definitely have to give them a resounding slap in the face to tell them they can't do that anymore. Cursed one of the mercenaries. The other mercenaries were also filled with excitement. It seemed they really hadn't had a good time in the past. Even in the mercenary world, they had been pushed out by others. Long Chen, how about you join our Mushui mercenary unit? With this many brothers and sisters together, think about how delightful that would be. Zhang Wu patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Exactly, you should join. At worst, as two sisters can help wait on you. One of the women flirtatiously pulled on Long Chen's arm. Hearing that, even if Long Chen's skin was thick, his face still turned burning hot. Furthermore, the other mercenaries even began to let out wolf calls. Although he knew they were joking, Long Chen couldn't help but feel slightly awkward. He really did like the atmosphere in this mercenary unit, but he couldn't stay. Alright, you two should stop before you go too far. Mu Shui laughed upon seeing how awkward Long Chen's expression was. Since we've obtained the crystal core, we should hurry up and return to the city. We still have over half a month's journey to make. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He looked around and then ran over to a distant lump. His action startled the others, and they had no idea what he was planning. When he arrived at that lump, a head popped out of it. Only then did they remember that the Ironwing Eagle had been carrying its prey when it had returned. They hastily rushed over to help. They saw that this magical beast hadn't died, but it was on its last breaths, and it would clearly die soon. You want its crystal core? Asked Mu Shui. No, I want it to fly us back. That will save us a lot of energy. Long Chen examined the magical beast's injuries. Bring us back. You know beast taming? Asked Mu Shui. A bit. Long Chen smiled slightly. Mu Shui was a bit speechless. It seemed this Long Chen knew, a bit, about everything. But in reality, it was never just a bit. This is a 5th-rank magical beast, a cold water bright crow. Although its strength is ordinary, it's large enough to carry us all, explained Long Chen. Examining its injuries, Long Chen saw that it didn't have many outer injuries. However, its inner organs had been broken, most likely from being dropped by the eagle. Since it didn't have many outer injuries, it was very simple for him. He took out a bottle of healing pills and directly threw it into the cold water bright crow's mouth. An incense stick's time later, its body quivered slightly, causing everyone to jump and take a few steps back. After all, that was a magical beast, and magical beasts were all violent, capable of injuring anyone at any time. They all wanted to see just how Long Chen was planning on taming it. It opened its eyes, and seeing so many people surrounding it, it tried to run away. However, it didn't even succeed in getting up, as its injuries were too severe. Your injuries are very heavy. Even if we don't kill you, you'd still die. I'll give you 2 options. One is to cooperate with us and carry us for a bit. I will heal your injuries, and when we arrive, I'll release you. The second is that you refuse to cooperate. We won't kill you, but you'll still die here in the end. Any other magical beast will eat you, said Long Chen. Mu Shui and the others were stupefied. This was beast taming, he was just speaking to it. If it understood the human language, would it even count as a magical beast? They were unaware that Long Chen was also using his spiritual strength to communicate with it as he spoke. Although it didn't understand his words, it could understand what Long Chen was trying to express. In truth, Long Chen could directly place a slave imprint on it so that it didn't have any ability to resist. However, he didn't do so. Once you placed a slave imprint, the magical beast would have no choice but to listen to his orders. He didn't like such a method. After a long moment, the cold water bright crow lightly pressed its head against Long Chen's chest in front of everyone's shocked gazes. There's no need for a spiritual imprint. I trust you. Long Chen smiled slightly and patted its head. Long Chen sensed a strong desire to live from it. It didn't want to die, so it chose to cooperate. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that this cold water bright crow seemed to be a relatively stronger representative of its kind, which allowed it to understand what a spiritual imprint was. However, its bloodline had already declined so much. To use just a few words to subdue a cold water bright crow, all of them were completely shocked. But what happened next made them even more shocked. Long Chen took out a whole bucket of medicinal pills. There had to be hundreds of pills in there, and they were all high-grade healing pills. These medicinal pills weren't refined by Long Chen, they were his battle spoils from the Julie secret realm. Such ordinary high-grade pills were trash in Long Chen's eyes. Healing pills were essentially useless to him, while the Dragonblood Legion's healing pills were all personally refined by him and were all 3-ring and above high-grade pills. Thus, such ordinary pills were completely unnecessary. After feeding the cold water bright crow this immense number of healing pills, he had it rest first. They didn't need to rush back immediately. If nothing unexpected happened, it would heal slightly overnight and would be able to fly with them slowly. When the day turned to night, everyone entered a cultivation state. But Long Chen was called out alone by Mu Shui. Chapter 549 The Immortal Intoxication Pavilion's Ladies. Long Chen, I know you probably come from somewhere extraordinary, but no matter what power you're in, you will have to deal with endless bullying and crowding out. Do you really not want to think about joining us? If you're willing to join, I am willing to give you the leader position. In fact, it wouldn't even be a problem to change the unit's name to yours. Within the darkness of night, Mu Shui and Long Chen had arrived atop a cliffside. Mu Shui quietly spoke to him. Long Chen looked at the tent set up at the bottom of the cliff and sighed. First, I have to thank you for your care. But I really cannot join the Mu Shui mercenary unit. Why not? You're unwilling to abandon your status? Asked Mu Shui. I think you might have misunderstood. I am not some disciple from some powerful family. I'm just a regular country bumpkin. I have no status to lose. The reason I choose not to join you isn't because I look down on you. In fact, I enjoy the atmosphere of your mercenary unit. You're all bound by deep feelings for each other, and it's just like family. It's precisely because I like you all that I cannot join you. I'm an unlucky star, and I'll implicate you all. Long Chen looked up at the crescent moon, shaking his head. You should know there's no coward in our unit, said Mu Shui. You can think of me as a selfish person. You guys might not be afraid of death, but I am. I can't bear that pain. If I join you, it probably won't be long before the entire unit is destroyed because of me. You'll all die, while I'll have to bear the pain of being alone. Being emotionless is less painful than having emotions. Just let me be an emotionless person. A touch of sorrow appeared in Long Chen's eyes. He was someone who had set himself against the entire heavenly Taos. If someone wanted to fight with him, they needed to be strong enough first. If their lives weren't hardy enough, they would all fall. Back in the righteous and corrupt battle, there had been many high-spirited core disciples who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him. But after the Julie secret realm, the only ones remaining had been Ji Yu Yong and the others. The others had all died. Although the path cultivators walked on was one filled with struggle, where life and death were up to the mandates of heaven, Long Chen didn't know just how many of those dead companions had died because of Yin Wuxuang's sinister schemes. That made him feel extremely bad. So Long Chen was being more and more stingy with his own emotions. His actions were very likely to cause other people to lose their lives. That was also the reason he maintained a certain distance from them, especially Mu Shui and the other two women. Although the Mu Shui mercenary unit was filled with elites who worked hard and would become very powerful, Long Chen was sincerely fond of them and didn't want them drawn into his own maelstrom. It had been hard enough for them to find their own lifestyles, finding their own goals for their lives. It was best for them not to be caught up in his troubles. Long Chen, do you have an interesting story? Seeing that sorrow in his eyes, Mu Shui's heart shook. My story's too long. It's too long to even finish telling. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Then, do you want to try telling it to me? Said Mu Shui. Long Chen looked at Mu Shui. Thank you for your care. I will never forget the Mu Shui mercenary unit. I won't forget these brothers, and I also won't forget you. Aya, it seems I forgot to feed the cold water bright crow its medicine. I'll have to leave first, leader. Long Chen patted his head vexedly, saying goodbye to Mu Shui. Looking at Long Chen's back as he left, Mu Shui was slightly disappointed. During these years, she was the only one supporting the entire unit. She was tired, very, very tired. The next day, the cold water bright crow had recovered quite a bit. Seeing Long Chen come, it slowly knelt down. Are you sure this will be all right, Long Chen? If it throws us off halfway, we'll all be turned into pancakes, said Zhongwu worriedly. Don't worry, even if we're turned into pancakes, you'll definitely be the biggest one. Long Chen looked at Zhongwu's bulky build. The two women laughed in secret, but Mu Shui didn't seem to be in the mood. She had yet to say a single word today. When everyone climbed onto the cold water bright crow, Long Chen gave it an order, and its two wings shook as it brought them all into the sky. They practically soared into the clouds instantly, causing quite a few of them to turn green. At this height, there was no question they would die if they fell. Long Chen, can you make it fly lower? Asked one of the women, wrapping her arm around him. We can't. If we fly any lower, we'll end up attacked by other magical beasts. We might not be afraid of those attacks, but the cold water bright crow has only recovered slightly. If it's attacked, that'll be a fatal danger. You don't need to be afraid. Once we fly another mile higher, you won't be scared of this height anymore, said Long Chen. As he said that, they rose in the air. They really were less afraid now because the clouds below them were blocking their sight. The more brazen ones can enjoy the scenery, the scared ones can close their eyes and take a nap. The cold water bright crow will fly very steadily, said Long Chen. As soon as he said this, he saw all those previously frightened fellows going to the edges to look into the distance. That was to prove that they weren't scared. Long Chen laughed inside. How fast? If we continue like this, it'll just take us a single day to reach Qingzhou City. Mu Shui finally spoke, shocked at this speed. We probably can't. The cold water bright crow's injuries have only slightly recovered. It'll only be able to fly a while before needing to rest for a night again. However, it'll still be much faster than if we traveled on our own. It'll probably take around 3 days, said Long Chen. Mu Shui nodded and didn't say any more. When it was close to noon, Long Chen had the cold water bright crow descend down to a spacious lake. He once more fed it healing pills. Its body was just too huge, and it required a vast amount of energy. After resting a night by the lakeside, they once more continued on their way. They had to rest again after flying for half a day, but on the third day, they finally flew out of the continuous mountains. From there, it was only 10,000 miles to Qingzhou City. But Long Chen had the cold water bright crow stop here. Everyone jumped off from its back, and Long Chen took out a large number of medicinal pills for it. Alright, our agreement ends here. This last batch of medicinal pills is enough to make you recover fully. You can return home now, he said. The reason why Long Chen released it this early was because he was afraid if they got closer to the city, experts would notice and attack it. The cold water bright crow suddenly let out a low cry, and it placed its head against Long Chen, intimately rubbing it back and forth. It was actually moved by Long Chen's kindness and unwilling to leave. That made all of them feel emotional. Who was it that said magical beasts were all violent in nature? Sometimes they were more emotional than humans. The only thing between us was this agreement. I help you heal, and you help bring us here. Now the debt between us is settled, and our destiny together is at an end, it's time to part. Long Chen gently patted the cold water bright crow's head. Only then did it unwillingly spread its wings and fly into the air. But then up in the sky, it circled around, still not wanting to leave. Go, sighed Long Chen. Only then did it let out a bright bird cry and disappear into the clouds. Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't help feeling emotional inside. Even magical beasts knew how to repay kindness. But why was it that humans always liked to repay kindness with enmity? This had just been a small kindness, as well as a transaction. However, the magical beast still knew how to be grateful. But a human, the Mu Shui mercenary unit, was also moved. But Long Chen's words rang out within Mu Shui's mind. Our destiny together is at an end, it's time to part. Was the cold water bright crow's situation a portrayal of their relationship with Long Chen? Her gaze was complicated as she looked at Long Chen's back. There's still half a day's travel left. Let's go. Mu Shui suppressed her thoughts. They nodded. It was already close to noon, so they quickened their footsteps. They should be able to arrive before night arrived. Hee, Long Chen, once we arrive, I'll treat you to a meal, said Zhang Wu excitedly. Don't bring Long Chen anywhere shady, warned one woman. Zhang Wu blushed, hastily waving his hand. Of course not, of course not. Am I, Zhang Wu, such a person? Long Chen was speechless. If you weren't such a person, what were you blushing for? Don't you know that lying only makes it worse? Cough, I'm doing this in consideration of everyone. Brother Long doesn't want to join our unit, so since we're about to part, I'm thinking of bringing him to have some fun at the Immortal Intoxication Building. You all know, the ladies from the Immortal Intoxication Building all sell their bodies, not their skills. No, wait, I meant they sell their skills, not their bodies. Zhang Wu hastily corrected himself. Long Chen looked at him with disdain. His goal clearly wasn't to treat him to a meal. It would be better for him to just say it directly rather than keep trying to cover up his desires. This is a good idea. No one expected Mu Shui to now nod in approval. Leader, Everyone let out a startled cry. You're overthinking it. That immortal intoxication building is Qing Prefecture's most beautiful place. I've long since heard of it. I want to go and experience it, said Mu Shui. Leader, this isn't that appropriate, said Zhang Wu. Long Chen's helped us a great deal this time. Of course, we have to bring him somewhere nice. Furthermore, I want to go to the top floor of the Immortal Intoxication Building, the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. Don't get any weird ideas. Mu Shui laughed. The Immortal Intoxication Pavilion, that costs, no matter how much it costs, can it compare to the treasures we obtained? Then it's set. First, we'll go complete our mission, and then the Mu Shui mercenary unit will take a trip to the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. One reason is to send Long Chen off, while the other reason is to declare to the entire mercenary world that our Mu Shui mercenary unit is on the rise. Said Mu Shui, excellent, I finally have a chance to go experience the Immortal Intoxication Building's peak. Ladies, Zhang Wu almost began to dance in excitement. You want to go see the Immortal Intoxication Building's ladies? Try again in your next life. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out, and a group of people rushed over from the distance, surrounding them. Chapter 550. Really, why bother? They couldn't help being startled. The newcomers all had powerful auras, and there were over 100 of them who had at least reached the Meridian Opening Realm. Furthermore, there were 6 elders who emitted a particularly powerful pressure, one that made it seem as if they had merged with heaven and earth. It was actually 6 Shantian experts. Zhang Qingyan, what do you think you're doing? Mu Shui shouted angrily. She had already unsheathed her sword. These people were the Mu Shui mercenary unit's sworn enemies. They were the oldest mercenary unit in Qing Prefecture, the Ironblood mercenary unit. Zhang Qingyan was the Ironblood mercenary unit's leader. He appeared to be in his 30s, and his build was stocky. There was a long scar on his face that made him give off a savage feeling. Zhang Qingyan was a true Shantian expert who had reached the mid-Shantian realm. When the Mu Shui mercenary unit had just been formed, he had intentionally suppressed them. In truth, Zhang Qingyan looked favorably upon Mu Shui's talent and beauty. He wanted to take her as his own, but that matter had been ruined by the experts from Mo Gate. Although he was very famous in the mercenary world, within the eyes of sects, mercenaries were all just second rates, not much better than beggars. He didn't dare do anything to Mo Gate, otherwise, he would probably die without even realizing how it had happened. Although he had given the Mu Shui mercenary unit quite a bit of trouble behind the scenes, he hadn't been able to stop their growth. A month ago, the Mu Shui mercenary unit's strength had placed them within the top 10 of the mercenary world. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that Mu Shui had reached the Shantian realm. That was a grave threat to his position. Within Qing Prefecture's mercenary world, only 3 units had Shantian experts within them, and they took the top 3 spots. Now that Mu Shui had reached the Shantian realm, her mercenary unit would have to rank at least 4th. Furthermore, Mu Shui had only just reached her 20s. On the other hand, Zhao Qingyan appeared to be in his 30s, but he was actually over 50 years old. That made him feel intense envy. Mu Shui, I wasn't the one looking for you today. It was someone else who wanted to see you. Zhang Qingyan looked icily at Mu Shui with an expression that seemed to delight in her misfortune. I've long since heard of junior sister Mu Shui's beauty and unsurpassed talent. Seeing you today is really my life's greatest fortune. Suddenly, another group of people arrived. The person at the front was a young man, and there were 5 Shantian experts stood behind him. That young man appeared to have just reached his 20s. He wore long robes with a jade belt. Although he was only at the Meridian Opening Realm, his aura was extremely condensed. The Mu Shui mercenary unit's Meridian Opening experts were all suppressed by that aura. Luo Zongsheng, Mu Shui's pupils shrunk upon seeing this person, and she turned slightly pale. She immediately understood what was going on. Ha ha ha, I hadn't expected junior sister Mu Shui to recognize me. It really is my blessing. Luo Zongsheng was smiling sinisterly. Examining Mu Shui, a perverted light appeared in his eyes. Mu Shui's hair stood on end, but she forced herself to ask, it couldn't be that the junior master of the Giant Eagle Stronghold has come to find trouble for me, right? The Giant Eagle Stronghold was one of Qing Prefecture's 3 great powers. Other than Mo Gate, no one could suppress them. How could I find trouble for you? It's simply that I feel sad seeing you rushing around bitterly all day, so I came to accept you as a concubine. With my Giant Eagle Stronghold's resources, I'm sure you'll get much better treatment than staying with these idiots. How about it, do you agree? Laughed Luo Zongsheng. You're the idiot. You really are garbage. Fuck your grandmother. You really are looking to die. Luo Zongsheng's words caused the Mushui mercenary unit to erupt in a flurry of curses. They almost charged forward and attacked. Luo Zongsheng was clearly insulting them. They tightly clenched their weapons, prepared to fight at any moment. Luo Zongsheng, for the Grand Junior Master of the Giant Eagle Stronghold to bully us, do you even have any dignity? Raged Mu Shui, her body trembling with fury. If it was just the Ironblood mercenary unit, she wouldn't feel any fear. Although she hadn't had time to refine the crystal bone, she wasn't afraid of Zhao Qingyan. Although they might be lacking numbers, the Mushui mercenary unit was only filled with elites unafraid of death. They wouldn't lose in a fight. But with the Giant Eagle Stronghold sticking their hands into this matter, it was completely different. With their 5 Shantian experts, the Mushui mercenary unit would definitely perish if they offended them. Ha ha ha, there's no need to say any useless words. I heard that you accepted Mo Gates' mission. I've been waiting for you this entire time. I don't care whether or not you managed to obtain the Darkness Attribute Core. Right now, I'll give you 2 choices: return with me to the Giant Eagle Stronghold, or, die. Sneered Luo Zongsheng. Your Giant Eagle Stronghold really is intolerable. We aren't even a part of your struggle. Just what do you think you're doing by targeting us? Raged Mu Shui. I don't have the energy to argue with you. The cultivation world is just like this. In front of the strong, the weak don't have any power to quibble. I've already asked you the question. So tell me, do you want to die or live? Sneered Luo Zongsheng. Leader, you should run for now. We'll block them. Once your cultivation base advances, you can get revenge for us. The Mushui mercenary unit's members all fully released their auras, ready to charge forward at any moment. What ants are these? Scram. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation spread. The pressure of Shantian powers crashed down on the Mushui mercenary unit, and all of them felt as if the space around them had frozen. They were all unable to move. It was the Giant Eagle Stronghold's Shantian experts that had taken action. These were all old ghosts that had lived for centuries. Their control over their Shantian power was something a rookie like Mu Shui could not compare to. The Mushui mercenary unit immediately fell into desperate straits. All their paths had been sealed now, and they were being watched by 6 Shantian experts. Even a fly wouldn't be able to escape from here. I knew you would refuse to accept until you were faced with reality. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Mu Shui, I'll challenge you with my late meridian opening strength. If you win, I'll release all of you. If you lose, then just obediently become my concubine. Of course, you can refuse this challenge. But the consequence will make the Mushui mercenary unit cease to exist within Qing Prefecture's mercenary world. Luo Zongsheng had clearly come prepared. Don't agree with him, leader. Isn't the worst case just death? We'll go all out against them, cried one of them. All right, I agree. Mu Shui icily glared at Luo Zongsheng. Leader, don't say any more. I've decided I wanted to experience the power of Giant Eagle Stronghold's junior master. Mu Shui waved her hand, cutting off their objections. Although she knew this person very likely possessed the power to fight across realms, the situation was forcing her. She had to try. Wasn't the worst case just dying in battle? That was better than just helplessly waiting for death to come. Ha ha ha, good. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Everyone, fall back. Keep watch over the Mushui mercenary unit. Don't let a single one of them escape, ordered Luo Zongsheng. Everyone backed up, leaving an open space for Mu Shui and Luo Zongsheng. The Giant Eagle Stronghold's elders didn't seem the slightest bit worried about their junior master. They surrounded Long Chen and the others, not giving them a chance to escape. Once it was just Mu Shui and Luo Zongsheng, Mu Shui raised her sword, her aura gradually condensing and her Shantian power gradually rising. Long Chen, it seems Luo Zongsheng isn't the slightest bit worried. What should we do? You're so smart, you can definitely think of something, urged one of the women. Sigh, really, why bother? Looking at Luo Zongsheng, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Long Chen, don't just sigh. Think of some way to save Sister Mu Shui. She cried urgently. Don't worry, I'm not sighing because of leader. Long Chen shook his head, quietly consoling her. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out as Mu Shui attacked. Her sword slashed down upon Luo Zongsheng's arm, causing a metallic ringing. What? Could it be that Luo Zongsheng has an unbreaking Vajra body? It's an arm guard, said Long Chen indifferently. An unbreaking Vajra body, Please. Mountain crushing attack. Luo Zongsheng suddenly shouted and golden light shone from his hand. A fist smashed towards Mu Shui. When Luo Zongsheng's fist landed on Mu Shui's sword, she was blown back, an unhealthy red light appearing on her face. She was actually injured by this one attack. What? How is that possible? How can he be so strong? Complete tempering. A touch of disdain appeared on Long Chen's face. This was the thing that gave him the confidence to fight across realms, as well as the golden arm guard and a set of martial techniques that allowed him to fight barehanded against weapons. More importantly, Mu Shui's weapon wasn't a Xianxian weapon. That made Long Chen look down on this junior master even more. This fellow had to have grown up eating chicken guts. He had even less guts than a chicken. Take another fist, Luo Zongsheng shouted, and the power of complete tempering erupted from him. Fist images filled the sky. Once a cultivator underwent complete tempering, the new meridians they could form were shockingly durable. Their power couldn't be calculated according to common sense. The power of complete tempering forced Mu Shui back over and over again. Mu Shui was pale now. She knew she had been taken in. Luo Zongsheng had deliberately led her to this path to trap her. Luo Zongsheng's fist once more smashed upon her, and Mu Shui almost coughed up blood. She barely managed to block it, but her sword shattered and she was blown back. The Mu Shui mercenary unit's members were all horrified. They tried to charge forward, but they were held back by the Xianxian pressure. Haha, obediently become my concubine. Luo Zongsheng sneered. He shot forward, catching up to Mu Shui who had yet to stabilize, and reached for her throat. Suddenly, a large hand appeared out of nowhere and caught his wrist. At the same time, a sigh rang out. Really, why bother? Chapter 551. Blood splashes through the air. The owner of that hand was Long Chen. He had a pitying expression as he looked at Luo Zongsheng. Luo Zongsheng was first furious at having his wrist caught by someone. But then when we saw Long Chen's face, his fury disappeared to be replaced with horror. His eyes practically popped out of his head, and it was like he had seen a ghost. He struggled with all his might to retrieve his hand, but he was unable to pull it back in the slightest with it caught in Long Chen's grasp. Unable to pull his hand back, Luo Zongsheng shrieked in terror, like a pig being slaughtered. Bang! Long Chen's foot slammed into Luo Zongsheng's chest, and his body was sent flying. However, his arm was still caught in Long Chen's grasp, and it tore off his body. This sudden change shocked everyone, especially those elders from the giant eagle stronghold. They hastily rushed over to Luo Zongsheng's side, supporting him up. They glared at Long Chen, filled with shock. Their junior master already possessed the power to dominate anyone in the early Xianxian realm. How could this person injure him so easily? Furthermore, from Luo Zongsheng's expression, it seemed he recognized this person and was also very terrified of him. Luo Zongsheng didn't even seem to notice his arm was severed. He pointed at Long Chen with his other hand, stammering, unable to say the last word. It was Mu Shui who finally cried out this name. She looked at this man in front of her, as well as Luo Zongsheng who seemed to have seen a ghost. It appeared as if his soul might flee from his body. Long Chen shook his head at Luo Zongsheng. They say if people manage to survive a calamity, they're supposed to gain blessings later. But why are you such an exception? Back in the Julie secret realm, of the three of you, you were the only one to survive. Back then, I was busy chasing after Yin Luo and didn't have time to deal with you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky as to get away from Mon Yen. But why is it that you just can't properly cherish this life of yours that you barely got to keep? You just had to send yourself in front of me. Now, I'd feel bad not killing you, as if not killing you is unworthy of you. So really, why bother? You're Long Chen. One of the elders from the Giant Eagle stronghold pointed at Long Chen with horror. It wasn't just the Giant Eagle stronghold's people that were shocked. The Ironblood mercenary unit was also dumbfounded. Even the Mu Shui mercenary unit was dumbfounded. Mu Shui and the others finally realized why Long Chen's name had sounded so familiar. What kind of joke was that? Within the secret realm, he had dominated the righteous and corrupt paths, top geniuses, slaughtering chosen like cutting apart melons. Where his saber pointed, corpses piled up. When he had dominated the Julie secret realm, the 7 prefectures' geniuses had been unable to receive even a single blow from him. He was practically a god-like existence. Due to the final battle in the Julie secret realm, Long Chen's name had already resounded loudly through the 7 prefectures. He had become an idol for countless young experts. The Mushui mercenary unit's members felt like they were dreaming. This godlike existence had eaten, drunk, and slept with them. That almost seemed unreal. Who cares if you're Long Chen? This place is not the Julie's secret realm. One of the Shantian experts from the giant eagle stronghold roared, and his saber slashed at Long Chen like lightning. This saber cut straight through the space, and a terrifying Shantian power followed it, causing the void to quiver. As soon as he started, this Shantian expert used his full strength. The Mushui mercenary unit's members were horrified. This saber's power was unblockable by any of them. But as their hearts clenched, a blood-red saber appeared in Long Chen's hand. A light bang rang out. That terrifying attack merely caused a muffled sound upon slashing onto Long Chen's blood-red saber. The ground around them didn't even shake in the slightest. It was extremely odd to see. According to that saber's force, the whole ground should have been split apart. But now there was no reaction at all. However, the attacker's expression completely changed. Mu Shui was also delighted upon seeing this. Long Chen could only do this if he was able to use his own power to suppress and dispel the force contained within the attack. That meant that Long Chen's power had already far surpassed this Shantian expert's. Otherwise, there was no way to receive this attack without causing the slightest disturbance. He had to be at least 10 times stronger than his opponent. Even when you fart, you have to stick out your chest like this. You want to kill me with your infantile strength? Don't make me laugh to death. I'll let you see what true strength is. After saying that, his spiritual chi poured into his new meridians. He had just finished the final strengthening of his meridians 2 hours ago, allowing them to reach a perfect state. He had strengthened them a total of 81 times. An unprecedentedly terrifying aura soared out of Long Chen, piercing straight through the clouds. A turbulent pressure spread from him. Mu Shui felt an irresistible power knock her back hundreds of meters. Only once she was far enough could she stabilize herself. This is Long Chen's power. Too terrifying. Long Chen had been focused on creating his new meridians the entire time she had been with him. Now, all he had done was pour his spiritual chi into those new meridians, and that natural aura was something she could not resist. Long Chen's true strength was too great. She finally understood why Long Chen would repeatedly decline to join them. Thinking of that, she felt a trace of self-disdain and an urge to laugh at herself. She had wanted to entice a godlike figure into her mercenary unit. Perhaps in this world, only they had tried doing something so foolish. Mu Shui was blown back, but the meridian opening experts were directly sent flying by the chi wave. This was just Long Chen's natural release of aura and didn't contain any real power, so they were only blown back, not injured. As for the expert who had attacked him, he was also blown back dozens of meters, completely horrified. With the other Shantian experts, he formed a shield in front of Luo Zongsheng. As his spiritual chi poured into his new meridians, Long Chen felt as if his body was completely transforming. It was like all his blood had been replaced, and his bones emitted crackling sounds like they were cheering in delight. When his spiritual chi began to fully circulate throughout his new meridians, he felt he had boundless energy within him. If his old meridians were small canals, his new meridians were like surging rivers. There was no comparison between the two. Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder, indifferently looking at the 6 of them. Just now, you were all so imposing. How come you're like this now? Previously, the 6 Shantian experts had treated the Mushui mercenary unit as fish caught in a net, waiting to be slaughtered. But now, in front of Long Chen, they were filled with terror. When comparing the two, it was incredibly ironic. Attacked together, the 5 of them looked at each other and suddenly roared, taking out their weapons and charging at Long Chen. When 5 Shantian experts attacked at the same time, Shantian power raged, causing heaven and earth to rumble. 5 weapons attacked Long Chen at the same time. Long Chen smiled coldly. With a wave of his saber, blood-red light shot out. Boom! The 5 Shantian experts were sent tumbling across the ground, all of them vomiting blood. Even 1 against 5, meridian opening against Shantian, a single attack had defeated the 5 of them. Everyone's hearts pounded. Just how powerful was he? The Mushui mercenary unit's warriors felt their blood boiling inside. This was their first time seeing such a terrifying meridian opening expert. They had heard the stories from the Julie's secret realm. However, what had happened in those legends was far too distant from their level. Only today did they bear witness to what a true heavenly genius was. After sending them tumbling back with a single attack, Long Chen smiled with satisfaction. His new meridians were really too powerful. When his spiritual qi circulated throughout them, he felt boundless energy within him. That kind of feeling was excellent. He took a single step, and his saber slashed down. The Xianxian expert who had taken the initiative to attack him at the beginning was in the midst of falling back while vomiting blood. He didn't even have a chance to block before a saber cut off his head. As his head was flying through the air, Long Chen reached the second person, and his saber once more slashed down. This expert hastily raised a spear to block, but what horrified him was that the ancient runes on Long Chen's blood-red saber lit up, and his spear was actually cut apart. His scream of despair didn't change anything. The saber fell, and he became motionless. A line of blood appeared from his forehead to his abdomen. Suddenly, his body split in two and collapsed on the ground. Long Chen didn't take a second glance. He was already on the third person, his saber releasing a sky full of saber qi. This person tried to block, but he was cut into a bloody mist by the sky full of saber qi, not even leaving a corpse. "Bastard, go die," the remaining two suddenly roared, and countless runes lit up on their weapons. A terrifying pressure spread. "Crap, they're activating their Xianxian weapons," cried out someone from the Mushui mercenary unit. "I feel like it's better if you die instead." Long Chen stuck his saber into the ground and then extended his left hand. An azure light shot out. At first, that azure light was only the size of a palm. But it quickly grew, and by the time it reached the two of them, it was 300 meters wide. That was a huge scale. It was incredibly fast, reaching the two of them in the blink of an eye. That scale cut straight through their bodies, and they were blown to bits by the scale's powerful pressure. The two Xianxian experts, or supposedly the rest of their bodies, landed on the ground. That sound was like thunder in people's hearts. Suddenly, another light sound rang out. People turned to see a round thing rolling on the ground. The head of the expert Long Chen had killed in the beginning had only just landed on the ground. The entire crowd was silent. Long Chen swung the blood off his saber and then rested it on his shoulder. He walked towards a quivering Luo Zongsheng. Chapter 552 Obediently Plundered. Luo Zongsheng's face was pale with fright as Long Chen walked over to him. His entire body was quivering, but he didn't even have the courage to run. Back then, he had personally seen how ruthless Long Chen was. He had dominated the top geniuses of the righteous and corrupt paths. Rivers of blood flowed wherever his saber pointed. His courage was already broken. Long Chen's saber was like a bolt of red lightning cutting off Luo Zongsheng's head. He apologized towards it. "Sorry, but I don't like nonsense, so I had no choice but to cut you off." Luo Zongsheng's headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. The sound it made was very light, but it made everyone's hearts tremble. Whether they were from the Ironblood mercenary unit or the Mushui mercenary unit, everyone's expressions were horrified as they looked at Long Chen. His expression had been calm from the start, but that was even more frightening than a sinister expression. A sinister expression always represented fury, and killing people in fury wasn't frightening. But Long Chen's expression possessed no joy or sadness. Even while killing 5 Xianxian experts and the junior master of the Giant Eagle stronghold, his face hadn't twitched in the slightest. Even these mercenaries who spent all day fighting bloody battles felt their scalps turn numb. Long Chen's demeanoringness caused all of them to turn cold. The Mushui mercenary unit's members looked at Long Chen with reverence, as well as a trace of unfamiliarity. Was this the same Long Chen that had drunk wine with them and spouted profanities when drunk? His left hand was still holding Luo Zongsheng's head, while his saber was now pointed at Zhao Qingyan. Zhao Qingyan's expression was ashen, and the entire Ironblood mercenary unit was filled with despair. Long Chen's attacks had just been too ruthless just now. In just a few breaths' time, 5 Xianxian experts and Luo Zongsheng had been killed, and there hadn't been the slightest opportunity for them to run. Now, none of them even dared to move as if they were just waiting for their death sentence. Each place has its own rules. Originally, I shouldn't have interfered with the mercenary world's struggles, but your actions today have already broken those rules, said Long Chen to Zhao Qingyan. There were many different social circles in this world. The struggles of those circles were to be kept to themselves, and outside powers were not supposed to interfere. For example, a literary struggle between scholars or a business struggle between merchants should be decided between themselves. But if people outside that social circle interfered, that was extremely contemptible, and anyone would look down on people who broke this rule. If the Ironblood mercenary unit had only targeted the Mushui mercenary unit, then no matter what methods they used, it was still within the scope of their world struggle. But by becoming dogs for the giant eagle stronghold, becoming their eyes to keep track of the Mushui mercenary unit, they had broken that rule. Since they broke the rules first, then even though Long Chen was an outsider, he still stood on the side of reason if he attacked them. Thinking of that, their hearts sank. They had no chance of defeating or even escaping from Long Chen. I, Zhao Qingyan, will take responsibility for my actions. This decision was made only by me, and it has nothing to do with my other brothers. If you want to kill someone, you should kill me. But please spare my brothers, said Zhao Qingyan. Leader. The Ironblood mercenary unit's members all let out startled cries. They had never imagined that their leader would be willing to sacrifice himself for them. Even the Mushui mercenary unit's members felt their hearts shake. They really hadn't expected Zhao Qingyan to have such guts at this critical moment. They felt a bit of unwillingness. It's fine, you don't need to put on your act. Did you think I would be soft-hearted and spare you if I thought you were of noble character? Don't play such childish games. You can't trick me. I, Long Chen, am also not someone of noble character. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people in this world, friends and enemies. Those who want to have me killed will all be killed by me without hesitation. Your fake act of sacrifice won't make me feel any sympathy for you and spare your life. You're just wasting your time because I originally never had any intention to kill you, said Long Chen indifferently. Really? Zhang Qingyan's expression became one of wild delight. That martyr-like image of his instantly disappeared. Wow, he really is disgusting. I almost ended up tricked. One of the Mushui mercenary unit's members couldn't help but curse. The others also shook their heads inside. They really had felt a trace of sympathy for him just now. They hadn't expected this fellow to have just been faking it. Zhao Qingyan also realized he had changed expressions too quickly, which had exposed his inner thoughts. However, he no longer cared as Long Chen had already said he wouldn't kill him. Leave behind your spatial rings and then scram, said Long Chen lazily. What? Our spatial rings contain all our wealth. Zhao Qingyan's expression changed. Again, I don't like nonsense. Long Chen gestured with the head in his hand. That was the same thing as what he had said to Luo Zongsheng. Zhao Qingyan shivered. Although he was a bit unwilling, he still took off his spatial ring. Don't give it to me. Just hand it directly to leader Mu Shui. I'm also a member of the Mushui mercenary unit. If you give it to me and I can't resist my greed, I'll be beaten by leader. Long Chen laughed. Mu Shui blushed. She was incredibly moved inside. Long Chen had actually acknowledged himself to be a member of the Mushui mercenary unit. That was in consideration for them. It was a verbal acknowledgement, but everyone knew that someone as strong as Long Chen wouldn't join a mercenary unit. He was just supporting the Mushui mercenary unit, letting them become the strongest existence in the mercenary world. If it was known that a figure like Long Chen had once been a member of the Mushui mercenary unit, then it was unknown how many people would flock towards them to join. At the same time, she understood why Long Chen didn't kill Zhao Qingyan. He was leaving it to her to personally take her revenge. After all, they had been suppressed by the Ironblood mercenary unit for so long that their hatred was immense. Taking revenge personally was definitely much more delightful. Perhaps she might not be a match for Zhao Qingyan right now, and Zhao Qingyan might possess a great influence in the mercenary world. But in a few months, she would be able to finish refining the crystal bone. That would be enough for her to dominate the mercenary world. Long Chen was leaving behind his name to buy the Mushui mercenary unit the time it needed. With the support of Long Chen, there wouldn't be anyone who dared do anything to them temporarily. Once Long Chen left, Mu Shui would have refined the crystal bone, and they wouldn't need to fear anyone. That was especially true now that they were taking Zhao Qingyan's spatial ring. Perhaps over half of his wealth was contained within that spatial ring. He wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for them until he raised more funds. Long Chen had planned everything perfectly for them. That made her feel an indescribable emotion towards him. Once the Ironblood mercenary unit's leader handed over his spatial ring, the others also bitterly handed over their spatial rings. Their expressions were extremely marvelous. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. When you were suppressing us, you all liked to act like emperors looking down on beggars. Now it's reversed. One of the warriors from the Mushui mercenary unit couldn't help but taunt them. Watching this was too addicting and satisfying. Back when the Mushui mercenary unit was first formed, they had had over 100 members. But they had been suppressed by the Ironblood mercenary unit, and people had left one by one. Only 20-some members had remained. But even then, the Ironblood mercenary unit hadn't held back. They had wanted to completely eradicate them. If Mo Gates experts hadn't felt that that was too much and sent out their orders, the Mushui mercenary unit would have already collapsed. The reason why Mo Gates experts hadn't been able to bear watching that was because the Ironblood mercenary unit hadn't just been suppressing them through the mercenary world, but also from the other surrounding powers. Their goal had been to forcibly disband the Mushui mercenary unit. It was due to Zhao Qingyan placing his sights on Mu Shui, but she had repeatedly refused him. For that selfish goal of his, he had been willing to sink to such low depths. That had been what had caused Mo Gates experts to send out orders to protect the Mushui mercenary unit. However, even then, the Mushui mercenary unit's days hadn't been very good. Zhao Qingyan might not have been able to use any outer powers, but he was still able to use his influence in the mercenary world to make things hard on them. They had been unable to take any good missions, and most of the time, they had to rely on killing magical beasts to get the cultivation resources they needed. However, these bitter experiences had tempered their wills. They were also proof of their confidence in each other. The Mushui mercenary unit's members were all as close as a family and were very reliable. Seeing over 100 spatial rings land in her hands, Mu Shui was incredibly moved. The profit within them was definitely beyond her imagination. The spirit stones in Zhao Qingyan's spatial ring alone were piled into mountains, and he had possessed countless medicinal pills. There was also an unknown number of battle skills and cultivation techniques. This was all the wealth that he had accumulated over the years. It was no wonder why Zhao Qingyan's expression had been so odd despite him trying to act calm. His expression made it seem like his father had just died. Even once the Ironblood mercenary unit left, the Mushui mercenary unit still stood there like wooden lumps. Long Chen laughed. "Why are you just staring like imbeciles? Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Those Shantian fellows definitely possessed some riches." They only reacted now, and they hastily ran over to those corpses. They quickly found 4 spatial rings and 2 good weapons. Originally, there should have been 6 spatial rings. However, 2 of them had been broken during the fight. As for the martial weapons, the only ones remaining were the 2 Shantian weapons. One was a sword that shone with a cold light, while the other was an odd weapon, a hook. It looked like a very bent sword. Near the hilt, there were 2 more hooks to protect the arm. It looked extremely awkward to use. But it was still a Shantian weapon with considerable value. That former was also what Mu Shui needed right now. As for the spatial rings, it went without saying they were filled with riches. Just Luo Zongsheng, who had been a rich junior master, had possessed much more wealth than the entire Ironblood mercenary unit. Long Chen, seeing all these battle spoils, Mu Shui looked at Long Chen. "I don't need these things. Pick out the things you need for yourselves, and if you can't use the rest, either store them for now or sell them. Just remember to treat me to go to some building, or was it some pavilion with some pretty female entertainers?" Laughed Long Chen. "You giant eagle stronghold idiots, how dare you try and set yourselves against my Mo Gate? Are you looking to die?" Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, and several figures rushed over from the distance. Chapter 553 Bastard Mo Nian. There were a total of 7 newcomers. The person at the front was wearing a cloak that hid his face, but when Long Chen saw that figure, he couldn't help smiling. "It's Mo Gates Junior Master." The Mushui mercenary unit's members let out startled cries. Within all of Qing Prefecture, the only one who liked to wear a black cloak to hide half his face like this was Mo Nian. They hadn't expected this matter to actually disturb Mo Gates Junior Master into personally coming. Mo Nian was acclaimed as Qing Prefecture's #1 member of the junior generation. He was unrivaled within his level. He was an idol for young cultivators. "Luo Zongsheng, if I don't cut off your head today, then I won't be Mo Nian." Mo Nian was incredibly fast. When he first shouted, he was still hundreds of miles away, but by the time he was finished, he had already arrived. "As usual, you still like to give advice in hindsight. I've already helped you cut off the head. Here." Long Chen laughed and threw a head at Mo Nian. Mo Nian had been furious at first, but as he got closer, he realized the situation was a bit off. Before he understood what was going on, he heard Long Chen's voice. He almost thought he was hallucinating. He raised his hand and caught the head. "Long Chen, you've finally come." The two of them suddenly laughed. Mo Nian threw the head aside, and the two of them fiercely embraced each other. It had been months since they had last seen each other in the first monastery. Now, the two of them had both stepped into the meridian opening realm. How have you come here? Mo Nian was surprised to see Long Chen with the Mushui mercenary unit. He was even wearing their clothes. Hehe, don't even mention it. A group of bastards chased me down. If it weren't for the Mushui mercenary unit, perhaps I'd still be wandering in the mountains, said Long Chen. You were chased down by people. Just who possessed such a sense of righteousness? Asked Mo Nian. Mo Nian's words almost made the Mushui mercenary unit collapse to the ground in laughter. Long Chen's expression darkened. Brat, you want to fight? Hehe, it's just a joke. Who would be so brazen as to fight you, Long Chen? Laughed Mo Nian. Let's not talk about it now, as it's just too infuriating. Here, let me introduce you. This is, haha, I've long since become acquainted with leader Mu Shui. Long Chen, it'd be best for you not to throw your affection at someone who's not interested, advised Mo Nian. Leader Mu Shui, you have to be careful. This brat Long Chen might not possess any other skills, but his pickup techniques on women are unrivaled beneath the heavens. Keep yourself safe. Mo Nian, you bastard. Long Chen roared. Ah, Long Chen, are you talking to me? A muscular man behind Mo Nian smiled at Long Chen. He had a thick beard and a powerful aura. Long Chen was startled. This person appeared similar to Mo Nian's father. In terms of age, he seemed a bit older than him. Hehe, uncle, he was definitely talking to you. Look, this brat's gaze is clearly looking down on you. If you don't teach him a lesson, it'll make me look down on you. Mo Nian winked. 1. A large hand clapped Mo Nian on the back of his head. His uncle cursed, you little brat, how dare you even scheme against your uncle? You're the one who needs to be taught a lesson. Looks like we didn't need to come here. This world will be for you youngsters in the future, so we'll leave first. You can accompany your guests. Mo Nian's uncle saw the corpses on the ground. With his sharp eyesight, he could see they were killed by absolute strength, which was why he was deeply moved at the sight. He walked up to Long Chen and patted him on the shoulder with praise. Chi and blood like a sea, and a body like a wild dragon. Yunshin was correct. Long Chen, you definitely are a peerless genius. With the two of you together, you'll be able to dominate all of Qing Prefecture. Alright, the two of you can mess around. When you get tired of playing around, remember to return home. Take care, uncle. Long Chen hastily called out respectfully. Once those experts from Mo Gate left, Long Chen sighed with emotion. Mo Nian, your uncle really is not bad. Please, don't give me that. Are you going to get angry just because of a little insult? You really are a contemptible little man who hits people while they're down, raged Mo Nian. Hitting people while they're down is at least better than despicably trying to trap people, said Long Chen lightly. Excuse me, can I interrupt? Junior Master Mo, I can just directly give the Hidden Ground Spider's crystal core to you, and you can cancel the mission at the Mercenary Guild. Mu Shui had no choice but to interrupt. It seemed the two of them would never stop insulting each other. The Hidden Ground Spider's core. You actually obtained it. Mo Nian almost jumped with delight. The only reason he had come here was because he had heard the three great powers, which included the Giant Eagle Stronghold, were trying to prevent the various mercenary units from obtaining the Hidden Ground Spider's core. Today, he had heard from other Mo Gates disciples that the Giant Eagle Stronghold's experts had moved out. Without even thinking about it, he knew they were carrying out some shameful scheme, and so he had rushed over. He hadn't imagined that the Mushui mercenary unit had actually obtained the Hidden Ground Spider's core. That made him delighted, as that was what he needed the most right now. Receiving the core from Mu Shui, he was incomparably excited. Really, thank you Mushui mercenary unit. I'll pay 3 times the reward, no, 10 times the reward. The mercenary guild was often entrusted with missions. When announcing the mission and when the mission was completed, the guild would take 5% of the reward. Although they took some of the profit, everyone was well aware that without the mercenary guild, it would be much harder for them to set up a trustworthy mission platform. So they were willing to pay to use the mercenary guild like this. However, once a mission was completed, they would only take 5% of the reward promised. If one party wanted to increase the reward afterward, that was their issue, and they wouldn't take a cut. Let's forget about the reward. Back then, if it weren't for Mo Gate, our Mushui mercenary unit would have long since collapsed. This time, we were mostly just repaying the favor. Mu Shui then looked at Long Chen. Other than that, our Mushui mercenary unit. is no longer lacking money. So there's no need to mention a reward again. Mo Nian nodded. Alright, well, I'm not someone so argumentative. I'll remember this favor. Let's go. We can go have a meal at my restaurant. You have a restaurant? Asked a surprised Long Chen. How refreshing. Is having a restaurant so hard? Isn't it easy as long as you have money? In any case, everyone follow me. We'll have to properly celebrate today. Mo Nian pulled Long Chen, leading them into Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City was Qing Prefecture's largest city and also its capital. The city was tens of thousands of miles wide. High buildings soared and an ancient charm was present. This was Long Chen's first time in such a large city. Although the Xuantian Supermonastery was Su Prefecture's strongest power, that was a sect, and it was far from the clamor of the secular world. As for Su Prefecture's capital, he had never seen it. Even though he had prepared himself for such a sight, seeing Qingzhou City still shocked Long Chen. This huge, ancient city seemed like a sleeping monster. An ancient Dao charm came from every inch of it. However, the wide streets were filled with people. Just a single road could be a mile wide. These people were all martial artists. Xiantian experts weren't rare at all. Meridian opening cultivators were everywhere, and bone forging cultivators were as plentiful as dogs. However, although these cultivators had high cultivation bases, their auras weren't powerful. Long Chen suspected their cultivation bases were reached relying entirely on medicinal pills. Their true combat strength was very lacking. He knew these were mostly free cultivators that didn't have a sect's grooming. They could only rely on their own work to gain cultivation resources. How is it? It's pretty flourishing, right? Compared to my Qingzhou City, your Xuantian Supermonastery is just a large prison. Look at how many people there are. Cultivators form crowds, beauties are like the clouds, there's fun in the day and singing at night. That's a real way to live. Hee, what do you think? How about you don't leave and just stay here? That'll definitely be better than staying at your Xuantian Supermonastery, enticed Mo Nian. It went without saying that when compared, rejoining the secular world was much more emotionally moving than leaving it. Now that Long Chen was interacting with the secular world again, he felt a kind of superiority. The cultivators here were just too weak. Any random disciple from the Xuantian Supermonastery would be unable to find a match for themselves within the same realm here. Mu Shui and the others were following Mo Nian and Long Chen. Hearing their words, looking at their backs, they were also moved. The two of them were the top geniuses of their prefectures. In front of them, any genius would seem lackluster. Do you see how many beauties we are passing on the streets? Are you not envious of their worshipful gazes? Mo Nian's expression was calm, but his voice contained a bit of pride. I'm not envious at all. Little brat, it's not like you dare fool around with any of them. What's the point? Said Long Chen disdainfully. In the Julie secret realm, Mo Nian had asked Long Chen to teach him his pickup techniques, and how he managed to keep the peace between his women. At that time, Mo Nian had bitterly complained that he had a fiancé who kept a very close eye on him and didn't let him fool around. That made him incredibly vexed. It seemed he had forgotten that he had already exposed that fact. But Long Chen's memory was rather good. If he could only look, but not enjoy or even touch, was there anything to be envious of him? Ha ha ha, jealous, you're definitely jealous. I just knew you would be like this. Mo Nian laughed. Long Chen ignored him, and the two of them continued walking. He examined the ancient and flourishing city as he walked, feeling something special in the air. Hee, we've arrived. Do you see this? This is my restaurant, the Hero Convergence Building. What do you think of that grand name? A place where all heroes gather. It's not bad, right? Mo Nian pointed at a large building proudly. Long Chen raised his head. The restaurant looked quite lavish, and it was not bad. But when he saw a line of words atop the entrance, his expression became one full of disdain. Chapter 554 A Cloudless Sky. Was this written by you? Of course. Just look at that calligraphy. Who else could write with such bold, impressive strokes? Said Mo Nian proudly. Yes, well, let's ignore that calligraphy for now. I'm very curious why you would decide to turn the original horizontal scroll into a vertical scroll. 1. As for your guests come like clouds, it's not the worst thing I've read. But I really want to know just what you were thinking with the next line, a cloudless sky. 2. Are you cursing yourself to have no business? Long Chen was practically without words as he looked at the marvelous couplet written over the entrance. Mu Shui and the others also looked oddly at that couplet. It was no wonder this restaurant looked so forlorn and empty. It was like they had done that on purpose. TCH, stop spouting nonsense. Do you want to eat or not? Even when I treat you to a meal, you have to be so picky. Are you treating your friend as an outsider? Mo Nian blushed, also feeling that this couplet he had randomly scrawled out was a bit inappropriate. He hastily brought them inside. They entered a spacious hall without a single person present. It really is cloudless. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Mo Nian angrily shouted, "Hello! Get out here and receive your customers. Junior Master. Oh, I mean, boss, you've come." Suddenly, a person wearing a waiter's clothes ran over. "Where are the others? Where's the shopkeeper?" raged Mo Nian. "Isn't it about dinner time?" "They went to go eat at the restaurant across the street," answered the waiter. Mu Shui couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. They had actually run to another restaurant to eat. "Mo Nian, what are you playing at?" Long Chen also couldn't help but laugh. Mo Nian laughed mischievously. "In truth, I really only opened this restaurant to play around. There are people publicly challenging my Mo family, and even the tenants of this space joined them, refusing to pay rent, so I directly drove them out. This territory is my Mo gates, but there have been a few clowns recently who like to come here when they're bored. Well, since we couldn't rent this place out, I just turned it into a restaurant to mess around." Long Chen was slightly surprised. Had Mo Gate really been bullied to this point? Even their tenants were beginning to oppose them. Long Chen knew Mo Gate was different from other sects. Qing Prefecture was their territory, and they were part of many businesses, which allowed Mo Gate to keep up with its immense expenses. That was different from the Xuantian Monastery. The Xuantian Monastery got its resources from the Supermonastery, while the Supermonastery got its resources from the Xuantian Dao sect. As for how the Xuantian Dao sect had enough money to groom so many people, he had no idea. Other than its businesses, Mo Gate also rented some of its excess territories to other people for rent money. But now Mo Nian said their tenants dared renege on their rent. Perhaps there were many things hiding behind the scenes. At this time, over a dozen people ran over from the restaurant across the street. Seeing Mo Nian, they hastily bowed. "All right, hurry up and go order some dishes and bring them back here. I'm sure you should know their best dishes after eating there for so long," said Mo Nian. Yes, we've tried everything on their menu. Don't worry boss, we'll go right now." Those people ran back to the restaurant across the street. Long Chen was unable to understand what they were doing. Did all city people like to play around like this? "Come, let's go upstairs. I think you're this restaurant's first customers." Mo Nian laughed. They all followed him to the top floor. This top floor only had a single table large enough for all of them to sit at. From here, it was possible to overlook all the busy streets. The field of view was extremely wide, and it was a very relaxing place to be. Eating here was definitely extremely extravagant. They had only just sat down when Long Chen saw some people rushing over from the opposing restaurant, all carrying large trays. Atop the trays were all kinds of delicacies. In just a moment, these bone-forging waiters filled the table with dishes. It went without saying that these people really had good taste. These dishes were all amazing delicacies that could make a person salivate. Mo Nian took out dozens of jugs of fine wine from his spatial ring, and the waiters hastily filled up everyone's cups. "Mu Shui, let me raise a cup to your mercenary unit." "I'll definitely remember this favor," said Mo Nian solemnly. Although he was Mo Gate's junior master, he knew being a mercenary was challenging. Each day, they danced on the tip of a blade, and any one of them could die at any time. But they were also hot-blooded people who liked danger, who were loyal and straightforward. Mo Nian sometimes longed for their lives. Seeing Mo Nian stand up to offer them wine, the Mu Shui mercenary unit also stood up. They were filled with respect towards Qing Prefecture's #1 junior generation. They didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. All their emotions were conveyed within this wine. Just how many people were able to have Mo Nian propose a toast to them? Let alone the mercenary world, even in all of Qing Prefecture, there were few people who had ever received such treatment. In truth, you should be thanking Long Chen. It's actually quite embarrassing for us. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, we probably wouldn't have obtained the hidden ground spider's core, and most of us would probably be dead now. Mu Shui couldn't help sighing regretfully. You clearly knew it was dangerous, but you still went to go hunt down the hidden ground spider. That makes me feel even more grateful. Come, let me raise another cup. Mo Nian drained his cup in one gulp. The others followed suit. Mo Nian laughed. As a person, I don't have any skill in oration. I'm not like some people who are capable of amazingly graceful but empty speech, so I won't blindly spout nonsense. Let's drink again. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This little fellow was once more up to his tricks. Just when had he blindly spouted nonsense? After 3 cups, Mo Nian sat back down, and only then did the Mushui mercenary unit's members sit down, beginning to eat. Long Chen, how's your relationship with leader Mu Shui? Mo Nian suddenly laughed wickedly. Mu Shui turned red. Long Chen glared at Mo Nian. Brat, if you spout that nonsense again, I'll smash you with your wine cup. Is there really nothing between you two? How curious, it seems that doesn't conform with your style, said Mo Nian curiously. Mu Shui was beginning to feel resentful, but as the Mushui mercenary unit's leader, she had to calm herself back down. Junior Master Mo has misunderstood. Long Chen is a genius like you. We only ran into each other by chance. In the future, it's fated for us to be parted. But no matter what, Long Chen was once a member of our Mushui mercenary unit, someone who ate and lived with us, someone who fought with us on the battlefield. He will always be in our hearts. Towards the end, Mu Shui's voice began to tremble slightly, causing each warrior of the Mushui mercenary unit to feel a bit depressed. The 2 women's eyes turned red. Although they had only interacted with Long Chen for a few days, he had given them a deep impression. They were unwilling to let him leave. But the dragon didn't play with shrimp, and the phoenix didn't live with sparrows. They weren't on the same level, and it was impossible for them to be with each other forever. Thinking of their destined separation, they felt a burst of grief. Long Chen was also silent. He wanted to say something comforting, but he was unable to say anything. Mo Nian felt awkward and hastily said, "We should just be happy that we had this time together. Who can possibly predict what will happen on the path of cultivation? So you should live every day as if it were your last. Come, let's drink again. No one can leave until we're all drunk." Everyone cheered and raised their cups, gulping down their wine. 10 cups later, they were already starting to feel woozy, and they couldn't continue drinking so fast. The Mo Nian they were seeing today was completely different from the icily arrogant Mo Nian they normally saw. No matter who raised him a cup, he would accept, not putting on any airs. "Hey, has there been a mistake? What are you doing targeting me? Go target Long Chen." Mo Nian suddenly realized something was off. "What do you mean, target? What an ugly way to put it. You're the boss of this place, and we're eating your food, drinking your wine, so of course we have to express our gratitude," said Long Chen righteously. "Tch, I won't talk to you. All you know how to do is talk nonsense. I really can't beat you in that regard. All of you just wait. Just now, that brat Long Chen said he wanted to drink me to death. That's definitely a provocation, so now, I challenge you to a battle." Mo Nian pointed at Long Chen. Yes, everyone cheered. "Alright, let's start off with 300 jugs each." Mo Nian waved his hand, and a small mountain of wine jugs appeared before them. That made them jump. 300, for an ordinary person, drinking just 3 jugs would make them collapse. Mo Nian's wine was peak grade, and they were already dizzy from drinking just over 10 cups. It was extremely potent. This was no ordinary wine, but a kind of medicinal wine. It was extremely helpful in stabilizing a person's cultivation base and was very precious. Most people were unable to even buy it. If they didn't use spiritual qi, then an ordinary meridian opening cultivator would collapse from just 3 jugs. That's a bit inappropriate. The situation isn't like before. "Didn't your uncle say we should return home once we finished playing around?" said Long Chen. 300 jugs of this wine was something Long Chen had never tried before. If he didn't use spiritual qi to resist, then he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Right now, Mo Gate was in an unstable position, and powerful enemies surrounded them. It really was unsuitable to be so unrestrained. Long Chen was on guard, and so he mentioned Mo Nian's uncle. "Tch, don't mention my uncle. Don't worry, those people are just a bunch of hopping clowns. They aren't able to challenge my Mo Gate. Come, us brothers will drink until we're happy." Mo Nian unsealed the first jug, throwing it to Long Chen. He also took a jug for himself. It seemed he was planning on competing with Long Chen in jugs. Long Chen was helpless. Seeing Mo Nian's excited expression, he didn't feel right declining. Mo Nian was already starting to work on his jug, so he also raised his jug and began to gulp it down. The Mushui mercenary unit cheered from the side. "Long Chen, get the hell out here. Today, I'll turn your bones to ashes as revenge for my son." A furious shout reverberated in their ears. Chapter 555 The weather's not bad. This angry roar shook all their eardrums. Long Chen and Mo Nian put down their wine jugs. Looking out the window, they saw dozens of experts on the road outside, blocking the entrance to the restaurant. The crowded street was silent as people fled into the distance, afraid of being implicated. These bystanders all saw that these experts' expressions were extremely gloomy. The person roaring was the giant eagle stronghold's master, a peak Shantian expert, Luo Yingxiang. What's going on? Was Luo Zongsheng killed? No way. Who would kill the future inheritor of the giant eagle stronghold? Long Chen, why does that name sound familiar? What's going on? Countless people were hiding in the distance, stealthily watching the aggressive Luo Yingxiang. They were filled with shock. Many people had seen Mo Gate's junior master enter this restaurant with a group of other people. Now that Luo Yingxiang was blocking the restaurant, it seemed today's matter would be extremely big. Right now, rumors were drifting about Qingzhou City that Mo Gate had offended some major figure and was declining. The three great powers of Qing Prefecture were being supported by someone and were beginning to devour Mo Gate's territory. Right now, Mo Gate and those three powers were filled with hostility towards each other. Now that Luo Yingxiang had come here with killing intent, it seemed great waves were about to arise within Qing Prefecture. Who is that person? It seems he's calling me. Long Chen was already slightly drunk now. He's the giant eagle stronghold's master, Luo Zongsheng's father, Luo Yingxiang, explained Mu Shui worriedly. It was obvious Luo Yingxiang had come to get revenge for his son. Luo Yingxiang, this name really is shameless one. No wonder he gave birth to such a shameless son. So it was hereditary. Long Chen curled his lip, feeling this name to be extremely untrue. Luo Yingxiang, don't make such a racket in front of my restaurant. You'll affect my business, shouted Mo Nian. The Mushui mercenary unit's members' expressions became odd. Did this restaurant have any business to affect? However, they did have to admire their courage. That was a peak Shantian expert, the level of Qing Prefecture's top sect leaders. Yet, they managed to treat him like a disobedient dog. Mo Nian, this matter has nothing to do with you. It'd be best for you to not interfere, as your Mo Gate is no longer the old Mo Gate. Be careful of the day your Mo Gate collapses, Luo Yingxiang shouted back at Mo Nian. Today, I came to find Long Chen to get revenge for my son. This matter has nothing to do with your Mo Gate, so if you dare interfere, don't blame me for not being polite. Mo Nian was furious. How was this matter unrelated to Mo Gate? They were the ones that had targeted Mo Gate, not wanting him to be able to obtain the hidden ground spider's core. He was about to say something when Long Chen stopped him. How come I feel like you like to fight with words all the time? If everything could be solved by talking reasonably, what would be the point of cultivating? Mo Nian agreed with him. Even if he said that this was all because the giant eagle stronghold was targeting Mo Gate, there was no proof. What could he do? Sigh, this child, Mo Nian's guts are still too small. He needs more tempering. In a private room within the restaurant across the street, a tall elder was sitting in his chair, sighing with disappointment. This elder's hair and beard were white as snow, and he had many deep wrinkles. He appeared so old that it was a bit frightening, but sitting there, his back was straight as a mountain, and his gaze was incredibly sharp. He seemed like a blade that had been sheathed for countless years, his aura extremely intimidating. Father, perhaps I was too soft-hearted. I didn't give Mo Nian enough instruction, sighed a middle-aged man beside him. That person was precisely Mo Nian's father, Mo Yunshan. As for the elderly man, he was Qing Prefecture's top expert, the previous master of Mo Gate, Mo Yi. Mo Yi shook his head. It's not that you didn't instruct your child enough, but that perhaps our method was flawed. Mo Nian has experienced many dangers, more dangers than anyone else. We didn't give him much assistance either. He reached his level by relying on his own strength. Now that there are people intentionally targeting Mo Gate, we intentionally haven't made any moves, all to see what he would do in the face of these unforeseen events. Although this child Mo Nian is smart, he isn't daring enough. All he knows how to do is strike back when struck. He doesn't know how to take the initiative to attack. How could I possibly leave Mo Gate to him like this? With his indecisive temperament, he'll cause Mo Gate to decline. If that happens, I'll have no way to face the ancestors when I die. Mo Yunshan was silent to that. It was truly difficult to change a person's temperament like Mo Nian. Our Mo family's teachings preach that Mo Gate can be destroyed, but it can't be allowed to decline. Even when the final person is facing death, he cannot bend his spine. Each time I curse him, saying a child who doesn't know how to stir up any trouble can't have any big accomplishments in the future, he doesn't dare do anything. Even after such obvious instructions, the only big thing he's ever done is piss in my wine pot, sighed Mo Yi, shaking his head. Mo Yunshan looked at the distant Long Chen and Mo Nian. He also couldn't help but sigh. Mo Nian's style of handling things truly was slightly different from the Mo family's style. He was lacking a kind of domineeringness. If a leader didn't have any daring, always acting careful and overcautious, then no matter how strong a sect was, it would still begin to decline. Being wrong wasn't something to be afraid of. Only once you were wrong would you know what was right. Only then would you know what growth was. Paying a price for making a mistake was fine. The more frightening thing to be afraid of was not even having the courage to make a mistake. Then you would truly be done for. That was also what Mo Nian's grandfather was most worried about. This Long Chen is pretty good. He possesses a kind of wild nature, one that desires to struggle free of all restrictions. Anything that tries to block him has to be eliminated without hesitation. This kind of character is very good and filled with a desire to advance courageously no matter what. If he has the intelligence to match his strength, he'll grow up to a level that even we have to look up to. Looking at Long Chen, a flash of praise appeared in Mo Yi's eyes. Then what should we do now? It's very obvious Luo Yingxiang is trying to show off his strength to Mo Gate. If we still don't counterattack, we really will lose all our face. Now, more and more powers are starting to maintain a distance from us. In fact, some of them even dare challenge us now. The pill tower has cut us off from medicinal pills, and they've also begun encroaching upon our businesses. We have to strike back, said Mo Yunshan. Ah, Yunshan, do you know why I still refuse to hand over the gate master position to you? Mo Yi looked at Mo Yunshan profoundly. I don't. Perhaps I'm not strong enough, said Mo Yunshan. You're wrong. In your generation, your strength is the greatest in the family. In terms of qualifications, you are only second to me. That's enough to convince everyone. There are 2 reasons I can't hand Mo Gate to you. You are strong, and you've already touched the C expansion barrier in just 47 years. You might reach half-step C expansion at any moment. That's enough to count you as a peak genius. The main reason is because you still are not domineering enough. Domineeringness isn't something you display on the outside, but something you keep in your heart. It refers to how you handle things. The other reason is that you aren't smart enough. Do you know why I let Mo Gate just endure all this silently? Asked Mo Yi. To give pressure to Mo Nian so he can rise. Asked Mo Yunshan. That's why I said you aren't smart enough. People who are unable to see an opportunity within danger are unsuitable to be a leader. Our current situation is an opportunity for Mo Gate. After countless years, most people have already forgotten that the Mo family was once an ancient family. After being away from the ancient family alliance for so long, people assume we've already completely declined and have placed their intentions on our Mo Gate. HMPH, this time I'm intentionally acting weak so that those idiots start to get confident. When the opportunity comes, we'll completely eradicate all of those people targeting us, using the most direct method to tell those idiots that it hasn't reached the point where they can target us. Even in the ancient era, when there were tens of thousands of noble families, our Mo Gate was still always in the top 100. We weren't an existence others could place their intentions on. The reason the Pill Tower is giving a blow to us isn't because of the conflict in the Julie secret realm. That is just their pretense. The Pill Tower has definitely received some kind of benefit from someone for them to act this way, said Mo Yi. You're saying there's an ancient family targeting us? Who? Tell me and I'll kill them. Mo Yunshan clenched his teeth. So this had actually been part of a huge scheme. This is another reason I can't hand Mo Gate to you. It's because you can't control your temper, so it's difficult for you to accomplish anything big. Mo Yi looked at Mo Yunshan with a bit of disappointment. You're right, child admits his failings. Mo Yunshan's heart trembled. There are still many things for you to learn. Just take it one step at a time. Let's just watch and see how these 2 children handle this scene, said Mo Yi. Right now, Mo Nian was still choking on what Long Chen had just said. But the reality was just like that. If talking reason could solve everything, everyone would just sit down and talk. How could there still be so many conflicts? How could there be a righteous and corrupt path? Then what should we do? Asked Mo Nian. Really, you, the Grand Junior Master of Mo Gate, have people come to your front door hurling abuses, and you're asking me what to do? Just who is the boss of Qing Prefecture? It's your Mo Gate. Your position already determines what you have to do. If your opponent wants to force you, then just kill them with a single slap. Have you ever seen an elephant trample an ant and then apologize to it, saying it wasn't on purpose? Have you ever seen a dragon pierce through the clouds and then ask some small birds if it could borrow their space? Just how much have you drunk for you to become this stupid? When people want to target you, you're just going to endure it because you have no evidence. Raged Long Chen, but even if we were to fight, don't we need a reason first? Asked Mo Nian. Fine, you want a reason. Let me give you one. Long Chen pointed at the sky. Today, the weather's not bad. Chapter 556 Taking Action. Today, the weather is excellent, perfect for killing people, said Long Chen. Fuck, that's a bit too implausible, isn't it? Mo Nian was dumbfounded. Because the weather was good, he would kill people. Do you care if it's implausible? Ask those idiots down there. Do the people secretly targeting your Mo family need to give a reason? Long Chen pointed at Luo Yingxiang. This time, Long Chen didn't conceal his voice at all. Practically the entire street heard it clearly. Those countless spectators were dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, this Long Chen really is interesting. Mo Yi couldn't help laughing upon seeing Long Chen and Mo Nian flushed with excitement. This little fellow Long Chen really doesn't know the meaning of fear. Back then, he was only at the Tendon transformation realm and still dared to charge into the first monastery on his own, treating over 100 Shantian experts as nothing more than air, praised Mo Yunshan. That memory was still deeply imprinted in his mind. That kind of heroism was truly worthy of admiration. That was something unrelated to cultivation base. Instead, it was the courage to be unafraid of death. Even if he had to die, he would pull all those people with him. That kind of ruthlessness was truly startling. Long Chen, you really must want to die. You killed my beloved son, so today, if I don't turn your bones to ashes, I won't be surnamed Luo. Shouted Luo Yingxiang. Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. What does your surname have to do with me? I'm not your dad. Luo Yingxiang almost exploded in fury. He roared, Long Chen, if you have any courage, you'll come down and fight. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He asked Mo Nian, why do I have to go down? Can't he come up? This is one of my Mo Gate's businesses. If he dared intrude, that would be a public declaration of war against Mo Gate. So he doesn't dare, sneered Mo Nian. Alright, then just let him stand there stupidly. We can keep drinking. Long Chen was somewhat speechless. What kind of broken rules were these? He really was unable to make sense of it. He decided to just directly ignore Luo Yingxiang. Didn't he like to play games with these stupid rules? Then he could keep playing. Long Chen and Mo Nian once more began drinking. Seeing them ignore him, Luo Yingxiang turned green with rage. He had an urge to charge straight into the restaurant and kill Long Chen, but he had too many misgivings. Now was still not the time for an all-out war against Mo Gate. You, go and curse that brat Long Chen out here. Luo Yingxiang suddenly pointed to a Shantian expert beside him. A total of 37 people had come with Luo Yingxiang. They were all Shantian experts. Long Chen, you coward, if you have any guts at all, you'll get out here. As I see it, you're just a tortoise. That person was helpless and could only thicken his face to curse. For a Shantian expert to curse people like a shrew was humiliating, but he didn't dare ignore Luo Yingxiang's orders. Those hidden experts all shook their heads at his actions. This was too embarrassing to watch. Long Chen, you son of a bitch, you, as that person continued to curse, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Haha, you've finally come. His delighted cry was interrupted. A blood-colored saber sliced off his head. Mo Nian and the others were all startled. Long Chen had just been drinking with them when he had suddenly disappeared. When they hastily looked down, they just managed to catch Long Chen's saber send that person's head flying. Long Chen, hand back my son's life. Luo Yingxiang was delighted, not giving a damn about the death of that Shantian expert. He immediately sent a fist crashing at him. That shocked everyone. Luo Yingxiang was wearing a steel glove that was covered with runes. The terrifying aura coming from it marked it as a powerful Shantian weapon. This fist caused the void to tremble. Luo Yingxiang was clearly planning on killing Long Chen in one strike. Long Chen's saber slashed out. An immense explosion rang out when it struck Luo Yingxiang's gloved fist. The bricks inlaid on this large road all crumbled, and Luo Yingxiang was actually sent flying. How powerful! Even the hidden spectators were stunned. They all saw that Long Chen had attacked relying entirely on his physical strength. Just the power of his physical body was enough to send a peak Xiantian expert flying. That kind of physical body was too terrifying. Even Mo Yi had never seen such a terrifying physical body before. Kill him. The experts from the giant eagle stronghold were startled, but they all took out their weapons and charged at him. A huge arrow landed in front of them, causing an immense explosion that knocked them away. They looked up in shock. Mo Nian was holding his bow, looking icily at them. His aura was gradually rising, giving them a powerful pressure. Even these Xiantian experts were suppressed by his aura. Nian'er has finally taken action, sighed Mo Yunshan. If he still didn't do anything, I'd have to expel him from Mo Gate. How did I, Mo Yi, end up having such a good-for-nothing grandson? Mo Yi's expression was slightly ugly. He had greatly hoped for Mo Nian to be the one to take the initiative, not Long Chen. If it was Mo Nian who took the initiative, then it meant he had the heart to protect his friends. It would have been in the spirit of loyalty. But for him to only take action now, the significance was completely different. So Mo Yi was actually extremely angry. If you were to just tolerate anything that happened to you, why would you even bother cultivating? What would be the point of having a higher cultivation base? Take the big picture into consideration. That was just nonsense. If you couldn't even handle yourself, how could you handle the big picture? Mo Yi's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Mo Yunshan didn't dare say a single word upon seeing his father's expression. Once Mo Nian returned home, he would probably be given another beating. What do you think you're doing, Mo Nian? Long Chen roared furiously at Mo Nian. Are you just playing around? Even at this time, you'll still follow the rules of their stupid game. Do you know how many of your allies will die while you waste your time following their rules? Do you know how many sinister blades are pointed at your Mo Gate? Do you know that if I hadn't been there, every single member of the Mushui mercenary unit would have been killed? Do you know just how many people will lose their lives while you hesitate? If you have this kind of character, then don't bother calling yourself my brother. I don't have cowards like you as my brothers. Suddenly, Luo Yingxiang leapt forward again, no longer holding anything back, sending a fist smashing towards Long Chen. Die, mountain-breaking fist. An ear-piercing sound rang out. This fist's power seemed to be about to shatter the void. You should die instead, Long Chen roared, and he swung his saber at Luo Yingxiang with fury. He was extremely dissatisfied with Mo Nian. Just now, he could have easily killed a few of these Xiantian experts. But he hadn't, instead just knocking them back. What was he trying to do? Warn them. When enemies bullied their way to your home, would they care about your warning? Was he playing around? There were times to be a badass. But if your timing was off, then you would be a dumbass instead. Now was clearly not the right time, so Long Chen was furious with Mo Nian, but he also couldn't release it on him. With nowhere else to release it, Luo Yingxiang had become the target for his anger. The ground erupted, and Luo Yingxiang was like a shooting star as he flew back. Explosions echoed continuously as Luo Yingxiang carved a large path into the road. Boundless broken bits of rock flew out, turning the surrounding buildings into a mess. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out following Long Chen's saber, and a large arrow flew out. This arrow enveloped all those Xiantian experts from the giant eagle stronghold. Miserable screams rang out. Those people had all been focused on Long Chen's saber. Several of them directly exploded upon being struck by the arrow. As for the others, they were all sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. Those distant spectators were all startled. Mo Nian was finally truly attacking. This was a real declaration of war. HMPH, this arrow is at least slightly acceptable. Mo Yi snorted, but he couldn't conceal his pride. The power of the arrow wasn't what he cared about. Instead, it was the fact that Mo Nian had finally thrown off the shackles in his heart and taken his first step. Mo Nian appeared beside Long Chen. Thank you, Long Chen. I know what to do now. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed and hit Mo Nian in the chest. This is how my brother should be. Pay back debts of gratitude and enmity no matter who tries to stop you. What's the point of having so many misgivings? If you weren't the junior master of Mo Gate, would you choose not to cultivate? Stop caring so much about your status and definitely stop being afraid of bringing trouble to your sect. If a sect is afraid of any trouble, then it means their destiny has long since run out. Long Chen's words made Mo Yi and Mo Yunshan nod inside. Long Chen's character was something they admired. But his next words made them speechless. Even if the heavens collapse, won't you have your uncle to help you? If your uncle isn't strong enough, won't you have your father? If your father and uncle aren't enough, won't you still have your family's patriarch? Furthermore, before your uncle left, didn't he secretly tell us that we could do whatever we want without any misgivings? Said Long Chen. Did my uncle ever say something like that? Asked Mo Nian. 1. Didn't your uncle say that with the two of us together, we can dominate the Qing prefecture? We haven't dominated anything yet, but our enemies have already come to find us. Then us two brothers should really see whether or not we can dominate the Qing prefecture, said Long Chen. Mo Nian's eyes brightened as he recalled that matter. Good, then today we'll throw caution to the wind and kill these bastards. Long Chen, Mo Nian, you can both die. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out and a terrifying pressure descended. An immense fist image smashed towards the two of them. Mo Nian's expression changed. Chapter 557 Blooddrinker revives. He has activated his Shantian weapon. That fist image was 300 meters wide, shocking everyone. Had Luo Yingxiang gone crazy? He wanted to kill Mo Nian. Mo Nian was the successor of Mo Gate. If he was killed, then Qingzhou City would be turned into a complete mess. When Luo Yingxiang had begun secretly accumulating his energy, Mo Yunshan had already noticed and had been preparing to block him. You don't need to do anything, said Mo Yi. But that's an attack from a Shantian weapon. Nian can't block it. Mo Yunshan was stunned. Mo Gate's core technique focused on offense, not defense. Mo Nian didn't possess such great defensive abilities. So what if he can't block it? It'll only cause some injuries. When did my Mo family's men become so fragile? Asked Mo Yi. I know you love your son, but a tree needs to be able to survive storms on its own, and an eagle needs to rely on its own power to spread its wings and fly. Can you protect him for a lifetime? When Mo Yunshan didn't reply, Mo Yi continued, just watch. I won't let anything happen to Nian or Long Chen. But now is still not the time for us to appear. As they finished speaking, Luo Yingxiang finished storing up energy, and his immense fist image tightly locked Long Chen and Mo Nian down. Mo Nian's expression changed. An attack from a Shantian weapon was something even he couldn't block. But now that he was locked down, he could only face it head-on. Don't move. Let me try something. Long Chen pushed Mo Nian behind him. Divine Ring. A 300-meter divine ring appeared behind Long Chen. It was like a red and orange rainbow behind him, and in that instant, a berserk aura soared into the sky. At the same time, a will to break free from the restrictions of the world and look down on all spread. A terrifying pressure grew. Long Chen slowly raised his blood-colored saber. He was just about to use split the heavens when a cry came from the saber, and its blood-red runes lit up. A sharp aura soared from it as if it had received some kind of energy that was reviving it. Long Chen was delighted, as he sensed a spiritual message come from Blooddrinker's spirit. In that instant, a resonance formed between their souls. So that's what it was. Before, I wasn't strong enough to activate your power. Then today, let's see what your true power is. You can take as much of my spiritual qi as you want. Long Chen didn't use any techniques. He simply randomly slashed his saber at the oncoming fist image. Blooddrinker's blood-red runes lit up, and in front of everyone's horrified expressions, that fist image, which was formed from countless runes, was cut in two. Not only that, but that blood-red saber qi also continued forward, mercilessly landing on Luo Yingxiang. That's... Mo Yi stood up in shock, looking at Long Chen's saber. Luo Yingxiang's expression completely changed. He had never imagined Long Chen's saber would possess such terrifying power. Seeing this immense saber image slashing down on him, he knew that if it hit him, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. He suddenly formed a hand seal, and a bronze statue appeared in front of him. The statue was of a dark blue eagle spreading its wings. The statue was only the size of a fist at first, but it instantly grew to a size of 300 meters. The saber qi crashed heavily onto the huge statue. All of Qingzhou City rocked from the impact. However, that eagle statue was still able to block that seemingly unblockable attack. But Luo Yingxiang continuously vomited blood, and his forehead split open, appearing incredibly frightening. The statue quickly shrank back down and was taken back by Luo Yingxiang. Cloud-piercing arrow. In that instant when Luo Yingxiang took back his statue and was vomiting blood, a huge arrow arrived in front of him. That was Mo Nian's attack. Mo Nian had been cursed awake by Long Chen, and he no longer had any misgivings. Since he had taken action, he definitely wouldn't hold back, not giving up any chance to kill his opponent. What Mo Nian didn't know was that this action of his had saved him from a beating. He had won his grandfather's praise. Luo Yingxiang had already activated his Shantian weapon, which had used up over half his Shantian power. Later, he had then summoned out his family's treasure. Although it had managed to block Long Chen's attack, that had basically used up all his remaining energy. The thing that horrified him the most was that blocking Long Chen's attack with the statue had greatly shaken his soul, and he had almost been killed from the impact. His soul had felt like it was about to be torn apart. Now that Mo Nian's attack arrived, he found himself powerless to dodge. He could only watch with terror as that arrow approached him. A large hand smashed apart the arrow, and a white-robed elder appeared in front of Luo Yingxiang. He was the one who had saved his life. It's the Pure River Valley's master, Sun Xianxia. The hidden spectators all let out startled cries upon recognizing this person. The Pure River Valley, the Sky Cry Mansion, and the Giant Eagle Stronghold were known as Qing Prefecture's three great powers. They were the strongest sects other than Mo Gate. Now that the Pure River Valley's master had saved Luo Yingxiang, it made many people guess that this was premeditated. At such a young age, you're already so vicious. Let me take the place of your family to teach you a lesson. The Pure River Valley's master snorted, and his palm slammed forward. Countless runes revolved around this palm, and a fierce astral wind attacked Long Chen and Mo Nian. Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts sank. They could both see that this old fellow was most likely a half-step C expansion expert for him to be able to keep his runes within the air. Suddenly, a golden arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, arriving right in front of Sun Xianxia in an instant. Sun Xianxia's expression changed, and he had no choice but to give up his attack, dodging to the side. The arrow shot right past his body, piercing into the ground and disappearing. It merely left behind a small hole in the ground. What shocked everyone was that whether it was when the arrow was first shot or when it pierced into the ground, there was no sound at all. It was so bizarre that it made their hair stand on end. It seems that you, Sun Xianxia, are not qualified to teach my child a lesson, right? Mo Yunshan appeared beside Long Chen and Mo Nian. After saying one icy sentence, he didn't even look at the stunned Sun Xianxia. He patted Long Chen and Mo Nian on the shoulders. Good brats, you've grown up. Greetings, Uncle Mo. Long Chen hastily bowed. It's all right, our Mo Gate doesn't have so many repulsive rules, so there's no need to be so polite. Once this matter here ends, your Uncle Mo will hold a welcoming dinner for you. Mo Yunshan smiled. Long Chen and Mo Nian's display today had greatly satisfied Mo Yi. Mo Yunshan rarely saw his father so excited. Mo Yunshan, you've actually touched the barrier. Sun Xianxia was stunned. Do you think I'm trash like you and would only touch that barrier after 800 years? Do you think I'd be as stupid as you and proudly announce it to everyone? Sneered Mo Yunshan. You even want to teach my child a lesson? With your kind of conduct, do you really think you're capable? Do you believe me when I say I can make it impossible for you to leave here alive? Mo Yunshan, don't you think you're a bit too wild to say such big words when you've only just touched the barrier? Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out and a withered old man carrying a cane walked over. It's the Sky Cry Mansion's master, Wang Yishan. It seems he has also long since arrived and is only revealing himself now. Are they planning to start a war with Mo Gate? Those distant spectators were all astonished. Ever since the Julie secret realm closed, Qing Prefecture had begun to change. The three great powers, which had previously constantly been suppressed by Mo Gate, had begun to target Mo Gate in secret. Not only had they begun secretly ruining their businesses, but they had also gradually begun to compete with them openly for their resources. Furthermore, the previously incomparably domineering Mo Gate had just endured it the whole time, puzzling everyone. At this time, there were rumors that Mo Gate might appear powerful, but they were actually very weak and had already declined, which was why they were unable to compete with the three great powers. There were also some rumors that the pill tower had cut the Mo family off from medicinal pills, which made those people feel like Mo Gate was doomed. Once you were enemies with the pill tower, the only path left for you was death. But now, their struggle had exploded in scale because of a single outsider. Their behind-the-scenes struggle was about to turn into an all-out war. The leaders of the three great powers had all appeared, shocking everyone. I can be wild because I'm young. But you are halfway to your grave already. Even if you wanted to be wild, you wouldn't have the energy. Mo Yunshan wasn't the slightest bit surprised by Wang Yishan's arrival. Wang Yishan was even older than Sun Xianxia. It seemed he had lived over 1500 years and could truly be considered an old monster. However, he had only touched the barrier after 1,000 years, reaching half-step sea expansion. It was essentially an impossibility for him to reach the sea expansion realm. Currently, his lifespan had already mostly run out, he only had a few years left in him. All his energy was focused on extending his life, which was why he seemed like a living skeleton. Uncle Mo, if you didn't say he was halfway to his grave, I would have thought he was a zombie that had crawled out of his tomb. My eyes really have been opened to a greater world. Long Chen curiously looked at Wang Yishan as if he were a monster. Brat, you must want to die. Don't land in my hands, or I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. Wang Yishan glared hatefully at Long Chen. You want to absorb my essence blood? Hee, I see, so that must be how you extend your lifespan. Otherwise, considering your basically exhausted spiritual fluctuations, you should have long since become unable to move. There's no need for you to refuse to admit it, because other than this method, there's no way you would still be standing there, said Long Chen. Long Chen's words caused huge waves amongst the spectators, and many of their expressions changed. Wang Yishan, you bastard, hand back my son's life. A furious shout rang out. Chapter 558 publicly criticized. Long Chen's words caused chaos amongst those hidden spectators, because during the past few years, young geniuses from Qing Prefecture had continuously disappeared mysteriously. Those geniuses all had cultivation bases that had reached at least the Meridian Opening Realm, and they were essentially their sect's favorites that they had raised with all their might. However, somehow, they had vanished one by one. Some of them disappeared inside the city, some of them disappeared outside the city. There were even some that were cultivating inside their own sects when they suddenly vanished without a trace. These strange incidents filled Qing Prefecture's junior experts with panic because it was just too bizarre. Now that Long Chen had said that, many people realized that this was extremely likely. Wang Yishan was a withered old skeleton now. Perhaps he really had some secret technique that allowed him to absorb essence blood to extend his lifespan. Those geniuses that had disappeared had been in their early 20s, the perfect moment when their blood qi was at its peak state. Now, many people found it to be far more than a coincidence. Wang Yishan, you goddamn wretch, hand back my son's life. Bastard, was my secluded disciple also killed by you? Wang Yishan, you old half-breed, my nephew was also definitely killed by you. Those hidden spectators jumped out to rage at Wang Yishan. During the past 100 years, too many of Qing Prefecture's junior geniuses had disappeared. Perhaps the only one who could sneak into other people's sects and snatch their disciples without anyone finding any clues was an expert who had at least reached the half-step sea expansion realm. There were only a few half-step sea expansion experts in all of Qingzhou City, so few that you could count them with your fingers. Of those people, only Wang Yishan was approaching his grave. Most importantly, according to his age, he should have died decades ago. However, he was still alive. Now that Long Chen said this, the evident facts needed no hard evidence. How can you all just believe his lies? He's intentionally trying to slander me, cried Wang Yishan in panic. You, please, who do you think Long Chen, a trash person like you isn't worth me slandering. Anyone with eyes can see your spiritual fluctuations are already practically dead. However, your blood qi fluctuations are still normal. But if you really were innocent, your blood qi and spiritual fluctuations should be similar to each other. With such an obvious gap in your alibi, why would I even need to slander you? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Now that he said this, everyone came to a sudden comprehension. The only thing they sensed from Wang Yishan was his aura, but they hadn't sensed his spiritual fluctuations. Now, they didn't have any more misgivings and sent their spiritual strength surging towards Wang Yishan. Using spiritual strength to examine another person was incredibly disrespectful. That was like stripping a woman of her clothes to examine all her secrets. It would create great enmity between the two parties. You're all courting death. Seeing this many people's spiritual strength surging towards him, Wang Yishan was furious, but panic flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Sun Changsha waved his hand, and a powerful spiritual strength surged out of him. Those people trying to examine Wang Yishan let out miserable cries, and they held their heads in agony. For you to insult the Sky Crime Mansion's master like this, are you declaring war against the Sky Crime Mansion? Shouted Sun Changsha. A cover-up only makes it worse, sneered Long Chen. But what Long Chen hadn't expected was that these impassioned people, who had wanted to kill Wang Yishan just now, actually became silent now. Right now, the three great powers had joined hands to target Mo Gate. But these people were just a bunch of weaklings. Although they were furious, they didn't dare charge into this huge vortex. In the end, they still simply endured it. Do you see? This is what it means to be an overcautious coward. Their own children were killed, but they still swallow their anger. I can guarantee that even if their wives were taken by others, they would still grin and bear it because of their big picture. When people first decide to step onto the path of cultivation, they are filled with hot blood and are fearless. But as they concede to others more and more, they will become a coward. Such people are unable to control their family's fate, and they're also unable to control their own fate. The cultivation world is just like that. The more you fear death, the easier it will be for you to die. You, Mo Nian, have already become accustomed to taking the big picture into consideration. If you continue to make it your habit to concede, then these people will be your future, said Long Chen. Mo Nian's heart shook and he even began to sweat. Looking at these people's furious expressions and how unwilling they were, he immediately understood what Long Chen meant. If Mo Nian was in their position, would he also choose to swallow his anger in front of an enormous existence he couldn't possibly withstand? If you simply swallowed your anger for the so-called big picture, what were you cultivating for? What were you living for? A harsh light shone in his eyes. He unconsciously puffed out his chest, and a formless aura slowly began to rise out of his body. Mo Yunshan looked at his son, and he clenched his hands that were hidden within his sleeves. He could sense the change in Mo Nian's mental realm. This was a kind of transformation, and this transformation could bring him endless benefits. At the same time as he was excited, he also felt a bit ashamed. He had been with his son for so long, but the only way he knew how to communicate with his son was with his fists. He had never communicated with Mo Nian like Long Chen had, or perhaps his son would not have had that kind of temperament. Long Chen, you can stop trying to sow dissension. It's already fated that you'll be unable to leave Qingzhou City alive. Wang Yishan now hated Long Chen to the bone. He had done things perfectly for this many years, not leaving behind a single clue as to his actions. But now he had been exposed. Sowing dissension, let me say it again, who do you think I, Long Chen, am? A piece of trash like you isn't worth me sowing dissension, said Long Chen lightly. His words didn't even place this half-step C expansion expert in his eyes. That wasn't to show off but a contempt that came from the depths of his bones. The deminutingness Long Chen had displayed made everyone apprehensive. Long Chen's confidence all came from himself and not some outer strength. That was an arrogant will to look down on all. This Long Chen is very interesting. Within a secret corner, there were two women looking at Long Chen. One of them was roving her gaze over him. Has Big Sister taken a fancy to him? Then do you want to see if he is your legendary soulmate? Laughed the other woman. Foolish girl, you're once again babbling nonsense. Is a soulmate so easy to find? I just feel that this Long Chen seems to have caused the entire world to become discordant. It's a very strange feeling. How come I can't sense that? All I feel is that he's very handsome and lofty. I wonder how challenging it is to seduce such a man, hee hee. Little girl, looks like your heart really is reluctant to leave the mundane world. Do you want to stop cultivating? If you spout nonsense again, I'll have to give you a spanking. Ah, don't say any more, or others will notice us. On the street, swords were drawn and bows were bent. On one side were the three great powers sect leaders, while on the other side were Mo Yunshan, Long Chen, and Mo Nian. Mo Yunshan looked at the three of them, impatiently saying, if you have something to say, then say it. If you have farts to release, then release them. If you want to fight, then let's hurry up and fight. If you don't, then fuck off. I still have to hold a welcoming dinner for my nephew. I don't have time for your crap. The three of them only dared to move their mouths, not their fists, causing him to become impatient. But Long Chen saw something within their eyes. HMPH, Mo Yunshan, don't think yourself to be so amazing just because you've managed to touch the barrier. You still need some time to truly reach half-step C expansion. This is Qingzhou City, and we're worried about people's safety, so we'll leave this matter here for today. But don't let your Mo family assume this matter will end just like this. Now that your Mo family has been cut off from medicinal pills, you'll inevitably decline. I'd advise you to be a bit more obedient, or the consequences will be very dire, said Sun Changshu icily. Mo Yunshan raised his head and laughed. An arrow suddenly shot straight towards Sun Changshou. Sun Changshou was shocked, never imagining Mo Yunshan would dare do such a thing. Before he could do anything, the arrow was already right in front of him. He hastily slammed his palm forward. Bang! His palm shattered the arrow, but he was blown back dozens of meters, appearing extremely miserable. You can cut the crap. Let's fight. Mo Yunshan raised his bow grandly, taking his fighting posture. You, fine, count yourself as vicious. We're leaving. Sun Changshou was furious, but in the end, he still left with Luo Yingxiang and Wang Yishan. Watching them leave, Mo Yunshan's expression was disdainful. He said to Mo Nian, "Our Mo family's men don't use our mouths when we can use our fists. Our strong point isn't our spit, our strong point is killing people. You have to learn how to take advantage of your strengths to resolve your problems. Only then can you make the most profit efficiently." Mo Nian's mental realm had changed today. Although Mo Yunshan had said the same words to him many times before, today, he finally understood their true meaning. "I understand, Dad." Mo Nian nodded. "Haha, good, then let's go back to Mo Gate and drink." Mo Yunshan led Long Chen and Mo Nian away. Long Chen and Mo Nian invited the Mushui mercenary unit to join them, but they diplomatically refused. After all, they were not on the same level. Going to Mo Gate would definitely make them feel ill at ease. They preferred their freedom. Long Chen didn't force them. Saying goodbye, he said that they could come to find him at Mo Gate at any time. Once they left, the spectators also disappeared. Mo Yi looked at the almost destroyed street, a flash of suspicion appearing in his eyes. Has the time still not come? They actually retreated again. Hee, interesting. Mo Yi looked towards a certain direction. He sensed a powerful existence there. That existence should also be able to sense him. However, neither of them made any movements. They simply watched each other through space for a moment before they both disappeared. Everyone's gone. How boring. I thought there'd be an exciting battle. The two women walked out. They were wearing robes and bamboo hats that hid their faces and figures. Don't complain. Let's hurry up and return. Night's coming, and if we still don't go back, we'll be scolded by the pavilion master. The two mysterious women also disappeared from the street. In the end, only the disorderly mess in the street remained to mark what had happened. Chapter 559 Mo Gate. Mo Gate was located on the north side of Qingzhou City. It wasn't too large, only taking up an area of 300 miles. All of Mo Gate was situated atop a large, stone mountain, looking just like an ancient city of stone. Currently, the core experts of the Mo family were gathered within a large hall. The only outsider present was Long Chen. Here, he saw a truly world-shaking figure, Mo Gate's current master. This tall, mountain-like elder made him feel an unprecedented pressure. He seemed like a massive volcano. Once he erupted, it could destroy the world. In front of Mo Yi, Long Chen felt himself to be as minuscule as an ant. That aura from him was even more terrifying than Shui Wuan's. Little fellows, your display today was really not bad. You've gained some face for Mo Gate, Mo Yi said to Long Chen and Mo Nian. You overpraise. All I know how to do is cause a bit of trouble, said Long Chen. As for Mo Nian, he had originally been standing side by side with Long Chen, but as soon as Mo Yi came over, he involuntarily shivered and took a step back. Little brat, what are you retreating for? Mo Yi's expression sank and he glared at Mo Nian. His tall stature and mountain-like imposingness made his glare so intimidating that even Long Chen jumped. Just now, he had been so amicable. How did he turn hostile in just an instant? The Mo family's experts were astonished not by this change, but by how pleased their old man had been acting. It had to be known that for as long as they had known him, they had rarely seen him speak so pleasantly. His praise for Mo Nian and Long Chen was unprecedented, but seeing Mo Nian cowering, his fury immediately soared. I'm afraid you'll hit me. I can't beat you, so why can't I retreat? Raged Mo Nian. So, you're saying if you could beat me, you'd fight me? Mo Yi's expression sank. Who knew what was going on with Mo Nian today, but with Long Chen by his side, it seemed his guts had grown a great deal, and he shouted, even 10 years aren't too late for revenge. I remember every single beating you gave me. There will sooner or later come a day when I repay it all. The entire hall became silent as everyone looked at Mo Nian oddly. Mo Yi suddenly laughed and appeared right in front of Mo Nian. Mo Nian reflexively raised his arms to protect his head. But unexpectedly, Mo Yi just patted him on the shoulder and praised, good. I suppose you have at least a slight backbone. I'll wait to see whether you can get your revenge within the next 10 years. Mo Nian was stunned. It seemed that in all his living memory, he had never received such nice words from his grandfather. Don't just stupidly stand there. Hurry up and eat. Today, Nian'er's friend has come, and we'll take Nian'er's place to hold a welcoming celebration for Long Chen. Laughed Mo Yi. He was extremely happy today. He was smiling more than he had in the past few decades. Long Chen noticed that all those who could sit in this place were Mo Gate's core experts. They were all Shantian experts, and he was shocked to see there were over 300 of them. They really were worthy of being Qing Prefecture's ruler. This was an overwhelming strength. However, Long Chen noticed that Mo Nian, their junior gate master, didn't seem to have any special status here. Only after he asked Mo Nian did he learn that these people were all Mo Nian's seniors. The only reason he even had the qualifications to eat with them was because of his status. Mo Gate cared a great deal about seniority and strength. Mo Nian's title of junior gate master didn't give them any special feeling. If he relied on his status to act arrogant in front of them, then these people would immediately give him a beating. Just mentioning that made Mo Nian furious. Usually, a family's junior master would be above the masses. But instead, he was often put in his place. It was truly stifling. However, the leader of Mo Gate had already said that junior master was just a title. If he wanted to convince everyone, he needed enough strength. But these people here were all Shantian experts. Mo Nian could only be suppressed. Mo Yi especially had already broken Mo Nian's courage in that regard, and each time he saw his grandfather, he would cower. Dad, tell me, what drugs did those 3 idiots take today? Even after it reached that point, they still retreated. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Mo Yunshan asked the question that had been on his mind. Mo Yi smiled slightly. According to their previous arrangements, they probably would have tried to have a large battle with us in the near future to test our power. However, Long Chen's arrival skewed their plans. That Luo Yingxiang's son ended up being killed, and so he went to go find Long Chen. The other 2 should have received the news and decided that they weren't prepared enough. However, that shouldn't be the main reason. Instead, it's because the person behind them ordered them to retreat. Do you know who that person targeting us is? Asked Mo Yunshan. There are quite a few people who have past grievances with our Mo Gate's ancestors. Back then, when we withdrew from the ancient family alliance, we offended many people. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. Our Mo family has always been low-key, letting those powers believe that we've declined. Now they want to hit us while we're down. Hee, how laughable. Although I didn't see who they were, I sensed their aura. You don't need to worry. They probably won't personally take action. It's just a bunch of senseless tricks. All you have to remember is to act as you should act. There's no need to have any misgivings. Even if the heavens collapse, I'll be there to keep them up. Mo Yi's voice was full of unconcealable demurringness. Perhaps it is destined for Long Chen to have come here at this time. In a few days, when it's time for the ancestral inheritance, Long Chen can enter with the others, said Mo Yi. His words surprised everyone, and one person said, but the quota to enter is only 10, and they've long since been taken. Give Mo Zai's spot to Long Chen. His qualifications are the most lacking, and even if he entered, there'd be no hope for him. Even Nian'er only has a 50% chance of succeeding, let alone him. It's better to let Long Chen test his luck, said Mo Yi. But Long Chen isn't a member of the Mo family. Isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. I've already said my wish, so just obediently shut up, said Mo Yi. Long Chen was confused, and he asked Mo Nian, what is this ancestral inheritance? Mo Nian whispered, brat, you're very lucky. This ancestral inheritance is something left behind by the top experts our Mo family has produced. Before they died, they sealed their heavenly Tao seed within them so that they could be absorbed by their descendants. Those mighty experts were all celestials. As for celestials, well, forget about it. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. In any case, they are rivalless masters of being badass. If you can obtain that inheritance, your bodhisattveness would shake the heavens. Celestials. Long Chen was startled. Had Yin Wusheng also gained such an inheritance? Our Mo family was once glorious to the peak. Regrettably, I don't know why, but we later declined. We only managed to retain 10 statues of our ancestors. Unfortunately, even after all these years, no one has been able to inherit the heavenly Tao seeds inside them. To inherit a heavenly Tao seed requires you to have a strong affinity with it as well as a shocking talent. I feel like you have a high chance, said Mo Nian. I feel like you should give the opportunity to someone else. I most likely won't be up to it. Long Chen shook his head. What kind of joke was that? He was someone expelled by the heavenly Taos. How could that heavenly Tao seed allow itself to be inherited by him? You should tell your old man. I really won't be capable, and it's a shame to waste it, advised Long Chen. TCH, are you trying to get me beaten? You know how tyrannical that man is. The things he decides, no one can change. Even if you don't want to go, you have to go, whispered Mo Nian. TCH, now he had to go even if he didn't want to go. Long Chen bitterly smiled and sighed. You don't need to worry. This time, we have the hidden ground spider's core. That'll let our Mo family's alchemists refine the 9 revolution Dao heart pill. It'll greatly increase our chances of succeeding, said Mo Nian. Your Mo family's alchemists, what quality of 9 revolution Dao heart pill can they refine? Asked Long Chen. It seems that if their luck is good, they can refine a 1-ring high-grade medicinal pill, said Mo Nian, unsure. 1 ring, then you should just give the core to me. I'll refine it in a way that's not so wasteful, said Long Chen. Mo Nian was doubtful, but he still gave the core to him. You can be at ease, said Long Chen, patting his own chest. The 9 revolution Dao heart pill was a 5th-tier medicinal pill. However, now that Long Chen had reached meridian opening, his spiritual strength had become even stronger, so it wasn't a problem. After finishing their meal, Mo Yi held a meeting with everyone. That had nothing to do with Long Chen and Mo Nian, so the two slipped away. Mo Nian, I still feel like this matter is a bit inappropriate, said Long Chen with hesitation. When did you become like this? This matter was decided by the old man, and no one can change it, said Mo Nian. This probably won't be good for your family's internal harmony. After all, anyone would be mad that their spot was taken, said Long Chen. You're overthinking it. This inheritance isn't so easy to obtain. Not one person has obtained it in tens of thousands of years. My father said that even with my talent, I only have a 50% chance, and that's already incredibly high amongst all our past generations. Other people are basically just extras, and they all know that. It's just a formality. Don't worry, our Mo family's people are all magnanimous men. Mo Nian laughed. How come these words sound completely different from your mouth than from Uncle Mo? Long Chen also laughed. TCH, what are you implying? Are you trying to say I'm not manly enough? Then should we find somewhere to have a little competition? Raged Mo Nian. TCH, if you have that much energy, then you should go kill some more enemies. What competition are you planning to have with me? Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen, today, you've given me a wake-up call. I really did have too many misgivings. Starting today, I'll return to my true self. Wait here, I'll go to my grandfather's private room and steal some jugs of good wine. Let me say, those are the true fine wine. They've all been stored in cellars for over 1,000 years, hee. Mo Nian actually involuntarily began to salivate. Alright, then go, but make sure not to take the one you pissed in back then, reminded Long Chen. Once Mo Nian left, Long Chen just strolled around Mo Nian's small courtyard. The walls of his room had been carved into statues. He was in the midst of examining them when an icy voice rang out. Chapter 560 Strange Woman. Long Chen turned back and saw a woman looking at him vigilantly. She had a slender figure. Her long eyebrows framed her phoenix eyes. She was extremely beautiful, but her hair was like a man's, bound behind her head. She gave off a valiant feeling. Her aura was formidable, and her eyes were like swords as she glared at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart involuntarily trembled. This woman was extremely powerful. Long Chen sensed an intense pressure from this woman. That kind of pressure was something even Mo Nian was unable to give him. That made him a bit bewildered. How could there be an even more terrifying genius than Mo Nian in Mo Gate? I am Mo Nian's friend. Although he didn't know who this woman was, he still answered. He thought that rather than reporting his own name, it would be better to say Mo Nian's name. You are Long Chen? She asked. She knows me. Long Chen smiled slightly. Yes, but what he hadn't expected was for her expression to immediately sink, and she raged, so it was you. You bastard, you're the one who led Mo Nian astray. Today, just watch as I teach a womanizer like you a lesson. After saying that, she pushed out a palm, and a fierce astral wind enveloped Long Chen. With just a single palm, she sealed off any of his retreat paths. Hey, has there been some sort of misunderstanding? I don't even know you. Long Chen hastily fell back, feeling befuddled. How did this woman turn hostile so quickly? Furthermore, she was attacking within Mo Gate. Her guts were a bit too big. There's no misunderstanding. Ever since Mo Nian got to know you, he began to stray. Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think all women are easy to bully. The woman snorted upon seeing Long Chen fall back. She didn't move her body, but somehow, her palm seemed to pierce through the restrictions of space to reach him. Long Chen was completely baffled, and he raged, "The only reason I'm letting you be so willful is because you're a woman. If you still don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for attacking. HMPH, just you. If you could even last 10 exchanges with me, it would count as your win." She snorted, her palm continuing forward. Now, Long Chen had nowhere else to go. In front of this overbearing woman, he couldn't help but feel some rage. That was especially so with how arrogant she was, saying that he couldn't even last 10 exchanges. That was definitely bullying. He knew she wasn't a simple woman, and in the face of her valiant palm, he sent out his own fist. A muffled bang rang out. Long Chen was startled. He had already used 30% of his strength, but she wasn't shaken in the slightest. It had to be known that his power had already reached an abnormal level, but this woman was also still relying purely on her physical strength. Her power was definitely shocking. You still dare hold back? Are you looking down on me? HMPH, then just let me see what qualifications you have to make those countless women favor you. The woman snorted, and suddenly, a vast power erupted from her. The ground beneath their feet became covered with cracks. Long Chen had to hastily circulate his own energy to resist. Looking at that woman, he suddenly understood something. With the two of them circulating their strength, the powerful force blew up Mo Nian's courtyard. You must be Mo Nian's fiancé, correct? Are you trying to destroy Mo Nian's home? How about we just both stop here? It wouldn't be good to alarm the elders, said Long Chen. The way she was clenching her teeth along with the grievance in her words made Long Chen connect her to when Mo Nian had asked Long Chen to teach him his divine pickup techniques. Now that this heroic woman appeared in front of him, he suddenly understood. The bridge of her nose and her lips were thinner than average. Judging strictly by facial appearances, such women tended to be extremely powerful and tough. It was the typical model of a strong woman. Such people all had stubborn temperaments. It was no wonder Mo Nian would be so vexed. Such a woman definitely wouldn't share their man with someone else. HMPH, a pretentious coward without the slightest mettle of a man. Even you could manage to captivate a woman. Those women must really have problems with their eyes, she sneered. She was increasing the strength of her palm more and more, without the slightest intent to retreat. The reason I'm still letting you off is because you are Mo Nian's woman. I'm giving face to Mo Nian, so you can insult me. But don't insult my women, because that will make me angry. Long Chen's expression sank and his eyes were like two icy blades. Long Chen's gaze made that woman's heart pound. In that instant, she felt as if an ancient monster had awakened, and an intense sense of danger filled her. HMPH, so what if you're angry? Did you think that just because you have some looks and a bit of power you can play with their emotions? Today, Big Sister will take this chance to teach you a lesson. Don't think yourself to be infallible. Not all women are weak. Not all women need to rely on a man to live. Following her furious roar, her aura completely erupted, feeling like an ocean wave crashing onto the shore. In that instant, she revealed her mid-meridian opening cultivation base. But that vast power was practically irresistible. Long Chen was also furious with her. Her words had ended up touching Meng Qi and the others, and that was something no one could touch. With a snort, his spiritual qi began to rapidly circulate within his meridians. Once again, a powerful explosion rocked Mo Nian's courtyard. Now, nothing remained of it. Long Chen no longer cared. If Mo Nian's girlfriend didn't care, then he shouldn't blame his brother for this. If Mo Nian wanted someone to blame, he could only blame this girlfriend of his. Now, all of Mo Gate was startled. But unexpectedly, when they saw this woman, their expressions became odd and they simply watched from a distance. The higher levels of the Mo family also arrived. When Mo Yi saw the two of them, he just found a place to sit and watch the show. The thing that depressed Long Chen the most was that at some unknown point, Mo Nian had also appeared in the crowd. However, he didn't help, instead finding a good place to watch. Mo Nian, you little coward, hurry up and handle your girlfriend. Raged Long Chen. Mo Nian curled his lips, thinking to himself. Brother, if I could handle her, I would have done it ages ago. Good brothers should share fortune and disaster together, so don't blame me for not standing by you. HMPH, even if you shout until your throat's sore, no one will help you. The Mo family's rules are just like that, and only strength is respected. Ever since that brat Mo Nian met you, he started to go astray. He's always trying to chase other girls' skirts. I don't even know how many times I've had to sort him out. But that brat still refuses to repent, saying unless I can sort you out too, making you also not fickle in love, he won't live peacefully with just me. Today, I'll make you fully submit so that urge of Mo Nian's completely dies. However, as long as you swear to be faithful to one woman until the day you die, I can let you off right now, she said icily. Long Chen countered, what do your matters have to do with me? Look after your own man. Mo Nian said you're brothers with him, and that brothers are like hands and feet, while women are like clothes. Apparently, you are more important to him than me. If I can't change you, I don't have the qualifications to change him. If you have any complaints, go complain to Mo Nian. Fuck, Mo Nian, you little bastard, you really are trying to con me. Long Chen roared furiously. What kind of logic was this? They definitely had to be mentally ill. That bastard Mo Nian had actually used such nonsense reasoning to drag him down. As for Mo Nian's uncle, he just laughingly stood by Mo Nian's grandfather. He didn't get angry, instead just watching Long Chen. Long Chen's fist was still blocking that woman's palm. The two of them were increasing their power more and more, and the ground was covered in growing spider web-like cracks. However, once those cracks spread several hundred meters, they stopped and actually began to fuse back together. Long Chen, you aren't my match. As long you promise to be a faithful man in the future, I won't make it hard on you anymore. But if you refuse, each time I see you and Mo Nian, I'll have to give you a beating, she said. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian and saw his delighted expression as if dragging a person down was a delightful thing. He raged, Mo Nian, you bastard, how dare you abuse me like this? I suppose there's no need for me to keep that matter from the Julie secret realm's secret anymore. You know, I never told anyone about how you and that woman from the unfettered sect flirted back and forth. For you to treat me like this, are you even a real brother? As soon as Long Chen's voice rang out, Mo Nian's expression completely changed and he raged, when did I ever flirt with a woman from the unfettered sect? Don't spout nonsense, Long Chen. Mo Nian had never imagined Long Chen would be this vicious, lying through his teeth without batting an eye. That faked furious expression of his had almost managed to dupe even him. As for his fiancée, her expression became icy and she glared at Mo Nian. Mo Nian felt his hair stand on end. Zongying, don't listen to his lies. He's intentionally trying to frame me. That matter is completely fabricated. He explained hastily. Mo Nian, are you even a man? That woman promised you that once you both reached the Shantian realm, she would give you a bunch of babies. Have you forgotten? For you to say such pitiless words, how are you worthy of her love? Cried Long Chen righteously, barely keeping his delight inside. Mo Nian's face turned green. Long Chen was definitely trying to get him killed. Seeing his fiancée's ashen expression, he knew explaining would be useless. His heart became icy cold. Miss, you should forgive Mo Nian. Think about how much that woman loves Mo Nian. How can you have the heart to separate them? If everyone was together, having babies together, spreading the Mo family's branches, how great would that be? Long Chen struck while the iron was still hot. Shut up, you think I would fall for your scheme? You and Mo Nian are both rotten things, and today, I'll first subdue you and then handle Mo Nian. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled, and countless runes filled the air, revolving around her. Long Chen's pupils shrank. Cry of the Heavenly Daos. Chapter 561 Exploding Killing Intent. Countless runes condensed in the air, surrounding that woman. The void trembled in a rhythmic cadence. She's actually a celestial. Long Chen was now too familiar with this manifestation, because in that instant, he felt the will of the Heavenly Daos expel him. He sensed the world immediately become inharmonious with him. He was isolated and also suppressed by some kind of energy, making it so he couldn't absorb more spiritual qi. This was a celestial's manifestation, the cry of the Heavenly Daos. It was a very resounding, very arrogant name, but Long Chen was filled with hate and killing intent towards this manifestation. The instant she activated her manifestation, all the Mo family's experts' pupils shrank. Although they had known she was a celestial, the cry of the heavenly Taos was rarely seen. Furthermore, even if you saw this manifestation 100 times, you would still be incomparably shocked. This represented the will of the heavenly Taos, something no one could resist. This was why celestials were termed the top heavenly geniuses of this world. Under that heavenly Tao suppression, even Shantian experts would have to lower their heads. Mo Nian clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for this manifestation, he wouldn't need to be afraid of her. If he could just defeat her, then he would be completely free. What he said would be what counted. But before he could defeat this fiancée of his, he would have to listen to her. The ground beneath Long Chen emitted an explosive sound. The strength behind her palm multiplied, and it was like a mountain trying to crush Long Chen. Long Chen instantly sank into an inferior position, the ground beneath him crumbling. Her power had explosively increased, while his own was being reduced. Let's stop. Don't play this kind of nonsensical game, sighed Long Chen. Admit defeat. You aren't a celestial, and there's no way you are my match, she advised. Let me say it again, let's stop playing this nonsensical game. You aren't able to suppress me, said Long Chen icily. Long Chen's expression was dark, and his eyes shone coldly. A dense killing intent was surfacing out of his heart. He was currently doing his best to suppress that killing intent. That killing intent wasn't towards this woman, but towards the cry of the heavenly Taos. After entering the meridian opening realm, Long Chen's primal chaos beat had become stronger and endless energy filled him. He felt as if his own blood was boiling. He knew this was the involuntary reaction of the 9-star hegemon body art towards the cry of the heavenly Taos. It felt an intense desire to destroy it, which caused Long Chen to feel an urge to kill this woman. But this woman wasn't really an enemy. In fact, she was Mo Nian's fiancée, so there was no way he could kill her. That was why he was giving her a warning. However, she didn't notice the situation, causing him to feel anger. As soon as he got angry, the killing intent became even stronger. Did you hear me? I said stop. Long Chen suddenly roared and killing intent surged out of him. This terrifying killing intent caused the world to shiver. His roar was like thunder, and he seemed like a devil as he stood there. That killing intent grew stronger and stronger, and the Mo family's experts that were spectating all felt their hearts turn cold. It was as if Long Chen had transformed into a bloodthirsty monster that might go berserk at any moment. That intense feeling of danger caused their hair to stand on end. That woman also sensed it. A terrifying energy was on the verge of erupting from Long Chen's body. However, she had no intentions of retreating. Suddenly, a gentle force appeared between their hands, and the two of them were immediately blown back dozens of meters. Gate Master. The woman turned her head to see Mo Yi had already stood up. It was he who had separated the two of them. Zongying, let this competition go as a draw. We're all one family, so there's no need to go all out. Long Chen didn't win, and you didn't lose. The matters between you and Mo Nian should be resolved between the two of you. Let me say the same thing again, whoever is stronger has the bigger voice. Mo Yi smiled towards her. All listened to Gate Master's instructions. She hastily bowed. Evidently, she was extremely respectful towards Mo Yi. Once she put away her manifestation, Long Chen gradually returned to normal. Even he didn't know why his reaction towards this manifestation of the heavenly Taos had become so intense after advancing to meridian opening. Back when he had faced Yin Wushang, all he had felt was rejection. But now, he had almost been unable to suppress his own emotions. That killing intent and hate was uncontrollable. Don't be angry, Long Chen. Our Mo family's people all have this kind of temperament. We also don't treat you like an outsider now that you're here. A battle between youngsters isn't some bad thing. Here, let me give you an introduction. This is Mo Nian's fiancé, Lu Zongying. Seeing that Long Chen's expression was still a bit gloomy, he thought Long Chen might still hold some ill feelings towards her, so he opened his mouth. Hey, you couldn't actually be angry, right? For a man to be so petty, getting angry just because he couldn't win, that would be too unmanly. But if you really are angry, I will apologize to you, said Lu Zongying magnanimously, extending a hand towards him. Long Chen smiled bitterly inside. Why did it seem like she wanted him to say he wasn't a man? He wasn't actually angry, but just now, he had almost gone berserk. If he really did go berserk and go all out, that would cause a huge disturbance. If Lu Zongying was an enemy, then fine, but the main problem was that she wasn't. Now that she had extended her hand so heroically, he couldn't help sighing emotionally. Mo Nian really was lucky to run into such a top-grade person. No need for an apology. I'm not so petty. I suppose it's as the expression goes, you can't make friends without fighting. Long Chen also extended his hand. Originally, he had just been intending on having a gentle shake with her to express that any of their grievances ended here. He hadn't expected her hand to tightly clench his. He felt as if his hand was caught in an iron loop. Long Chen immediately felt an urge to laugh. This woman really was peak grade. Even at this time, she didn't give up a chance to compete. But it went without saying that Lu Zongying's strength was incredible. Let alone another woman, even a male Shantian expert who spent years bitterly training his physical body wouldn't necessarily be stronger than her. If it was just physical strength, Long Chen wouldn't fear anyone. No matter how Lu Zongying tried, Long Chen just smiled calmly. What kind of joke was that? His body had been tempered by heavenly tribulation. Within the same realm, the only one who could make him feel pain in this way was probably Wild. If you keep holding my hand like that, Mo Nian will get jealous, said Long Chen bashfully. Ah, no, I won't get jealous. You can keep holding it for a while. Mo Nian laughed. Of course, he wouldn't be jealous. Just from Lu Zongying's posture, he knew what was going on. His bones had already been crushed several times now. He really was not the slightest bit jealous. All right, Zongying, why have you suddenly come here? Mo Yunshan finally interjected to defuse the situation. Uncle Mo, my father wanted me to give you a letter. Here, only now did Lu Zongying remember her proper business and hand over a letter. Mo Yunshan read that letter and smiled coldly. He then handed it to Mo Yi. Mo Yi didn't have any expression upon reading it. There are always people who like to join in on the fun. But that's not always a bad thing. Zongying, if you have nothing else to do, you should live here for a few days. With Mo Nian and Long Chen present, you'll have some playmates, said Mo Yunshan. Hearing that, Mo Nian's expression instantly changed. If he was able to defeat this father of his, he would have long since attacked. Wasn't he trying to harm him now? I still have one more matter to take care of. Once I finish it, I'll come back to find Mo Nian. Gate Master, Uncle Mo, I'll take my leave first. Lu Zongying bowed towards Mo Yi and Mo Yunshan. Afterward, she walked over to Mo Nian. You better listen to me. Unless your strength surpasses mine, don't even think about being fickle-hearted and getting multiple wives. Lu Zongying left just like that. She was extremely direct and straightforward. Once Lu Zongying left, Mo Yi told Long Chen and Mo Nian to stay inside for a few days. They were about to attempt to attain the ancestral inheritance. They had to maintain their peak state. Then the others left, and it was only Long Chen and Mo Nian. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian, not saying anything, merely laughing mischievously. Mo Nian was a bit scared of Long Chen's laughter. He awkwardly said, well, now you've seen my future wife. So that means I really treat you like a real brother. TCH, tell me, did you do this intentionally or not? You wanted me to be your shield. Raged Long Chen. As soon as Mo Nian had left, Lu Zongying had arrived. That was definitely a trap. I swear, I had no idea she would come. Otherwise, no matter what, I definitely wouldn't con you. I really went to get the wine. But when I returned, I saw her and then, well, you know, said Mo Nian. Mo Nian, are you even a man? Don't you feel it's embarrassing to be this afraid of your woman? Said Long Chen. Please, you don't even understand my struggles. Would you like to try having such a valiant woman? Our arranged marriage was set when I was just 6 years old. She has bullied me for 12 whole years, and I haven't had the slightest chance to reverse the scales. Cried Mo Nian helplessly. You were actually childhood friends? Asked Long Chen. Childhood friends, as if, when she was 10, she awakened as a celestial. My talent was never able to compare to hers. More importantly, my Mo family's cultivation technique focuses on offense, not defense. It's not like I can really attack her mercilessly. Well, the main point is that even if I did, I wouldn't be able to beat her. Each time, I can only be bullied by her. So, I want to switch to a more gentle woman. But you've also seen just how difficult it is to achieve such a grand dream. Right now, my only hope is the ancestral inheritance. If I can obtain that inheritance, there will still be a chance I can reverse the tides. But if I fail, then just thinking about those dark days will make me want to kill myself, said Mo Nian bitterly. This was Long Chen's first time feeling a trace of sympathy for Mo Nian. His grievance faded a great deal. He supposed it really was difficult for a man to live this way. It's all right, don't cry. Let's go find a place to taste your old man's fine wine. Then I'll help you refine pills in preparation for the inheritance. Long Chen and Mo Nian switched locations. They chatted as they drank, and only then did Long Chen learn that the Mo family and the Lu family were old friends. However, it seemed that since the Mo family declined, the differences between the two had only grown. As for the specifics, Mo Nian didn't know. Only the higher-ups of the family knew, and they all kept their mouths tightly sealed. After resting for a bit, Long Chen had Mo Nian keep watch as he began refining. As a result, when he refined a furnace of pills in front of him, Mo Nian became dumbfounded. Chapter 562 Ancestral Inheritance. Within the pill furnace were 9 6-ring 9 revolution Dao heart pills. When Mo Nian saw that, he practically didn't believe his eyes. Long Chen refined a total of 2 furnaces of pills. The Mo family only had 10 spots for this inheritance, and so his 18 9 revolution Dao heart pills were enough. After the refinement, the two began to meditate, allowing themselves to reach their peak states. 3 days later, someone came to inform the two of them to start going to the inheritance land. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that the Mo family's inheritance land was right below Mo Gate. They went through a winding channel underground. They went deeper and deeper. Long Chen could sense an ancient aura filling the air. There were a total of 10 young disciples, while the person leading them was Mo Yunshan. It could be seen just how important this inheritance was. Long Chen was surprised that they had to travel for a full 6 hours before they arrived in front of a huge stone gate. This stone gate was 300 meters tall, and ancient runes were carved into it. He felt extremely stifled here. Atop the stone gate was a sparkling crystal. A white light shone from the crystal. Mo Yunshan walked to the top of the stone gate and dripped a drop of his purest essence blood onto it. His essence blood formed a strange diagram on the crystal, looking similar to a rune. The stone gate slowly opened. A heavy aura burst out, and Long Chen felt an ocean-like pressure crash down on him. It was like a mountain had suddenly appeared on top of him, and even space seemed to freeze. Other than Long Chen and Mo Nian, the others all vomited a mouthful of blood. Under that terrifying pressure, they were all injured. Long Chen hastily looked inside to see a wide hall. It was a square mile and was also 300 meters high. On the wall in front of them were 10 immense statues that were as tall as the entire hall. Boundless pressure came from them. Go in, all close the gate. The ancestral pressure inside will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Don't waste this chance. After sending them in, Mo Yunshan slowly closed the stone gate. When the stone gate was closed, the pressure inside the hall grew even greater. It was like they were at the bottom of a reservoir that was currently storing more and more water. This is the ancestral bloodline pressure. Don't resist it. Borrow the pressure to purify your bloodline energy, said Mo Nian. These people had all been told about this before entering, and so they all sat down, allowing the pressure to wash over them. Long Chen knew this was the benevolence left behind by their ancestors. The Mo family's ancestors had left behind their own bloodline qi here to help their descendants. Only today did Long Chen understand what was called having a strong foundation. The Mo family had once been an ancient family. Even though they had withdrawn from the ancient family alliance, their foundation was still present. Let alone everything else, just the 10 statues here were enough to benefit their descendants greatly. These statues were incredibly ancient. It was unknown just how many years they had survived. Furthermore, for those ancestors to have been able to preserve their bloodline energy all the way until now, it was unknown just how strong they had to have been. Thinking of that, Long Chen suddenly felt himself to be extremely minuscule. The spirit world expert, the barbarian race skeleton in the Julie secret realm, and these statues in front of him made him feel like he still had a long path in front of him. His path stretched so far that he wasn't even able to see the destination. Compared to Mo Nian and the others, he had nothing to do right now. He wasn't a disciple of the Mo family, and so he was unable to connect to their bloodline. In fact, Long Chen didn't even know anything about his own bloodline. Once his spirit blood had been taken, his bloodline energy had been snatched away as well. Right now, there were no bloodline runes in his blood, so there was no way for him to activate his bloodline energy. However, he had the 9-star hegemon body art. When it was activated, he wouldn't be suppressed by any bloodline. Otherwise, Under a bloodline pressure and the suppression of the heavenly Taos, he really would be stifled to death. It could be said that the 9-star hegemon body art was his strongest skill. Only after more than 2 hours did Mo Nian slowly open his eyes. A new rune had appeared on his forehead, the same rune as the one outside the stone gate. When that rune appeared, a light rumbling began to come from Mo Nian's body, and a powerful bloodline pressure began to rise. However, Mo Nian quickly reined it in. The rune on his forehead also disappeared. Congratulations on activating your bloodline pressure. Long Chen smiled. Mo Nian smiled. In truth, it isn't activating but undoing a seal. My Mo family's disciples all have their bloodline energy sealed. This is just lifting the seal. Lifting the seal. Yes, this seal is something we placed on ourselves. There are 2 reasons to do this. One is that our Mo family's bloodline is no longer pure, so doing this can minimize the amount of bloodline energy that dissipates over time. That way, we can keep our bloodline going for more generations without the quality dropping. The other reason is that my Mo family is trying to be low-key. There are enemies watching us. We're just waiting for a chance to soar. Even though we've unsealed our bloodline, we'll still keep it hidden, and we won't reveal it easily. This is to mislead our opponents, said Mo Nian. Won't doing this cause the opposite of what you want? If you let your opponents consider you as prey, they'll just devour you in one gulp. Long Chen shook his head. Hee, did you think those jumping clowns out there are our match? They're far too lacking. Let's not talk about that right now. It seems like everyone's done. Let's go look at the statues. Just like that, Mo Nian brought everyone over to the first huge statue. Once he got closer, Long Chen realized that these weren't stone statues but wooden statues. This wood was harder than iron, and countless lines covered it. Those natural lines seemed like a marvelous formation that was sending some kind of mysterious energy into the statue. This is the inheritance statue. According to Father, we used to have many, but now we only have these 10. These wooden statues each have a heavenly Tao seed of an almighty expert from our family. They sealed their own Tao seeds for their descendants. Each one of them was once an amazing figure. They were world-shaking celestials. But after so many generations, their descendants, have been unable to even obtain the treasures that our ancestors left behind for us. Just thinking about it is depressing. Mo Nian couldn't help sighing regretfully. The Mo family's disciples were also ashamed. They were unable to even take the treasures that their ancestors had left for them. That was truly enough to make a person too ashamed to show their face. Junior Gate Master, you'll definitely succeed, said one of them. They were all confident in Mo Nian. You guys shouldn't slack off either. This kind of thing doesn't just rely on talent and strength, but it also requires a certain destiny. Do your best, said Mo Nian. Everyone hastily selected a statue for themselves. They were all extremely nervous, as well as excited and uneasy. One disciple placed their hand on a statue's foot. The statue lit up, and a powerful force came from it. The disciple immediately vomited blood and flew back. After that, the statue returned to normal, the light fading. Mo Nian couldn't help sighing. Failure signified that this statue could not be activated again for the next decade. The statue would enter a sealed state that did not allow its heavenly Tao seed to be touched. That disciple crawled up, ashamed. Junior Gate Master, don't be discouraged. You've already done your best. Everyone, you don't need to force it. Like I said, this doesn't rely just on strength but also destiny. All you can do is try, said Mo Nian. Continuous bangs rang out one after another, as those disciples were blown back by a powerful force. Mo Nian's expression became a bit ugly. Mo Yunshan had told them that this group was the strongest one with the best talent within the last century. However, the results were merciless. Another disciple vomited blood and actually directly fainted. Because he hadn't been willing to just give up, he had gone all out, resulting in him taking heavy injuries. Now, other than Long Chen and Mo Nian, the other 8 had failed. The 2 of them were their last hopes. But Long Chen wasn't a member of the Mo family. Mo Nian immediately felt an immense pressure himself. The heavenly Tao seed inside the statue will flood into your body like an open dam when you touch it. That terrifying impact is something the others were unable to bear, so they failed. But with your strength, you should be able to handle it, said Long Chen. You can feel the energy? Asked Mo Nian. Many of them had been blown back by some force, but they were unable to even tell what that force was from. However, Long Chen was able to sense it slightly. Isn't that just a waste of breath? These things contain the will of the heavenly Taos. How could I not sense them? These are the things I hate the most. Go on, relax. It won't be any problem for you. At worst, you'll just spit out some saliva, joked Long Chen. Don't joke. Those statues have my ancestors' energy within them. How could I spit on them? But no matter what, I have to try it. Mo Nian clenched his teeth. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand on the statue's foot. What alarmed everyone was that Mo Nian immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 563 Rather die than submit. Junior Gate Master. Mo Gate's disciples all cried out in shock. At the same time, their hearts turned cold. If even Mo Nian failed, then there really was no hope. Don't worry, he succeeded, said Long Chen. Although Mo Nian had vomited a mouthful of blood, his hand was still pressed against the statue. Long Chen could sense a strange energy crazily pouring into his body. It was the first wave of the inheritance that was the most difficult to receive. But if you could endure it, then everything after it would be much easier. Now Mo Gate's disciples were filled with wild ecstasy. Mo Nian hadn't been blown back. That signified that he had passed the test of the statue and could receive the inheritance. You guys should protect him. But don't disturb him, because this process requires some time, said Long Chen. Yes. They hastily spread out around him, not daring to make any further noise. They were worried that even the sound of their breathing might impact Mo Nian. Seeing that Mo Nian was still completely steady, Long Chen turned to the last statue. He couldn't help feeling a bit helpless inside. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to place his hand on the statue. A fierce energy surged into him. His clothes and hair blew back, and his body shook slightly. That made the others' jaws drop. Long Chen resisted the impact just like that. That was a bit too terrifying, right? That impact was extremely powerful. It possessed exceptionally harsh requirements for the physical body. But Mo Gate's core technique focused on offense, not defense, so their weak point was their physical body. These statues' trial was to test the Mo family's disciples' weak point. If they were able to endure that impact, then that meant they were geniuses amongst geniuses. But if they were unable to endure it, then all that could be said was that they weren't talented enough, and there was no need for them to waste their ancestors' sweat and blood. Long Chen felt a vast energy pouring into his body. It was like a bottomless ocean of energy. He couldn't help feeling apprehensive. This ancestor of the Mo family had left behind their heavenly Tao seat here. The will of heaven and earth was contained within it. Even Long Chen didn't know what would happen. But now that things had reached this point, he could only take things step by step. If he could refine this heavenly Tao seed, he would also become a celestial. Then he would no longer be expelled by the heavens. That would be extremely beneficial to him. An incense stick's time later, all the energy within the statue had poured into his body, slowly condensing inside him. The energy was continuously compressing, like an ocean trying to compress itself into a pool. As that energy compressed, countless runes began to appear. But even after those runes appeared, the energy continued to compress. In the end, it condensed into a seed formed from countless, tiny runes. The instant that seed condensed, boundless pressure erupted, and it began to attack Long Chen's body. Long Chen's body also began to expel this seed. The Feng Fu and Alioth stars began to automatically circulate to fight against it. Fuck, I just knew it wouldn't go smoothly. Once that seed condensed, Long Chen saw that it simply refused to acknowledge him. It almost felt like a bride who had brushed away her veil to see that her groom was ugly and immediately turned hostile. It began to wreak havoc in his body. Since you've come, then don't think about leaving. Long Chen clenched his teeth and circulated his spiritual qi in an attempt to refine this seed. He was intending on refining it the same way he had refined the Thunder Force back then. But he found that no matter how he tried, he was unable to erase its will. It was still crazily rebelling. Just at this moment, the primal chaos bead trembled, and the seed immediately became calm. Long Chen was delighted and was just about to try and refine it when the seed began to float towards the primal chaos space's black soil. Fuck, don't do this. Don't devour the heavenly Tao seed. Long Chen hastily pulled it back. It would be far too wasteful for the black soil to devour this seed. But as soon as he pulled the seed out of the primal chaos space, it once more began to crazily rebel, refusing to allow him to refine it. With Long Chen's strength, it was impossible to refine this seed. Right now, he had only two choices. One was to allow the primal chaos space to devour it, which would fill the space with a huge amount of life energy. But that was far too wasteful. Long Chen was unwilling to do that. He hastily turned to look at Mo Nian. Runes were revolving around his body now. He had already received his seed's approval. Without even thinking about, Long Chen placed his palm on Mo Nian's back. Haha, I, Mo Nian, have finally managed to become a Grand Celestial, PFFT. Mo Nian had only just opened his eyes, his expression one of wild delight, when a powerful energy poured into his body and he instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, what are you doing? The Mo family's disciples were all furious that Long Chen would actually sneak attack Mo Nian, and they were just about to attack him. Everyone, fall back, shouted Mo Nian. He then looked at Long Chen. You, don't waste time and just refine it. Long Chen was inserting the seed into Mo Nian's body. Mo Nian instantly understood Long Chen's meaning, and his eyes turned red. He was actually giving his Dao seed to him. He wanted to refuse, but Long Chen didn't give him any chance. Using the most straightforward method, he directly inserted the seed into his body. Mo Nian took a deep breath. He knew now wasn't the time to be argumentative. This seed was something his ancestor had left behind, and it had a kind of special familiarity to his blood. Even before he refined it, it began to merge into his body. Seeing that, Long Chen felt a twinge of envy. This was definitely bullying. The difference between people was too great. In his hands, that Dao seed would rather die than submit. But in Mo Nian's body, it seemed to be perfectly happy to be refined. Suddenly, space trembled and Mo Nian's aura explosively grew. Countless runes filled the air, forming a sea of runes. Furthermore, there were two illusory figures within this sea of runes. They appeared behind Mo Nian's body, emitting boundless pressure. The Mo family's disciples all dropped to the floor and knelt. They felt a bloodline suppression as well as a reverence from the depths of their souls. They looked up at Mo Nian with ecstasy. Mo Nian's ancestral mark had appeared on his forehead again. But now, that mark was no longer its original red color. A faint gold shade had appeared within it. The sea of runes and the illusory figures faded. That terrifying pressure also dissipated. Only then could they sigh with relief. Mo Nian slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, another kind of majesty appeared in them. Feeling the boundless energy within his body as well as the favoritism the heavenly Daos were giving him, Mo Nian was so excited that he felt an urge to cry. No need for nonsense. The main point was that I couldn't refine that Dao seed, or I also wouldn't have just given it to you. Let's go, and let your old man be happy for a bit. Long Chen laughed. Mo Nian nodded. He didn't believe Long Chen, so he remembered this favor in his heart. The huge stone door opened. What Long Chen and the others hadn't expected was that all the higher-ups of the Mo family were standing outside. These usually carefree experts were now nervously staring at them. Nian, you actually succeeded. Mo Yi's old face was filled with emotion. He could sense the will of the heavenly Daos from Mo Nian. He crazily laughed, shaking everyone's eardrums. Ha ha ha, my Mo family finally has a qualified successor. Mo Yunshan was also immensely joyful. Although they had guessed Mo Nian would have a 50% chance of succeeding, no one could be sure about something like this. So all of them had been nervously waiting here, waiting for the stone gate to open. And Mo Nian really hadn't let them down. Good job Nian, hee. Oh, Long Chen failed. How regretful. But child, you don't need to be dejected. Only now did Mo Yunshan realize there was no will of the heavenly Daos on Long Chen's body, so he hastily comforted him. Dad, Long Chen gave his heavenly Dao seed to me, said a red-eyed Mo Nian. Mo Yi and the others were all shocked. So Long Chen had actually obtained the heavenly Dao seed but hadn't refined it for himself, instead giving it to Mo Nian. It had to be known that Long Chen's actions were equivalent to ruining his own future prospects to benefit Mo Nian. Long Chen, how could you be so foolish? Mo Yi looked at Long Chen both emotionally as well as helplessly. Hee, in truth, it wasn't anything big. That heavenly Dao seed was something I couldn't refine. Rather than just wasting it, it was better for me to give it to Mo Nian. That way, Mo Nian can get stronger and get some more wives and concubines, allowing the Mo family to spread its branches. Wouldn't that be better? Laughed Long Chen. The Mo family experts all felt profound gratefulness towards Long Chen. To give up the chance to become a celestial for someone else was something not everyone could do. Old man, just wait. Once I refine 2 heavenly Dao seeds, I'll quickly be able to challenge you. Hee. Mo Nian laughed sinisterly at his grandfather, his voice filled with pride. Ha ha ha, brat, you have guts. Don't think that just because you've refined too. Wait, what? Mo Yi's expression suddenly changed. That's right, too. Because other than the seed Long Chen gave me, I also obtained one of my own. Hehe, old man, now do you feel the pressure? Mo Nian fiercely raised his eyebrows. Quick, bring out your heavenly Tao manifestation for me to see. Mo Yi immediately grabbed Mo Nian and urged him eagerly. When everyone saw Mo Nian's cry of the heavenly Taos that had two illusory figures within it, all of the Mo family's experts knelt on the ground. The ancestors' blessing, our Mo family can finally soar. Mo Yi couldn't help but tear up, his voice filled with emotion. Grandfather, this was Mo Nian's first time seeing Mo Yi like this, and he almost jumped in shock. Your grandfather is just too excited today. Our Mo family will finally soar because of you. Good child, come, let's have a proper celebration. The fact that Mo Nian had become a celestial caused all of Mo Gate to become ecstatic. As for Long Chen, he became the closest person to Mo Gate. They celebrated for a full 3 days and nights. Mo Gate's men and women, young and old, went wild with joy without any regard to seniority. It was extremely lively, but on the 4th day, Long Chen and Mo Nian received an invitation from the Mushui mercenary unit, asking them to go drink at the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. Chapter 564 Shui Wuan arrives. Just as Long Chen and Mo Nian's eyes were shining at the thought of going to the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion, a person Long Chen hadn't expected appeared in front of him. That person was the Xuantian Supermonastery's monastery head, Shui Wuan. Upon seeing her, Mo Nian immediately let out a cry, "Wow, what a beautiful woman! Long Chen, when did you seduce such a beauty? Mo Nian, you bastard!" Long Chen grabbed Mo Nian's throat and raised him into the air. This bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. Last time, Shui Wuan had already revealed herself to him in the first monastery. Even though she was in different clothes, there was no way he wouldn't recognize her. To dare attack Mo Gate's junior master inside my Mo Gate, you really are brazen, Long Chen. Brat, just wait, once I get accustomed to my power. Hehe, Mo Nian vanished like a wisp of smoke. Shui Wuan shook her head somewhat helplessly. The children these days really do dare do anything. It must be nice to be young. Sister, why have you come here? Asked Long Chen. He knew how busy Shui Wuan was. Considering that she was in the midst of a power struggle with Zhou Qingyi, how had she run all the way over to Qing Prefecture? Isn't it all because of you? Shui Wuan glared at him. Only when your people arrived at the Supermonastery did I learn what happened to you. I immediately wanted to chase after you. But that bitch Zhou Qingyi blocked me, saying she wanted to exchange pointers. Although I injured her in exchange, she ended up stalling me for quite a while. Later, I followed your tracks and caught up to an expert from the Yin family. I did a direct soul search, and only then did I learn you managed to escape and put myself at ease. Many thanks for your concern, sister. Long Chen was moved that Shui Wuan would care this much for him. I really didn't think your life was this hardy. That Yin Wusheng actually personally chased after you, but you still managed to escape, and you had even yet to break through to Meridian Opening. You really are amazing, praised Shui Wuan. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Is being chased like a dog by someone so amazing? Are you trying to console me? Foolish brat, with a bone-forging cultivation base, you managed to escape from a Meridian Opening Celestial. That's already extremely impressive. What exactly did you want to happen? To slaughter Yin Wusheng, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen realized that the person Shui Wuan had caught was probably someone who was sent over later, and so they weren't aware of the results of how miserable Yin Wusheng's condition had been. Otherwise, it was unknown just how shocked Shui Wuan would be. Sister, are my brothers safe? Asked Long Chen. They're all very well. I've already set them up in a secret room within the Supermonastery, and they're focusing on cultivating. Long Chen, I really am becoming unable to see through you. You actually managed to allow over 300 people to undergo complete tempering. Shui Wuan looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. When the Dragonblood Legion had appeared in front of her, she had been completely shocked. 300 Meridian Opening experts who had undergone complete tempering. Just how much money had that cost? Even with the Supermonastery's strength, grooming that many complete tempering disciples would take up thousands of years of their savings. Hehe, it was just a bit of money I got from my cooperation with the Huayan sect. These brothers of mine are my life and death companions who will go through hell and high water with me. What's mine is theirs. Doing at least this much is a must. Back in the first monastery, they were even willing to give up their lives to fight shoulder to shoulder with me. I want to raise them into this world's most terrifying army, said Long Chen. Shui Wuan looked at Long Chen. She was deeply moved, as well as filled with praise. Long Chen was a smart person, but he was also someone who cared deeply about relationships and emotion. Those who treated him well were all remembered by him. Originally, the monastery competition should be occurring next year. Back when Sha Qishan was the first monastery's sect leader, there were still people who wanted to compete with him for the monastery rankings. But now that the Dragonblood Legion has revealed themselves, all the monasteries have despaired. They directly cancelled this generation's monastery competition. Shui Wuan smiled bitterly. Long Chen's appearance had thrown many of the supermonastery's rules into chaos. Even if the first monastery didn't have Long Chen present, just any random member from the Dragonblood Legion could sweep through all the geniuses within the 108 monasteries. The competition was completely unnecessary. Long Chen, I came here to bring you back. Being outside on your own is too dangerous. You're currently being targeted by the Yin family. Furthermore, the Mo family's situation is also unstable. Rather than staying here, it's much safer for you to return with me and stay within the supermonastery. With me present, no one will be able to threaten you, said Shui Wuan. Sister, I don't want to return yet. There are still many things for me to do. Furthermore, the Mo family's current situation is at least slightly related to me. I can't just watch at the side. Don't worry, I'm no longer a child. I have the strength to protect myself. It's alright as long as you can help me protect the Dragonblood Legion and don't let anyone place their sights on them, said Long Chen. Ah, there really is nothing that can be kept from you. Yes, that bitch Zhou Qingyi did report the matter of the Dragonblood Legion to the Xuantian Dao sect. Her goal was to bring them away for training. However, by relying on the support of my family, I managed to stop this matter. That bitch actually wanted the Dragonblood Legion to go temper themselves on the battlefield. Her motives are extremely vicious, said Shui Wuan hatefully. What battlefield? Long Chen was startled. Could it be that the huge existence known as the Xuantian Dao sect also had enemies that it often fought? You don't need to ask. Once you reach that level, you'll naturally learn about it. Talking about it now has no meaning. Since you want to stay here, I won't force you. The main reason I came was just because I was worried. But seeing you safe and sound, I'm relieved, said Shui Wuan. Sister, don't you think the corrupt path's sneak attack on the monastery was a bit fishy? How do you see it? Asked Long Chen. It really is a bit fishy. At first, I suspected it was Zhou Qingyi's plan, but it doesn't seem to be like that. If she did that, she wouldn't obtain that much. But if she were exposed, then that would be a huge disaster for her. Furthermore, the one to benefit the most from this matter was the Yin family, because their target is only you. However, the ancient families stand on the same side as the righteous path. They shouldn't dare to collude with the corrupt path. If they ended up exposed, the Yin family would be doomed. So this matter really is extremely odd. There are too many coincidences for it to be natural. I'll definitely investigate it further, promised Shui Wuan. Long Chen nodded. He temporarily set this matter aside. After saying a few more words, Shui Wuan left. She still had to pay her respects to Mo Yi, or that would be too rude. Long Chen thought about it and decided to go find Mo Nian. In the end, he couldn't find him, and so he asked for a map of Qingzhou City from a Mo family disciple. Following the map, he found Qingzhou City's Huayan auction house. When he arrived and saw the building in front of him, he halted in awe. The grand and luxurious style was extremely shocking. It was a cylindrical building, one with a diameter of several miles. The entrance had magical beast cores embedded into it. Those special cores continuously flashed with different colors, dazzling passerby. Just the Huayan pavilion in the Phoenix Cry Empire had appeared incredibly lavish to Long Chen back then. But now compared to this auction house, it was absolutely nothing. Greetings, sir. Long Chen had only just walked into the entrance when two pretty maidens courteously bowed towards him. Does sir need anything? Asked one of the maidens. Long Chen smiled slightly. I want to see the person in charge of this place. I have some business to discuss with them. The two maidens were surprised. They didn't expect this youngster to immediately ask to see their boss. Those who could be placed in charge of an auction house of this scale were not ordinary figures. Not anyone could see them. Can I ask for sir's name so I can report it to my superior? I don't know if the boss is present, asked one of them. Her words were very calculated. She had him say his name first. Once she reported it, if the boss didn't want to see him, she would just say the boss wasn't present. Long Chen laughed. Just tell them that Long Chen has come. If they don't know me, then say I am Zheng Wenlong's friend. The two maidens didn't react to Long Chen's name, but when he reported Zheng Wenlong's name, the two of their expressions finally changed. They hastily brought Long Chen into a large hall and found a place for him to sit. One of them poured tea for him while the other ran off to report his arrival. The one pouring the tea stealthily appraised Long Chen with curiosity. But she also didn't dare look at him directly. Long Chen raised his teacup and lightly sipped it. It was surprisingly an extremely expensive tea. Just one cup of it would require several gold coins. That would be a year's worth of expenses to a common family in the Phoenix Cry Empire. It seems Zheng Wenlong is quite famous in your Huayan sect. Long Chen was bored, so he spoke to the maiden. For some unknown reason, that maiden lost her previous natural and refined mannerisms, her face becoming slightly red. Senior apprentice brother Zheng is the idol of our Huayan sect's junior generation. He's created many miracles on his journey before reaching his current position. This year, in just a few months' time, senior apprentice brother Zheng broke a dozen market sale records, becoming the Huayan sect's most famous junior member. We all worship him. A trace of adoration appeared in her eyes. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed Zheng Wenlong was not just a martial genius but also a business genius. He had found his life's arena to compete in. Within an arena like the Huayan sect, he could shine with his greatest light. The business Dao was also a grand Dao that was a never-ending path. However, those records he broke should be because of the bone-tempering pills formula. The appearance of the bone-tempering pills had managed to increase the Huayan sect's reputation, and if Zheng Wenlong didn't know how to take advantage of that, then he wouldn't be Zheng Wenlong. "Little sister, how old are you?" asked Long Chen suddenly. The maiden blushed, lowering her head and whispering, 15. Long Chen couldn't help feeling this was comical. He was about to continue asking her a few questions when a flirtatious voice rang out. "Long Chen, I never thought that you liked playing around with women like this. However, she's still too young. Why don't you let this much more mature big sister take her place?" Chapter 565. Peak Grade Brother and Sister. That voice was slightly familiar. Long Chen hastily turned back to see a woman wearing robes that did nothing to hide the immense mountains and deep valley on her chest. That woman looked at Long Chen with an extremely moving flirtatious gaze, along with a smile that was not really a smile. "It's you." Long Chen's jaw dropped. This woman was precisely the previous master auctioneer from the Phoenix Cry Empire's Huayan Pavilion, the enchanting Xianxia. After 2 years, her face hadn't changed in the slightest. However, her body had become even more well-rounded. Seeing her again after all this time made Long Chen feel a bit nostalgic. He recalled the auction that had occurred in the Phoenix Cry Empire. The scenes of him competing against Marquis Ying and the others appeared in his mind. "Ah, so you actually remember me. I really must be fortunate." Back then, Xianxia had tried to pull Long Chen into the Huayan sect. However, he had ignored her enticements, causing her to feel like she had lost face. Now, seeing each other after 2 years had passed, she truly was happy. "Miss Yao is peerlessly enchanting. Other than someone who has gone senile with age, it would be impossible for anyone to forget your appearance in their lifetime," laughed Long Chen. His words caused Xianxia to also laugh. That laughter caused the two mountains to tremble and create immense waves. Just seeing such a thing would make a person dizzy. She was truly an enchanting seductress. Her charm and allure made him think of another person. Yu Xiaochen was also extremely charming and alluring. However, her beauty was something hidden within her bones, and completely different from how Xianxia displayed it for all to see. Yu Xiaochen's beauty could shake a person to their core. Even if a person knew it was dangerous, they wouldn't be able to resist her. It was like a single gaze from her could make a person be willing to kill themselves for her. "Long Chen, you really are an attractive person. I hear you're currently extremely amazing, a big figure whose name can shake the 7 prefectures," laughed Xianxia. "No matter how big I can't get as big sister. You are this prefecture's auction house's big boss. It really is worth celebrating." When he said, "big," he stealthily glanced at her chest, believing what he said to be the absolute truth. "Hehe, Long Chen, looks like you've also grown up a bit," laughed Xianxia. His stealthy peak was unable to conceal itself from her. However, Long Chen's skin was extremely thick, and he laughed mischievously. I'm not actually the boss here. Here, let me introduce you, this is the boss, my big brother. Yao Niqian pointed towards a man in his late 20s standing beside her. Now Long Chen was really speechless. Was it because this big beauty had blocked his line of sight, or was it that this brother of hers simply had no presence? Even after talking for this long, he hadn't noticed that someone else had been beside Yao Niqian. Hello, Long Chen, I've long since been looking forward to meeting you. I am Yao Niming, said the man. Sorry, you said your name was. Long Chen thought he had misheard. Yao Niming, the man repeated. Now that Long Chen had heard it clearly, he had an urge to prostrate himself in admiration towards this brother and sister's parents. This was truly vicious. They named the daughter, "Give me your money," while they named the son even more directly, "Give me your life." This brother and sister were practically a pair of fiendish stars that would take people's money and lives. 1. Haha, it's definitely an honor to meet you. Long Chen could only fake a laugh. Let's go. This large hall isn't suitable for talking. Yao Niming selected a private room for the three of them to sit. Long Chen went straight to the point. I came here because I have two things I'd like to ask for your assistance with. One is that I need some medicinal ingredients I want you to gather for me. This is very urgent, and whether you have it yourselves or they're in other people's hands, as long as there's a price, help me buy them. The other matter is that I need to see Zheng Wenlong to talk about a few things. These matters are both important, so I'll entrust them to you too. He then handed a sheet towards them. For now, I'll be staying at Mo Gate and I won't be leaving in the short term. If you have any news, I'd ask you to immediately inform me. These two matters were extremely important to Long Chen, especially those medicinal ingredients. Those were the things he needed the most, as they were the ones needed for the Life Fate Star. After handling this matter, Long Chen said goodbye to this brother and sister from the Yao family. Seeing that it was already afternoon, Long Chen hastily returned to Mo Gate. As expected, Mo Nian had already started to grow impatient. Brat, where did you run off to? Don't you know we have something important to do? Long Chen disdainfully glared at him. Is strolling through a brothel really something important? Fuck, you absolutely can't say such a thing in the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. They'll definitely throw you out, and even I can't protect you. In fact, I'd probably be thrown out with you, cried Mo Nian hastily. What kind of situation is that? They'd even throw you out. Long Chen was startled. That Immortal Intoxication Pavilion isn't some brothel of prostitutes. It's a place to listen to music and cultivate your mind. Furthermore, the background of the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion is very frightening. Even I don't know the specifics. In any case, my old man severely warned me not to cause any trouble at the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion, said Mo Nian. Listen to music, there are no other items on the program. Then isn't that a bit boring? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion is the place to listen to music. But the Immortal Intoxication Building isn't. There are a lot of pretty girls who will accompany you. A wretched expression appeared on Mo Nian's face. That meaning was evident. Now you've confused me. Aren't the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion and the Immortal Intoxication Building the same place? The building refers to the whole building, but the pavilion is the top floor of the building. The difference between the two of them is immense. The Immortal Intoxication Pavilion has master musicians whose musical skills are incredibly profound. It's not just music, it has reached the realm of the music Dao. Well, you wouldn't understand even if I said those things. Let's talk more about the Immortal Intoxication Building. There, you can eat and drink as much as you want, and there will be places where you can get some girls to accompany you. However, it'll cost a bit more. Furthermore, if you want a girl to accompany you, it's not as simple as paying some money. They have to have a favorable opinion of you, or they won't accompany you to discuss the Dao while you eat. Just talking about the Immortal Intoxication Building made Mo Nian's heart itch. How curious. Just which party is the guest? Long Chen was a bit speechless. It was the girls who decided who they went with. Hehe, you just don't understand. This Immortal Intoxication Building isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. The first requirement is that you have to reach at least the bone forging realm. Furthermore, you must have extraordinary talent and outstanding combat abilities. It's best if you have a specialized skill in some area. That way you'll have something to say when discussing the Dao with those beauties. If your strength is too low and you have no eloquence, even if you went, you'd just have to sit by yourself the entire time, because all of them will ignore you. Think about it, if you went in with a group and all of them had beauties accompanying them, but you were just foolishly sitting there by yourself, how difficult would that have to be? So, anyone who enters the Immortal Intoxication building has to have at least some status. Otherwise, they're people who are spending a great deal of money just to watch. Those people spend money just to get in on the fun, laughed Mo Nian. Long Chen now realized that his brothers from the Mushui mercenary unit were most likely only going to watch the fun. Just that would raise their status. After all, mercenaries were considered the lowest rung of society. In truth, they all wished to climb to a higher level. Hurry up and change into some more elegant clothes. Mo Nian randomly threw out a pile of clothes for him to choose from. There were all sorts of colors and designs. They were all made of the best kind of materials. Mo Nian was different from Long Chen in that he paid particular attention to his clothes. Their builds were similar, so in the end, Long Chen chose some traditional black robes. Seriously, you're going to wear black at night? Are you thinking of committing murder? Asked Mo Nian upon seeing the color Long Chen had chosen. I like black, maybe because it doesn't get dirty so easily, so it's more comfortable. Long Chen ignored Mo Nian's criticism and put it on. You know, you really are suited to wearing black. It looks quite tough. The outside matches the inside, praised Mo Nian. Wearing the black robes, Long Chen possessed another kind of charisma. Perhaps it was a kind of mysterious sense of danger. That feeling was hard to describe. TCH, are you cursing me for having a black heart? But in any case, this was Long Chen's first time wearing such fine material. It was extremely comfortable to wear, and it was also very durable. It wouldn't easily tear even if someone attacked him. After changing clothes, the two of them left Mo Gate. The higher-ups didn't even ask where they were going, simply letting them do whatever they wanted. The Immortal Intoxication building was located on the west side of the city. Long Chen and Mo Nian saw that the sun had only just started falling to the west. By the time they walked to the Immortal Intoxication building, the sky would have darkened and it would coincide with dinner time. Long Chen, once we get to the Immortal Intoxication pavilion, you should match the kind of eloquence I use. You have to act more refined and elegant. Don't lose face, warned Mo Nian. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian with a somewhat suspicious expression. How come I feel like you're a bit nervous? This couldn't be your first time going, right? What nonsense, how could it be my first time? Raged Mo Nian, but seeing Long Chen's untrusting expression, his confidence faltered and he admitted, in truth, I've gone over 10 times, but it's my first time entering the Immortal Intoxication building. TCH, so those times you went you just watched from a distance? Said Long Chen disdainfully. We're both brothers, so stop exposing me. It's not like you don't know about that person. I don't have the confidence. But this time is different. Now I'm a celestial. Although I didn't awaken innately, with the energy you gave me, I definitely won't be any weaker than her. So now I don't need to be afraid of her. I'll go all out, using my actions to prove that I, Mo Nian, am rising. Mo Nian clenched his fists. Eating with female entertainers counts as rising. How amazing. Long Chen raised his thumb in praise. Are you even my brother? Why do you have to keep undermining me? This is just my first step. My next step will be too. Don't think about your next step for now. It's not like you can beat your fiancée yet. Aren't you afraid she'll come to give you a beating? Asked Long Chen. Although Mo Nian had absorbed 2 heavenly Dao seeds, he was still in the process of merging with them. He would need some time before being able to use the strength of a celestial. What would I be afraid of? The power is within me and can't run away. Furthermore, she's not present for the next few days. If I didn't take advantage of this opportunity to live freely, that would be too wasteful. Haha, we've arrived. Mo Nian suddenly stopped. At some point, the sky had already darkened, and a brightly lit building appeared in front of them. Chapter 566 Mysterious Paintings. This towering building soared high into the sky. It was brightly lit, like a lantern in the night. Inside, there was a man-made lake. Lotus flowers were in full bloom on the lakeside, their fragrance pouring over them. As soon as Long Chen and Mo Nian had arrived, a pretty, green-robed maiden received them. Do you two have an appointment? 9th floor, first rank heaven table, said Long Chen. That was what had been written on the invitation card Mu Shui had sent. Follow me. The maiden bowed slightly and began to lead Long Chen and Mo Nian. This gave Long Chen an extremely odd feeling. It seemed they didn't get much of a differential treatment here. This maiden hadn't smiled once for them. Passing by the small lake, a long corridor appeared in front of them. The ceiling of the corridor had been painted over, depicting all kinds of women. They were all playing musical instruments such as the zither or flute. Their bearings were all different, but they were vivid and lifelike. This one corridor was very long, stretching several miles. There were thousands of paintings on the ceiling, and each one depicted a different woman. Long Chen suddenly paused, looking at one particular painting. That painting depicted a woman standing proudly high in the clouds, her jade hands playing the zither. Her long black hair seemed to flutter, and she seemed just like a fairy. What is it, Long Chen? Mo Nian followed Long Chen's gaze, but all he saw was an ordinary painting. This woman possesses a terrifying killing intent. Long Chen was staring into the woman's eyes, slightly bewildered. Killing intent? What are you talking about? I don't see anything. Don't bother acting profound here. If you want to act, wait until we get inside. There's no one to see you're acting here. Mo Nian thought Long Chen was doing this intentionally and started to pull him away. Wait a moment, I want to look at it a bit longer. Long Chen stared deeply into that woman's eyes. He could sense an extremely profound killing intent that was exceptionally icy. On the outside, that woman didn't seem to have any expression. She seemed calm, looking like she was just playing the zither normally. But Long Chen could sense her intense killing intent. He vainly tried to see something more. But even after a long time, he was unable to sense anything else other than killing intent. It seemed as if it was just an ordinary painting. Let's go. Don't make everyone wait. Mo Nian pulled on Long Chen, forcibly pulling him away. The two of them didn't notice that when Long Chen said there was strong killing intent in the painting, the green-robed maiden leading them had shaken ever so slightly, an expression of disbelief flashing over her eyes. However, her back was facing them, so they didn't notice. Just walk up 9 flights and you'll be there. When they reached the end of the corridor, the maiden waved her hand, her meaning that the two of them could walk on their own. Then she left. Long Chen and Mo Nian looked at each other. This immortal intoxication building's treatment of its guests was truly lacking. They only led them halfway to their seats before leaving. They supposed that they were truly gaining experience of the world today. The two of them reached the first floor of the main building and saw that there wasn't a single person. On the second floor, there was also no one. On the third floor, it was still incredibly quiet, not a single person present. Long Chen laughed. This is definitely on the same level as your cloudless sky. Fool, if you don't know anything, then don't speak. These 3 floors don't have guests because there aren't any girls to accompany you. Furthermore, the price is not discounted at all. Who would come here to eat? The cheapest table here costs over 10,000 spirit stones. And that's just these 3 lowest floors. For the 4th to 6th floors, the cheapest table costs 50,000 spirit stones. As for the 9th floor, it costs at least several 100,000 spirit stones. The first-rank heaven table Mu Shui has ordered is the most expensive table on that floor, and it probably costs several million spirit stones. Said Mo Nian. What? How is it that expensive? Then I think I'll just not go. Tell Mu Shui to give me the money she would save from not having me eat. My heart won't be able to bear the cost, joked Long Chen. TCH, isn't it just a few million spirit stones? It's not like I need her to pay the bill. Brother will treat you. Mo Nian patted himself on the chest, his meaning that his chest was bulging and that his purse was also bulging. Long Chen had only been joking anyway. After killing Luo Zongsheng, the Shantian experts, and robbing the Ironblood mercenary unit, Long Chen was certain Mu Shui was definitely a wealthy woman now. On the 4th floor, guests started to appear. Over half this large floor was occupied. Long Chen swept his gaze over it and noticed an extremely odd thing. He saw an empty space beside almost every one of these guests. He then suddenly realized that those should be prepared for the immortal intoxication building's ladies. Sweeping his gaze over the floor, he found a few ladies sitting in those spots, chatting with whom they sat beside. However, the thing that amazed him was that those men didn't seem at all excited. In fact, they seemed to be sitting on pins and needles, and some were even sweating. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Just what kind of game was this? You had to pay money to torment yourself. His laughter immediately drew everyone's furious glares. The majority of the people here had no one to accompany them. They thought Long Chen's laughter was a jeer at them, so naturally they became furious. However, none of them said anything. Sorry, Please continue. Long Chen hastily apologized and rushed onto the next floor. On the 5th floor, there were slightly more people, and there were also more ladies. However, compared to the number of guests, they were still very few. As for the guests with no one beside them, they were quietly enjoying the fine wine. Just looking at that made Long Chen want to laugh. If the ladies didn't want you, then even if you waited until the sky brightened again, would it have any use? They had essentially paid money just to be ignored. That really was an incredibly high realm of stupidity. Continuing higher, Long Chen noticed that the people on the higher floors had higher cultivation bases. By the time they reached the 8th floor, he noticed several late meridian opening experts. Furthermore, those people were all young and had definitely not surpassed 25 years of age. There were also many more ladies here. However, the people those ladies sat next to were all rigid and solemn. Let alone getting a touch, they didn't even dare to look at them. Once they arrived on the 9th floor, they immediately saw Mu Shui waving to them in the distance. "Haha, Leader Mu Shui, it's been a while," called out Long Chen. However, this caused countless disdainful gazes to fall on him. But when those people saw Mo Nian by his side, they were shocked, obviously recognizing him. "Long Chen, you can't shout in here." Mu Shui quickly ran over and whispered. "But I didn't shout, it was just an ordinary greeting." Long Chen felt a bit wronged. "That's also not good enough. When you talk here, you have to do it quietly." Mu Shui brought them over to her table. Every member of the Mu Shui mercenary unit was already waiting for them. When Long Chen and Mo Nian passed by a table, one of the people there glared at Long Chen and sneered, "Where did this fool who doesn't know the rules come from?" Uncouth to the peak, Long Chen was completely infuriated. Today, he had repeatedly run into these garbage rules. Since when did eating a meal require so many rules? He coldly snorted towards this person's provocation. Where did such a dog-like person come from? Do people think that if a country bumpkin changes its shell, it wouldn't be a bastard one? After waiting for so long, you see no one bothers with you, so you take your anger out on others. If I were such a person, I would have long since thrown my head into that bowl of soup and drowned myself. You. That person stood up in fury. Long Chen didn't give that person a second glance and continued forward. Mo Nian couldn't help smiling bitterly. Long Chen's temper had immediately offended the majority of people here. That was because most people didn't have anyone accompanying them. Anyone who could come here possessed an illustrious status and strength. They all had their own honor, and Long Chen's words were a slap in the face. However, Long Chen hadn't named anyone, so they couldn't say anything. Otherwise, that would be saying they were the kind of person Long Chen had cursed, and that would be even more embarrassing. Their first-rank heaven table was semi-private. Several beautiful screens veiled them from the rest of the room. That made it appear even more prominent and dignified. Furthermore, this table was next to the window, and it was possible to look over Qingzhou City's nightscape. From behind the screens, as long as you didn't shout, you wouldn't affect anyone else in the room. Long Chen, hee, we finally meet again. Zhang Wu looked at Long Chen with excitement. When Long Chen had blocked a Shantian weapon's full-strength attack, that shocking majesty had made him appear like a god, and it had completely shaken all of them. These men now thought of Long Chen as a hero, so they were incomparably excited upon seeing him arrive. It's been a while, brothers. Long Chen cupped his fists towards them. Long Chen also very much liked this group of straightforward men. However, he complained, Leader Mu Shui, why did you have to choose this kind of place to invite me to a meal? It's so irritating. Long Chen would rather set up a few tables outside the city. Then they could eat and drink to their heart's content, letting out their emotions as much as they wanted. That would be truly satisfying. Sitting here with a bunch of idiots, he didn't even have an appetite. Long Chen, be happy. This place is Qingzhou City's peak location. There are so many people who want to come, but they can't. Don't complain, said Mo Nian disdainfully. We didn't just come here because of you, Long Chen. Everyone just wanted to experience another aspect of the world. Right now, our Mu Shui mercenary unit is rising within the entire mercenary world. We came here to make our name resound even louder. I spent 8 million spirit stones for this spot. That kind of financial power is something only we have in the mercenary world. This will be good for getting new recruits. Mu Shui smiled. You want to expand? Asked Long Chen. Yes. To maintain our strength, we have to get fresh blood. But don't worry, we'll only accept trustworthy people. We won't take in whoever, said Mu Shui. That put him much more at ease. Mu Shui was truly a good leader. She handled things meticulously, rarely making any mistakes. As they spoke, some people came over carrying all kinds of delicacies and began to fill the table. When Long Chen saw those delicacies, he no longer grumbled about this place. Those delicacies were truly worthy of their price. Those weren't just fine food, they were tonics and medicines. To be able to turn medicine into something that would make people drool with desire, the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion truly was filled with talent. By the time they finished placing all the precious medicines and rare magical beasts' meat on the table, the delicious smell made Long Chen feel like his saliva was about to overflow. Just as he was preparing to take action, a burst of fragrance blew over. The Mushui mercenary unit's members all turned still. Chapter 567 Fake Playboys. Within a remote private room of the Immortal Intoxication Building, a sandalwood incense burner was burning, filling the room with a faint fragrance. There were two people sitting on a prayer mat. One of them was a beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s. The other was wearing a bamboo hat and a white veil that covered her face. However, her lithe figure made it obvious she was a woman. The two of them were looking at each other. "Pavilion Master, why did you call me over?" asked the veiled woman. Her voice was clear and melodious, almost sounding like music. "Just now, Xiaolu One reported that Long Chen has come to our Immortal Intoxication Building," said the older woman. "It's not odd for him to come here." "Yes, it's not odd. Such a small matter is not worth disturbing you. However, there's something more important." Xiaolu said that Long Chen formed a resonance with the 9th generation heavenly music divine emissary. The painting of the 9th divine emissary formed a resonance with him. When I heard that news, even I didn't believe it. But Xiaolu said she was absolutely sure. Those paintings in the corridors are of our elusive music Immortal Palace's top experts from the Immortal Era. Now, the splendor from the Immortal Era has already been destroyed. The only complete inheritance we have left is those paintings. Each of those paintings contains the Tao charm of those almighty seniors, all in hopes that our disciples will be able to use our seniors' Tao charm to comprehend their own Taos. However, those paintings in the corridors are not the original paintings. During the process of copying them, 99% of their charm is lost. But Long Chen was still able to form a resonance with the 9th divine emissary. It seems Long Chen's temperament must have something in common with her, sighed the Pavilion Master. That really is hard to believe. It's said that the 9th divine emissary had an odd life. She possessed an innate heaven-defying divine music that was specialized towards the path of slaughter. She fought her whole life, slaughtering gods and devils. The corpses that fell to her hands piled up like mountains. Her killing intent was so strong that it could make even the sky bleed blood and all things quiver. The 9th generation divine emissary was also the only person from our elusive music Immortal Palace who has slaughtered supreme experts from the righteous path. It really is puzzling how Long Chen could form a resonance with her, said the veiled woman. The Pavilion Master nodded. This Long Chen seems to have a lofty and unyielding character, someone who cares about relationships and emotions. That doesn't make him seem like a bloodthirsty monster, so it is odd. When you and Yu Tong watched Long Chen fight, did you sense anything in particular? The maiden shook her head. He was extremely powerful, his strength comparable to Celestial's. But there is a strange energy within him that isolates him from being spied on. My heavenly music arts were unable to sense his true mental state. Perhaps my cultivation level is just too lacking. Your heavenly music arts have already reached the 5th level. Even ordinary sea expansion experts are unable to conceal themselves from your senses. This Long Chen really is odd. Does Pavilion Master have any plans? Asked the maiden. This Long Chen has no relation to us. However, since he could form a resonance with a painting of a divine emissary, that would mean he should have some kind of destiny with our elusive music Immortal Palace. However, of our 4,948 paintings, he only had a resonance with the 9th divine emissary. I don't dare act blindly. I've already had Yu Tong go probe Long Chen. I'll make a decision after, said the Pavilion Master. You had Yu Tong go. The maiden was speechless. It seemed that girl was very interested in Long Chen. Long Chen was now incredibly hungry. These delicacies piled before him and the fragrance they emitted possessed a fatal attraction. Just as Long Chen was finally preparing to take action, a burst of fragrance blew over and 3 practically transcendent, azure-robed beauties appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. Mo Nian was delighted upon seeing that, but Long Chen was startled and asked, "It seems we haven't ordered any ladies yet." Before he could finish speaking, Mo Nian covered his mouth, seeming to want to choke him to death. Long Chen, you really are a bastard. Did you really take this place to be a brothel? You don't order the women here. Mo Nian was afraid Long Chen would continue offending them, so he refused to release him. The Mushui mercenary unit's members forgot their hunger and hastily stood up. They had never expected the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion's ladies would honor them with their presence, and furthermore, 3 had come at once. Are you trying to choke me? Long Chen pushed off Mo Nian. That bastard had not only covered his mouth, but also his nose. These 3 women were slender and elegant. They were all outstanding beauties, but most importantly, they possessed a kind of elegance that would make others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Let alone the mercenaries, even Mo Nian felt a bit inferior in the face of these 3 women. The 3 of them were like flawless jade. They were pure and holy. In front of them, no matter how prideful the person, anyone would feel inferior. That kind of formless quality was something no one dared to blaspheme. Can we sit here? Asked one of them, gracefully bowing. Yes, of course. Please. Mo Nian was bewildered, not knowing what to do. Even his voice stuttered. Then we'll trouble you. That woman smiled slightly. That natural and simple action was extremely pleasing to look at. The 3 of them sat in different places. One of them sat beside Mu Shui, causing her to feel overwhelmed. Another sat beside Mo Nian, while the one who had spoken, the most beautiful of them all, sat beside Long Chen. Their arrival caused the atmosphere to become a bit unnatural. All the mercenaries were now uncomfortable as they sat, twitching, not knowing what to do. No matter where they placed their arms, they felt odd. They had an urge to quickly leave. They felt like just sitting with such sacred and grand women was a blasphemy. At the same time, they also felt a profound self-inferiority. Hello, I am Yu Tong, greeted the woman beside Long Chen courteously. Long Chen gulped down his saliva, his voice a bit unclear. Hello, I'm Long Chen. I'm sorry, but I really am hungry. You guys can chat amongst yourselves. And please, go ahead and eat if you want. We won't make you pay. Long Chen waved his chopsticks, his meaning that they could pick from whatever food they wanted from the table. Mo Nian's face immediately darkened. Long Chen's actions were too rude, making him feel disgraced. He was afraid they would leave in fury. It had to be known that these ladies here were not female entertainers who accompanied people as they ate and drank. They only came to people they thought highly of. Long Chen's attitude made it seem like they were coming for food. Outside of the screens, countless red eyes were glaring towards them. Those eyes were filled with envy. Their table had become the focal point of the whole room. Long Chen's actions caused that woman to laugh. Her laughter was extremely beautiful, causing people to feel very comfortable. Mr. Long Chen, you really possess an interesting character. Handling things magnanimously without bothering about trifling matters makes a broad-hearted man of character. Yu Tong smiled. Flattery, flattery. If you want to choose a husband, someone like me is really the top choice. Miss Yu Tong, your vision is really amazing. Long Chen gave Yu Tong a thumbs up. Too shameless. He had actually twisted her words to make himself sound amazing. Mo Nian was speechless. Yu Tong hadn't expected Long Chen to be so shameless, and her face turned slightly red, a trace of anger flashing within her eyes. She had never run into someone like this. HMPH, such a coarse person was actually able to enter the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. What an insult to high-class people like us. Outside the screens, someone finally couldn't endure it anymore. Correct. They're just a bunch of peasants who are trying to pose as cultured people by coming here. Did they think obtaining a bit of dirty money made them amazing? Maybe they should consider their own status first, agreed another person. Although their voices weren't loud, this hall contained only a few people, and it was extremely quiet. Their words were heard clearly. The mercenaries' expressions sank. Those people's words had touched on one of their nerves. Mercenaries always had a degenerate status. There was no place for them in the cultivation world. Being ridiculed by these people made them furious. However, they were also embarrassed, unable to say anything back. Mo Nian's expression also sank. These people were too much. They hadn't even given him face. Insulting Long Chen was also insulting him. He was just about to say something when Long Chen opened his mouth first. His seat was on the edge of the table, and he could see through an opening in the screens to see the 2 people who had just spoken. What is high class? What is low class? Does spending your family's money to come to eat here make you high class? Does relying on your own strength to obtain money to spend here make you low class? Being envious of others and putting on airs ostentatiously makes you high class. As acting open and candid, magnanimously saying what we want, makes us low class. What kind of act do you think you're putting on? Even if you spray perfume all over yourself, it won't conceal the stench of scum coming from you. The ones trying to pose as cultured people here are you. You fundamentally don't understand what high class is. Let me tell you, high class is not faked, it's the act of playboys like yourselves that is faked. Said Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand why these idiots had come here to act like refined scum. It was all to get these ladies' favor. The ladies here all possessed a natural high-class Dao charm. That kind of charm was very peculiar, and it made people feel inferior. They were the truly high-class ones, while this group of idiots had only come to act like playboys. Now they wanted to laugh at others for being vulgar. They definitely hadn't taken their medicine before leaving the house. The three women couldn't help being amused by Long Chen's cursing, especially his last sentence. Despite knowing they shouldn't, they couldn't stop a chuckle from escaping. They hastily covered their mouths, but it was too late. Bastard! One of the two men stood up and pointed at Long Chen. Brat, I challenge you to a deathmatch. Chapter 568. What is the King Dao? Long Chen looked at that person. He had only reached the late meridian opening realm. His aura was condensed, but he was no celestial. Furthermore, he might have shouted for a deathmatch, but there was not the slightest killing intent coming from him. He was clearly just trying to intimidate him. Most likely, he was someone who had gotten used to using his status to suppress others. Do you recognize this child? Long Chen asked Mo Nian. No, I'd guess that he comes from another prefecture and was drawn here because of its fame. How could I possibly know such a character? Mo Nian shook his head. Long Chen nodded and then continued eating. You coward, I want a deathmatch with you. Do you dare? Raged that person upon seeing Long Chen give him the cold shoulder. Forget about it, I'm afraid of you. Okay. Long Chen answered vaguely, too lazy to compete with such a person. With a single glance, it was obvious that this person was a pampered child in his family. He was a greenhouse flower who had never had to suffer. For Long Chen to compete against him was bullying a child. HMPH, count yourself smart. Seeing Long Chen retreat, that person snorted and sat back down, beginning to once more calmly sip his wine. However, this flashy display of his didn't draw any beauties to his side. He could only continue calmly sitting there. After that small disturbance, Mo Nian hastily apologized to the three women. But the three of them were very amiable and were unconcerned. Two of them began to quietly converse with Mo Nian and Mu Shui. Long Chen was surprised to realize that their conversation was about martial arts. They discussed things relating to battle skills, martial arts, and related topics. Only then did Long Chen realize that he really had misjudged this place. One woman was talking with Mo Nian, while the other woman was talking with Mu Shui. Only Yu Tong hadn't said a single word, just watching Long Chen devouring his food. How about you eat as well? Said Long Chen awkwardly. It's fine, you can eat first. Once you're full, I have some questions and I'd like to ask for your guidance. Yu Tong smiled slightly. Then you'll have to wait for a while. I'm very hungry. Long Chen truly was hungry. But at the same time, he also wanted to hear what Mo Nian and Mu Shui were saying. As for the mercenaries, they could only watch. Even though they could eat, they didn't dare to. It was like eating in front of these women was a blasphemy. Listening to Mo Nian's discussion, Long Chen was startled that although these women's cultivation bases weren't apparent, their comprehension of the martial Dao was frighteningly high. That woman asked Mo Nian several questions, and Mo Nian also asked her several questions pertaining to cultivation and how to handle bottlenecks. That woman demonstrated an extremely high level of understanding, and some of her methods were so incredible that it would make a person slap the table and shout with praise. Long Chen finally understood why those men whom these women sat next to would seem like they were sitting on pins and needles. These women asked very profound questions. If you replied wrongly, they would leave you. Their conversation was very fair. They would ask one question, and then they would answer one question. However, Mu Shui only exchanged 3 questions with her woman when the woman stopped asking any questions. Mu Shui was slightly ashamed. She had been unable to reply to that woman's question. It was evident that their realms were not on the same level. But Mo Nian did have some skills. He conversed for a long time with his woman. It seemed he gained great benefits from this trip. However, the two of them only talked for 2 incense sticks worth of time before that woman paused and looked at Long Chen. With everyone looking at him, Long Chen didn't have the nerve to keep eating. Rubbing his mouth, he expressed that he had finished eating. But before Yu Tong could ask him a question, he bashfully asked, "Miss Yu Tong, is it all right if I ask you a question first?" "Of course." Yu Tong smiled. "Do you like me?" asked Long Chen, uneasily. Everyone was struck dumb. Mo Nian glared at Long Chen. Wasn't this a bit too vicious? How could he be so direct? Yu Tong was also startled. She shook her head. "No. Then I can teach you one." In truth, liking a person is very simple. Long Chen's eyes lit up. PFF'd. "Long Chen, how can you be so shameless?" Even Mo Nian was unable to bear it, and he almost coughed up blood. "Isn't this just a joke? Don't take it so seriously." The main thing was that the atmosphere was just too tense. Long Chen laughed. Yu Tong was somewhat speechless, shaking her head. Mr. Long Chen really is different from others. However, there's really no need for everyone to be like that. We're all cultivators, and on the cultivation path, we are all a bunch of children. There are no such things as high class and low class. Her words were received very gratefully by the mercenaries, as that was a recognition and comfort to them. In her eyes, everyone was the same. What did it mean to be high class? It meant possessing a noble character and having high personal accomplishments. Being high class didn't mean discriminating and trampling over others in order to find a meaning for your own existence. As for those people outside, they fundamentally didn't know what it meant to be high class. It was just like Long Chen said, they were just a bunch of acting playboys. "Miss Yu Tong, let me offer you a cup. Your magnanimity is truly admirable." This was Long Chen's first time having a favorable opinion of these women. He sensed that Yu Tong's words weren't the slightest bit artificial, so she truly viewed everyone equally. Long Chen, Mo Nian was about to say that these women didn't drink wine. In respect to Mr. Long Chen's admiration, Yu Tong can only accept. Yu Tong smiled and shockingly raised her cup, touching it to Long Chen's. This action made Mo Nian dumbfounded. And it wasn't just Mo Nian. Everyone was flabbergasted. The Immortal Intoxication Building's ladies never drank wine. But Yu Tong had made an exception for Long Chen. Furthermore, Yu Tong was not an ordinary lady. With her looks, other than the Queen Flower, no one could suppress her. She rarely appeared within the Immortal Intoxication Building. But this time, not only had she revealed herself, but she had drunk a cup of wine with someone else. That made everyone feel intensely envious of Long Chen. "I'm glad Mr. Long Chen thought highly enough of Yu Tong to drink a cup. I trust that when you converse with me, you definitely won't hold anything back," said Yu Tong. I got duped. With a single cup of alcohol, Yu Tong made it so that Long Chen would have to respond sincerely, or he would become an untrustworthy, petty person. "Don't worry, you can ask what you want as long as it doesn't involve my personal secrets." Long Chen patted himself on the chest. Long Chen also gave himself a way out. Some things had to be kept private. It wasn't as if he could respond if she asked what cultivation technique he trained in. This was self-protection, and it wouldn't count as breaking a promise. "Don't worry, we only discuss the Tao. So you don't have to have any misgivings and can argue your point as boldly as you please." Yu Tong seemed to see straight through Long Chen's intentions. That made Long Chen much more at ease. He thought that Yu Tong would directly ask him a question, but surprisingly, she first asked Mu Shui, junior sister Mu Shui, "What is the Tao?" Mu Shui was startled, not expecting Yu Tong to ask her such a profound question immediately. For a moment, she had no idea what to reply. After thinking about it, she replied, "In my opinion, this so-called Tao should be a kind of truth. Or perhaps it is the highest embodiment of a kind of concept. But to the current me, it is too distant. This reply will probably cause you to laugh at me." Mu Shui was somewhat embarrassed. She had cultivated for this long and had already reached the Shantian realm, but she had never thought of such a profound question, as she had felt the topic to be too far away from her. "Miss Mu Shui doesn't need to be modest. We also don't know what the Tao is. That is why we need to search for our own answer within the mundane world. You don't know the answer, but we also don't know. We're all searching for the answer on the same level. There's nothing to laugh at." Yu Tong smiled. Her words were very comforting, and Mu Shui nodded gratefully towards her. The Immortal Intoxication Building's ladies all possessed a high-class charm. But it wasn't the kind of fake high-class act that came from being arrogant. It was extremely comforting, and it made people feel great respect for them. Mr. Mo Nian, what is the Tao? Yu Tong asked Mo Nian the same question. In my opinion, the Tao is a concept when something is taken to the peak, when truth reaches a pinnacle. It is the law of behaviors that encompasses everything within heaven and earth, said Mo Nian. Oh, can you explain it in more detail? Yu Tong's eyes brightened slightly. The word known as the Tao is a set of laws. According to my understanding, the Tao is a kind of truth. This truth contains two sides, which is why the Tao can be split into yin and yang. Everything within this world has two opposing sides. If there is a high, there is a low. If there is an up, there is a down. For example, let us say one side is yin and one side is yang. Then this so-called yang Tao is the hard side of cultivators. When brute strength is taken to the peak, it is so fierce that others are helpless. It is filled with the courage to charge forward despite all obstacles. That is the yang Tao. Now, about the yin Tao. The yin Tao is, 2. PFF'd. Long Chen was in the midst of drinking when he suddenly spat it out below the table. It was lucky his reaction had been quick enough, or it would have spurted all over the table. Mo Nian immediately realized what he had said and rephrased, this yin side of the Tao is to use soft force. Like the water the wood floats on, the waves of the water can also snap the wood and devour ships. Although it is not an explosive power, its power is still limitless, possessing no beginning and no end. If you have too much yang force, it'll be easy for you to snap. If you have too much yin force, you'll have no sharpness. The two of them are not true strength. True strength is a combination of yin and yang, the two of them complementing and making up for the other's flaws. This is my comprehension of this so-called Tao. In my opinion, nothing is absolute. Whether you reach the pinnacle of yang or the pinnacle of yin, they are both dead paths. Only when the two combine will there be life. The three women couldn't help but clap. Yu Tong said, Mr. Mo Nian's knowledge and experience truly is amazing. It has let me see an even vaster world. I have benefited immensely. You're too kind. I was the one who benefited more. The things I've learned today are enough for me to use for a lifetime, said Mo Nian courteously. Yu Tong nodded and then solemnly asked, Mr. Mo Nian, what is the King Tao? Chapter 569 Inhumane People. Mr. Mo Nian, what is the King Tao? Long Chen's heart shook slightly. Yu Tong's words all contained profound meanings that made it difficult for them to reply. As for Mu Shui, she sighed with relief. If Yu Tong had asked her this, then she really would have been unable to reply. It would have been too embarrassing. The King Tao is the way of the king, a ruler's path. To use wisdom to control strength that does not truly belong to oneself is the King Tao, said Mo Nian. Yu Tong nodded. Then what is the hegemon Tao? The hegemon Tao, that really is hard to explain. The way of the hegemon in itself is a noun. When used in terms of the martial path, it means to be incomparably domineering, for your haughtiness to soar into the clouds, to rather break than to bend. I don't know whether what I'm saying is correct or not. Mo Nian was lacking confidence this time, as he didn't really understand what Yu Tong meant. Mr. Mo Nian's reply is very good. In truth, you don't need to worry. Our cultivation path is different from other people's. We rely the most on comprehension. So we will ask many people these kinds of questions. We will also receive all kinds of answers. These answers are all precious to us. I will ask one final question for you. What is the humane Tao? Yu Tong smiled. Hearing her explanation, Mo Nian was much more at ease. I feel like the humane Tao refers to those scholars who spend their lives teaching and have no enemies. In truth, people's hearts tend to be treacherous. Absolute power infatuates people, and they forget what it means to be humane. Trying to use the humane Tao on a group of evil people is like a rabbit trying to reform a hungry wolf. It's just nonsense. Mo Nian clearly was extremely disdainful towards this humane Tao. Right now, the world was one where only strength was respected. If you blindly believed in this humane Tao, you were just courting death. Many thanks for your pointers, Mr. Mo Nian. Your unique knowledge and experience were greatly beneficial to me. I'm extremely grateful. Yu Tong surprisingly bowed towards Mo Nian. Mo Nian also hastily bowed. Miss Yu Tong is too courteous. My little learning is nothing. Long Chen is the truly wise one. He'll definitely give you an even more marvelous answer. Seeing Mo Nian's evil smile, Long Chen had an urge to beat him. This brat really never gave up any chance to set him up. Mo Nian's reply had already been very similar to Long Chen's viewpoint. Now if Long Chen said something similar, it would be like slapping himself in the face. Mo Nian had intentionally raised him high into the air so that he would fall from the heavens. This brat was too evil. Oh, Mr. Mo Nian's opinion is already very similar to my own. Now I really want to hear Mr. Long Chen's unique viewpoint. Yu Tong looked at Long Chen with anticipation. The other two women also turned to look at him with a hopeful light in their eyes. They were all hoping for a different response than Mo Nian's now. Originally, I thought I concealed myself enough. However, your all-seeing perception has managed to notice my superiority. Then fine, I can answer junior sister Yu Tong's questions. Furthermore, I guarantee my answers will be different from anyone else's. However, I have one small request. If my answers truly are different from anyone else's, then junior sister Yu Tong, could you please let us experience a song from you? Smiled Long Chen. Fuck, this guy's skin really is thick. Mo Nian cursed inside, but excitement still rose in his heart. He had heard that if one's answers to their questions satisfied them, they would play a song for that lucky guest. Being blessed by a song from the Immortal Intoxication Building's ladies was a great honor. It seemed each time they played a song, it would shake all of Qing Prefecture. However, Mo Nian also was a bit vexed, because his answers might have satisfied them, but it hadn't reached the level where they would play a song for him. It seems Mr. Long Chen is very confident. That's fine. As long as your answers are different from everyone else's, then I can play a song for everyone, promised Yu Tong. She smiled, but her smile was full of confidence. Obviously, she had posed these questions to countless people. She had received tens of thousands of answers, and many of them were basically the same thing. She didn't believe that Long Chen could truly answer her in a completely different way. If even one of his answers was similar to someone else's, then it wouldn't be worth her playing a song. Countless people looked at Long Chen with ridicule, wanting to see how he would humiliate himself. Then Mr. Long Chen, what is the Tao? This so-called Tao is to take other people's things without them knowing and without telling them. That is stealing, said Long Chen. Now it was Mo Nian's turn to spit out his wine. Long Chen had actually switched the Tao with stealing. That was absolutely shameless. 1. The three women turned expressionless. This answer was truly unique. That is not the Tao. Yu Tong shook her head. Stealing is also a Tao, so why can't it be called the Tao? Long Chen smiled. That left people speechless. They didn't know just how they were supposed to argue. Long Chen was clearly misrepresenting right and wrong, yet it was impossible to retort. HMPH, swine. A black heart with the learning of a bumpkin. Just a vulgar clown that would amuse the lowest of commoners. Shameless to the peak, too inferior to even be shown in public. Countless taunts rang out. Long Chen looked at those people and smiled coldly. Go ahead, keep acting. Yu Tong was somewhat speechless. Long Chen was too wicked. She had never run into someone with such a temperament. He was practically a scoundrel. The good impression she had of him immediately faded a great deal. Then what is the King Tao? She continued asking. Long Chen pointed to those people outside the screens. To directly smash pompous people. Those people's expressions immediately changed to become fury. Long Chen was provoking them. What is the hegemon Tao? To smash those who aren't pompous together with them. What is the humane Tao? To give a warning before you smash them. Long Chen answered without even thinking about it. Mo Nian and the others were dumbfounded. How could he reply like this? Long Chen's head really was capable of the strangest thoughts. Over half the people on this floor immediately stood up, glowering at Long Chen. Long Chen, you are courting death. Mo Nian was correct. This humane Tao is just nonsense to trick children. Junior sister Yu Tong, just look at their sinister expressions. They've finally exposed the darkness in their hearts. That refined and cultured appearance before was just an act. I was right. That's why I said high class isn't faked. Just look at their eyes, they clearly want to hack me to death. Just from that, it's obvious they have no humane heart. So they're all inhumane people, said Long Chen frankly. Yu Tong was speechless. Seeing those people furiously glowering over, it was obvious they were on the verge of going berserk. That last insult of his had been truly intolerable, especially for a man. Fine, no matter what, Mr. Long Chen's answers truly were different from others. I admit defeat. Let me present this song, gazing at the mountain in the clouds. I hope everyone will enjoy. Yu Tong took out an ivory flute. This flute was like jade and covered with beautiful lines. Deep within the flute, lines roved around as if it had its own life. Damn, Even her flute is a Shantian weapon. Just what is the background of this immortal intoxication pavilion? Long Chen's heart shook. Everyone else was also shocked. Although they were mostly meridian opening experts, they all possessed an extraordinary status. They could easily tell this flute was not ordinary. Those people who had stood up immediately sat down. Being able to hear the immortal intoxication pavilion's ladies play a song was too rare. It only happened once every few years. Yu Tong gently raised her flute. In that instant, she seemed to become a completely different person. She was enveloped by a Tao charm. Despite clearly being there, it was as if she had become illusory. When she blew into the flute, a sweet sound rang out and everyone saw a scene appear before them, a young maiden looking up towards a majestic mountain. Immortal chi curled around that mountain as it soared into the clouds. As she played, the scene also revolved, making people feel like they had flown into the scene and were looking up at this mountain. In front of this towering mountain, they felt themselves to be a minuscule speck of dust. As the music played, they felt as if they were slowly flying closer to the mountain. But although they were clearly approaching the mountain, they felt as if the mountain was still as far away as ever, so far away that they would never be able to reach it. That was an incredibly mysterious feeling that shook their hearts. Suddenly, the final note played and the scene before them disappeared. However, everyone's expressions were still filled with shock. That towering mountain had not been a true mountain, but a kind of heavenly Tao. Yu Tong had drawn everyone into an extremely special state that allowed them to comprehend that heavenly Tao. Everyone listening seemed intoxicated. Only Long Chen had no reaction. He had no idea why these people seemed so infatuated. Although he had also seen that scene with the mountain, he hadn't felt any reverence for that towering mountain. On the contrary, he had an urge to cut down that mountain with a single slash of his saber. That was an automatic reaction from deep within him. Fairy's divine abilities have benefited us greatly. We are endlessly grateful. Quite a few people stood up and bowed to express their thanks to Yu Tong. Fuck off, wasn't it all my work? Without me, would you have even heard a fart? But you don't thank me, instead wanting to fight me. You inhumane idiots. Long Chen curled his lips, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Yu Tong looked at Long Chen. Mr. Long Chen's answers truly were different from everyone else's. However, it seems you have taken advantage of me. Your answers didn't truly have any substance behind them, correct? Perhaps you owe me an apology. Substance, that is your opinion. However, I do not feel like I was speaking nonsense just now. That is my, Long Chen's, Tao. Miss Fairy, you use music to peer into the heavens, cultivating using sound. This is incredibly profound. But do you think that other than your music Tao, other Taos are unable to reach the pinnacle, immortal godhood? Asked Long Chen. His words lacked politeness, causing everyone's expressions to change. Mo Nian was stunned. Had Long Chen gotten angry? Chapter 570 Running into Yin Wusheng again. Fairy Yu Tong, with all the things that exist in this world, there are innumerable Taos. What is the correct Tao? What are the wrong Taos? What Tao cannot be followed to the peak? Asked Long Chen. The three women were startled. This question of his was even sharper, and they were unable to reply. You don't have an answer, but neither does any one of the people here. Even gods and devils are unable to answer this question. Within the legends of the immortal era, gods and devils fought an immense war, and immortals and ghosts fought for dominance. The bones of gods piled into mountains and the blood of immortals flowed like rivers. Why is that? The immortal Tao, the devil Tao, the ghost Tao, the god Tao. Which one of them doesn't consider itself to be the true correct Tao? If their Taos were all correct Taos, then what are these other Taos we have now? Just which Tao is supreme? Where is the supreme expert with their supreme Tao? Why is it that the culture of the immortal era has disappeared now, severing our inheritance? I'll trouble Fairy Yu Tong to tell me, what is the Tao? What is the King Tao? What is the Hegemon Tao? What is the Humane Tao? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help feeling anger inside. His original intention wasn't to release his anger on her. But when Yu Tong called his Tao into question, it was a kind of humiliation. That wasn't something he really cared about, but the pride within his soul had become berserk. After merging with the pill god memories, as Long Chen's cultivation base had grown, the will within him influenced him less and less. But today, Yu Tong's words had made that will furious. Yu Tong's face was red, and she almost felt dizzy. There was no way for her to retort to Long Chen's words because his words were entirely correct. If there really was only one correct Tao within the innumerable Taos, How could there be gods and devils, immortals and ghosts? As Long Chen said these words, his image was also reflected on the wall of a private room. The pavilion master looked at Long Chen and sighed. It's no wonder he formed a resonance with the ninth divine emissary. Even his viewpoint of the Tao is almost identical to hers. Back then, the ninth divine emissary said that the heavenly Taos were tyrannical and that she would walk her own Tao. Her words were viewed as blasphemy against the heavens, and she was attacked by countless experts. However, her Tao heart was as stable as a boulder, and she was determined to walk her own Tao. She faced the cultivation world head-on, slaughtering out her own path. However, that path was too bloody. The veiled woman said, Yu Tong's Tao heart isn't stable enough. Long Chen's words caused a flaw to appear on her Tao heart. However, that's not necessarily a bad thing. We go out for tempering to experience this world's countless Taos and increase our comprehension. Taos are not differentiated by strong and weak, high or low. It seems Yu Tong needs more tempering. The pavilion master looked at her with praise. Ah, Ziyan, your level of comprehension is truly admirable. Within the elusive music immortal palace, when it comes to comprehension, there probably isn't anyone else who can compare to you in the junior generation. Perhaps there will come a day when you can lead us back to our splendor in the immortal era. Pavilion Master is too courteous. There are countless geniuses within our elusive music immortal palace. I don't want to compete with them. I just want to have the freedom to pursue the music Tao. As for what realm I can reach, that will be up to fate, sighed Ziyan. Oh, another person came. Ziyan suddenly saw another person appear in the scene. Just as Yu Tong was at a loss on how to reply, an icy voice rang out. Even someone who is not a celestial dares spout lies about the heavenly Taos. Truly an ignorant insect. Long Chen, you really know how to boast shamelessly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He saw two people appear at the entrance to this floor. Obviously, they had heard his words while they had been coming up. One was a young man in extravagant robes and a jade belt. He wore a golden crown on his head, and he was outstandingly handsome. The woman beside him was slightly older, but she was a late Shantian expert. How coincidental. I never expected that you, Yin Wusheng, would also come here, said Long Chen lightly. He really hadn't expected Yin Wusheng to appear here. However, this was Qing Prefecture, the Mo family's territory. He didn't believe Yin Wusheng dared to cause any trouble here. Hearing that this was Yin Wusheng, everyone's expressions changed. Evidently, they had heard of his name. The various large powers all had celestials. However, they didn't tell the other disciples who they were because they were afraid of giving them an impact to their confidence. If people learned of celestials too early, then many of them would lose confidence in cultivating. Celestials were the favorites of the heavens. That was practically cheating, but the people present were all rather prestigious geniuses. They naturally had the qualifications to learn about some things. It was precisely because they had heard of him that they were so shocked. They hadn't imagined that a legendary celestial would appear at the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. It had to be known that celestials were all kept hidden by what power they belonged to, and those powers wouldn't easily reveal them. It's no coincidence. I came because I heard you were here. Last time, I let you escape. This time I'll take your little life. I don't believe you'll have the luck you had last time. Yin Wusheng walked up to Long Chen, not concealing his goal at all. The people here felt quite refreshed upon hearing that. They had long since felt Long Chen was displeasing. Now that a celestial was targeting him, they almost applauded. Take my life. Hee. Those who want to take my life only get one chance. Once that chance is over, it'll never come back again. Last time, in our 1 against 1, you still didn't have the power to stop me from leaving. Now that I've advanced to Meridian Opening as well, do you still feel like you'll have a chance? Long Chen shook his head. Now they were unable to believe their ears. Long Chen had already fought with Yin Wusheng, and apparently he had only been at bone forging back then. They were really unable to imagine how Long Chen was able to escape Yin Wusheng in that situation. Yin Wusheng was a celestial, someone unrivaled within the same realm. Fighting across realms was incredibly easy for him. These people might have dared to insult Long Chen, but they didn't dare say a word in Yin Wusheng's presence. Their insignificant abilities were useless in the face of a celestial. Last time you were just lucky. Otherwise, not even 10 lives would have been enough for you, sneered Yin Wusheng. You really have lived for nothing. How are you even a celestial? Luck is also a kind of strength. If you still don't understand that, it seems you really haven't grown up at all during this time. According to your own logic, if you hadn't been lucky and she hadn't saved you, there would no longer be a yin wuxiang in this world, said Long Chen. A person who had been sipping his wine shook, and his wine cup shattered on the ground. That sound was like the sound of a hammer smashing viciously into their hearts. They couldn't bring themselves to believe Long Chen's words. From his tone, it seemed he had been the one to defeat yin wuxiang. Everyone was filled with shock, and those that had ridiculed him before began to sweat. As for that person who had challenged Long Chen to a deathmatch, he was paralyzed. If Long Chen had agreed, he would have long since gone to another world. Although Long Chen's cultivation base wasn't apparent, they all knew yin wuxiang was a true expert. Would someone who could speak with someone like yin wuxiang really just brag? Furthermore, if Long Chen was bragging, then yin wuxiang wouldn't just accompany him in his bragging. For a moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. However, Long Chen and yin wuxiang were both glaring at each other. The atmosphere was tense with hostility. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you had such glorious battle achievements. Why didn't you tell me? Mo Nian stood up and patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Is there anything glorious about it? It was just a scuffle. And in the end, I was the one who fled miserably, said Long Chen. Yu Tong looked at Long Chen. She realized Long Chen was an open and straightforward person. He said whatever he wanted to say. He didn't even bother concealing his own disgrace. That made her feel a trace of admiration for him. She had truly gotten a bit angry when Long Chen had responded to her and put her at a loss for words. But now she realized that his words were reasonable, which was why she had no retort. For her to get angry because she had lost some face meant there was a problem with her Dao heart. It seemed she still needed more tempering. HMPH, if you hadn't fled quickly last time, you'd already be dead. Yin Qing finally opened her mouth. Long Chen was too lazy to speak to her. He only spoke to Yin Wuxiang because he had the qualifications to face him. But Yin Qing was no longer on the same level as him. Long Chen didn't say anything, but Mo Nian did. Hey, when you come here, you have to spend your own money to eat. Don't think that if you stand next to us, we'll give you our scraps. If you have nothing else, leave and stop holding us back from our meal. HMPH, someone from a second-rate family does not have the qualifications to speak to me, what? Yin Wuxiang was suddenly filled with disbelief. What? Did you think no one else could become a celestial? Sneered Mo Nian. Ha 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 ha, how unexpected. Even a declined family was able to use their inheritance to give birth to a celestial. Hee. However, relying on an inheritance instead of naturally awakening still makes you trash. Even if you've become a celestial, you'll be the lowest ranking celestial. Is that worth being prideful of? Yin Wuxiang suddenly laughed. Mo Nian was furious, but he was held back by Long Chen. When a dog barks at you, will you bother talking reason with the dog? Have you already forgotten what you said about the King Dao and Hegemon Dao? For such people, use your fists, not your mouth. Come, let's keep drinking. Yin Wuxiang and Yin Qing's expressions became exceedingly ugly, but this place was the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion, and they didn't dare attack here. Furthermore, they had their own reasons for coming to Qing Prefecture this time. They could only temporarily endure. Everyone is a guest of the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. Why must you get angry here? How about I play everyone a song to enjoy instead? Chapter 571 Devil Star. This voice rang out in everyone's ears, sounding both like a bird and the tinkling of bells. Just hearing that voice could make a person feel like they were floating in the clouds. Everyone hastily turned to see that at some unknown point, a large stage had appeared at the front of the hall. There was a zither rest on the stage, and on it was a simple and unadorned zither. A woman in a white veil and white robes was sitting beside the zither. She appeared like a lotus blooming out of the water, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. That voice had come from her. You're all very fortunate. Elder Sister Ziyan is our Immortal Intoxication Building's top expert in the music Dao. Even we don't normally get a chance to listen to her play, said Yu Tong. When Ziyan appeared, Yin Wuxiang's pupils shrunk. He sensed a strange aura from her body. He and Yin Qing found a place to sit, temporarily putting aside their grudge with Long Chen. The sun and moon are not whole, heaven and earth are imperfect. What is the point of struggling back and forth? I will be so bold as to play a song for everyone. I hope everyone can properly reflect on it. Ziyan slowly extended her hands, brushing gently upon the zither. Twang. Long Chen felt his own heart jump slightly along with that zither sound. 3 more notes rang out. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he was being drawn into that beautiful music. What a terrifying control! A single note from her zither can probe a person's pulse, and from that, she adjusts the rhythm to draw you in. This woman is much more profound than Yu Tong. As Ziyan played her zither, even Long Chen, who didn't know the slightest thing about music, felt incomparably comfortable. This was a kind of musical meditation that delighted the heart. As the music played, Long Chen saw a scene before him, mountains spreading into the distance, crystal clear water flowing to and fro, birds singing in trees. That beautiful scene was something a person couldn't have the heart to destroy. In this scene, Long Chen felt a rare pleasure and peace within him. At that moment, he forgot all his vexation, all his fury. He immersed himself in this world. Peace, warmth, not the slightest struggle. Everything was tranquil and harmonious, comforting and natural. It was a wonderland without the struggles of the mundane world. Long Chen immersed himself within a green field, enjoying the feeling. Suddenly, the birds flew away in a panic. Countless fierce magical beasts appeared and charged in Long Chen's direction. Looking at those magical beasts, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest panic. He allowed them to run past his side. He knew this was all an illusion, just an artistic realm this white-robed woman was showing him. Once those magical beasts rushed past his side, the scene changed again. Those magical beasts appeared in a human city, crazily attacking people. The city's army was defending as best as they could, but these magical beasts were too fierce. Blood and flesh flew through the air. Countless miserable screams and wails came from the city. Long Chen stood on the city wall, watching this bloody scene. For some unknown reason, this scene gradually began to transform into Phoenix Cry's capital. Long Chen even saw Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and Shou Hu's figures. They were brandishing their weapons. Even in the face of these magical beasts they had no chance of defeating, they still fought. Even knowing this is all fake, I still can't bring myself to just watch you all die in front of me. Long Chen took out a saber. With a single slash, those magical beasts were all killed and disappeared. Chen you've returned. Thank goodness. Otherwise, the capital wouldn't have been able to hold on. Long Tianxia looked at Long Chen with gratification. Seeing these figures before him, Long Chen felt a burst of warmth within him. After being parted for so long, he didn't know how his father and mother were now. Chen where are you? Are you still alive? Mom and Dad miss you. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. That's enough. Stop before you go too far. Long Chen coldly shouted and smashed a fist forward. The space around him broke, and the entire scene disappeared. Twang! A strange sound rang out, and the zither music came to a sudden halt. Only now did everyone wake up. Some people were completely shocked, not knowing what had happened. They felt as if they had been dreaming. But in that dream, they had seen many things that were related to them. They hastily looked over to Ziyan. They saw her motionless, her hand holding a zither string that had snapped. My skills are still not refined enough. I've caused everyone to laugh, she apologized. Many thanks for this great favor. It felt like I had lived through my life again, and I've benefited greatly. I am truly endlessly grateful. Quite a few people stood up to thank her. Long Chen didn't know what they had seen, but it seemed they had comprehended many things. Everyone is too courteous. Right now, I feel a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, she turned and disappeared behind the zither stage. When that woman returned to the private room, before the pavilion master could say a word, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ziyan, cried the pavilion master. Ziyan's veil fell from her face, revealing her incredibly beautiful complexion. She had picturesque eyebrows, a jasper nose, cherry lips, and a face that was like fine jade. However, her face was now slightly pale. Pavilion master, I'm fine. I just suffered a slight backlash, explained Ziyan. A backlash? Yes. When I played the hard reincarnation song, everyone entered that reincarnation realm. Only Long Chen stayed at the edge the entire time, unwilling to enter. I focused my spiritual music energy on him, but I didn't expect his heart to be so firm. When I tried to draw him into the reincarnation, it seemed to have touched upon something that deeply aggrieved him. He actually forcibly escaped from my realm, and being caught off guard, my mind received a heavy shock. The backlash also snapped one of my strings. Ziyan was still shocked. Did you see his secrets? Asked the pavilion master. No, I didn't deliberately try to pry. I just wanted to draw him into the reincarnation, letting him relive his life. But he had only just begun to enter that realm when he forcibly escaped. It seems his heart is hiding many things that he doesn't want others to know about, said Xian. Although she hadn't deliberately pried, she could still sense that at that time, she had touched something that pained Long Chen greatly. When playing that song, she had connected her mind to Long Chen's. The change in Long Chen's emotions was something she had clearly experienced. This Long Chen is a dangerous person. Xian, you should stay away from him as much as possible to avoid having your Dao heart influenced, sighed the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, do you still remember what my master said when she told my fortune? She said I would run into a devil star in my lifetime, and that would change my entire fate. One thought might turn me into a god, and another thought might turn me into a devil. It is all predestined. Xian looked at the image on the wall. I'm not sure, but when I touched Long Chen's inner heart just now, my mental realm also became chaotic, and I was unable to maintain a peaceful heart. I bitterly focus my cultivation on my mental realm, and even my master said that my mental realm is something rarely seen. However, with just one brief interaction with Long Chen, my mental realm was broken. It really is hard to believe, said Xian. Could you have made a mistake? How could Long Chen be your devil star? Don't deceive yourself, said the Pavilion Master. Master's cultivation base has reached heaven merging. Her music Dao can peer into the heavenly Daos, and with her all-encompassing perception, she rarely makes a mistake. However, whether or not my devil star is Long Chen is unknown for now. I need to wait and see, said Xian. How about I go kill Long Chen? Then it won't influence you. The Pavilion Master clenched her teeth. You can't. You know that if Long Chen really is my devil star, killing him will invoke karma. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Xian shook her head. Xian, you are a peerless genius. I couldn't bear to see him ruin you. This little sacrifice is worth it, said the Pavilion Master determinedly. Thank you for the thought, but this matter has to be handled by me. When Master said one thought could turn me into a god, and one thought could turn me into a devil, she meant that the choice was in my own hands. If I kill my devil star, I will become a god. If I can't kill my devil star, I will end up sinking with my devil star onto the devil path. In any case, the initiative is in my hands. Right now, it's still unknown whether Long Chen is my devil star. I can't act rashly. After I can confirm it, I will personally kill him and continue cultivating my music Dao. Then my future will be an unobstructed path. The Pavilion Master looked from Xian to Long Chen's image reflected on the wall. A trace of unease appeared in her eyes, but she could only watch. This was Xian's own fate. Once Xian left, Long Chen felt a strange emotion arise in his heart. It was very odd, and he was unable to tell what that emotion was. It's getting late. Many thanks Miss Yutong for your warm hospitality. We'll say our goodbyes now. Long Chen felt that it was about time, and he had already stood up to leave. That stunned Yutong and the others. It seemed this was the first time anyone took the initiative to say goodbye to them. For others, saying even an extra sentence to them was precious. It was only Long Chen who didn't feel reluctant to leave this place. However, Yutong didn't display that. She magnanimously said, "You're welcome to visit again. Hee, I don't really know how to talk that well. Today, my words were a bit contrary. I hope Miss Yutong will forgive me. I'm sure we'll meet again someday." Long Chen cupped his fists to Yutong. After all, releasing his fury on her had been a bit too much. After saying goodbye, Long Chen began walking towards the exit. When he walked past Yin Wusheng's table, Yin Wusheng suddenly said, "Long Chen, properly enjoy your final moments." Long Chen didn't even glance at him, nor did he slow down. He lightly threw out, "If you want to die, you can come find me at any time. I will quickly, conveniently, and painlessly send you to another world." Yin Wusheng immediately felt like he had been slapped in the face. Killing intent erupted from him, but he still endured. "It's Yin Wusheng, right?" Mo Nian suddenly paused by Yin Wusheng's side. "Ah, nothing. I just want to say, if you want to die, you can go find him at any time. He will quickly, conveniently, and painlessly send you to another world. I was just afraid you didn't hear, so I helped repeat it for you. There's no need to thank me." Mo Nian followed Long Chen away. Mu Shui and the others hastily kept up, leaving behind a black-faced Yin Wusheng. Hee, Long Chen, I feel like you really have talent when it comes to pissing people off. Once they were out of the immortal intoxication building, Mo Nian patted Long Chen's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up. Long Chen was about to say that he was overpraising him when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. A powerful force abruptly pushed him, and Long Chen involuntarily flew towards that person. Chapter 572 Different Daos. Mo Nian, it seems you no longer want to keep living. That figure was Mo Nian's fiancé, Lu Zongying. At this moment, Mo Nian had used his masterstroke, pushing Long Chen forward and then fleeing. Hey, sister-in-law, don't hit me. I'm not Mo Nian, Long Chen hastily cried out. At the same time, he gave Mo Nian a vicious cursing inside. Just now, hadn't he called him a brother? In the blink of an eye, he had sold him out. In midair, Long Chen didn't have any great abilities he could use. Furthermore, that bastard Mo Nian had truly been evil. Long Chen's posture seemed like he was trying to block Lu Zongying. The two of you can both rot in hell. Lu Zongying's palm slammed into Long Chen's chest, causing his blood and chi to flip inside him. But after pushing him aside, she saw Mo Nian had already disappeared past the end of the street. Lu Zongying let out a furious snort and shot after him. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be this angry. Mo Nian only ordered 2 women, and all they did was hold hands. Long Chen kindly exonerated Mo Nian. Mo Nian, today, if I don't skin you completely, I won't be Lu Zongying. Her furious cry rang out from the distance. Good brother Mo Nian, I can only help you this much. Long Chen simply looked in that direction. Mu Shui and the others looked from the distance to Long Chen, their expressions odd. They didn't know what they should say. Leader Mu Shui, you guys should get going. I'll return to Mo Gate. You can come to find me if you need anything. After saying goodbye, Long Chen walked on his own towards Mo Gate. Right now, he didn't know where Mo Nian had gone off to enjoy his love. However, Long Chen didn't have very high hopes for him. Mo Nian had said that his grandfather had told him that his future growth would be unlimited. The manifestation Mo Nian summoned had those 2 illusory figures within him. That was not something an ordinary manifestation should have. But while Mo Nian was filled with confidence towards his future, that was just his future. Currently, he still hadn't gotten used to his new power, and he was not a match for Lu Zongying yet. Thinking of Lu Zongying's swift and decisive temperament, if she caught him, then the massage she would give him would definitely be very relaxing. Oh, Long Chen suddenly sensed something odd. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he continued on his original path. Currently, it was late at night. He was now in a desolate area. According to Mo Nian, this place was a slum. Over 10 years ago, a minor epidemic had erupted here, and many people had died. That was why no one had lived here in the past few years. If they hadn't been rushing, Mo Nian wouldn't have brought Long Chen through this desolate area. Long Chen was unfamiliar with this city, and so he could only go back according to their original path. Suddenly, a cold light shot straight towards Long Chen. Long Chen tilted to the side, and that cold light shot right past him. But he hadn't expected the cold light to suddenly explode. A burst of light blinded him. Over 10 black-robed figures rushed out from every direction. All their weapons attacked Long Chen at the same time. They were incredibly fast and crafty, taking advantage of when Long Chen was blinded to try to kill him immediately. Those people's weapons collided together. All their weapons ended up hitting nothing but air. They had actually pierced an afterimage, and they immediately had a bad feeling. A ray of scarlet saber chi slashed towards 3 of them. They didn't even have time to react before they were cut in 2. Only now did everyone else react, viciously attacking Long Chen. Long Chen blocked their attacks with another slash of his saber and fell back, icily looking at these people. You should be Yin Wuxiang's chess pieces, correct? He sent you to test me. These people were all masked. They were also all Shantian experts. Furthermore, they didn't seem like ordinary Shantian experts. Long Chen sensed a familiar aura from them. The person in charge shouted, and all of them once more charged at him. This time, they completely released the power of their cultivation bases, and a terrifying pressure shook the void. Long Chen's saber slashed out again. The void seemed to cry from his power. Their weapons were all forced back by a single swing of his saber. This senseless probing can end here. Suddenly, a ball of flames appeared in Long Chen's left hand. It was only the size of a fist, but as soon as it appeared, a terrifying heat caused all the space within a mile to twist and warp. Not good. Run. Sorry, it's too late. The flame sphere exploded amongst them, instantly enveloping everything within several miles. This was the flame energy from Long Chen's earth flame. Under Long Chen's continuous nourishing, the earth flame had continuously grown stronger. This attack now was practically apocalyptical. Those people didn't even have a chance to scream before being burned to ashes. Several miles outside the battlefield, a man was holding a photographic jade and recording everything. Seeing those terrifying flames, cold sweat covered him. He blessed his luck that he had been ordered here, or he would also have died. When the flames finally scattered, an area of 3,000 meters had been completely burned to nothing. Even the ground had disappeared, leaving a huge crater. Something's wrong. That person suddenly let out a startled cry, as he realized that not only had those people disappeared, but even Long Chen was nowhere to be seen. What's wrong? I don't see anything. Long Chen appeared behind him, looking at the battlefield. That person immediately turned pale as paper, and he suddenly took out a dagger that emitted a blue light as he stabbed it towards Long Chen's chest. That blue light was actually a kind of antiairus poison. Choosing to use this weapon at this close distance was definitely his best option. The fact that he could instantly make the most correct judgment at this time meant this person was a true expert. But as his dagger was about to reach Long Chen's heart, it stopped. A large hand was clenching his throat, and a domineering spiritual chi had sealed his body, making it so he didn't even have the ability to move a finger. I really can't understand why Yin Wusheng would send you people to your deaths like this. Even if he wanted to test me out, he should have sent stronger people. Or is it that he is looking down on me, thinking I'm the same person he managed to chase down? Did he really think a few random people could probe my strength? Long Chen icily looked at him. He really was unable to understand why someone would do something so foolish as to vainly send their own people to their deaths. Or was it that these people were disobedient and he didn't like them? Did he want to use Long Chen to get rid of them? Long Chen, spare me. I had no choice. I was ordered. I have a family, children. Long Chen slightly increased his strength and directly snapped his neck. At the same time, he forcibly dispersed his soul. His corpse fell from his hand. His eyes were popping out and open in death. Have you seen enough? Asked Long Chen, clasping his hands behind his back. After he said that, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. She was slender and lithe, a white veil covering her face. Why did you have to do this? He already begged for mercy, and his courage was already broken by you. He wouldn't be your enemy ever again. Why couldn't you give him a path to live? This woman was Ziyan. Is that your humane Tao? Long Chen didn't reply, instead asking her a question. Every person has a humane heart. However, it is deliberately hidden by themselves. Why don't you try releasing your humane heart? Only then can you release other people's humane hearts, creating a cycle of virtue. If that happened, this world would no longer be the way it is, said Ziyan somewhat regretfully. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed, his laughter extremely crazy. Junior sister Ziyan, have you heard of a certain story? There was once a crown prince who stood at the top of the city walls. He looked down on those countless starving refugees whose crops had failed. They were crazily digging out grass and pulling off tree bark to allay their own hunger. At the same time, many of them died from starvation. That crown prince asked the chancellor beside him, why don't those people eat some meat if they're so hungry? Ziyan shook her head. I'm not judging your actions while trying to stand high above you morally. Long Chen sneered, you aren't judging, but you are tactfully criticizing. As expected, you really are a high-class person. These methods really are different from what a low-class person like myself can think of. The heights we stand on are different. Your parents, your family, they're safe. But I'm different. If I am weak, if I am compassionate, I will bring pain to those close to me. You say he's innocent. Then when he tried to kill me, did he once think about my father, my mother, my family? According to you, his courage was broken by me so he temporarily wouldn't be enemies with me anymore. But can you guarantee that if his master ordered him to kill my family, he definitely wouldn't go? Why don't you say something? Is it because you can't guarantee that? Let alone you, even a god is unable to change a person's nature. Since there's no guarantee, why can't I kill him? He had a murderous heart towards me, so why must I take the risk to have a humane heart for him? Why would I bring pain to the people by my side? Why would I bring pain to myself? Isn't that just too stupid? sneered Long Chen. Long Chen, you're too extreme, said Ziyan. Whether or not I'm extreme is my own affair. Miss Ziyan, I won't bother you about how you tried to peer into my secrets previously. This matter ends here. You and I are people in different worlds. I don't care if you have good intentions towards me. I'd ask you not to meddle in my matters, or we'll become enemies. Long Chen left this final sentence before turning and leaving. The only one left was Ziyan, standing in the darkness of the night. Chapter 573 Fellow Brothers in Hardship. Long Chen's expression was dark, and he felt an indescribable fury. He found it wasn't just the heavens that were targeting him, but even people were too. Whether it was Yu Tong or Ziyan, although they hadn't intentionally targeted him, their attitude toward him had been extremely irritating. They were people isolated above the struggles of the mundane world. Of course, it was easy for them to preach peace. But wasn't that just stupidity for him? Back in the capital, how much had the Long family sacrificed for the nation? Long Tianxiao had fought on the bloody battlefield to protect the border for so many years. How much had he given to Phoenix Cry? What had he obtained in return? Even if it was those in power that had been targeting the Long family, what about the commoners? What about the others in the city? When Long Chen had been bullied, they had just watched from the side. In fact, they had even added in their own insults. Were they unaware that if Long Tianxiao hadn't been standing in front of them, fighting a bloody battle to protect them, they wouldn't even have the right to live peaceful lives? No, they were aware. However, people enjoyed the benefits, but they didn't know how to be grateful. Long Chen had long since seen through the essence of human nature. Now that someone wanted to use their textbook moral standards to comment on his actions, he had a stomach full of fire. Long Chen had an urge to immediately find Yin Wusheng and have a battle with him, as he felt incredibly stifled inside. Although he didn't know what origins the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion's ladies had, he knew they were cultivators who came from a mysterious background. That natural and peaceful Tao charm that came from their bodies made each one of them a fairy untouched by the turmoil of the mundane world. But although these fairies had descended upon the world, what did they have to do with Long Chen? Had they come to try and enlighten him? To reform him? Was that a joke? Had he somehow become a heinous villain? Just how many idiots were there in this world who also targeted him? Within the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion, those people had all been a bunch of posers. In truth, it was unknown just how filthy-minded they were. But instead of trying to reform them, they came to target Long Chen. If it was someone else targeting him, Long Chen wouldn't be this furious. But for Ziyan, someone who stood aloof from worldly affairs, to actually try and enlighten him, Long Chen was especially irritated. Bored people should mind their own business. Long Chen suppressed his fury and quickened his footsteps. He swore to never return to that place. Seeing Long Chen's figure disappear, Ziyan sighed and returned to the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion. As soon as she returned, the pavilion master asked, "Did you talk to him?" "I suppose." Ziyan gently pulled off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. However, her expression was slightly disappointed. "What happened? We just said a few words and then Long Chen left." Furthermore, his expression was frighteningly gloomy. He forcibly held himself back from cursing me. Ziyan bitterly smiled. Long Chen might look like a decent person, but how can he be so coarse? The pavilion master shook her head. "It's not that he's coarse, but that he's extremely angry. It seems he is extremely disgusted with me," sighed Ziyan. "Haha, that's because he hasn't seen the real you. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be like this." The pavilion master laughed extremely confidently. "This Long Chen is extremely strange. He seems like a well whose surface is extremely ordinary. However, no one is able to see through that surface to see how much depth he has. It's a mystery just how many things he's concealing. You can't say he's a good person, because when he kills, his soul doesn't quiver in the slightest. He doesn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. But you can't say he's an evil person, because he treats the people by his side so openly and kindly. He doesn't even have the slightest guard against them." Ziyan looked out of a window, staring into the darkness. "Ziyan, whether or not Long Chen is your devil star, he currently has no relation with you. If you don't want to kill him, then don't provoke him. Your good intentions will just bring yourself harm and affect your Tao heart," warned the pavilion master. "Yes, I understand. In any case, my tempering experience this time will end soon. I feel like my Tao heart has almost reached perfection, and so I've accomplished the mission Master gave me and can return to the immortal." Palace. This Long Chen shouldn't be my devil star. Pavilion Master, don't worry, I was just a bit interested in him. I know to act properly, said Ziyan. Then that's good. You are the head of our elusive music immortal palace's 4 great immortal sprouts. The palace master has great hopes for you. Don't disappoint her, warned the pavilion master. Yes, I'll leave now to rest. After saying goodbye to the pavilion master, Ziyan returned to her own room. However, after a while, a green-robed maiden walked in. Big sister Ziyan, you called me. Yes, Xiaolu, help me investigate that Long Chen. The more detailed the information, the better, said Ziyan. And don't let the pavilion master learn about this, said Ziyan. Once that maiden left, Ziyan looked out the window. That was the direction Long Chen had left in. To cause my Dao heart to shake like this, you are definitely my life's foreordained devil star. Either I change you, or I kill you. Long Chen, I'm sorry. A complicated expression flashed through Ziyan's eyes, and she sighed. It was unknown whether or not the heavens were intentionally opposing Long Chen, but in any case, for the rest of his way back, he didn't run into any other obstructions. When he returned to Mo Nian's courtyard, he saw Mo Nian was already back. However, now, Mo Nian's face was badly swollen and his hair was a mess. Seeing Long Chen so gloomy as he walked in, Mo Nian asked, "What, were you also beaten by someone?" "Don't even mention it, it's too infuriating." Long Chen shook his head. "What, something this good actually happened? Quick, tell me, let your brother be happy for a bit." Mo Nian's eyes brightened. "The door's over there." Scram. Long Chen pointed. "Ah, don't be like this. We are fellow brothers in hardship. We should face our troubles together. Come, tell me your story," pressed Mo Nian. Long Chen told him about being attacked by experts from the Yin family and his conversation with Ziyan. Mo Nian couldn't help shaking his head. Is Yin Wusheng an idiot? Why would he send those people to test you? My guess is that they're abandoned members. With such a large family, there are sure to be many fights. This kind of situation isn't that rare. Those people were probably his competitors' underlings. He used me to get rid of them, said Long Chen. But then what about Ziyan? Why would she target you? Could it be that she didn't take the right medicine today and ended up taking a fancy to you? Mo Nian exclaimed suddenly. The door is over there. Haha, it's just a joke. My grandfather said that the immortal intoxication building isn't somewhere that just any sect's disciples could go to for tempering. To study the world's various aspects there, learning about the lives of thousands of people, to comprehend the innumerable Taos over heaven and earth, it seems whatever sect she's from is quite a terrifying existence. In any case, my grandfather said that Mo Gate can't provoke them. Unless something happens, I'm not to do anything to them. If that Ziyan really wants to target you, it'll be troublesome, said Mo Nian. TCH, there are too many bored people in this world. I'm too lazy to bother with them, said Long Chen. Hey, Long Chen, aren't you known as having unrivaled pickup techniques? Why don't you use some of your abilities to win her over? Although we didn't get to see her face, just from her temperament, it's clear she's a peerless beauty. Once you seduce her, not only will you have a beauty, but whatever sect she's from will also be on your side. What a great deal. Mo Nian's eyes brightened. When did I ever say I have unrivaled pickup techniques? Who did you hear that from? Long Chen was somewhat speechless. Do you even need to ask? Just look at all those beauties by your side. They're all so devoted to you, and you know how jealous women are. But you were actually able to get them to get along with each other. If this isn't because of your amazing pickup skills, what's it from? Wait, no, this can't be called skill. This is practically a heaven-defying divine ability. Ah, why couldn't I have this talent? I can't even get a single peaceful woman. Fuck, how depressing. Mo Nian felt incredibly aggrieved. How did your fight with her go? Asked Long Chen. He was very curious about how Mo Nian had been beaten so miserably. How could it have gone? She chased me for half an incense stick's time and then attacked. As a result, I lost by one move. However, this time, I lasted a whole hour against her without being beaten, hehe. Said Mo Nian. Not bad. Even though you haven't adapted to your celestial power, you were still able to hold on this long. Once you get accustomed to it, you'll be able to completely suppress her, praised Long Chen. Previously, Mo Nian had told him that when he faced Lu Zongying, he was usually beaten in just a few seconds. The fact that he could hold on this long was very impressive. Well, not exactly. The main point was that she was busy tying me to a tree before beating me, sighed Mo Nian. TCH, why can't you let me make myself sound a bit better? Look at how miserable I look. But let me tell you, my strength really has greatly increased. I intentionally let her win this time. Although I still wouldn't have been able to defeat her, I would definitely have had some ability to resist this time. However, I didn't let her sense that. I'll wait until I'm used to my new strength to make a beautiful reversal, declaring that the king has returned. I, Mo Nian, will forcibly soar to overlook the 9 heavens. Mo Nian stood up, looking like a very majestic rooster, filled with confidence towards his future. Of course, if it weren't for his swollen face, the effect would be a bit better. Alright, you've said what you wanted to say. Stop standing on the table. Being higher won't actually let you soar anywhere, said Long Chen helplessly. Mo Nian jumped off the table and said, Brother, this time, it really is all thanks to you. My grandpa personally examined my new Dao seeds. He said that normally, people can only merge with a single Dao seed. However, I was able to break this rule and merge with 2. Furthermore, these 2 Dao seeds show no signs of rejection. Instead, they seem to want to merge, forming a mutation. According to my grandpa's guess, my manifestation may be an extremely rare advancing celestial manifestation. He said that in the future, I might not always be a rank 1 celestial. I'll be able to advance ranks. Mo Nian's voice quivered slightly. His grandfather had actually told him to keep that as a secret. It was too important, but not saying it had been too stifling. He ended up telling it all to Long Chen. Long Chen was startled by this news. Shui Wuan had told him that celestials were split into 9 ranks, but she hadn't said anything about them being able to advance. If Mo Nian's grandfather was right, then wouldn't Mo Nian be able to advance all the way to the 9th rank, in other words, a true celestial? Ha ha ha, Long Chen, your brother really is about to rise. Don't worry, in the future, your brother will look after you. Mo Nian laughed. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian's wretched expression and couldn't help but shake his head, feeling this promise wasn't so reliable. It was best to still depend on himself. The night passed silently. The next morning, Long Chen was surprised to hear that Zheng Wenlong had arrived. Chapter 574 Timely Assistance. Zheng Wenlong, your efficiency really makes me prostrate myself before you in admiration. Long Chen cheerfully looked at the medicinal ingredients in the spatial ring. Not only had all the ingredients for the life fate pill been gathered, but there were also dozens of practically extinct medicinal ingredients that Zheng Wenlong had managed to find. Long Chen directly sent all these medicinal ingredients into the primal chaos space. Those withered plants immediately began to revive and germinate. Ah, Long Chen, you have to take care of yourself for your brother. I invested a huge sum of money into you. Right now, I owe my sect a huge debt. If you end up in an unexpected accident, then I won't even be able to repay that debt in my lifetime. So Long Chen, you have to live at least 100 years. No, it would be best if you could live forever. Zheng Wenlong looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Whether it was the ocean's worth of bone-tempering pills he had provided Long Chen or these incredibly precious medicinal ingredients, Zheng Wenlong had used his own authority to give them to Long Chen. Up to the current point, the amount of capital he had invested in Long Chen far surpassed the profit Long Chen had given the Huayan sect. Therefore, Zheng Wenlong owed an immense debt. Hee, brother Wenlong, don't worry. Good people don't have long lives, but scoundrels live for a millennia. Someone like me is fated to live over 1,000 years. Long Chen laughed. Then that's good. Otherwise, this business of mine really will end up sinking. Last month, we began selling the bone-tempering pills, and our total sales, Zheng Wenlong took out a piece of paper for Long Chen. Don't give this to me. Just looking at it gives me a headache. In any case, I know that even if you take out my portion of these sales, I still owe you a huge sum. Trust me, in the upcoming period, I will slowly repay this debt. I definitely won't let you end with a loss. Long Chen smiled. Alright, then I will continue using my full authority to provide you with the resources you need. Let me say it again, I swear on the business god's name that I won't cheat you even a single copper, swore Zheng Wenlong. This time, I called you because I want to resolve the Mo family's current crisis. I'm sure you're aware the Pill Tower is using the Mo family to show their power after being viciously slapped in the face by your Huayan sect. These idiots want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. I hope the Huayan sect can cooperate with the Mo family. After all, The Mo family has a great number of businesses and plenty of resources. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, without a further supply of medicinal pills, the Mo family might be fine temporarily, but no matter how large the mountain, they can't survive forever like this, said Long Chen. That's no problem. Of course, my Hawaiian sect's medicinal pills are made to be sold. It's the same no matter who we sell them to. As for Mo Gate, they truly are rich. We can cooperate. However, you also know that I'm very busy with the bone tempering pills. I don't have that much time, so I'll arrange for Bai Ling to be in charge of our business with Mo Gate. You know that Bai Ling is very meticulous. She's much more suitable for handling this than me, said Zheng Wenlong. Haha, you don't have time, so you send your wife to help. Laughed Long Chen. Cough, Brother Long is joking. It's still too early. Zheng Wenlong actually reddened when mentioning Bai Ling. It seemed even businessmen weren't so proficient when it came to matters of the heart. I don't mind who's in charge. In any case, I'm very confident with how the Hawaiian sect handles things. Other than this, I have a new money-making project I want to discuss with you, said Long Chen wickedly. Oh, what project? Zheng Wenlong's eyes lit up. Hehe, I'm sure Brother Wenlong recognizes what this is. Long Chen took out a fist-sized fruit. Meridian opening spirit cliff fruit. With his vision, Zheng Wenlong naturally recognized it at a single glance. But in truth, one meridian opening spirit cliff fruit was not enough to make him this shocked. However, this particular fruit was glistening and plump. It had clearly just been picked from the tree. Spatial rings might be known for having static spaces, and things theoretically would stay fresh. But such high-grade spiritual fruits would still end up losing their essence in spatial rings, their light fading and their bodies becoming withered. However, this one was still completely new. In other words, Long Chen had to possess a meridian opening spirit cliff tree. Long Chen truly did have that tree, and not just one, but a forest of hundreds of them. This was all thanks to Yin Wuxiang's generosity. That one fruit had reproduced limitlessly. Damn, you actually possess a meridian opening spirit cliff tree. If you sold it, it would go for an immense price, sighed Zheng Wenlong emotionally. He was really unable to understand Long Chen anymore. These fruits were things that only the ancient Yin family possessed. Each year, they would only sell a limited quantity, but that was enough to bring them an immense profit. How high of a price? Asked Long Chen. If such a treasure was auctioned, the price would at least be 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Ah, you might not be aware, but a single middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1 million ordinary spirit stones. Furthermore, that's just the minimum price. If we were to advertise it and then hold an auction, it would draw over countless huge powers. I can't estimate an upper limit, but I can see it going for over 10 times that price, guessed Zheng Wenlong. Really, it's that valuable? Asked Long Chen, surprised. Of course, meridian opening spirit cliff fruits are the best ingredients for meridian opening pills and by a lot. There are quite a few peak powers that aren't lacking any money. All they want is the best. So the Yin family only sells a portion of their stock. They keep the rest for themselves, or they sell them in private. If others want to obtain them, it depends on their relations, explained Zheng Wenlong. Only rare commodities had value. Then Brother Wenlong, if all the Yin family's meridian opening spirit cliff fruits died suddenly, and then we auctioned a meridian opening spirit cliff tree, how high would the price go? Asked Long Chen. That's impossible. The Yin family relies on their meridian opening spirit cliff trees to support their entire family. They care more about them than their own wives, and experts guard them every day. They definitely won't die, said Zheng Wenlong. The reason their trees haven't died yet is because they haven't run into me. If they had, those trees would have long since died. Brother Wenlong, let's cooperate for this business transaction. If this transaction succeeds, perhaps I'll be able to directly pay back all the money I owe you. Long Chen whispered a few things into Zheng Wenlong's ear. Long Chen's plan almost made Zheng Wenlong's eyes pop out of his head, and it was his first time bursting into profanities. Fuck, how could we do that? I'll bring out the resources you put in your auction power. As long as we manage to sell that thing, we'll have a 100% success rate, said Long Chen confidently. But, if that succeeds, the Yin family will go crazy. They'll come find trouble for our auction houses. Although we're not afraid of them, our reputation will take a hit. We can't do that. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. What are you afraid of? I've already thought of all that for you. Just saying you are acting on behalf of someone else to sell it, and that this product's effect is unclear. Whoever buys it has to take the risk if they want it. First display its effects, then auction it with a low starting price. Once it's auctioned off, sign a contract with the buyer. On the contract, say that this item is mysterious and you've only tested its temporary effects. As for its true, long-term effects, it needs to be slowly researched by whoever buys it. Then that's all. Whether or not the buyer will use it is up to them. That way, your auction house won't have to bear the slightest bit of responsibility, said Long Chen. But I still feel like this is inappropriate. Zheng Wenlong was still hesitant. What's inappropriate about it? Let me ask you, if I was your client, could I have this auction house take my place to auction something off? Asked Long Chen. Then isn't it fine? Right now, I'm your client, and you'll just be an intermediary who's taking a cut in the profit. I'm the one really selling the product, and you'll create a contract. Then everything will be complete, said Long Chen. Fine, I'll do it. Long Chen, don't end up harming me. Zheng Wenlong bitterly smiled. This was his first time doing such a thing. Don't worry, don't you know what kind of person I am? When would I con my own people? Long Chen patted himself on the chest confidently. All right, then I'll start working on it immediately. Zheng Wenlong nodded. Since he had agreed, he would get to work immediately. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen also got to work. He began focusing on the primal chaos space, urging those medicinal ingredients to grow. Once the medicinal ingredients recovered to a certain point, he split them into many pieces and buried them in the ground again. The primal chaos space's soil was just too miraculous. Ordinary herbs would die from being split apart, but in the primal chaos space, they could continue growing. In less than 2 hours, another large medicinal field had appeared in Long Chen's primal chaos space. However, these herbs were still too young. 3 days later, the first wave of ingredients finally matured. Long Chen had Mo Nian lend him a private room, and he began to refine. He didn't know what tier the life fate pill was, but according to the difficulty and the flame requirements, it should count as a 5th tier medicinal pill. A 5th tier medicinal pill wasn't too difficult for the current Long Chen. A blue flame appeared over Long Chen's palm. A terrifying heat caused space to twist as if this world was about to be ignited. Little fellow, you have to be a bit more obedient. When we work together to refine pills, you can't cause any trouble. Long Chen looked at the flame in his hand nervously. This time, Long Chen was planning on using the earth flame to refine. Previously, his cultivation base hadn't been high enough to control it meticulously. The slightest slip had burned all the ingredients into ashes. Now that he had advanced to meridian opening, his spiritual strength had also grown stronger. Furthermore, after nourishing the earth flame all this time, it had also grown slightly. According to reason, the stronger an earth flame grew, the more difficult it would be to control. However, his earth flame had its own spirit that could work together with Long Chen to control the heat. The flame seedling swayed slightly. The flame serpent tattoo on Long Chen's arm lit up. Long Chen smiled and he gently sent the flame into his pill furnace. Chapter 575 Condensing the Life Fate Star. The pill furnace let out an intense rumble. The pill furnace was shining, and the entire room was lit up. Runes actually appeared on the pill furnace. Hehe, as expected, Huo Wufang really had money. This pill furnace actually has inscriptions on it to reflect the energy. Long Chen smiled. This pill furnace's runes could increase the quality of the medicinal pills refined in it. However, ordinary medicinal pills were unable to cause these runes to activate. Only when refining higher-tier medicinal pills would they appear. Gently opening the lid, a pillar of light soared out. That beautiful light filled the entire room with color. 9 medicinal pills lay there. Light revolved around them. They had 9 rings, looking like 9 little serpents swimming around the medicinal pills. Most shocking of all, not even the slightest pill fragrance appeared in the air. That was because all the medicinal energy had been locked inside the medicinal pills. 9 ring high-grade pills. Hehe, that's already the limit of high-grade pills. Long Chen was filled with excitement. This furnace of pills not only proved he had the strength of a pill emperor, but most importantly, it showed he was able to control the earth flame. Long Chen had been completely focused on cultivating recently. He had basically stopped practicing his alchemy. But with his pill god memories, his skills didn't grow rusty. On the other hand, because his cultivation base continued to grow, his alchemy arts also continued to improve. Pill apprentice, Pill Adept, Pill Master, Pill King, Pill Emperor. Each of these tiers represented that the alchemist could refine the corresponding medicinal pill tier. However, not everyone who could refine 5th tier medicinal pills could be called a Pill Emperor. In order to reach the Pill King level, you had to be able to refine a ringed 4th tier medicinal pill. As for a Pill Emperor, the requirements were even harsher. You had to refine a 5-ring 5th tier medicinal pill to be able to call yourself a Pill Emperor. Pill Emperors were extremely grand existences. Any power would treat them like a treasure. For example, in the Mo family, their alchemist could only refine 3-ring pills, but they were still viewed extremely importantly. Their salary was very generous. Those people couldn't even call themselves a Pill Emperor but already received such treatment. A true Pill Emperor would have been swarmed by people wherever they went. There was no way around it, as Pill Emperors were just too rare. Furthermore, 99% of this world's alchemists were gathered at the Pill Tower. Through the alchemist guilds, the Pill Tower managed to draw in practically every alchemist. The non-affiliated alchemists in this world were too rare. Furthermore, in all of the Pill Tower, although there might be countless alchemists capable of refining 5th tier medicinal pills, those who could refine 5-ring pills were extremely rare. As for those who could refine 9-ring pills, perhaps in all of the Pill Tower, there wouldn't be a single person capable of that feat. Even their strongest alchemists would only be able to refine 8-ring pills. That was already the limit. Furthermore, those who could refine 8-ring pills had to rely on luck to do so. Perhaps in thousands of furnaces of pills, they would only produce a single 8-ring pill. Those 8-ring pills would normally be saved for themselves, used to show off. They were rarely sold. As for Long Chen's furnace of pills, there were 4 9-ring pills and 5 8-ring pills. If that was made known, it would definitely shake the entire alchemy world. This is all because of the earth flame. Otherwise, there's no way I could have completely sealed the medicinal energy when refining. 7 rings would have been the limit, sighed Long Chen. The earth flame was truly too powerful. Most importantly, it had full trust in Long Chen. It worked to its full abilities to cooperate with him. That was the only reason they could achieve such a perfect result. Long Chen hadn't refined this earth flame. Instead, he had allowed it to keep its spirituality, allowing it to keep its own emotions and thoughts. This action of his allowed him to reap immense benefits now. If he had refined it instead, then that would have erased its spirituality. The earth flame would have become a ball of dead flames. Then, relying on just his own strength, he might be able to use the power of the earth flame to fight, but he would have found it impossible to use it for alchemy. The earth flame was too strong, and there was no way he could control it perfectly with his current strength. But now, the earth flame had its own life, and after all Long Chen's nourishing, it had grown even stronger and more friendly toward Long Chen. Their minds were connected, and it would cooperate to do whatever Long Chen wanted. Only this kind of situation was able to allow him to use a berserk earth flame to refine pills. It seemed that in countless years, Long Chen was the first person able to control an earth flame for alchemy at only the Meridian Opening realm. Picking up one of the 9-ring life fate pills, Long Chen swallowed it. It instantly dissolved the moment it reached his stomach, transforming into 9 serpents of energy. Under Long Chen's guidance, they rushed directly to the Yongquan acupoint on the bottom of his right foot. When the 9 serpents reached his Yongquan point, they ferociously collided, exploding and forming a small whirlpool. Once that whirlpool formed, a terrifying aura soared. The ground beneath Long Chen's foot became covered with cracks. Long Chen's room exploded. That terrifying aura spread throughout Mo Gate, and even the entire city shivered. What's going on? Even Mo Yi came out to see Long Chen standing on the ground, the buildings around him blown to smithereens. I don't know. Long Chen just said he had to borrow a private room. Mo Nian was also completely shocked. Long Chen's eyes were closed, chi waves violently surging out of him, causing space to tremble. Boundless energy shot out in every direction. It seems Long Chen is cultivating a kind of incredible battle skill. Mo Yunshan examined Long Chen's aura. However, he felt that this guess was a bit off. Normally, battle skills were all released outside the body. But Long Chen's aura was merely leaking out from inside him. He wasn't deliberately releasing it. That discovery made him even more shocked. Just what kind of battle skill would be this terrifying with just the aura that leaked out? Mo Yi narrowed his eyes. After not saying anything for a long time, he finally said, this Long Chen's future accomplishments might reach the point where we don't even have the qualifications to look up to him. What? That's strong. Mo Nian's heart shook. It had to be known that this grandfather of his never praised anyone. For him to say something like this was especially shocking. Nian, this world will belong to you youngsters in the future. That manifestation you showed me reminded me of our Mo family's first patriarch's manifestation. Mo Yi looked at Mo Nian emotionally. Father, you mean? Mo Yunshan was startled. Don't say it, Mo Yi warned, you can't say that to anyone. In any case, Nian is the hope of our Mo family soaring and retrieving our old splendor. Everything will be up to Nian. As for this Long Chen, he has a strange aura that isolates him from inspection. Even I am unable to see through the changes to his body's spiritual qi. Once he grows up, he'll be a figure that can shake the entire world. The entire world will change because of him. Grandpa, why would you evaluate him like that? Didn't you just say that I was pretty badass? Why can't you praise me? Mo Nian was a bit dissatisfied. Why would his grandfather not praise him but someone else's child? Because of Long Chen, you might turn into a legendary existence in the future. However, child, you're too disappointing. You are adaptable, but you lack a domineering spirit. Although you like to show off in normal times, making yourself seem different from others is not domineeringness. True domineeringness isn't displayed on the outside, but something you keep in your bones. As for Long Chen's domineeringness, it's something that has sunk into his flesh and blood, and even his soul. In fact, I almost have a feeling that he is inharmonious with the world, as if he wants to turn the entire world into his enemy. Such a person is fiercely domineering, someone who would rather break than bend. According to reason, such a person is not suitable for growing in accordance with the heavenly Tao's and will be rejected. So while I said that once he grows up, he'll be able to cause the entire world to shake, this kind of person will find it very difficult to ever grow up, sighed Mo Yi. What do you mean? Mo Nian's expression changed. With Long Chen's temperament, not only will he incur hatred from others, but he will also incur envy from the heavens. He's the opposite of you. You're too cowardly, while Long Chen is too fierce. Your cowardliness will let you live longer, but at the same time, your chance to stand at the peak of the martial path will greatly decline. As for Long Chen, he's too dauntless. Not only will he have to face all kinds of trials, but he'll have to endure the natural selection of the heavenly Tao's. The chance of him growing up is minuscule. It would be best if the two of you could combine your attributes, said Mo Yi helplessly. He continued, however, Nian, don't try changing Long Chen. That's absolutely impossible. Any expert has a determined Tao heart. Even if they experience thousands of tribulations, even in death, their Tao heart won't change. What you need to do is simply learn from him some more. What is domineeringness? That's what you're lacking the most. But Long Chen, said Mo Nian worriedly. That's the Tao he chose for himself. No one can change it. Furthermore, any Tao, if you walk it to the peak, can bring you to the point of immortal godhood. Within the Tao, there's no such thing as high or low, right or wrong. Nor is there any such major Tao or minor Tao. The only thing that matters is whether a Tao is suitable to you or not. Choosing your own Tao is the best choice. The heavenly Tao's are elusive. Who dares say they truly understand them? Long Chen's Tao isn't necessarily wrong, and our Tao isn't necessarily right. We just need to see how far we can walk. So Nian, don't have so many worries and don't do anything senseless. Trying to change him isn't helping him but harming him, warned Mo Yi. With a final explosion, the violent qi waves faded and Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. An excited glint shone within them. A single life fate pill was able to condense the embryonic form. The power of 9 rings is truly great. Now it's time to condense the true life fate star. Chapter 576 Divine Soil. Long Chen hadn't expected that condensing the embryonic form of the life fate star would cause such a huge disturbance. But it was a good thing the Mo family was on his side. Mo Yi ordered everyone not to mention this topic again. In a different private room, Long Chen continued to condense the life fate star. Condensing a complete life fate star required an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. However, now Long Chen didn't need to worry about that. He had his miraculous primal chaos space that gave him unlimited medicinal ingredients, and there was no sign he would run out. He also had the earth flame that worked together with him. After the first experience, their second refinement went even smoother. What Long Chen was shocked about was that the earth flame spirit actually remembered the fluctuations of his flame when he refined pills. The second refinement only required half the time. Furthermore, in that second furnace of pills, there were 6 9-ring life fate pills. That had made him go crazy with joy. 9-ring pills were the pinnacle of high-grade medicinal pills. On the surface, it only sounded like one more ring than an 8-ring pill. But in reality, this single extra ring represented that the medicinal pill was almost perfect, all its essence had been locked in. Its medicinal effect would be several times greater than that of an 8-ring pill. It could be described as terrifying to the peak. Medicinal pills were just that miraculous. The slightest increase in energy could cause heaven-toppling changes to the medicinal effect. They couldn't be judged according to common sense. Consuming a single 9-ring life fate pill had the same effect as consuming over 100 ordinary high-grade life fate pills. That greatly reduced the amount of time he needed to condense the life fate star, giving him precious breathing room. As for Mo Nian, he was directly sent to his room by his grandfather. He ordered him not to run all over the place and focus on stabilizing his cultivation base. This time, Mo Nian was very obedient, swearing that until he could use his celestial strength, he definitely wouldn't go out. Mo Nian's attitude had been extremely gratifying to his grandfather. But in truth, the little fellow only wanted to hide from Lu Zongying. While Long Chen and Mo Nian were in seclusion, the Huayan auction house held a grand auction for countless rare and precious oddities. It caused an immense commotion. Furthermore, for the final item of the auction, that seductress auctioneer Yao Niqian took out a 1,000-year-old sea spirit fruit tree. That kind of tree could count as precious, but compared to some of the previous items, it was clearly slightly lackluster. However, when Yao Niqian took out a pile of yellow soil and placed it under the tree, every person was struck dumb. The fruit tree actually began to bear fruit right in front of them. In less than an incense stick's time, the entire tree became covered with fruit. Everyone practically went crazy. That was a heaven-defying item. Yao Niqian explained that this was something a mysterious client had asked the Huayan auction house to sell. There was only a total of 5,000 square meters of it. That amount was a bit shocking. However, this soil was a one-use item. It required a spirit-gathering formation to activate the life energy in the soil, and then it would allow vegetation to rapidly grow. But once the mysterious energy within the soil faded, it would become ordinary soil. Furthermore, this soil was something they had never seen before. Even the Huayan sect's master appraisers had been unable to determine its origins. For now, they only knew this much about it. Because it was something unknown, they warned everyone to be cautious if they wanted to buy it. Any risk would be their own responsibility. This particular auction was given to everyone as essentially a gift. And so they started the price off at the low price of 30 middle-grade spirit stones. Hearing that price, the entire crowd practically erupted in bids. The bidding surpassed 1,000 in just a moment. It had to be known that middle-grade spirit stones didn't just contain much more spiritual qi. More importantly, they contained the laws of the heavenly Taos. A single middle-grade spirit stone was worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones was a number that could frighten a person to death. An ordinary Xianxian expert could work for a sect for a decade before obtaining a single middle-grade spirit stone. That was how precious they were. Most terrifying of all, this was just the start. In front of this heaven-defying divine soil, no one was able to keep their calm. Any large sect had their own medicinal fields. They had their own specific rare medicines. Using this soil to vitalize those precious medicines would give them an incredible profit. 1,500, 2,000, 3,000. It was like they weren't even spending money, but simply trying to shout a higher number than anyone else. Even Yao Niqian felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. 8,000. In the end, a voice startled everyone out of their fervor. When they saw the speaker, none of them dared say another word. That person was the Yin family's junior master, Yin Wuxiang. Originally, he hadn't been present at the auction, but once he had heard about the divine soil, he had immediately rushed over. As a result, with a single bid, he made everyone silent. On one hand, 8,000 middle-grade spirit stones were truly a bit too much for some powers. That price was not something they could handle. The other reason was that it was Yin Wuxiang. They immediately thought of the Yin family's meridian-opening spirit cliff fruit. That made everyone immediately give up. Their own precious medicines which they had been planning on growing could not even compare to the meridian-opening spirit cliff fruit's value. No matter how much money Yin Wuxiang spent, he would get it back. But it was different for them. At a certain point, there would be no profit at all. It was better for them to stop while they still could, leaving behind a good impression on Yin Wusheng. Just like that, Yin Wusheng easily gained this divine soil. However, Yao Niqian had Yin Wusheng agree to sign a contract in front of everyone. This life-giving divine soil's effect could not be 100% confirmed. They were only selling it on behalf of someone else. Purchasing this divine soil posed a certain amount of risk. Therefore, the auction house would keep Yin Wusheng's 8,000 middle-grade spirit stones there for 1 month. During that month, if Yin Wusheng felt there was something off with the divine soil, then within that 1 month's time limit, he could return the divine soil and the auction house would return his money, also returning the divine soil to its owner. However, they would take a 5% service charge. This contract made everyone raise a big thumbs up to the Huayan sect for how they handled their business. They truly were meticulous. For an unknown item, they didn't just sell it off and say whatever. Instead, they gave the buyer the greatest guarantee. A month was enough time to determine the truth about the soil. This contract also won Yin Wusheng's praise, and other than the 8,000 middle-grade spirit stones, he also directly gave 10 middle-grade spirit stones to Yao Niqian. That money-spending style shocked everyone. The Yin family's people truly had money. As for Yao Niqian, she was unable to conceal her delight. In truth, she was unaware that what she had sold Yin Wusheng was not some divine soil, but an extremely terrifying soil. For safety, Zheng Wenlong had handled everything by himself. Only he knew what was happening. After the auction, all of Qingzhou City returned to an extremely quiet state. However, many people sensed that behind this quietness, a storm was brewing. That was because the Giant Eagle Stronghold, Sky Cry Mansion, and Pure River Valley had begun gathering their experts. Although they kept their movements quiet, there was no way they could keep them concealed. Furthermore, considering how many people the three great powers possessed, there was no way they could keep it top secret. Although they announced to the outside world that they were just making some adjustments, that just made it more conspicuous. 10 days later, Long Chen walked out of his private room. His gaze was now electric, and his aura had become reserved. If Long Chen could be described as a sharp blade being unsheathed on the day that he had condensed the embryonic life fate star, then the current him had been resheathed, his sharpness hidden. However, the current Long Chen felt even more terrifying, because once this blade was unsheathed, rivers of blood would flow. During this time, Long Chen didn't know how many pills he had consumed. He estimated that it would have to be counted in the hundreds. He had had to regrow those precious medicines several times. Right now, the life fate star was in the condensing state. The star had received enough energy and needed to rely on circulating its own power to digest that energy and reach its fully condensed state. This was the first time such a thing had occurred in Long Chen's experience. The life fate star was fully saturated, and he needed to wait for the life fate star to fully condense itself. That wouldn't require any pills. Perhaps it was that the pills he had consumed this time were too high grade. When he had condensed the Feng Fu star and the Aliath star, the medicinal pills hadn't been able to keep up with the demand. But this time, the supply had exceeded the demand. However, once it finished condensing, he would still need to continue consuming life fate pills. That was because after the star condensation, he needed to undergo the 9 star transformations. Only then would the star reach its perfect state, and only then would he be able to summon the complete 3-star battle armor. Moreover, in the past few days, as the life fate star gradually grew, Long Chen felt his body completely transforming. He felt like each one of his cells was growing stronger. His strength was growing explosively, and even he was unaware of what level it had grown to. He was preparing to go find Mo Nian to exchange some blows. But what Long Chen hadn't expected was that Mo Nian had also exited his seclusion. As soon as he came out, he went to find Long Chen. As a result, the two of them ran into each other. "Tch, little brat, how dare you go on a rampage in my Mo gate? Is it that you don't place this junior gate master in your eyes?" Mo Nian provoked Long Chen. Long Chen noticed that Mo Nian's original aura had completely disappeared. It seemed he had already completely merged with those 2 heavenly Tao seeds and become a true celestial. "I really look down on you. Don't learn from those idiots outside. If you want to fight, then just say it directly. But first of all, it's been many days since I ate. How about we find a place to fill our stomachs first?" suggested Long Chen. "Now that you mention it, I'm also pretty hungry. Then should we go to the Immortal Intoxication building? Although it's expensive, there really is nothing that can be said about the food, said Mo Nian. The food might be good, but let's not. I don't like going to that place. Let's go to your restaurant instead. The restaurant across the street is pretty good. Long Chen shook his head. He definitely didn't want to face people like Yu Tong and Ziyan again. To tell the truth, Yu Tong was an extremely rare beauty, and while Ziyan had been veiled, Long Chen could tell she definitely had to be very beautiful as well. However, Long Chen disliked their temperaments. As for why he didn't like them, he wasn't able to describe it clearly. In any case, he disliked it. Mo Nian didn't force it since Long Chen didn't want to go to the Immortal Intoxication building. He and Long Chen changed their clothes and had just left Mo Gate when a panting figure rushed over. Long Chen, something's happened. Chapter 577 Kill Without Mercy. Zhang Wu, what happened? Long Chen saw it was the Mushui mercenary unit's Zhang Wu. Currently, he was covered in blood and had an anxious expression. Long Chen, leader Mu Shui was captured by others. What? Long Chen and Mo Nian were both startled. Today, our Mushui mercenary unit went outside the city to handle some small things. But we didn't expect a group of masked people to attack us midway. As soon as we clashed, several of our brothers died. Leader Mu Shui ordered us to return and tell you. She activated her crystal bone to block those experts. However, they were too strong. Leader was still captured. At the time, I was fleeing for my life, and I don't know just how many others managed to survive. Reaching here, Zhang Wu couldn't hold back from sobbing. Do you know who did it? Asked Long Chen. They were masked and wearing black robes to hide their identity. However, when leader Mu Shui fought with them, she killed one of them and a badge dropped from his pocket. It was someone from the Giant Eagle stronghold, said Zhang Wu. Long Chen's expression was dark as he said to Mo Nian, let's go. We're going killing. Mo Nian asked, who are we killing? They wore masks intentionally to not leave any evidence. Once you get there, do you think they'll admit to it? It's better for me to discuss it with my old man. Mo Nian, Mo Nian. Tell me, are you a coward? Long Chen icily spat that out before pulling on Zhang Wu. Let's go. Bring me to the Giant Eagle stronghold. Mo Nian hastily caught up. Fuck, how am I a coward? I'm just worried that even if you go, you'll have to leave dejected. What is there to be dejected about? I'm going there to kill people, not to catch criminals. What evidence do I need? If you're my brother, then just don't say anything. Quietly follow me to kill those people. I'll let you see what that hegemon Dao is, said Long Chen icily. Fine, brothers should stick together. I'll follow you, sighed Mo Nian. He remembered what his grandfather had told him. Long Chen was too domineering, while he was too cowardly. If the two of them could complement each other, it would be perfect. Zhang Wu, since Mo Nian is accompanying me, there's no need for you to lead the way. You can stay at Mo Gate. If the others are alive, they'll definitely come here to find me. You'll receive them. No one would dare do anything to them here, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I beg you, you must bring back leader. Cried Zhang Wu. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I will bring back leader. Long Chen and Mo Nian disappeared from Mo Gate. When the two of them left, a person hastily went to report the matter to Mo Yi, who was in a room with the other higher-ups of the Mo family. Let them go. Children need to grow up in the end. That child Mo Nian is too smart and cautious. He hasn't suffered enough in his life, which is why his growth is so slow. He always does things too safely and doesn't possess enough daring. This time, our opponent is clearly intentionally provoking us. Let's just watch what idiocy they're up to now, said Mo Yi. Do we need to make any preparations? Asked Mo Yunshan. No need. In front of absolute strength, plans and intelligence are useless. All you need to do is watch out for those two children in secret. Unless you have to, don't reveal yourself, said Mo Yi. Mo Yunshan bowed to Mo Yi and then left. Within the Immortal Intoxication building, Ziyan was looking at the private letter in her hand, frowning. You obtained it this quickly. It's because someone else already asked the Shadow Gate to investigate everything about Long Chen. When I went, I just directly bought the information again, said Xiaolu. Oh, someone asked the Shadow Gate to investigate Long Chen. To have such abilities, this power must not be ordinary, said Ziyan. You're right, it was done by the Yin family. I had to use my identity plate for them to tell me that, said Xiaolu. Ziyan read through a great deal of information written in the letter. An incense stick's time later, she sighed. So when Long Chen was a child, he had to endure all kinds of suffering from people, and then later, he obtained some kind of unknown opportunity, soaring like a meteor. From the Phoenix Cry Empire to the Xuantian Monastery and then to the Julie Secret Realm, he forced his way through all his obstacles, using the most direct and simplest way to crush all his enemies beneath his feet. In the Julie Secret Realm, he ended up being the enemy of the righteous and corrupt paths, and it's said he obtained quite a few treasures in the Secret Realm. Many people are hidden in the dark, keeping watch over his every move. No wonder he is so guarded. However, I feel like this Long Chen's character is very good. He cares about his people and is willing to even risk his life for them. But as for his enemies, he will cut them into 1,000 pieces with his blade. Although he is vicious, he hasn't lost what it means to differentiate between kindness and enmity, said Xiaolu. Differentiating between kindness and enmity is fine, but such actions do not conform with the heavenly Taos. Resentment will not fade because of slaughter. Instead, it will only grow stronger. Those who were killed will be dead, but their pain will be left to their family, their friends. Thus, the seeds of hatred are planted and will grow limitlessly. That's why the current world has turned into its current chaotic state, and it has even affected the heavenly Taos. After our immortal palace's inheritance was severed, successive generations of our palace masters poured their sweats and their tears in an attempt to connect with the heavenly Taos and restore our inheritance. However, other than those immortal era paintings, nothing useful was left behind. That's the only reason we have to go out for tempering and examine the numerous aspects of the world. It's in the hope that in our lifetimes, we can grasp the laws of the heavenly Taos and find the true meaning of the Tao, sighed Ziyan. But what does that have to do with Long Chen? Xiaolu did not understand. Long Chen was able to form a resonance with the paintings. That means he's someone who has a destiny with our immortal palace. But of those many paintings, he only formed a resonance with the 9th divine emissary. It really is a pity. However, no matter what, we still need to keep observing him. Perhaps we'll be able to comprehend another side of the heavenly Taos from him, said Ziyan. However, she felt uncomfortable inside. Ever since she had started cultivating, her heart had been calm like water. Even facing death, her Tao heart had never wavered. But on that day, Long Chen had used his mental strength to forcibly escape from her artistic realm, snapping her zither string and giving her a backlash. From that moment on, Ziyan's heart was no longer able to stay calm. An indescribable fluctuation was present within her, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't completely erase it. That both shocked her and gave her a trace of fear. That was because the devil star her master had seen in her future had finally appeared. Of course, toward this illusory and empty thing known as fate, people naturally felt a kind of resistance. At the same time, they would feel a bit of curiosity. Ziyan was no exception. She wanted to see just how this so-called devil star could influence her. Oh, this aura, isn't it Long Chen's? Shock flashed across Ziyan's eyes. She put on her veil and disappeared from the immortal intoxication building. Long Chen, the giant eagle stronghold is up ahead. Have you figured out what you're going to do? Mo Nian pointed to a huge castle up ahead. The two of them moved quickly, crossing dozens of miles in just a moment to stand in front of the giant eagle stronghold's castle. This dazzling castle was hundreds of miles wide. Gold and jade shone in their glory, and the entire castle almost looked as if it had been made of gold. What person dares come here? Idlers should distance themselves from my giant eagle stronghold. Over 10 guards were standing in front of the castle. They called out a warning when they saw two people rapidly approaching. Their response was an immense saber image that slashed down on their gate. The huge gate exploded and a terrifying chi wave erupted. That wave contained many flying stones, and countless cries rang out from within. Who dares cause a ruckus at my giant eagle stronghold? Furious roars rang out, and countless figures rushed out of the castle. Within the dust and rubble, Long Chen slowly walked forward, his saber rested on his shoulder, his killing intent surging. Hand over Mu Shui, or I will kill you all without mercy. His cold voice echoed throughout the castle. His icy killing intent was not concealed in the slightest, and it caused their hearts to shiver. Brazen brat, you want to frame my giant eagle stronghold? Kill him. Dozens of Shantian experts charged at Long Chen and Mo Nian. Idiot, you forgot to change your clothes. Long Chen looked towards a person in black robes and a bamboo hat that concealed his face. That person's expression changed, and he was about to say something when a celestial blade mercilessly slashed towards him. A dozen people surrounding him were all sent flying, wildly vomiting blood in the air. Since you don't want to hand her over, then don't blame me for starting a massacre. Even as he said this, Long Chen had already shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing beside a Xianxian expert and slashing down his saber. That Xianxian expert's weapon was cut in two along with its master by Long Chen's blood-colored saber. Long Chen noticed that Blooddrinker's spirit was coming out of its dormant state as his own strength increased. It was becoming sharper and stronger. Furthermore, he sensed that after killing this Xianxian expert, Blooddrinker transmitted a feeling of excitement to him. That made Long Chen think of how the barbarian expert had bestowed it the name, Blooddrinker. So it was actually capable of drinking the blood of experts to strengthen itself. However, Blooddrinker seemed to have suffered a heavy loss. When that barbarian race expert had turned to dust, it had expressed an intense feeling of sadness, and then afterward, Long Chen hadn't sensed any further emotions from it. Only once his cultivation base had reached meridian opening had Blooddrinker revived slightly. The feeling Long Chen had was that it greatly desired to kill experts. PFF'd. No. In front of their shocked eyes, Long Chen seemed to be like a crazy devil in human form. He was constantly shuttling back and forth, focusing on reaping the lives of the Xianxian experts. Those meridian opening and below, who had been prepared to join in, all fled in fear. Seeing this scene, how could they possibly dare go forward? Most terrifying of all, Long Chen's blood-colored saber was able to easily destroy Xianxian weapons. There was no way to block him. To cause a ruckus at my home, you really are courting death. A furious roar rang out, and an immense fist image filled the sky, bringing with it boundless pressure as it crashed down on Long Chen. Chapter 578 I came here to kill. I didn't come here to cause a ruckus. I came here to kill. Seeing that huge fist image, Long Chen knew that the giant eagle stronghold's master, Luo Yingxiang, had come. With an icy snort, he slashed his saber at that fist image. The ground trembled intensely, and Long Chen was blown back dozens of meters by the fist image, cutting a long ditch in the ground before stabilizing. However, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. That fist had been the full-strength attack of a Xianxian weapon, but he had relied on just his physical body to receive it. Although it had been a bit difficult, and his hands felt numb now, that didn't stop him from feeling delighted. It had to be known that when he had received Luo Yingxiang's attack previously, he had drawn on Blooddrinker's power. Although Blooddrinker's power was mighty, it was also very demanding on his spiritual qi. But now, relying entirely on his physical body, he had managed to receive the same attack. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Just what kind of power was that? How was it possible for him to rely on his Haodian power to block a Xianxian weapon? Long Chen raised his saber again, charging straight at a stupefied Luo Yingxiang. Hand over Mu Shui, bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Yingxiang was both startled and furious, hastily raising his hands to block. He wore a special set of gloves which was his best Xianxian weapon. Since you don't know, then you can go die, Long Chen shouted coldly, and his blood-colored saber released a heaven-shaking cry as it slashed down on Luo Yingxiang. Blood flew. Everyone was horrified to see that although Luo Yingxiang's gloves were fine after receiving Long Chen's attack, his arms had been broken into pieces. Luo Yingxiang shrieked and fell back. As for the other Xianxian experts, they were all terrified. They were caught between charging forward and fleeing for their lives. Long Chen's second slash mercilessly slashed down, his aura locking Luo Yingxiang down. Buzz. Luo Yingxiang formed a hand seal, and a copper statue of an eagle spreading its wings appeared before him. Long Chen's saber slashed down on the statue's head. The huge bronze statue was smashed into the ground crumbling. A terrifying chi wave instantly destroyed the surrounding buildings, and the giant eagle stronghold's experts were directly sent flying. Luo Yingxiang vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body actually became covered with cracks, looking like porcelain on the verge of shattering. His blood seeped out of those cracks, appearing incredibly frightening. Your tortoise shell is pretty hard. But I don't believe I can't break it. Long Chen shouted, Blooddrinker already raised high in the air. A sudden shout rang out, and two figures charged at Long Chen. One was the Pure River Valley's master Sun Changshou, while the other was a wizened elder, the Sky Cry Mansion's Wang Yishan. A huge arrow shot straight at the two of them. Even before the arrow arrived, space released an intense rumbling as if heaven and earth were about to be pierced through by this arrow. Sun Changshou and Wang Yishan's expressions completely changed. They had never imagined Mo Nian's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Most terrifying of all, Mo Nian's arrow contained the might of the heavenly Taos. They were immediately locked down by heaven and earth, unable to dodge. Celestial. The two of them were horrified. In the face of that arrow, they roared and took out their weapons, smashing them at the arrow. The two of them were forced back by Mo Nian's arrow. They were both horrified, glaring at the distant bow-carrying man. Suddenly, another explosive sound rang out, and all of Qingzhou City trembled. Dust surged out like a tsunami. The giant eagle stronghold was raised down by this terrifying qi wave. Those ancient buildings were turned to powder. When people recovered their sight, they were horrified to find that Luo Yingxiang's huge statue had crumbled. As for Luo Yingxiang, he had disappeared. They were unable to sense his aura, and they were unable to even find a piece of his body. The giant eagle stronghold's people were all white as paper. It was unknown who screamed and fled first. Following one person, a chain reaction started as people fled for their lives. Now that their master had been turned into just a bloody mist, not even his corpse remaining, who would dare make Long Chen their enemy? Now, Long Chen pointed his saber at the horrified Sun Changshou and Wang Yishan. Hand over Mu Shui. Sun Changshou and Wang Yishan's expressions immediately became exceedingly ugly, and they icily said, "What do you mean, hand over Mu Shui? We don't know what you're talking." Not waiting for them to finish, Long Chen's saber released a blood-red light into the sky and then slashed down mercilessly on the two of them. "Bastard, you're courting death. Intolerable bullying." Sun Changshou and Wang Yishan were infuriated. Long Chen completely ignored their explanation, treating their words as just farts. Wang Yishan roared and smashed his staff at Long Chen. Sun Changshou was about to attack as well when Mo Nian appeared in front of him. His bow shot a ray of black light straight at him. "Your opponent is me." Sun Changshou was startled and hastily raised his sword to defend. However, he didn't expect Mo Nian's arrow to quiver slightly, and that his attack suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, an irresistible force sent him shooting out. Rain of arrows falls on the heavens. Mo Nian's bow shook, and countless runes on it lit up. Millions of arrows shot out at Sun Changshou. Those arrows were like bolts of lightning. Not only were they incredibly fast, but they also sealed all of heaven and earth. There was nowhere to go. Sun Changshou released his full strength, his sword turning into a sky full of sword images to block. But a minuscule arrow slipped through a small crack in his defenses, directly piercing through his thigh and bringing about a rain of blood. What? Sun Changshou is already injured with just one attack. This huge fight had long since drawn over countless spectators. But as soon as they arrived, they saw a scene that shocked them. Long Chen was fighting with Wang Yishan, while Mo Nian was fighting Sun Changshou. It had to be known that those two were half-step C expansion experts. Other than the Mo family, they stood at the peak of Qing Prefecture's martial path. But now, the two of them were blocked by two youngsters, and from their current positions, it seemed they were being suppressed. Who wouldn't be shocked? Within the crowd, Mo Yunshan was wearing a bamboo hat to conceal his face as he watched. Seeing Mo Nian fight like a god of war, he was filled with pride. Mo Nian had completely adapted to his celestial strength. He knew how to use the energy of the heavenly Taos to make his attacks even sharper. It could be said that Mo Nian's current combat abilities were not one speck below his own. The thing that gratified him the most was that not only had Mo Nian's disposition begun to change, but even his fighting style had changed. He was starting to develop his own domineeringness. That was what made him the happiest. Long Chen uses very domineering means. He directly went over and demanded them to hand over his friend without asking any questions. When he didn't receive a reply, he just directly started a slaughter. Yu Tong and Ziyan were hidden, but they had seen everything from the start. They felt Long Chen to be too domineering. If there was some kind of misunderstanding here, wouldn't he have made an enormous mistake? Could it be that after killing the innocent, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty? Ziyan sighed and didn't say anything. She just quietly watched. She couldn't figure out what kind of ending Long Chen wanted through his actions. Long Chen's saber viciously slashed onto Wang Yishan's staff. Sparks flew, and an immense explosion rocked the heavens. Long Chen and Wang Yishan were both blown back. However, Long Chen immediately stamped on the ground and charged forward again. His imposing, bold, and domineering actions caused everyone's hearts to shake. Furthermore, at this time, his saber was cutting through the ground as he charged, making it so no one could tell when or what his next attack would be. The current Long Chen seemed extremely odd. He seemed like a fool who knew nothing about martial arts, someone relying purely on brute strength to risk his life against others. Wang Yishan coldly snorted and swept his staff sideways, aiming for Long Chen's waist. However, he had only just sent out this attack when everyone was shocked to see Long Chen ignore this staff and also sent his saber slashing towards Wang Yishan's waist. He wants to die together. Has he gone crazy? Everyone was dumbfounded, even Mo Yunshan. No one would have imagined Long Chen would act like this. Mo Yunshan didn't have time to save him at this point. Hehe, you want to fight like this? Alright, I've already lived for so many years. You think I'd be afraid of you? Wang Yishan sneered. Long Chen wanted to force him to change his attack. Keep dreaming. But then seeing Long Chen's icy and mocking expression, Wang Yishan finally had a bad feeling. Long Chen wasn't trying to force him to change moves, but truly trying to kill them both. Wang Yishan had lived for many years, but the longer a person lived, the more they cherished their life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such outrageous acts to extend his lifespan. However, he didn't have time to change his attack. He could only watch as Long Chen's saber approached his waist. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Wang Yishan's staff smashed into Long Chen's ribs, and the sound of bones breaking rang out loud and clear. Long Chen's body changed form from this attack, and he was sent flying back. But before he was sent flying, his blood-colored saber cut Wang Yishan in two at the waist. Mo Nian let out a furious roar. He wanted to go see if Long Chen could be saved, but Sun Xianxia suddenly erupted into a frenzy of attacks, holding him back. The entire crowd sighed with regret. A youngster with limitless potential had actually chosen to bring down a practically fossilized old man at the cost of his life. No matter how they looked at it, it wasn't worth it. Yu Tong and Ziyan also had never expected Long Chen to be this stupid. It had to be known that Wang Yishan had struck with his full strength. The fact that Long Chen hadn't been blown into a bloody mist was already beyond their expectations. However, there was clearly no way for him to survive. For some unknown reason, seeing Long Chen's contorted figure caused an indescribable pain to appear in Ziyan's heart. Had he died just like this? What? Suddenly, people let out shocked cries. Chapter 579 Hidden Dragon Abode. Long Chen, who was practically bent in half due to Wang Yishan's attack, suddenly straightened and stood up in front of everyone's horrified gazes. Now everyone was truly dumbfounded. His physical body had actually been able to receive a full-strength attack from a half-step C expansion expert. If they hadn't personally seen it, none of them would have believed it. But even though they had personally seen it, there were still many people who suspected their eyes had broken. Resting his saber on his shoulder, Long Chen walked over to Wang Yishan's bisected body. Wang Yishan's attack truly had been very vicious. It had broken quite a few of Long Chen's bones, and his inner organs had been basically destroyed. However, he had the primal chaos bead. The huge trees in the primal chaos space had already matured by this time. Their life energy was like an ocean, and just extracting an insignificant amount of it allowed him to fully recover. Long Chen found that ordinary attacks were unable to exhaust much of the tree's life energy. Only Dao injuries required such a huge amount of life energy to heal. That was also why Long Chen had needed to spend so much time healing after his battle with Yin Wuxiang, but now, it only took a breath to heal. Wang Yishan was a half-step C expansion expert. Although he was almost ready to be placed in a coffin, he still had powerful vitality. Even cut in two, he wouldn't die immediately. Speak. Where is Mu Shui? Asked Long Chen icily. Suddenly, Long Chen's saber cut through Wang Yishan's throat. After cutting off his head, Long Chen shook his head. Actually, I don't need you to speak. That's too strenuous. There's still one alive over there. Long Chen took Wang Yishan's head in his spatial ring. He arrived at Mo Nian and Sun Changshu's battlefield. Where is Mu Shui? Asked Long Chen. This matter isn't related to me. I just helped a bit. If you let me off, I'll immediately tell you. Seeing Long Chen also come over on top of Mo Nian, Sun Changshu was terrified. I'll give you to the count of 3. If you won't tell me, you'll die. 1, 2, I'll tell you. Mu Shui was sent to the Hidden Dragon Abode. A blood-colored saber cut off his head as he pled for his life. With how much of his attention was diverted by Mo Nian's arrows, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. His head flew high into the air. Time seemed to slow down as that head spun in the air. Another half-step C expansion expert had been killed. That was an existence that stood at the peak of Qing Prefecture. The masters of the three great sects had all been killed. Long Chen caught Sun Changshu's head. I'll use your heads as a sacrifice to the Mushui mercenary unit's warriors. Suddenly, an azure light flew out of Sun Changshu's head and fled. HMPH, your spiritual strength is pretty strong. You want to steal a body for rebirth? Just wait for your next life. Long Chen raised a finger, and a bolt of lightning smashed the azure light to pieces. That was Sun Changshu's soul. He had abandoned his physical body, hoping to eventually find another body to take over. Unfortunately, he had no chance. Everyone felt a chill. Long Chen was too vicious, not leaving the slightest leeway for them. Let's go. You know where that hidden dragon abode is, right? Asked Long Chen, putting away Sun Changshu's head. That place is. Mo Nian's tone was grave. Even if it is a cave of dragons and tigers, I'll still go, said Long Chen. Fine then. Fuck, if we're going to cause a ruckus, we might as well make it a big ruckus. I'll also throw caution to the wind. Mo Nian clenched his teeth, and he led Long Chen out of the city. Once they left, Mo Yunshan also disappeared amongst the crowd. The others also began to rush towards the hidden dragon abode. The news that the top experts of the three great sects had been slaughtered spread throughout Qingzhou City. These powers that had dominated for countless years had been completely uprooted. Now that their strongest experts had been killed, then even if the Mo family didn't do anything, just the smaller powers that had been suppressed by them would divvy up their territories for themselves. Hearing that Long Chen and Mo Nian were going to the hidden dragon abode after killing the three great powers masters, countless people began to rush outside the city. Even some of the restaurants and taverns in the city closed their doors. They had no choice because even their chefs and workers left to watch the excitement. The hidden dragon abode was in a secluded place 300 miles south of the city. The scenic lakes and mountains were beautiful and charming here. The hidden dragon abode was a mysterious existence. It was rumored that its background was terrifying, but it never fought with others, simply quietly sitting there. No one knew their true strength. There had been some people who had tried testing the hidden dragon abode's strength, but without exception, those people had all disappeared. It was said that even Mo Gate would never go provoke the hidden dragon abode. Just like that, the hidden dragon abode had quietly sat outside the city for centuries. When Long Chen and Mo Nian arrived there, they saw the peaceful abode. It definitely had the flavor of a hidden cultivation world. However, Long Chen wasn't in the mood to look at that. He saw the large gate up ahead. Seeing the three words, Hidden Dragon Abode, written on the top, he slashed out his saber without hesitation. The immense gate crumbled. A mocking voice came from within. Long Chen, you really are rude. You should learn some manners before you come out in public. Hearing that voice, Long Chen's heart sank. He clenched his saber and slowly advanced forward. Going through the ruined gates, he walked thousands of meters before he arrived at a small, elegant pavilion. 3 people were sitting within the pavilion. These 3 people were all people Long Chen knew. One was Yin Wushang, one was Yin Qing, and the last was Mu Shui. Mu Shui's face was pale as paper, and she was sitting motionlessly. Obviously, some kind of restriction had been placed on her body. Her eyes were filled with endless hate. When she saw Long Chen, tears streamed out of her eyes, appearing incomparably pitiful. Beauty, why are you crying? Are you unhappy to be invited over as a guest by me? Yin Wushang smiled at Mu Shui and reached out a hand to wipe Mu Shui's cheek. Yin Wushang, I really never expected you to be this shameless. The enmity between the two of us should be settled between the two of us. Within the Immortal Intoxication building, I already said that if you wanted to die, you could find me at any time, not the people by my side. Long Chen glared icily at Yin Wushang. At this time, countless people also arrived and watched from a distance. Seeing Yin Wushang and Mu Shui, they all immediately understood what was going on. What are you talking about? If I didn't do this, would you have come? With you hiding like a dog in Mo Gate, how else was I supposed to make you come out? So don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. However, it's not like I've done anything to junior sister Mu Shui. I just invited her over as a guest, said Yin Wushang lightly. A guest? Does inviting a guest require killing people? Raged Mo Nian. Killing people? Oh, how come I didn't know about that? I didn't kill anyone. I just had some people go invite Miss Mu Shui. Who killed anyone? Tell me, and I'll definitely execute them, said Yin Wushang. You. Mo Nian was about to explode in rage. This was clearly quibbling. Long Chen icily said, release Mu Shui. We'll have a life and death battle. Today, only one of us can leave this place alive. Long Chen, you should let me fight instead. He's a celestial, and you'll be suppressed, said Mo Nian hastily. Long Chen shook his head. You're too cowardly. You have no heart to kill him. If you fight with him, there's a 90% chance you'll be killed. Ha ha ha, Mo Nian is it. Don't think that you're unrivaled just because you became a celestial through your ancestral inheritance. Against a celestial that awakened naturally like me, you are just a dreg. Long Chen's right. I can kill you as easily as killing a dog, said Yin Wusheng icily, disdainfully looking at Mo Nian. Mo Nian's eyes turned red. Long Chen's words had already been hard enough for him to accept. But Yin Wusheng's words were a naked humiliation. Long Chen patted Mo Nian on the shoulder. A battle isn't won by showing off or bragging. Instead, it's a cruel fact that it is whoever is more vicious that lives. You haven't experienced enough, and you don't understand what it means to have the heart to kill. So when you fight, you end up losing out a great deal. A true battle is not as simple as who is stronger and who is weaker. Instead, it's all kinds of different contests against your enemy, and once your enemy grasps your weak point, you'll receive a flurry of fatal attacks until you die. The current you is not his match. That's not because you aren't as strong as him, but because you don't have enough determination to kill your opponent no matter what. You still don't understand what hate is. This battle is mine. Pay close attention. There was no need to doubt Mo Nian's strength. Long Chen could sense his power. But the amount of power a person could release in a battle was a different concept from their absolute strength. As for Yin Wusheng, he was a true expert who had fought and killed. In terms of that mental realm, Mo Nian was unable to compare to Yin Wusheng. If they fought, it was very likely he would be killed. Even if he wasn't killed, such a miserable defeat when he was so high-spirited about merging with two heavenly Dao's seeds would be a grave impact to Mo Nian. Release Mu Shui, said Long Chen. Sorry, Mu Shui is my guest. It would be rude of me to send her off as soon as she came. I think I'll return junior sister Mu Shui after our battle. Although I didn't invite her to a meal or tea, treating her to a spectacular performance is also pretty good, said Yin Wusheng lightly. He was clearly worried that after releasing Mu Shui, Long Chen would immediately back out. After all, who would foolishly just send themselves to their death? So he had to keep Mu Shui in his grasp. He had already investigated Long Chen. He knew his weak point, and so he didn't mind the infamy if he could draw him out. Killing Long Chen was imperative to him. Not only was that because of his secrets, but it was also because of their previous battle. That loss was a stain on his cultivation career, and he needed to wash it away. Shameless and despicable. You're clearly using a person to extort others, but you still make it sound so pompous. Do you have any face at all, Yin Wusheng? Raged Mo Nian. Yin Wusheng lacked any of the manners of an expert. Boy from the Mo family, this is the hidden dragon abode. It's not a place you can be wanton in. If you want to shout nonsense, you should return to your Mo gate. If you continue, don't blame me for taking the place of your family's seniors to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a group of people walked out from the depths of the hidden dragon abode. The person leading them was a middle-aged man who looked icily at Long Chen and Mo Nian. Chapter 580. I'll help you out. That middle-aged man was extremely tall, but he was also especially thin. He almost seemed like a bamboo pole, giving off a strange feeling. However, his voice was like a loud bell, shaking people's eardrums. They clearly sensed he was only using his ordinary voice, but each word slammed into the depths of their souls. Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts shook. This person's aura was extremely condensed and vast like an ocean. He gave people a pressure like standing before a mountain range that extended beyond the horizon. He should be half-step C expansion, but his cultivation technique is special. He's definitely terrifying. Seeing this person, Long Chen was shocked inside. He had seen Shui Wuan's attack, and so he was able to identify the aura of a C expansion expert. Although this person hadn't reached the C expansion realm, his aura felt like surging waves crashing over them, making it so they couldn't even breathe. Although Long Chen knew this person was doing it on purpose, he was still suppressed by his aura. It was lucky that Long Chen and Mo Nian were strong enough, or just this pressure would make an ordinary Shantian expert kneel before him. HMPH, who do you think you are to teach a lesson to my son? A cold snort rang out, and a figure appeared before Long Chen and Mo Nian, blocking that pressure. Father! Cried Mo Nian. Mo Yunshan was filled with hostility and battle intent. He glared at that man, his bow shining and his aura gradually climbing. You want to fight now? It just so happens that my hands are also getting itchy. But the thin middle-aged man merely smiled. It seems the current master of your Mo family isn't you, correct? With your cultivation base, it seems you wouldn't even be able to support your family. Mo Yunshin glared icily at him. You want to test my Mo family's strength? Don't waste your time. My Mo family won't reveal our strength easily. But when we do, we'll strike like lightning, and rivers of blood will flow. Ha ha ha, I hear your Mo family's old man has some health problems. It couldn't be that he has already died, right? Sneered the middle-aged man. Fuck your mom. Mo Nian couldn't help releasing a torrent of curses. Nian men should use their fists instead of their mouths. Don't just wildly shout abuse. Learn from Long Chen, shouted Mo Yunshin. After chiding him, Mo Yunshin turned back to this middle-aged man. If you want to target my Mo family, then bring it on. Don't play this kind of senseless game. Haha, I'm not playing any game. It's just that this junior friend from the Yin family wanted to exchange some pointers with someone. As his senior, I have to at least come out to bear witness to his fight. Otherwise, if when someone has lost but refuses to admit it and turns hostile. Long Chen suddenly interjected, You Bamboo Senior, have you grown so tall that your head is lacking oxygen and you've begun to spout nonsense? It's clearly Yin Wusheng who seized my friend to force me to fight with him. I've already agreed to fight, the precondition being that he first releases my friend. Just what dung pit did you crawl out of for your ears to be full of crap? You didn't hear what we just said. Right now, the main point isn't the battle, but for Yin Wusheng to first release my friend. Then the battle will immediately start, and it won't end until one of us is dead. Long Chen's words were sharp, and he was pointing at the middle-aged man as he cursed him. Killing intent erupted from the middle-aged man, but in the end, he still forced his killing intent back down. He had only revealed himself in order to force whoever was from the Mo family to appear. Now he had achieved that. The rest was up to Yin Wusheng. Yin Wusheng sneered at Long Chen. Long Chen, you are still lacking any upbringing. I've already said I invited junior sister Mu Shui to be a guest. Once she's properly appreciated our battle, she naturally can leave. But if I release her now, wouldn't that mean I had seized her against her? Will, shameless to the peak, every spectator was unable to watch. Who couldn't see through such obvious extortion? Long Chen glared at Yin Wusheng icily. He wasn't afraid of fighting with Yin Wusheng, but Mu Shui was a great worry. Yin Wusheng clearly was trying to keep her as a trump card. Furthermore, with this trump card in his hands, Long Chen would be unable to use his full strength. In that case, Long Chen had no assurance in being able to defeat a powerful celestial. Long Chen was stuck in an impossible situation. Of course, Long Chen, you can also refuse. Don't worry, I definitely won't do anything to junior sister Mu Shui. In my eyes, junior sister Mu Shui is incredibly beautiful and refined. And I'm also not married. Now, junior sister Mu Shui has already stepped into the Shantian realm, and she is entirely able to increase the number of my Yin family. Shut up. Long Chen's furious cry was like divine thunder, and his killing intent exploded. I can shut up, but it'll be up to your next choice, sneered Yin Wusheng. Just at this moment, a musical voice rang out. To use a person's companion to extort them, is that what it means to lose the humane Tao? Two women gracefully walked forward, looking like two fairies who had descended onto the world. They seemed to be walking slowly, but each step seemed to shrink the earth, and they arrived at the front in a moment. Both Long Chen and Yin Wusheng were startled, never having expected that they would appear here. These two were Yu Tong and Ziyan. Ziyan was veiled, and she was the one who had spoken just now. Miss Ziyan, with your grand status, you shouldn't be involved with the mundane world. Don't you think acting like this is inappropriate of you? Asked Yin Wusheng. Long Chen and I are acquaintances. I don't want to see such a scene play out. I wonder if Mr. Yin Wusheng can release that girl for my sake. Asked Ziyan. Sorry, but I think you've misunderstood. Let me say it again, I never kidnapped Miss Mu Shui. You didn't kidnap her, then why have you sealed her cultivation base? Why is your friend's hand pressed against her back so that with a single surge of spiritual qi, she can kill her? If that doesn't count as kidnapping, then would it only count if there was a knife against her throat? Yu Tong couldn't help shaking her head. Yin Wusheng hadn't expected Yu Tong to be able to see through that. Even the fact that Yin Qing and Mu Shui were sitting together hadn't escaped her eyes. HMPH, you shouldn't be too meddlesome, sneered Yin Wuxiang. Ziyan shook her head and sighed. She said to Yu Tong, go save that girl. Yu Tong suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's shocked gazes. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Mu Shui. Slut, fuck off. If you dare come over, I'll immediately kill. Yin Qing suddenly stood up, her hand pressed against Mu Shui's back. The sound of a zither rang out, and Yin Qing suddenly became still, unable to move. She was like a statue, allowing Yu Tong to take Mu Shui away. Leave her behind. Yin Wuxiang was shocked and he roared furiously, about to attack Yu Tong. But another 2 twangs of a zither caused intense fluctuations in heaven and earth. Yin Wuxiang was horrified to see that the laws of heaven and earth seemed to form chains around him, and he was trapped. Break! He roared furiously and his aura erupted, breaking all the restrictions. But he saw that at this time, Yu Tong had already brought Mu Shui to Long Chen's side. Originally, when Yu Tong had taken action, the middle-aged man had thought about interfering, but in the end, he decided not to. He sensed something that intimidated him from Ziyan. Long Chen, being released from her restrictions, Mu Shui involuntarily threw herself into Long Chen's embrace and sobbed. Thinking of her brothers who had died, she hated her own powerlessness. It's my fault. I wasn't able to protect them. Mu Shui's choked sobbing was filled with grief and hate. It's not your fault. I was the one who implicated you all. Long Chen tightly held Mu Shui. Thinking of those brothers he had eaten with, drank with, slept with, boundless killing intent soared out of him. Mu Shui, go rest. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. I'll properly settle the debt with them. Long Chen patted Mu Shui on the back and handed her to Mon Yen. He then looked at Ziyan and Yu Tong. I, Long Chen, owe you a favor. Ziyan nodded. She softly said, do you really think only slaughter can resolve hatred? Don't ask me such profound questions, because I don't know the answers, and I don't want to know the answers. All I know is that whoever hurts me has to be exterminated, because I don't want to suffer that pain a second time. My Tao is simple and direct. I will act according to my instinct. I don't care about good or evil, right or wrong. All I want is to use my life to protect the lives of those I care about the most. As for other things, I'm not interested, said Long Chen. But, have you ever thought that if you continue like this, you'll never get a chance to rest? Hate will bring hate, and you will forever be facing more enemies. The slaughter Tao is not a true heavenly Tao. Ziyan looked at Long Chen and sighed. That's because people haven't been strong enough. If I was strong enough to defy the heavens, then I would be the heavenly Taos. Then could you still say my Tao was wrong? Asked Long Chen. His words caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Those words were too brazen. He actually dared publicly say he would defy the heavens. Could it be that Long Chen didn't hold any reverence for the heavens? He wasn't afraid of dying under heavenly might. It had to be known that after reaching the Shantian realm, cultivators would increase their comprehension towards the heavenly Taos, and so they would feel more reverence for the heavenly Taos. That was because they became increasingly aware that compared to the heavenly Taos, a person's strength could only be described as a speck of dust. Within the cultivation world, there was no one alive who dared be so disrespectful to the heavens. That was because those people had already long since been buried in the ground. But Long Chen was still alive. That was practically a miracle. Long Chen's reply made it so Ziyan was unable to say anything. If others had said such a thing, Ziyan would have only laughed it off, thinking it was just disrespectful bragging. But now that such words came from Long Chen, their flavor was different. Long Chen was full of confidence, making it so no one would question his resolve. After replying to Ziyan, Long Chen turned to the gloomy Yin Wuxiang. Now it's time to settle our debts. Didn't you want a battle to the death with me? Fine, I'll help you out. Chapter 581. Once more battling Yin Wuxiang. Long Chen's words contained boundless killing intent, and they shocked everyone present. Long Chen was actually proposing a deathmatch with Yin Wuxiang. That was different from before. Before, Yin Wuxiang had been worried Long Chen would refuse to fight him, and that was the reason he was willing to ruin his reputation. He had wanted to use a hostage to force the fight. To experts, reputation was nonsense. In front of absolute strength, reputation was the cry of the weak. The martial path was one of competition, and only the winner was the king. No one cared about the process, only the result. That was the only reason Yin Wusheng would use such contemptible methods despite his status. But now, Mu Shui had been saved by Ziyan. There was nothing he could threaten Long Chen with. However, Long Chen had still challenged Yin Wusheng, a powerful celestial, to a battle. In other words, Long Chen had taken the initiative to challenge Yin Wusheng. That was a completely different concept from before, when Yin Wusheng had been worried Long Chen would refuse to battle him. Long Chen was planning on killing Yin Wusheng. Long Chen, don't be impetuous. The cry of the heavenly Daos will form an absolute suppression against you. You have no chance of winning, said Mo Yunshan. His old man really had been correct. Long Chen was too domineering, doing whatever he wanted without regard to the conclusion. Despite knowing it was a trap, despite the problem already being resolved, he actually took the initiative to jump in. That was folly. Ha 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 ha, good, good. Long Chen, you have guts. Then let's have a life and death battle. Let me see just how much you've grown during this time for you to become this brave. Yin Wusheng laughed and began to walk forward. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Originally, they had assumed that this matter would end here because of the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion's Ziyan. But now it was a complete reversal. This Long Chen truly is powerful, and he can fight across realms easily. But does he really think that that's enough for him to challenge a celestial? Then he has gravely mistaken, sighed an elderly man in the crowd. He obviously didn't think Long Chen had any chance of winning. If Long Chen was also a celestial, then that would be another matter. But it was as Mo Yunshan said, Long Chen would be suppressed by the cry of the heavenly Daos. Under that suppression, anyone in the same realm and even those in the realm above would be crushed by the celestial. That was the terror of celestials. Previously, when Long Chen had killed Wang Yishan with one attack, that was nothing more than coincidence. Risking his life to take a life, he had relied on nothing more than his own life-preserving measures. But in front of a celestial, such tricks were far from enough. So no one present thought Long Chen would win. Long Chen, Mo Nian said nervously. Mo Nian, my temperament isn't the same as yours. The path I walk is different from yours. I know what I'm doing. This is my Tao. Yin Wusheng has gone too far, humiliating my friend and killing my brothers. Today, of the two of us, only one can leave this place alive. You don't need to try and change my mind. Today, we'll see which one of us has a hardier life. Long Chen stopped Mo Nian and began walking towards Yin Wusheng. Mo Nian still wanted to say more, but he was stopped by Mo Yunshan. Ziyan looked at Long Chen, also wanting to say something, but in the end, she held it back and also retreated along with Mo Yunshan and the others. That middle-aged man also led his Shantian experts back with him. This region was left to Yin Wusheng and Long Chen. Everything within dozens of miles of the hidden dragon abode became silent. The only ones left were Long Chen and Yin Wusheng, who were staring at each other. Long Chen, are you aware? Originally, I should have long since gone to kill you. However, because of some trifling matters, your death ended up being delayed. Otherwise, you would have already died, said Yin Wusheng. It should be because you were busy planning your cooperation with the power targeting the Mo family, correct? It seems they want to draw you into their camp as well, working with the Yin family to crush the Mo family. However, it seems your current actions are part of your own last-minute plan. Most likely, you found that your cooperation wasn't favorable enough, and you weren't able to wait long enough. That must be why you used such shameless methods to draw me out, said Long Chen. Yin Wusheng narrowed his eyes, slightly shocked. I didn't think you would know so much. It seems the Mo family is also busy investigating this matter. Yin Wusheng had concluded that it was the Mo family who had told this to Long Chen. Long Chen was entirely correct. As soon as he had heard Long Chen had appeared in Qing Prefecture, he had rushed over. However, he had been drawn into another plot. There was a strong power that was preparing to target the Mo family. The high-level members of the Yin family had told Yin Wusheng to postpone his plans. However, it had taken too long for both parties to negotiate their cooperation, and Yin Wusheng had run out of patience. Thus, there was this trap today. However, there's one thing that you're wrong about. The reason I have to kill you is because I'm about to advance. Right now, I've reached the peak of the third heaven stage of Meridian Opening. I'm preparing to attack the fourth heaven stage. You might not be aware, but celestials are different from ordinary cultivators. We require a flawless Tao heart. Only then can we perfectly merge with the heavenly Taos. But previously, you managed to escape from my clutches. That left a stain on my heart. Although it is just a small stain and I'm only advancing a minor realm, for insurance, I've still decided to kill you before advancing, not letting my Tao heart receive the smallest imperfection. The current me is still the old me, but if I advance to the mid-meridian opening realm, my strength would explosively grow, and at that time, even killing you would be unable to wash away the stain in my heart. That stain might affect my future. So sorry, but today, you must definitely die, said Yin Wuxiang. The millions of experts spectating were all startled. It seemed Long Chen had already fought with Yin Wuxiang, and Long Chen had managed to escape. Yin Wuxiang, do you still remember what I said to you before? Asked Long Chen lightly. Unfortunately, I really am not in the habit of remembering other people's words. Yin Wuxiang shook his head. In the Xuantian supermonastery, I told you that with Han Tianyu's death, the enmity between myself and the Yin family was over. But if you dared meddle with me again, I would personally exterminate your Yin family. Now, you've really done well. Not only did you try and kill me, but you even took your anger out on the innocent, causing them to lose their lives. The enmity between us has already reached the point where only one of us can live. So whether or not it's sincere, don't apologize. I won't accept it, and furthermore, when I destroy your Yin family, I also won't apologize. Long Chen looked at Yin Wuxiang calmly, but behind that calm was a terrifying killing intent. Hearing this, those spectators burst into a clamor. Exterminate an ancient family, had Long Chen gone crazy? Ancient families had an inheritance that stretched back for countless years. They were huge existences with powerful foundations. Let alone Long Chen, even another ancient family wouldn't dare say such a thing. Ha ha ha, even at this time, you still like to boast. However, I've already gotten tired of it. You can die now. Yin Wuxiang suddenly roared, his voice shaking the sky like thunder. He extended a hand, and the void trembled. People were horrified to see countless palms emerge from his hand, and they filled all of heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure arose, seeming to want to crush Long Chen to dust. As soon as he attacked, he used such a terrifying attack. That one attack caused every Xiantian expert here to be horrified. This attack had sealed every direction. There was nowhere to run. Most horrifying of all, these palm images were not just illusions, but solid bodies. Then let's see just who will die. Today, Long Chen felt no fear in the face of those palms. With an icy snort, he punched, and a thunderous explosion rang out that caused heaven and earth to tremble. The palm images disappeared. Long Chen's fist had collided with Yin Wuxiang's palm. The ground quivered. After Long Chen's fist blocked Yin Wuxiang's palm, Yin Wuxiang smiled coldly and caught hold of Long Chen's fist. You still haven't improved at all. Die. Yin Wuxiang's aura completely erupted, and astral winds surged, causing everyone's expressions to change. The ground suddenly exploded, and a terrifying chi wave spread from the two of them. The hidden dragon abode was the first casualty. It was instantly blown to bits. What a terrifying aura. This is the power of a celestial. That Long Chen is also terrifying. He managed to block it. Those distant spectators were horrified. As Yin Wuxiang's aura was released, Long Chen's aura also gradually grew. It was like two dragons were racing to pierce out of the clouds. However, no matter how Yin Wuxiang tried, the two of them were still tied. He was unable to suppress Long Chen. As their auras crazily climbed, terrifying astral winds raged, instantly reaching the spectators. They hastily retreated, but there were some who didn't react fast enough. They could only circulate their chi to defend, but they were still sent flying by those gusts. Heaven and earth seemed to have become a maelstrom. As their auras increased, those astral winds only grew stronger. Long Chen and Yin Wuxiang were both blown back by their opponent's strength. But they had only just touched the ground when they once more shot towards each other. A blood-colored rune appeared on Yin Wuxiang's forehead. As soon as that rune appeared, everyone present felt like they were unable to breathe, and they felt as if their blood had turned sluggish. Bloodline suppression. People let out startled cries and fled even further away. They couldn't help being horrified. Even this far away, Yin Wuxiang's bloodline suppression was still able to have such a terrifying effect. Then just how much pressure was Long Chen under? After summoning his bloodline power, Yin Wuxiang's aura once more grew, causing heaven and earth to shudder. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand, and he had already leapt into the air, viciously slashing it down on Long Chen. It looked as if even space was being torn apart by this slash. Pressure erupted in all directions. Suddenly, a blood-colored light shone, and a blood-red saber emitted a cry like a beast awakening, meeting Yin Wuxiang's sword. Chapter 582 Undefeatable Tao. The sound of metal clashing erupted. Everyone's expressions changed, as this sound was too resounding and many people's eardrums broke, making it so they were unable to hear anything further. The blood-colored saber blocked Yin Wuxiang's sword, but the ground was unable to resist their power, and it sank. The original hidden dragon abode had already completely disappeared without a trace. Everyone was shocked by this scene. This was practically a world-shaking battle. Do you still need your testing blows? Bring out your full strength. Long Chen icily stared at Yin Wuxiang, filled with overflowing battle intent. What? Everyone's hearts pounded. Such a terrifying exchange was just a testing blow. Dad, will Long Chen be alright? Asked Mo Nian worriedly. Mo Yunshan sighed. None of us understand Long Chen. I feel like even your grandfather has misjudged him. Long Chen isn't truly impetuous. In truth, he sees everything completely clearly. He has a reason for each one of his actions. Perhaps it is as Long Chen said, and this is just his Tao. Any obstacles in his path have to be destroyed. He refuses to walk around an obstacle, let alone using a cheap trick to fix it. This world's myriad of Taos are all the same in a way. There is no major or minor. However, Long Chen has chosen the Tao that is the hardest to walk. That's because he has chosen the undefeatable Tao. What is the undefeatable Tao? Mo Nian couldn't help asking. I'm also not clear about the details. All I've heard is that there is a kind of person who will split his way through any mountains that impede him, slash apart any rivers that are in his way, and refuses to lower his head to any difficulties on his cultivation path. However, those that chose the undefeatable Tao, Mo Yunshan suddenly paused when he reached here. What happened to those who chose the undefeatable Tao? Asked Mo Nian. Mo Yunshan didn't reply. He didn't want to tell Mo Nian the answer. That answer was too cruel because the undefeatable Tao was a dead end. No one was able to walk it to the end. Those geniuses had all fallen. What Long Chen cultivates isn't exactly the undefeatable Tao. It seems he doesn't have a will inside him to contend for supremacy. His Tao is extremely curious. I've never heard of something like it. I'm unable to describe his Tao clearly. Ziyan also sighed, looking at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Mo Yunshan and Mo Nian's hearts shook. Ziyan might be young, and they were unable to see through her cultivation base due to some mysterious energy hiding it, but the natural Tao charm that came from her was something no one dared blaspheme. Furthermore, she came from a mysterious power. Her comprehension of the Tao far surpassed other people. Her words were very thought-provoking. Ha ha ha, good, you've gotten stronger. Only like this is it interesting. Don't worry, I won't be careless like last time. Yin Wuxiang suddenly laughed and pointed his sword at Long Chen, battle intent soaring off him. In my opinion, even if you aren't careless this time, the ending won't be that different. Today, the person to die will definitely be you. But since you don't want to take the initiative, I'll take it. Space trembled as a huge divine ring appeared behind Long Chen's back. It appeared like a red and orange rainbow. But between these two colors was a very indistinct color that separated the two. This faint yellow color was extremely light, and you wouldn't notice it unless you looked carefully. The instant the divine ring appeared, Long Chen's aura explosively grew, and boundless pressure spread. The void was constantly rumbling, and mud surged up. The rocks within the ground shot towards the spectators. Those distant spectators cried out in shock. The sharp whistling accompanying those stones made their hearts turn cold, and they hastily dodged. As for those that didn't have time to dodge, they could only forcefully receive it. As a result, countless people vomited blood and fainted. It had to be known that the people here that still dared to watch were all Xianxian experts. But even such experts were unable to even bear the aftermath of Long Chen releasing his aura. He's practically a monster. Mo Nian was dumbfounded. Was this the Long Chen he knew? Previously, when they had fought on the streets, Long Chen had also summoned his divine ring. But how come there was such a difference between now and then? With the divine ring behind him, Long Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. His cold gaze was like a sharp blade, and a majestic aura came from his body. His blood-red saber rested on his shoulder. He appeared like a god disdainfully looking down on the world. What battle skill is this? Even the usually calm Ziyan was shocked. From that divine ring, she sensed an aura others were unable to sense. That was why she was filled with even more disbelief than anyone else. How could such a battle skill exist in this world? She could sense that after Long Chen summoned this divine ring, the world had changed. To be more specific, there was a change in the heavenly Taos. Cry of the heavenly Taos. Heaven and earth shook. Countless runes surged out like a tide, condensing in the sky and enveloping Yin Wushang. Yin Wushang had finally released his full strength. Heavenly Tao runes flickered around Yin Wushang, and it was like the entire world was slanting towards him. The current him had clearly received the heavens' favor. Heavens, a divine ring to shake the world, the cry of the heavenly Taos, this is truly a monumental battle. Long Chen seemed to disdainfully look down on all with his divine ring behind him. On the other hand, Yin Wushang seemed like a divine devil had possessed him, his aura shaking the clouds, countless runes revolving around him. With the support of the will of the heavenly Taos, he was even more terrifying. Just feeling their auras made the spectators' hearts pound wildly as they were filled with reverence. Nian pay close attention. Long Chen's strongest point isn't his martial might, but his will. Did you notice, in the face of the suppression of the heavenly Taos, there isn't the slightest reverence in Long Chen's eyes. On the contrary, they are filled with disdain and ridicule. Becoming enemies with all of heaven and earth is called stupidity, but not every person has the qualifications to have that kind of stupidity. On the path of cultivation, people are like boats on a sea. There's no boat that will never sink. So cultivators do not need to take the long and broad view, taking consideration of the big picture. If you aren't even able to fight the fight that's right in front of you, then that so-called retreating and fighting from a distance is just a joke. Now you understand your grandfather's intentions, right? Asked Mo Yunshan. Mo Nian's heart shook. Looking at Long Chen, who seemed possessed by a battle god, he suddenly realized how much painstaking effort his father and grandfather had gone through for him. If a person didn't have a determination that would allow them to even fight against the heavens, then they would be unable to walk far on the path of cultivation. Many people were unafraid of life and death battles, but in the face of the heavenly Taos, they chose to submit in the end. Mo Yi had treated him the way he had in hopes that he would one day understand that true experts weren't created because of their cultivation bases, but because they wouldn't give up in the face of any suppression. Even the heavens would be unable to make them submit. Only by reaching that point could your heart truly hold no fear, and only then were you a true expert. Dad, I understand. Mo Nian took a deep breath. He felt endless gratitude towards his father and grandfather. For him, the entire Mo family had poured in endless sweat and blood. However, it was impossible for others to teach him that. He had to understand it himself. Now he finally did. Previously, in the streets, Long Chen had cursed him for being cowardly, and he had taken his first step. Now seeing Long Chen's fearless display even in the face of the heavenly Tao's suppression, Mo Nian was truly startled awake. Hearing Mo Yunshan and Mo Nian's words, Ziyan and Yu Tong couldn't help but frown. Obviously, they didn't acknowledge Mo Yunshan's theory. Nian you are also a celestial now. The heavenly Taos will support you, but that is limited to only a portion of the heavenly Taos. When you run into other celestials, the heavenly Taos will not necessarily tilt towards your side. When the heavenly Taos favor others, if you don't have a will to fight against the heavens, you will definitely die. That's because you'll feel like the heavenly Taos have abandoned you. Celestials are called the favorites of heaven and earth, but in truth, the heavenly Taos are emotionless. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow people to slaughter each other. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any fathers who would fight to the death with their sons. Mo Yunshan patted Mo Nian on the shoulder. Thank you, Dad, your son understands. Mo Nian took a deep breath. Mo Yunshan's words made Ziyan descend into silence. Looking at the two people staring at each other in the distance, it was unknown what she was thinking. The two of their auras were constantly clashing, causing space to twist. It was like two angry floods were constantly clashing. I didn't expect that your cultivation technique would actually just barely be able to resist my cry of the heavenly Tao's suppression. Good, now it'll be more interesting. Yin Wushang's battle intent was constantly rising. Now that Long Chen had advanced to meridian opening and his divine ring had become stronger, Yin Wushang was unable to use the will of the heavenly Taos to lock Long Chen down. That filled him with shock, but it also filled him with battle intent. Long Chen's strength had already surpassed his expectations. He had to kill Long Chen. Even if he couldn't obtain Long Chen's treasures, he needed him dead, or he might become a major problem in the future. Long Chen sneered at Yin Wushang. Yin Wushang, just how did you manage to be so shameless? Last time we fought, I was only at the peak of bone forging. But the final loser of that battle wasn't me, right? If Yin Qing hadn't rushed over, you'd have long since been turned into a corpse. Now, you still have the face to boast so shamelessly. Could it be that this is the pride of your ancient families? Long Chen was filled with disdain towards Yin Wuxiang. He kept saying that he had been the one to flee, but never mentioned his own sorry state. The spectators all sucked in a cold gasp of air. This piece of news was too startling. If what Long Chen said was true, then he definitely had to be a monster. Bastard, I've already said that last time I was just careless. But you'll only be lucky that one time. You'll definitely die this time, Yin Wuxiang roared furiously. That last battle had been his greatest disgrace. Long Chen's words had touched a nerve. Then let's see just who will definitely die. Long Chen's saber transformed into a bloody wave that crashed towards Yin Wuxiang. Chapter 583 Heaven's Wrath. Long Chen snorted coldly and he was like a phantom, appearing in front of Yin Wuxiang in an instant. His blood-colored saber released a loud cry as it slashed down. This was just a simple slash, but with the support of the divine ring, it seemed like it could cut apart the whole world. His actions caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They were all cultivators, and there was not one of them who wasn't afraid of the will of the heavenly Taos. That was a reverence that came from the depths of their souls. The instant Yin Wuxiang had summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, every expert here, despite being separated by 100 miles, still felt boundless pressure, and they even had an urge to kneel. But Long Chen was not the slightest bit discouraged in the face of the heavenly Taos. On the contrary, his aura became more and more valiant. HMPH, although you've gotten stronger, it still won't change your fate of being killed today. Yin Wuxiang's sword became like the sun, its harsh light piercing into people's eyes. A berserk aura erupted. What? Yin Wuxiang is capable of activating a Xianxian weapon. People let out startled cries. Wasn't it said that only Xianxian power could activate a Xianxian weapon? That's only for ordinary people. Celestials are the favorites of the heavens, and their blessing allows them to borrow the energy of the heavenly Taos, transforming that energy into Xianxian power, explained an elder. This was the most ridiculous aspect of celestials. It was like you were on a racetrack with someone, but the judges were biased to one side, and they could change the rules at will. Just how would you compete with them? That was what Yin Wuxiang was doing by activating a Xianxian weapon. Although he could only control some Xianxian power, it was enough to activate the true power of the Xianxian weapon. The saber and sword clashed together, and the ear-piercing sound caused the world to shake. The two of them both roared at the same time, pouring all their power into their weapons, wanting to send their opponent flying. This was a fight for the initiative. In a battle of experts, each little bit had to be fought for. Every bit related to their life or death. Whoever was able to send their opponent flying would immediately take the superior position. It was very likely that under a continuous barrage, that person could kill their opponent without them ever having a chance to reverse the tides. As the two of them increased their strength, the divine ring behind Long Chen began to rapidly spin, and Yin Wuxiang's heavenly Tao runes became turbulent. The entire space was growing contorted because of their strength, seeming like the end of the world. Heavens, just what kind of power is this? Exclaimed a horrified late Xianxian expert. Although such a person was unable to compete with the top experts, he could still count as a big figure in Qingzhou City. However, in front of these two clashing auras, he felt himself to be as minuscule as an ant. Either one of them could kill him without the slightest effort. If it was just Yin Wuxiang who was capable of that, then fine. Celestials were peerless heavenly geniuses. No one would be unconvinced if they were suppressed by them. But Long Chen was different. He had no aura of the heavenly Taos on him, but he was still able to fight Yin Wuxiang, and there was no sign he was at a disadvantage. All of them were horrified. Space was twisting around that sword and saber, and the ground was constantly trembling. They could almost sense the fury of the heavenly Taos as they assisted Yin Wuxiang to try and kill Long Chen. However, the divine ring behind Long Chen's back released an ancient and desolate aura that stubbornly resisted the will of the heavenly Taos. Currently, Long Chen's eyes were icy and emotionless, looking like a devil who had descended upon the world. Mu Shui looked at Long Chen, pain filling her heart. She knew she had always misjudged Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen had refused to join the Mu Shui mercenary unit, the reason why he didn't want to get too close to them, was all because he was afraid of what was happening today. It wasn't that Long Chen was emotionless, but that he couldn't allow himself to feel so many emotions. That was because doing so would cost him a painful price. Since Zi Yan's arrival had changed the situation, the the smartest option for Long Chen would have been to immediately leave. Even if he wanted to get revenge, he should have waited, doing his best to increase his strength as much as possible before settling the bill with Yin Wuxiang. However, he wasn't able to wait. The deaths of the Mushui mercenary unit's warriors had caused him to become furious, to become crazy, and he wasn't even able to wait an extra second. Long Chen's pain was no less than what she felt. Thinking of those brothers who had died so tragically, Mu Shui felt like needles were stabbing into her heart, and her tears streamed down. Both of their auras were still continuing to grow stronger. The ground trembled and the void rumbled. The originally sunny day was now covered by endless black clouds. Boundless pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change. Is this the wrath of the heavens? Looking at the endless black clouds in the sky, all of them trembled. In the face of the heavens, fury, no one would be unafraid. Mo Yunshan's expression also changed. Looking up at the black sky, he felt boundless pressure. That will could cause a person to despair. Furthermore, they were just at the edge. Long Chen was the main target. The pressure he must be under was unimaginable. Everyone was looking up at the sky with horror. Only Ziyan and Yu Tong were still calmly looking at the two men fighting. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, do you see this? This is my current strength. I can already bring down the wrath of the heavens. I really do have to thank you for that. Last time, it was only because of the fury you gave me that I was able to comprehend this new way to use the cry of the heavenly Taos. To thank you, I'll let you experience what a celestial is, and what true strength is. Be suppressed. Yin Wuxiang shouted coldly, and the void trembled. A formless energy crashed down on Long Chen. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet became covered with cracks. It appeared like an icy river that had received a heavy impact, and countless web-like cracks spread. Long Chen's about to be defeated. He can't resist this power. People saw Long Chen had sunk into the inferior position. This Yin Wuxiang is too terrifying. Not only does he have the support of the cry of the heavenly Taos, but he can even invoke heavenly fury, borrowing the power of the heavenly Taos to kill Long Chen. That's practically cheating. Some couldn't help sighing regretfully. Long Chen really is an idiot. Did he think that with just that little power he could challenge a celestial? Isn't that just asking to die? Maybe he's addicted to fame, sneered one person. Idiot, what fame? Do you want to try and get famous? In front of a celestial, you wouldn't even dare fart, but you still like to talk bullshit. Quite a few people immediately ganged up on him. That person really was an idiot. Here, all of them were ordinary cultivators. They felt envy towards celestials, but they also felt hate. The fact that Long Chen, someone who was an ordinary cultivator, was fighting a celestial made them feel like they were fighting as well. No matter how you put it, Long Chen was relying on his own power to tell everyone that celestials were not unrivaled. Whether he lived or died, he would leave behind a glorious battle achievement. To fight a celestial in the same realm, just who could manage to do that? So countless people immediately cursed this person. If they weren't busy paying attention to the battlefield, that person would probably have been beaten to death. With the tide-like power crashing down on Long Chen, his arms trembled slightly and the cracks on the ground grew even wider. Crap, Long Chen's about to be suppressed. Mo Nian's heart sank. Big sister, I'm begging you, please save Long Chen. I know you definitely have the strength to do so. Mu Shui suddenly turned to beg for help from Ziyan. She actually knelt down, unwilling to see Long Chen die. There's no need to be like that. Quick, get up. Ziyan pulled Mu Shui up. Big sister, please, save him. Long Chen is a good person. I was the one who implicated him. If he dies, I wouldn't even have the courage to keep living. Mu Shui choked back sobs. Of the Mushui mercenary unit's 20-plus members, 7 had died in the first clash. There were also people who must have fallen while they were fleeing for their lives. Because everything had been too chaotic, she also didn't know how many of them were still alive. For Mu Shui to lose this, many of her close friends, if Long Chen also fell, she really would feel like she had no more reason to continue living. Seeing Mu Shui's miserable expression, a bewildered light flashed over Ziyan's eyes. She knew that the relationship between Long Chen and the Mushui mercenary unit was limited to just an accidental meeting on a mission. Originally, when Long Chen had still challenged Yin Wuxiang to a battle after Mu Shui had been saved, she had thought that Long Chen was just using her kidnapping as an excuse. Of everyone present, only she was able to sense Long Chen's terrifying power. Her impression of him was that he was a valiant and ruthless person, Someone who felt that the lives of humans were as insignificant as blades of grass. Such people were very difficult to form friendly relationships with. But Mu Shui made her aware of another side of Long Chen. Her cultivation method was special, and she was able to clearly grasp a person's emotions. With Mu Shui's current cultivation base, there was no way she could fool her. Ziyan could sense other people's emotions, easily seeing through their inner hearts, but Long Chen was the only exception. There was some kind of mysterious energy in him that caused her special abilities to fail. Mu Shui's heartfelt words caused Ziyan's heart to shake. If Long Chen really was an emotionless person, how could there be people who so sincerely cared about him? Could it be that Long Chen's challenge against Yin Wusheng wasn't because of his selfish desires, but because he truly wanted to get revenge for those ordinary mercenaries? Miss Mu Shui, don't worry. Ziyan gently consoled her, but she didn't say any more. Others were unaware of what she meant by, don't worry. But Mu Shui was delighted. In her opinion, Ziyan was definitely an extremely amazing figure. If she said not to worry, then she really could let go of her worries. Mu Shui was unaware that Ziyan's, don't worry, wasn't because she would interfere, but because of something else. In the distance, the skinny middle-aged man was frowning slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking, but it seemed he didn't like the current situation. Long Chen was finally unable to bear Yin Wusheng's terrifying power. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and he was sent flying back. A large ditch was cut into the ground. Everyone's hearts shook. Had Long Chen died just like this? Ha ha ha, die. Yin Wusheng's sword pointed to the sky, and an incomparably powerful ray of sword chi slashed down on Long Chen. Chapter 584 Shocking Change. The sword chi surged into the sky, seeming like it could cut through the river of stars. That terrifying attack didn't just contain Yin Wusheng's power, but also the destructive will of the heavenly Taos that would make anyone despair. The sword fell, and the long ray of sword chi shattered the ground. A gorge 100 miles long appeared in front of everyone. When the dust scattered, people were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Long Chen was still standing at the front of the long gorge, and his blood-colored saber was blocking Yin Wusheng's sword without budging. His expression was as calm as water. It was still the same Long Chen, but his current aura made every one of them feel terror. Astral's wind surged out of the bottom of Long Chen's feet, forming a current around his body that soared into the clouds. 2 stars had appeared in Long Chen's eyes, but they weren't the same as they were before. A faint shadow had appeared between them. It was also a star, but that star wasn't lit. Long Chen was currently unable to bring out the full 3-star battle armor, because the Life Fate star had not reached perfection. But even so, the increase in his strength made him ecstatic. Yin Wusheng, you're still so senseless. It seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. If at that time you had used your full strength from the start, I would never have had a chance to flee. And now, you're still this conceited, refusing to reveal your full strength. This time, your attempt to probe my strength will be your downfall, because from you, I know that the so-called Celestials are not truly capable of bringing out the will of the heavenly Taos. That's just a smokescreen, sneered Long Chen. You, what are you talking about? Yin Wusheng was shocked and infuriated. He hadn't expected Long Chen's power to have reached this level, and he was filled with panic. It wasn't just Yin Wusheng who was startled. Everyone was startled, especially by Long Chen's last line. Celestials were using a smokescreen. Those runes around you are not the world's runes, but runes you nourished within your body. Those are not true heavenly Tao runes. They are simply carriers. You use those runes to connect with the surrounding energy of the heavenly Taos, and through that close connection, you are able to borrow heaven and earth's power. Furthermore, the amount of power you can borrow is limited, and linking to the heavenly Taos exhausts the energy of your core runes. Have you not noticed that your core runes are already no longer as stable as they were before? That's the best proof, said Long Chen coldly. Everyone looked towards Yin Wusheng, and people couldn't help letting out startled cries. He's right. When Yin Wusheng first summoned his runes, the runes were as stable as a mountain in the air. But now they're beginning to quiver. Is that from exhaustion? If that's true, then Celestials aren't truly unrivaled. Once their core rune energy is exhausted, wouldn't they be the same as an ordinary cultivator? So that's how it is. As expected, the things in legends can't be trusted. Those legends of how Celestials were protected by the heavens and had unending power as long as the heavens existed were just to dupe people. Long Chen's pretty amazing to be able to see through the truth of a Celestial so quickly. Yin Wushang's core runes are already starting to run out of energy. Doesn't that mean Long Chen has a shot at winning? The uproar from the crowd was immense, as they had never heard of ordinary cultivators fighting a celestial in the same realm. That was because no one was stupid enough to go challenge a celestial. HMPH. Not bad. Celestials truly do exhaust their core energy in order to connect with the energy of the heavenly Taos. But so what? Do you really think my strength will begin to decline like this? Ha ha ha, you're too childish. I've still yet to chop you in half. My core energy is far vaster than you can imagine, sneered Yin Wushang. Oh, is that so? Then let me see just how vast your core energy is. It just so happens I want to familiarize myself with my new power. Long Chen's saber shook, and countless blood-colored runes appeared out of it. With Long Chen pouring his energy into it, Blood Drinker also released its own power. Long Chen roared, his voice like thunder. Stamping on the ground, the earth exploded and Long Chen shot forward like a bolt of lightning at Yin Wushang. He wielded his saber with both hands as he mercilessly slashed it down. The ground crumbled as if a meteorite had descended from the heavens. A large wave spread through the ground. Yin Wushang's body shook intensely. Long Chen's strength was too great, and it felt like a mountain had crashed into him, turning his arms numb. He had only just managed to block this first attack when Long Chen's second slash followed. His aura actually superimposed with the energy from the previous attack. Yin Wushang hastily blocked, and he was no longer able to keep his body stable. This time, he was forced back dozens of meters. Not good. Yin Wushang immediately remembered that Long Chen seemed to possess a saber art that allowed him to superimpose his strength. Each slash of his saber superimposed with the energy of the previous slash. Once he managed to force back his opponent, his next attack would be even stronger. Long Chen's third slash didn't give Yin Wushang any time to think. This slash seemed like it could cut apart the river of stars and separate all of heaven and earth. Yin Wushang was sent flying like a shooting star, digging a mile-long ditch in the ground. Yin Wushang was shocked and infuriated by Long Chen's terrifying growth rate. Last time, if he had been even slightly serious, he would have killed Long Chen. But just how much time had passed? Long Chen's strength had already reached the point that he was an even match for him. Not only was he infuriated, but he also felt fear. Heavenly Tao suppression. Yin Wushang roared furiously, and his runes multiplied, looking like an ocean that filled all the space within several miles, forming his own domain. Within this domain, he was the master. Unless his opponent was a celestial, anyone would be suppressed within this domain. Here, the power of his enemy's attacks would be halved, while his own attack power would double. That's a celestial's strongest technique, and it's almost the most shameless. I wonder if Long Chen can handle it. Amongst the spectators were countless geniuses who had their own pride. But in the face of the heavenly Tao domain, which was practically cheating, they could only helplessly sigh. Previously, Yin Wushang had intentionally not used this domain, only using the will of the heavenly Taos to increase his own strength. However, now he was truly using his greatest killing technique. No one has the qualifications to use the same move against me twice. Long Chen sneered and directly pierced into Yin Wushang's domain. In that instant, he felt some kind of indescribable restriction wrap around his body. Under my suppression, you still dare boast shamelessly. Go on and just die. Yin Wushang shouted, his sword slashing down on Long Chen. The distant spectators could clearly see what was happening. Countless heavenly Tao runes instantly pasted themselves onto Yin Wushang's sword when he attacked. That was the support of the heavenly Taos. As for Long Chen, he was surrounded by heavenly Tao runes. Those runes seemed like chains, keeping him tightly bound. Berserk lightning possession. Suddenly, Long Chen's body became covered with violet lightning. It seemed like a lightning armor, and it released a loud rumbling sound. This scene caused everyone to let out startled cries because those lightning arcs surrounding Long Chen actually shattered the chain-like runes wrapped around him. Yin Wushang's pupils shrank. Those runes were his core runes and a celestial's greatest support. He had never heard of someone being capable of breaking them. Furthermore, he also vomited a mouthful of blood. The powerful attack he had been preparing to launch also caused a backlash. As his core runes, they were connected to his mind and soul. Their destruction was a powerful blow to him. Previously, when the lightning serpent had devoured that lightning monster in Long Chen's tribulation, it had fallen into slumber. It had only awoken yesterday, delighting Long Chen. Today, he saw it really was effective. His current thunder force was practically too strong. Furthermore, with the lightning serpent's growth, its spirit had also matured. It was the same as the earth flame, and it worked with Long Chen of its own accord. He didn't even need to use his spiritual chi to control it. With just a thought, the lightning serpent would fight alongside him. Yin Wusheng suffered a powerful shock, but Long Chen was fine. His saber came slashing down on Yin Wusheng. With his mental state in a mess, Yin Wusheng's hasty block was unable to completely block Long Chen's saber. Despite rapidly retreating, this saber still cut through his shoulder, his blood spraying out. Heavens, Yin Wusheng is injured. Blood dyed half of Yin Wusheng's body. Blood Drinker was too sharp, and this attack had almost cut off his arm. Long Chen is actually a lightning cultivator. But why is that lightning capable of resisting the heavenly Dao runes? Isn't that heaven-defying? People were horrified. The mandate of the heavens could not be violated, and the heavenly Daos could not be defied. But Long Chen used his own actions to tell everyone that anything was possible. Ziyan, who had been calm previously, became completely shocked upon seeing the lightning on Long Chen's body. That's heavenly tribulation, lightning. Ziyan recognized that boundless destructive will within the lightning. It was clearly tribulation lightning, not ordinary lightning. Heavenly tribulation lightning truly was able to resist heavenly Dao runes. But heavenly tribulation lightning contained a boundless destructive will. How could it be subdued? That was absolutely impossible. But Long Chen was standing there with thunder force forming an armor around him. He seemed like a god of lightning, majestic yet berserk. Even Mo Yunshan and Mo Nian's hearts shook. Long Chen actually still had such a strong trump card. After injuring Yin Wusheng with one attack, Long Chen didn't stop. He had already arrived next to the shocked Yin Wusheng. But he had only just done that when his expression suddenly changed. He hastily dodged to the side. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his chest. A black light pierced through Long Chen's chest and out his back, bringing with it a rain of blood. Chapter 585 Bloodthirsty Soulseek Thorn. Everyone let out a startled cry. That black ray had pierced through Long Chen's chest too suddenly. It was like that black light had simply appeared out of nowhere. There hadn't been the slightest warning. Long Chen lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest. Blood wildly poured out, and a bone-chilling cold spread throughout his entire body. Long Chen, you truly are strong. However, you still aren't my match. Last time, I was careless and received a heavy injury, so I never got a chance to use this move. Hehe, how is it? The taste of my bloodthirsty soulseek thorn is not bad, right? A 9-inch black thorn appeared in Yin Wusheng's hand. Ah, I forgot to tell you. This bloodthirsty soulseek thorn was refined from a Shantian magical beast, the bloodthirsty hedgehog's spikes. Once it pierces you, your blood will be like a river whose dam was destroyed, and all your blood will pour out until there's not one drop left in you. Long Chen, it really is regretful, but you've lost, said Yin Wusheng. Quite a few people's expressions changed upon hearing about the bloodthirsty hedgehog. Legends said that it was a species from ancient times. Each of its spikes was poisonous, and a small injury could even kill a Shantian expert. However, the bloodthirsty hedgehog was essentially extinct. It was unexpected that Yin Wusheng would actually be able to refine its spikes into a weapon. Long Chen, due to your great deeds, today I'll let you taste the pain of 10,000 needles piercing your body. Suddenly, the void trembled around Yin Wusheng, and tens of thousands of bloodthirsty soulseek thorns appeared around him. Heavens, this Yin Wusheng is too terrifying. With that many blood-seeking soulseek thorns, who could even fight him? Die, Yin Wusheng roared, and forming a hand seal, those tens of thousands of bloodthirsty soulseek thorns shot straight towards Long Chen, appearing like black lightning. Everyone was horrified. This attack was something none of them could block. But they saw that Long Chen's expression was still calm. It really is unexpected that you can use them like soul items. Long Chen really hadn't expected Yin Wusheng to possess such a move. At the same time, he realized just how lucky he had been to get away last time. However, this is still not enough to kill me. Space trembled and a fist-sized scale suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. As soon as that scale appeared, the space around it began to distort. The scale rapidly grew, becoming dozens of meters long, protecting Long Chen. Those tens of thousands of thorns ruthlessly smashed into the dragon scale, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the scale released a green light that completely destroyed all those bloodthirsty soulseek thorns. Impossible. Yin Wusheng was appalled. Those bloodthirsty soulseek thorns had been bitterly created by his family's master craftsmen. His seniors had spent endless blood to nourish them for them to have their current power. They were even able to threaten sea expansion experts. But in front of that scale, they were unable to endure a single blow. Not only did that make him startled and furious, but it also made him feel a kind of terror. The dragon's scale shrank back down, revealing Long Chen's calm expression. No one was able to grasp what he was thinking inside. What made Yin Wuxiang feel despair was the fact that the hole in Long Chen's chest had already fused back together. The injury inflicted by the bloodthirsty soulseek thorn had actually been healed. Do you still have any other ultimate abilities? Long Chen icily stared at Yin Wuxiang, his voice completely emotionless. What is that scale? Roared Yin Wuxiang. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker and pointed it at the heavens. A cold saber chi suddenly soared, cutting apart the black clouds in the sky. A mile-long saber image appeared, seeming like a heavenly blade as it slashed down on Yin Wuxiang. This attack's aura engulfed the entire world. In front of that saber, Yin Wuxiang felt himself to be as minuscule as an ant. Bastard, don't think you've won just like this. Yin Wuxiang roared with fury, and he crushed a talisman. Countless runes condensed in the space before him, forming an immense shield. This shield was 300 meters wide. The instant it appeared, even the world trembled. It's actually a talisman created by a sea expansion expert, cried someone. That talisman clearly had the aura of a sea expansion expert. Its defensive ability would be absolutely shocking. The saber image slashed down on the shield. Space trembled intensely, and a burst of light erupted where it struck the shield. Runes blew up into the sky. Yin Wuxiang's talisman managed to block Long Chen's attack. However, the impact caused him to wildly vomit blood. He was filled with horror. It had to be known that this talisman had possessed 10% of the strength of a sea expansion expert. But it had been destroyed. Furthermore, he had sensed some strange energy in Long Chen's attack that caused his talisman to lose a portion of its defensive strength. It was extremely odd. Do you still have time to be distracted? I really admire your stupidity. The second attack is coming, said Long Chen with a touch of ridicule. At some unknown time, a foot-long ball of flames had appeared in Long Chen's hand. Space twisted around it as if it was about to be ignited. Earth flame, cried the spectators. Other than an earth flame, no other flame could possess such a berserk will. It practically seemed like it wanted to incinerate the heavens and vaporize the seas. A large snow wolf appeared behind Long Chen. That snow wolf let out a heaven-shaking roar, and opening its mouth, a huge sphere of wind blades shot out. At the same time, Long Chen flung out his ball of flames. Little Snow's wind sphere instantly enveloped Long Chen's flame sphere. Little Snow had been constantly resting in Long Chen's spiritual space during this time. What shocked Long Chen was that after passing his tribulation, Little Snow's cultivation speed had multiplied, and he had already reached the late 5th rank. The fire and wind sphere rapidly grew, becoming a mile wide. This was many times larger than it had been before. One reason was that Little Snow's strength had grown so much greater, while the other was that the earth flame had also been rapidly growing. The instant that wind and flame sphere merged, heaven and earth became silent. Yin Wuxiang became filled with endless terror. He had already been locked down. Those distant spectators all turned numb. Just what kind of attack was this for its pressure to be so terrifying? If you don't want to die, then quickly run. Mo Yunshan suddenly roared, and pulling Mo Nian, he fled into the distance. Ziyan hesitated a moment, and she also pulled away a shocked Mu Shui. At the same time, that skinny middle-aged man brought his people away as well. Seeing these top experts fleeing, the others hastily fled for their lives. That sphere caused them to feel endless terror. This distance was still not enough to protect them. Yin Wuxiang's hair stood on end. He immediately recalled his miserable condition after receiving this attack last time. But now this attack's power had increased by 10 times. He was filled with regret that he had forgotten to guard against this attack. Ancestral spirit, hear your descendants call. Lend me your strength. Ancient blood divine shield. Yin Wuxiang placed his finger on his forehead, and a drop of his blood flew out, forming an image in the air around him. His expression was solemn and respectful. Following his chant, endless blood chi erupted from his body. That blood chi condensed into countless runes, which then tightly wrapped around him, forming a layer of armor. Furthermore, outside that armor, his heavenly Tao runes once more condensed, forming an outer barrier. Yin Wusheng only just had time to create these 2 layers of defense when Long Chen's attack viciously smashed into his outer barrier. That immense force caused the entire world to violently shake. Some of those distant spectators stumbled and reeled, almost falling to the ground. They hastily looked back. Endless flames formed an immense mushroom cloud at the center of the battlefield. Terrifying wind blades and flames were rapidly spreading. Terrified screams rang out because they realized those wind blades and flames were rapidly approaching them. With the previous warning, they had already begun running, and they were already over 200 miles from the battlefield. But looking at the current situation, it seemed they would still be devoured. Quite a few people felt like their souls were about to flee from their bodies in terror. If they were enveloped by those flames, then let alone their lives, they wouldn't be able to keep a single part of their corpses intact. From the center of the battlefield, waves of wind and flame spread in all directions like a tsunami. Several of the people fleeing were so scared that they began to cry for their parents. They had long since forgotten that they were high and mighty cultivators. All they knew was that they were about to lose their lives. Finally, there was someone who the wave of flames caught up to. However, he didn't die. He was merely almost burned to a crisp. After traveling so far, the flame wave had already weakened. Enough. Many people only managed to keep their lives because of this. However, anyone who was enveloped by the flame wave had their clothes turned to ashes and their bodies charred black. The smell of burning flesh came from them, and they appeared incredibly wretched. Only now did everyone get a chance to breathe, and they hastily looked back towards the battlefield. Their jaws involuntarily dropped. Chapter 586/after/. Originally, the surroundings of the hidden dragon abode had some small lakes and some beautiful scenery. But now, all of it was gone. Everything within hundreds of miles was scorched earth. The ground had been turned to black rock. Steam still floated out, emitting a strange scent. At the center of the battlefield, Long Chen and Little Snow were still calmly standing there, not moving the entire time. Long Chen had already advanced to meridian opening, and he had also condensed the life fate star. He was a completely different person from when he had first fought Yin Wusheng. Even after using this wind and flame attack, Long Chen still had the majority of the earth flame energy within him. So when his attack had erupted, he had used that energy to protect himself and Little Snow. Yin Wusheng was standing in front of Long Chen. However, it appeared as if his entire body had been turned to charcoal. In the end, those 2 layers of defense he had created had not been able to withstand Long Chen and Little Snow's combined attack. However, with them, he had just managed to keep his life. But his aura was now very weak. Long Chen sensed his remaining spiritual qi, and he found that he had less than 20% left. The continuous battles and then having to face off against the heavenly Daos had exhausted him greatly. However, 20% of his spiritual qi was enough for him to do many things. Taking a breath, he rested Blooddrinker on his shoulder. Long Chen walked over the scorched rock-like ground. That sound was like the overture of a death god. Yin Wusheng, back in the Xuantian Supermonastery, I once warned you that with Han Tianyu's death, our enmity had come to an end. However, you didn't listen to me, and you even tried to kill me. Not only that, but you despicably used others to kidnap my friend, causing my brothers to die. Did you ever think that this would be your ending? Long Chen's voice resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Those tens of thousands of experts could all hear the killing intent and fury within it. Long Chen's saber slashed straight down on Yin Wusheng. Yin Wusheng's practically charred hands lit up with runes, and he raised his sword to forcibly block it. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Yin Wusheng's arms shattered, and his sword was sent flying into the distance. Long Chen, I don't believe you'll dare to kill me. Yin Wusheng tumbled back hundreds of meters and crawled up, shouting, if you kill me, my Yin family won't let you off. Even your Xuantian Supermonastery can't protect you. Not only you, but your friends and your parents will all be exterminated. Yin Wusheng was finally terrified. Long Chen's strength had surpassed his imagination. After that previous attack, his spiritual qi had essentially hit rock bottom. Furthermore, he had used his essence blood to summon his ancestor's spirit. That secret technique was extremely taxing for him to use. However, in that situation, he had no choice but to use his ancient blood divine shield. Yin Wusheng, it seems you still don't understand me. I never submit to any threats, nor do I fear any threats. If it had just been an enmity between the two of us, perhaps I could have spared your life. Unfortunately, You stretched your claws towards the people by my side. Reaching here, Long Chen's killing intent burst to a new high. You've touched my taboos. In your eyes, perhaps they were just some mercenaries, but in my eyes, they were my life and death comrades in arms. Let alone a disciple from an ancient family, even if you were the son of a fucking god, I would still kill you today as vengeance for them. Long Chen's voice rang out like thunder, causing heaven and earth to rumble. That voice contained endless hatred and killing intent. Long Chen, you've gone crazy. Our Yin family's strength is not something you can understand. Are you not afraid of the Yin family's fury? With your strength, do you think your family can endure it? Yin Qing, who was standing beside the skinny middle-aged man, finally opened her mouth. She was finally afraid because it seemed Long Chen really wanted to kill Yin Wuxiang. Furthermore, this middle-aged man didn't have any intention of interfering. That made her realize that this man's goal was to borrow the hands of the Yin family to attack the Mo family together. But Yin Wuxiang was impatient because he was on the verge of breaking through. Furthermore, he had never wanted to join their battle. That didn't have the slightest benefit to the Yin family. His target was merely Long Chen. In the end, Yin Wuxiang had decided to target Long Chen despite the middle-aged man's objections. However, that man had still decided to help him a bit. Now Yin Qing realized this middle-aged man was truly an old fox. Whether or not Yin Wuxiang won, this battle would benefit him. If Long Chen lost, then when he was about to be killed, the Mo family would definitely interfere. Furthermore, with him present, the Mo family would definitely have to use their full strength. That would reveal the truth about the Mo family's current power. If Yin Wuxiang lost, then he would just watch without lifting a finger. If Long Chen could kill Yin Wuxiang, then it would be even better for him. That way, he would have succeeded in forming an enmity between the Mo family and the Yin family. Although Long Chen wasn't a member of the Mo family, he still received their support. The Mo family would definitely have to receive the Yin family's rage, and he would be the greatest beneficiary. Furthermore, he also had his own reason. Yin Wuxiang and Long Chen had agreed to a life and death battle in front of this many people. With that many people watching, he couldn't interfere, or it would bring about their anger. Although the Yin family would also hate him in their hearts, that was a matter for the future. His only goal right now was to overturn the Mo family. Long Chen's saber once more fell. Yin Wuxiang used his last strength to condense a runic shield in front of him. But that shield was shattered with a single blow. Yin Wuxiang vomited blood and flew back. His new arms, which he had formed from heavenly Dao runes, once more shattered. While Yin Wuxiang was still miserably flying back, Long Chen appeared beside him like a phantom, his blood-colored saber slashing out again. Blood splashed. The entire world seemed to move in slow motion as that saber cut him in two at the waist. Everyone was horrified. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin falling. Would a heavenly genius really die just like this? Heavenly Dao recovery. Countless runes appeared over Yin Wuxiang's bisected body, merging them back together. What? Seeing that he was actually able to reconnect his body, everyone was dumbfounded. That was too inconceivable. This reaction was very normal, as even Long Chen had been shocked back then. Yin Wuxiang's body had only just merged back when a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. That talisman released spatial fluctuations. It was clearly a teleportation talisman. This place was different from the Julie secret realm. Within the 1,000 major realms, there was a spatial suppression that made ordinary teleportation talismans useless. But Yin Wuxiang's teleportation talisman was an extraordinarily precious 1,000 major world teleportation talisman. Although it could only teleport a few thousand miles, it was his last chance. However, as he crushed the talisman, a blood-red saber severed his arm. That teleportation talisman merely teleported away his severed arm. The rest of Yin Wuxiang remained. Long Chen's saber once more slashed towards Yin Wuxiang's newly merged waist. Heavenly Dao, heaven. Every time Yin Wuxiang used his heavenly Dao energy to reconnect his body, Long Chen would slash down his saber. After 3 times, Yin Wuxiang's core energy was gone, and he could no longer recover. He was filled with terror and panic. Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder. Yin Wuxiang was lying on the ground. Yin Wuxiang, didn't you always like to look down on others from your high perch? Aren't you someone who views himself as a ruler that can dictate other people's lives? Don't you value the life of a human as little as a blade of grass? Now I see terror and panic in your eyes. How laughable. So you were always afraid to die. Then you should know just how much those people you killed also wished to live. When you ordered others to take their lives, did you once think of that? They had nothing to do with you. Why did you want them dead? If you had the ability, why didn't you just directly attack me? Why did you have to stretch your sinister claws towards the people by my side? Can you answer me? Long Chen pointed Blooddrinker at Yin Wuxiang. His eyes were scarlet, and he seemed like a furious death god. Endless killing intent poured out from every inch of him. Long Chen, let me off. The differences between us can end here. I can compensate you with a great deal of resources. Long Chen's saber stabbed into Yin Wuxiang's chest, raising the upper half of his body into the air. He icily glared at him. Compensation? What are you going to bring out as compensation? Your life. Did you think your one rotten life was worth the same as the many lives of my brothers? Long Chen's veins were bulging, and his furious roar rang out in everyone's ears. Mu Shui shook and she tightly clenched her lips. She did her best to hold back her tears, but thinking of her brother's miserable deaths, they still escaped out of her control. Yin Wuxiang's arms were destroyed, and all that was left of him was his upper body. Long Chen's saber had pierced through his body. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. It was because he knew that even if he begged for mercy, it wouldn't change Long Chen's determination to kill him. Don't you feel that your life is very valuable? Then let me tell you, I'll be using your head as an offering to my brother's heroic spirits. Roared Long Chen. Yin Wuxiang suddenly burst into a crazy laughter, disdainfully looking at Long Chen. Long Chen, I admit that I've lost. But if you really think you can take my head, you're very, very wrong. Suddenly, Yin Wuxiang self-detonated. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 587 True Body. Yin Wuxiang's self-detonation caused everyone to jump in shock. They were practically unable to believe their eyes. A celestial had actually been forced to self-detonate. Seeing the sky full of blood mist, all their hearts felt heavy. However, Long Chen smiled coldly and his hand was raised, pointing out a finger. You want to use your self-detonation to mask your soul escaping. You're too immature. Lightning finger. A bolt of lightning shot out of Long Chen's finger, piercing through the blood mist to strike a transparent figure. That figure had almost completely merged into space. It was very difficult to notice it with the naked eye. That was Yin Wuxiang's soul. Yin Wuxiang had abandoned his physical body in hopes that his soul could escape. Unfortunately, he wasn't aware of just how abnormally powerful Long Chen's spiritual strength was. There was no chance he could escape Long Chen's senses. The very instant he had self-detonated, Long Chen had already seen through his intentions. Seeing that lightning arrow shoot straight at him, Yin Wuxiang let out a roar of despair. Long Chen, just wait. I will definitely tear you apart limb by limb. The lightning arrow pierced through Yin Wuxiang's soul, and his soul immediately exploded, filling the sky with runes. The world trembled when those runes appeared. The spectators all sighed with emotion upon seeing them. Those were Yin Wuxiang's core runes, in other words, a celestial's core runes. Those runes were nourished inside the celestial's body, and they were able to draw out the support of the heavenly Taos. But once a celestial died, those runes would be absorbed by heaven and earth, forever disappearing from this world. Just as those runes were about to disappear, the primal chaos bead in Long Chen's dantian suddenly began to rapidly circulate. Long Chen was startled, as he wasn't the one urging the primal chaos bead. It was acting on its own. But even after a while, it didn't seem like anything had happened. Long Chen, you actually killed my Yin family's junior master. You definitely won't have a good death. Yin Qing roared hysterically from a distance. Her expression was extremely contorted with hate. With Yin Wuxiang's death, she would definitely receive a harsh punishment. Perhaps her life was also over. Originally, she had succeeded in seducing Yin Wuxiang. She had hoped to rise within her family's hierarchy with his support. But now, everything was over for her. For a moment, the entire battlefield was silent. Within hundreds of miles, the only person was Long Chen, his blood-red saber resting on his shoulder, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He gave off an indescribably domineering feeling. Long Chen was too lazy to bother with Yin Qing's furious roar. His only regret was that Yin Wuxiang had self-destructed, and his spatial ring had also been destroyed with him. Yin Wuxiang was definitely rich beyond his imagination. But his spatial ring was also peak grade, and it contained his divine sense. When he had self-destructed, the spatial ring had also self-destructed with him. He hadn't left a single thing to Long Chen, so he was a bit vexed. However, at least he had released some of his sullen furies. With a celestial's life as a sacrifice, he trusted those fallen brothers would still be able to laugh within the 9 springs. Mu Shui ran over to him and wrapped her arms around him, sobbing. At this point, the others also came back to the battlefield. Ziyan stared at Long Chen. That person is dead, and you've avenged your enmity. But is your heart really at peace? Long Chen gently patted Mu Shui before turning to Ziyan. Miss Ziyan, the two of us are people in 2 different worlds. Don't use your grand and aloof eyes to evaluate my actions in the mundane world. You are not me, and I am not you. Can you say what my heart feels? I don't care if my actions are right or wrong. All I want is to have a clear conscience, which I have. Miss Ziyan, I owe you a favor. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. But I'd ask you not to argue with me about this kind of subject. I, Long Chen, am a vulgar and coarse person of the mundane world, and my temperament isn't so good. I can easily say something rude to you, and that wouldn't be good for either of us. As soon as he heard Ziyan's words, Long Chen's temper flared. She wasn't him. She hadn't been chased down like a dog by Yin Wuxiang. She hadn't had that many hot-blooded brothers be killed. Of course, it was easy for her to judge him. But no matter how he put it, if it hadn't been for Ziyan, Mu Shui would still be in Yin Wuxiang's hands. Then Long Chen wouldn't have been able to fight him with his full strength. Furthermore, even if he could have defeated Yin Wuxiang, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. It could be said that Long Chen truly owed Ziyan a great debt, and so he didn't want to taint their amicability. Otherwise, Long Chen had 10,000 ways to retort to Ziyan. Well, most likely, over 9,990 of those would involve cursing. Long Chen was no upright gentleman, nor was he some Taoist scholar. When he was in a temper, his words weren't always polite. It was all too likely for him to say something offensive. Ziyan nodded. Then I won't disturb you any longer. If you have free time, you can come to my immortal intoxication pavilion. I'll definitely treat you. Long Chen cupped his hands. Many thanks for your hospitality. If I have time, I'll definitely go. No matter what, Ziyan had helped him a great deal. He had to at least say something courteous. Hypocrite, Yu Tong muttered. Ziyan gently bumped her arm to get her to stay quiet. Seeing Long Chen's slightly awkward expression, Ziyan said, I'll take my leave now. But I should tell you that Yin Wuxiang isn't truly dead. What you killed is merely his clone. After saying that, she and Yu Tong left. But her final words shocked everyone. Clone. Long Chen's heart shook. How was that possible? Long Chen, well done, truly well done, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man walked over with his people. That really was a world-shaking battle. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Long Chen looked at that man. There was an unconcealable smile on his face. Obviously, he was the greatest winner of this battle. Your smile is really slutty. It's even sluttier than those prostitutes. The heavens really were blind to allow a person like you to cultivate. I really can't understand why you didn't just go prostitute yourself from the beginning. Why bother cultivating? The goal of cultivation is to get stronger. Why would you get stronger first and then prostitute yourself? You city people really are fun, said Long Chen. The middle-aged man's expression sank, and the dozens of experts behind him prepared themselves to fight at any moment. Let it go, who do you think you're trying to scare? You cowards, don't bother acting. If you really had the guts, you would have already taken action last time, said Mo Nian. Long Chen, let's go. Your brother will hold a great celebration for you. You really were too badass today. Now I feel like the pressure is even stronger. With your current growth rate, after 20 more years of bitter cultivation, you'll probably be able to get halfway to my level. Mo Nian patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. Even if I bitterly cultivated for a lifetime, I probably wouldn't be able to reach the realm your skin has reached. Ha ha ha. At some unknown time, Lu Zongying had also arrived. Hearing their words, she couldn't help laughing. Long Chen, it's unexpected for you to be this powerful. Now I'm almost regretful that I'm engaged to Mo Nian, she said. Long Chen's scalp turned numb upon being stared at by Lu Zongying. Such a manly woman wasn't someone just anyone could enjoy. It was best for her to stay with Mo Nian. Haha, I have no objections, Aya. Mo Nian let out a miserable cry as Lu Zongying grabbed his neck, glaring at him. Bastard, am I that lacking? You want to kick me out? Give up any thoughts of that. Even if you rot, you'll still have to rot in my hands. That's your fate, understand? Mo Nian turned purple, unable to say anything. Junior sister Lu, if you continue like this, your fiancé will choke. Even Long Chen's heart clenched. This was too violent, wasn't it? It's fine. Mo Nian's been choked for so many years, he has greater resistance than anyone else. Let's go back now. Mo Yunshan pulled on Long Chen, bringing him back to the city. Now, even Long Chen agreed with Mo Nian that Mo Yunshan wasn't his father. It seemed he didn't really care about his son's life or death. It was a good thing Lu Zongying was only doing a demonstration. Now that Long Chen had left, she released Mo Nian, however, she still tightly wrapped her arm around his, not letting him leave. The middle-aged man hesitated, but in the end, he held back, allowing them to go. Yin Qing was left standing alone. It was only after a while that she reacted. Even as a member of the Yin family, she hadn't been aware that Yin Wusheng had a clone. Now, she went wild with joy and quickly rushed into the city, borrowing Qingzhou City's transportation formations to return to the Yin family. The Yin family was far from Qing Prefecture. They were separated by 2 prefectures, and they were situated within a mountain range. They occupied a space of almost 3,000 miles. There were thousands of mountains in their territory, and clouds curled around them. The spiritual qi here was extremely abundant. This was the Yin family's ancestral lands. From an aerial view, it could be seen that these mountains formed a huge formation that enveloped the entire land. Once such an enormous formation was activated, then even sea expansion experts wouldn't be able to barge their way in. However, such an enormous formation exhausted plenty of spirit stones just to maintain. Not only was it a defensive formation, but it was also an immense spirit-gathering formation, providing the Yin family with a dense concentration of heaven and earth's spiritual qi. A small mountain within the Yin family exploded. The treasures, resources, and exquisite buildings on it were all blown to bits. Long Chen, if I don't tear you apart piece by piece, I won't be called Yin Wusheng. This furious roar shook the heavens. Yin Wusheng was standing in the ruins of the mountain, his expression incomparably sinister, his eyes red, and endless killing intent surging out of him. This was Yin Wusheng's true body. His furious roar immediately startled the entire Yin family. Chapter 588 Ziyan's Thoughts. Big sister, what do you think? Is Long Chen one of those legendary? Once they had returned to the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion, Yu Tong and Ziyan were staring at the scenery outside the window. It was Yu Tong who was asking Ziyan. Yu Tong, don't say it, shouted Ziyan. Sister, you can't say that word. Our cultivation is different from other people's. We are close to the heavenly Taos, and we are also easily sensed by the heavenly Taos. If you say it and it's true, you'll immediately receive a backlash from the heavenly Taos and be wiped out of existence. Said Ziyan solemnly. So you also suspect it? Asked Yu Tong. Ziyan sighed. She pulled off her veil. Her expression was very complicated. If he's not that legendary existence, how could he have such combat abilities? How could he resist the will of the heavenly Taos? Most terrifying of all, he was even able to make heavenly tribulation lightning submit to him. If he wasn't that kind of existence, how could he dare insult the heavenly Taos? If he is that existence, then he isn't my devil star. Such people will bring about unmatched heavenly tribulations each time they advance. Furthermore, as his cultivation base advances, the more intense the tribulation will be, all the way until he is exterminated beneath the heavenly Taos. The two of them sank into silence for a while before Yu Tong sighed. That really is regretful. Long Chen is unafraid of heaven or earth, someone who cares deeply about relationships. Although his Tao is contrary to our Tao, he still is admirable. Ziyan felt a complicated feeling. At the beginning, she had thought Long Chen was her devil star and would affect her entire life. So she had started paying more attention to him. After learning of his background, she had felt that Long Chen had received too much torment as a child, which had led to his heart becoming embittered. She had hoped that she could guide him onto the correct path. Then she wouldn't need to kill him. But now she was sure Long Chen was that legendary existence. He was fated to die beneath heavenly tribulation. He had nothing to do with her anymore. That kind of result didn't make her relax. Instead, it made her a bit disappointed. She felt it was too much for the heavens to treat such a person like this. Long Chen had suffered so much as a child. He had finally soared, but it was destined for him to die to the heavenly Taos. That was too pitiless. Don't overthink it. Counting the days, our training experience this time is about over, and we'll be returning to the immortal palace soon. We'll have nothing to do with this secular world, comforted Ziyan. Although she said this to comfort Yutong, she was also comforting herself. Just like Long Chen had said, the two of them were in different worlds. Long Chen returned Little Snow back to his spiritual space. Although this revealed that he was a dabbler beast tamer, it was better than leaving Little Snow outside. Little Snow's aura was extremely berserk and chaotic. It was different from any other magical beasts, which made it too conspicuous. Little Snow's mutation shocked Long Chen. Although Little Snow was only at the late 5th rank, equivalent to the human race's meridian opening realm, he was strong enough to easily kill any Xianxian experts. That kind of strength had broken the rules of the cultivation world, so Long Chen preferred to keep Little Snow's strength as hidden as possible. After returning to Mo Gate, Long Chen and Mu Shui were pleasantly surprised to see that other than Zhang Wu, 9 other members of the Mu Shui mercenary unit had gathered here. Because the ambush had been too chaotic back then, and everyone had known staying was just sending themselves to their deaths, they had all rushed to report the news to Long Chen. Furthermore, their opponent's target had been Mu Shui. That had allowed the others to escape with their lives. The 2 women were amongst the surviving members. When explaining what had happened, the 2 of them burst into tears. They were the ones who had been focused the most at the beginning. But as a result, several of their brothers had protected them with their lives, buying precious time for them to escape. Now that they were gathered again, they couldn't help sobbing. The people who had died were their family, the people they had been closest with throughout these years. Those kinds of feelings were something outsiders were unable to understand. Even Mo Yunshan and the others were moved by their plight. Although they were just mercenaries who lived on the bottom levels of the cultivation world, their emotions were the most sincere. Within this sinister world filled with schemes and strife, such pure emotions were too rare. After they cried for a while, Mu Shui told them about how Long Chen had killed the experts of the 3 great powers and fought Yin Wusheng. Hearing the 3 great powers masters and Yin Wusheng had been killed, their hatred lessened slightly. There were few cultivators who ever managed to get a good ending. With the revenge Long Chen had gotten for them, they trusted that their fallen brothers would be comforted within the springs below. While they were talking, a group of experts from the Mo family walked over. Their bodies were covered in blood, giving Mu Shui and the others a fright. Long Chen recognized the leader of that group as it was Mo Nian's uncle. He asked, "Did you go plundering?" "Ha ha ha," Mo Nian's uncle laughed. "Brat, you really have some smarts. You got it right in one guess. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see your battle with Yin Wusheng, or you definitely would have heard my cheering." From their current conditions, Long Chen could easily guess that after he had killed Luo Yingxiang, Wang Yishan, and all the other experts, the Mo family's people had directly gone to ransack their headquarters. With the 3 masters dead, the other experts had fled. If the Mo family didn't take this opportunity, then the 3 powers would have either splintered from inner struggles or been devoured by other powers. If the Mo family really wasn't able to see that, then they would have long since been destroyed by others. So just looking at their conditions, Long Chen could tell what had happened. Leader Mu Shui, Qing Prefecture is in a chaotic state. If you aren't unwilling, you should stay with my Mo family, said Mo Nian. Mu Shui was startled, not knowing how to reply. She looked at Long Chen who said, "Leader Mu Shui, you're overthinking it. The Mo family doesn't have any thoughts of tricking you. This time, our unit received a heavy blow, and the current state outside here is very turbulent. Staying with the Mo family is just temporary. Once the storm passes, we still have to completely revamp the entire unit, making the Mu Shui mercenary unit a legend in Qing Prefecture's mercenary world. To do otherwise would be unworthy of those fallen brothers." Long Chen's words were extremely comforting to them. Furthermore, he called himself a member of the unit, making them extremely emotional. Long Chen would always be a member of the Mu Shui mercenary unit. Furthermore, for those fallen brothers, he had not hesitated to challenge Yin Wusheng to a bloody battle to the death, becoming mortal enemies with an ancient family. That made them incomparably moved. Long Chen was still the same Long Chen, the one who had eaten with them, slept with them, and who liked to talk and joke around with them. "Alright, the dead are already gone. As cultivators, the only way we can make it up to those who fell is to live even more brilliantly than before. Come, today we got our vengeance and we should be celebrating. The wine's already set up, and, hee, I spent a bit of money to buy photographic jades of Long Chen and Yin Wusheng's battle. We can all experience it together, haha, said Mo Nian's uncle, bringing them into Mo Gate. A feast had long since been prepared. Mo Yi was already sitting at the front. Seeing Long Chen, he beckoned. Come, sit beside me. Long Chen hastily went over. Mo Yi patted him on the shoulder so hard that he shook. Nice, nice, this is how a real man should be. Long Chen was about to say some modest words when Mo Nian interrupted. Old man, what are you talking about? I'm your flesh and blood grandson. Are you praising him to piss me off? Mo Yi glared at him. If your blood wasn't proof that you had my Mo family's bloodline, I really wouldn't believe you were my grandson. If you had half the daring of Long Chen, what would I still have to be so worried about? Get over here, you want to hit me. You must think I'm stupid. I'm not going over. Mo Nian found a seat further away for himself. Bastard, you're this childish. Mo Yi's expression sank. Hurry up and go. Over. Don't make Grandpa mad. Lu Zongying pulled Mo Nian over. Only then did Mo Nian sit beside his grandpa, quivering the entire time, prepared to defend at any moment. Nian the current you is not bad. I can sense your aura is different from before. In truth, you are also a good child. However, your grandpa's teaching methods weren't suitable, causing you to suffer for nothing without understanding the true essence of what a martial artist is. Mo Yi looked at Mo Nian, his solemn face becoming a bit doting. That was an expression Mo Nian had never seen on him. Grandfather. Mo Nian's heart soured. In truth, his grandfather had always loved him. Nian your display today was very good. You dared to fight alongside Long Chen, to use your own body to protect your brother. I'm very happy. However, you are different from Long Chen. Each of Long Chen's steps is over a field of thorns, and each of his steps is filled with blood. That's why his Dao heart is more stable than yours. As for your grandfather and father, although we were ruthless, we weren't ruthless enough to truly have you risk death. We were unable to make you truly feel the danger of death. So your temperament is also because of us. You should thank Long Chen and yourself for the things you comprehended today. So this wine, which is my own personal wine, is something I prepared not only for Long Chen, but also for you. Starting today, you are no longer a child, but a true man of our Mo family. Mo Yi patted Mo Nian on the back, his face filled with pride. Mo Nian was also filled with emotion. Ever since he was a child, Mo Yi had always used his fists to speak to him. His words today made him feel incomparably warm. Grandfather, I definitely won't let you down, said Mo Nian. Ha ha ha, I know. I trust that you and Long Chen will grow to a point that everyone in this world will have to look up to both of you. Come, let Grandpa offer you a toast. Although your current selves don't have the qualifications for that, I trust that in less than a decade, you'll have much greater achievements than me. According to the cultivation world's practices, it seems that at that time, I might have to call you too senior, ha ha ha. Cheers. Mo Yi raised his bronze wine cup high into the air. Long Chen and Mo Nian also hastily raised their cups, respectfully clinking them against the bottom of Mo Yi's cup. According to normal wine drinking customs, when two people touched cups, the person whose status was lower than the other would touch their cup below the top of the cup. Touching the middle would be for when the other person's status was similar to an uncle. But when touching cups with someone on the seniority of your grandfather, you could only touch the bottom of the cup, because if you went any lower, you wouldn't be able to touch it at all. Mo Yi was extremely happy today. Long Chen and Mo Nian accompanied him on his left and right, and the other seniors of the Mo family were also present, making the atmosphere extremely lively. They watched photographic jades of Long Chen's battle with Yin Wushang. Even after they had seen it, watching it again still made their blood boil. That shocking, domineering, and mighty scene lingered in their memories. They drank late into the night before they all returned to their residences. Long Chen first helped the Mushui mercenary unit settle in and chatted with them for a bit. By the time he had returned to Mo Nian's residence, the sky had already brightened. Mo Nian was in a meditative state, cultivating. Long Chen slept on the bed for only a couple of hours before getting up. Saying he was going out to the Wayan auction house, he left for the center of the city. Chapter 589 Assassination. After Long Chen left Mo Gate, the people on the street who saw him immediately fled to the edges as if they had just seen a death god. Long Chen was startled at first, but then he realized that although many people hadn't seen the battle yesterday, there had definitely been quite a few people who had recorded the whole thing with photographic jades. Perhaps in all of Qingzhou City, there were only a few who didn't know who he was now. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Acting as if he didn't see these people, he continued forward. He might have killed Yin Wuxiang, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. Yesterday, Lu Zongding had explained the secret of Yin Wuxiang's clone. For ordinary experts, after they reached the Shantian realm, they could condense a clone. For example, back in the righteous and corrupt battle of the 108th monastery, Ling Yunzi's clone had appeared. In reality, those kinds of clones were just spiritual clones. Using a secret art, he had condensed his spiritual strength into a clone. That clone would then be nourished for many years to make it stronger. However, it was not truly solid. It only possessed a tenth of the strength of the main body. Furthermore, if those kinds of clones encountered any powerful impacts that surpassed their limits, they would automatically explode. Such clones were only used as supplementary aid. Their actual use was very limited. So most people didn't use them for anything. This spiritual clone was also known as a false clone. But Yin Wuxiang's clone was known as a true clone. It was a solid body. The greatest advantage of those clones was that they were still connected to their master, but it was a physical body that was separate from the true body. Condensing such a true clone not only required an ocean's worth of resources, but it also required the true body to receive an extreme amount of pain. The pain of the soul and physical body being torn apart required an incomparably firm willpower. Otherwise, it was possible for someone to directly go crazy from the pain. Lu Zongding had also tried condensing such a clone, but she hadn't been able to endure it in the end and had given up on it. Such clones possessed around 60% of the true body's strength. For Yin Wuxiang's clone to already possess such terrifying strength, it could be imagined just how powerful his true body was. However, experiencing that endless pain and exhausting all those resources wasn't for playing around. Because the clone and true body were connected spiritually, the true body could stay secluded and cultivate while the clone went around fighting and experiencing dangerous situations. What the clone experienced, the true body could also experience. So this way, the true body could stay in while still undergoing all kinds of tempering. Furthermore, Yin Wuxiang was a celestial, and his clone had even possessed the ability to use the cry of the heavenly Taos. That was because Yin Wuxiang had poured in a portion of his core energy into the clone. That core energy could also grow and mature inside the clone through cultivation. Yin Wuxiang's goal had been to wait until he reached the peak of meridian opening and then merged with his clone. Reaching the pinnacle of perfection, when he attacked the Shantian realm, he hoped to advance from a rank 1 celestial to a rank 2 celestial. But Long Chen had destroyed his clone's soul. Even those core runes had been destroyed, completely destroying his hopes. It was obvious that Yin Wuxiang was definitely crazy with rage now. The Yin family would quickly make some large movements. Yin Wuxiang definitely wouldn't let things off just like this. However, Mo Yi had already said that Long Chen didn't need to feel any pressure. The Mo family didn't fear any enemies, and when he had said this, his tone had been extremely confident. It seemed he really didn't place these enemies in his eyes, which allowed Long Chen to relax. At the same time, he understood why Mo Yi would want Mo Nian to make so much trouble. It was because the Mo family truly had that confidence. Although Long Chen didn't know that skinny middle-aged man's background, he was sure he was an enormous figure. But Mo Yi still didn't care about him. That wasn't carelessness but confidence. Furthermore, with how long Mo Yi had lived, he definitely wouldn't play around with the Mo family's life and death. Long Chen had been walking with his head down, all kinds of thoughts swirling in his mind. He suddenly realized that he had gone the wrong way. Raising his head, he saw a grand building in front of him. He had actually unconsciously walked to the Immortal Intoxication building. He supposed that it was because he was so unfamiliar with this city. Bitterly smiling, for some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of Ziyan's veiled face. He shook his head, turning to leave. Isn't that Long Chen? He comes to see us. Did the sun rise from the west today? Oh, he's leaving. Yu Tong and Ziyan had originally been standing next to the window to look at Qing Prefecture's scenery. Tomorrow, they would be leaving. No matter what cultivation base you reached, once you became familiar with an environment, leaving would always cause a sense of loss. Ziyan was startled. Looking at the figure that was leaving, an emotion that was difficult to describe welled up inside her. The feeling was sour. She didn't know whether that feeling was because of pity for Long Chen's past, or grief for Long Chen's future. Or perhaps it was some other feeling. It seems he just got lost, said Ziyan. Long Chen had only just walked a few dozen meters when more and more people began to appear on the street. Suddenly, Long Chen's heart shook. An old man pushing a small cart was walking by Long Chen's side when a slender sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it directly toward Long Chen's back. He struck like lightning, and his sudden attack was extremely vicious. Most importantly, his disguise had been extremely realistic. It had been practically impossible to sense that he was actually a meridian opening expert. He only released his aura when he attacked, but reacting at that time would be too late. His sword was already pressed against Long Chen's back. However, his sword ended up hitting nothing but air. The instant Long Chen was about to be struck, he had jumped forward a dozen meters. He had just narrowly avoided the old man's sword. A cut had appeared on the back of his robes. Assassins. Long Chen was startled. These damnable fellows had actually appeared here. As soon as the old man had attacked, the people on the street screamed and fled. But two more swords also came stabbing toward Long Chen just after he had dodged the old man's attack. Their incredible speed was shocking. The two of them attacked even more exquisitely, taking action just as Long Chen dodged. With Long Chen still in the air from his jump, it was like he was sending himself toward their blades. Blood splashed as their swords shattered. The two of them had been slashed apart by a saber. As Long Chen killed the two of them, he felt a burst of pain from his ribs. A slender longsword had stabbed through his skin. That sword was extremely sharp. It had to be known that Long Chen's physical body had reached an abnormally powerful point. Even ordinary xianxian weapons were unable to easily injure him. But that person's blade only pierced 2 inches into his body when he felt a powerful force block him, making it so he couldn't push it in any further. Long Chen's saber was already slashing toward him. He hastily released his sword, about to run. But just before he released his sword, his body turned numb as a powerful electric current surged into him. Blood drinker slashed through that person's body. That immense force directly turned him into a bloody mist. The street was extremely chaotic. After killing that person, Long Chen felt a burst of numbness from his ribs. That person's sword had contained poison. Mommy, a little girl who appeared to be only 3 years old, held her small doll, sobbing. She was clearly too terrified to move. As for her mother, it seemed she had forgotten her in the chaos. During this slaughter, she had just been crying on the street on her own. Suddenly, she let out a startled cry, as the old man who had first sneak attacked Long Chen picked her up and threw her at Long Chen. At the same time, his aura was fully released as his sword came stabbing toward him. Although he only had the cultivation base of a peak meridian opening expert, in that instant, he had activated some kind of secret art. That sword's power would not lose out to a late xianxian expert's attack. Most importantly, in that instant, space twisted as over 10 new experts appeared, all of them releasing their strongest attacks on Long Chen. Long Chen had actually, unconsciously, stepped into a death trap. These people were all elite assassins, each of them possessing extraordinary killing power. Furthermore, these assassins all worked together flawlessly. Their completely unscrupulous assassination techniques didn't even give Long Chen a chance to release his aura. Ziyan and Yu Tong saw that these assassins were using that innocent girl as a trump card. With the power they had released, they would clearly kill the girl along with Long Chen. Long Chen's hands were truly tied now. In this kind of situation, that girl would definitely die. Let alone an ordinary person, even a xianxian expert would be blown to bits by such a fierce collision. Seeing the terrified girl flying toward him, Long Chen hesitated. In the end, he reached out his hand and caught her. At the same time, over 10 sword attacks landed on Long Chen. That terrifying force caused the entire street to shake intensely. Countless bits and pieces of rubble flew into the air. What shocked Ziyan and Yu Tong was that Long Chen had used his own back to block their attacks. Furthermore, Long Chen hadn't released his aura. His entire back was a mass of blood, but the girl in his embrace was still alive. Ziyan and Yu Tong's hearts shook. Long Chen didn't dare circulate his spiritual qi to defend because he was afraid of killing the girl. In order to protect the girl, who was a complete stranger to him, he had actually allowed himself to take heavy injuries. Suddenly, Long Chen's saber released a scarlet wave that crashed down on those black-robed assassins. The sound of flesh exploding rang out in the streets, and the air reeked of blood. For a moment, the entire world was silent. Many people were hiding in the distance, filled with horror. Long Chen pointed his finger, and a few people that were hiding in the crowd were killed by bolt after bolt of lightning. Countless screams filled the air as people fled. Long Chen killed 7 people like this before his gaze landed on a quivering old woman. He hesitated for a moment and turned away from her, slowly putting down the girl in his embrace. But once he released the girl, Ziyan and Yu Tong became filled with disbelief, and they tightly covered their mouths with their hands. Chapter 590 True Heart. After releasing the little girl, Long Chen revealed a long needle that was stabbed into his chest. That needle was black as ink, and black qi was spreading through his flesh at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that this was an extremely terrifying poison. Ziyan saw that the girl's terror had disappeared to be replaced with calm. She looked at Long Chen with a gaze that invoked pity, a gaze that made it impossible for anyone to suspect she would actually kill someone. As for the doll in her hand, there was a hole in it. Obviously, it was no doll but a killing mechanism. How could it be like this? Yu Tong looked from the girl to the black needle in Long Chen's chest, her heart filled with indescribable pain. Do you hate me? Long Chen slowly kneeled down and calmly looked at this girl, gently rubbing her cheek. The girl was very beautiful, looking like she could have been cut out of jade, appearing like a flawless porcelain doll. I know that of the people I just killed, your father and mother were probably amongst them. Do you hate me? Long Chen asked again. The girl shook her head. This handsome face in front of her had just seemed like the face of a death god, but now in the blink of an eye, it was the face of a big brother figure, making her feel warm and safe. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. I am the killing god's follower. We aren't afraid of death. Our deaths just allow us to return to the embrace of our God. Slaughter is our divine mission. We don't know love, and we don't know hate. We live just for slaughter. The girl suddenly summoned the courage to speak as if these words gave her the courage to face Long Chen. But for such emotionless words to come from a 3-year-old girl was truly chilling. Ziyan and Yu Tong's hearts jumped. Such a young child had already been imbued with such an ideology. Who told you this? Asked Long Chen. This is the killing god's guidance. Have you seen your killing god? Then how do you know this is the killing god's guidance? How do you even know it exists? Asked Long Chen. You can't blaspheme the killing god. You can kill me, but you can't blaspheme the killing god. Raged the girl. Long Chen looked at this little girl's furious expression and smiled slightly. Looks like you really are a devout follower. But your eyes tell me you're a bit nervous and afraid. You are trying to use another kind of strength to force yourself to go against your own heart. Killing a stranger is something you feel is evil, is wrong. You are trying to use the strength of your god to erase that feeling of wrong. Unfortunately, your god's strength isn't strong enough. It is unable to erase your guilt or remorse. Compared to a god's strength, the strength of the heart is much greater. Cough. Long Chen coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. That blood was black. Even Long Chen's face was turning black. Big brother, you, seeing Long Chen like this, that girl finally revealed a slightly disturbed expression. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. I won't die, so you don't need to worry. In truth, the very moment you were thrown over, I already saw your panic and unease. That indecision you revealed back then was completely different from terror. Long Chen smiled. Don't you think I'm very stupid? Long Chen mocked himself, gently stroking the girl's hair. Seeing you reminds me of a certain person. She should be even younger than you. But I trust she's definitely just as cute as you, so I couldn't bear to kill you. The reason I didn't kill you isn't because I'm kind-hearted. I just like acting in accordance to my heart. I do what I want to do. So no matter what I do, no matter how many people I kill, I'm able to bear it. I can sleep with my conscience at rest. Little sister, remember your brother's words. There's no such thing as true right or wrong. Just act according to your heart. Cough, that way, you can live happier. Long Chen once more coughed up blood. Big brother, regret and sadness appeared in that girl's eyes. Long Chen pulled out the needle. There were horrifying barbs all along the needle, and broken pieces of Long Chen's insides were still stuck to it. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes, and the primal chaos space released endless life energy. The blackness spreading throughout his body instantly returned to normal, and the injury on his chest slowly closed. In just a single breath, he had fully recovered. That poison was fatal to others, but it was nothing to Long Chen. As long as he had life energy left, he could force it out of his body without even needing antitoxin pills. Furthermore, this was a poison that focused on the physical body. But Long Chen's physical body had reached a level that even he wasn't sure of. Big brother, are you leaving? Yes, I still have many things to do. Goodbye. Long Chen turned and walked away. Big brother Long Chen, I'm little you. That girl suddenly courageously shouted. But Long Chen had already disappeared past the end of the street. It was unknown whether he had heard it or not. A disappointed expression appeared on her face. Suddenly, an old woman who appeared to be in her 50s rushed out of the crowd. She had originally been cowering in a corner, but once Long Chen left, she rushed forward, picked up the girl, and disappeared almost instantly. Startled cries rang out. So there had actually been another assassin hiding. Seeing the direction which the old woman had gone, Yu Tong sighed. Long Chen must have noticed her long ago. But he didn't kill her. He must have wanted her to bring the girl away. Just what kind of person is Long Chen? Sometimes he's a merciless killer, slaughtering people like a bloodthirsty devil king. But he also has times when he is kind-hearted and acts so foolishly. If he had been unable to block that poison, wouldn't he have lost his life just now? Did he only act this way so that we would see it? Ziyan shook her head. With Long Chen's character, he would disdain doing such a thing. It's just like he said. He doesn't care about right or wrong. He just acts according to his heart. So he does many things that seem foolish to other people, but he always has a clear conscience and doesn't care about other people's opinions. The heart, muttered Yu Tong. Don't think about that. Perhaps that's a feeling that only such a legendary existence can have. We're unable to experience it, said Ziyan. But after saying that, she couldn't help feeling that Long Chen's future would be lamentable. Long Chen's only possible ending was to be destroyed beneath the heavenly Taos. He walked a path that was impossible to walk to the end. That was because what he was facing was the heavens. Sister, what was the killing god that girl mentioned? How come I haven't heard of it? Asked Yu Tong. Her killing god isn't a true god. Our immortal palace's secret canon has records of 108 true gods. But there is no record of a killing god. Our immortal palace had countless powerful experts that appeared over successive generations. But only the 9th divine emissary relied on her own strength to rise into those rankings, becoming number 103. These assassins cultivate slaughter techniques. Those aren't true divine arts, and their auras are completely different. However, their fighting style truly is similar to that scum from the divine world, Enpuda. Perhaps they are leftovers from his Tao, said Ziyan. But when she mentioned Enpuda, contempt and ridicule appeared on her face. That kind of expression very rarely appeared on the normally calm Ziyan. In other words, this Enpuda definitely had to be an exceptionally despicable existence. Sister's knowledge truly is great, praised Yu Tong. Your mental realm isn't high enough to read the secret canon yet. Once you reach that realm, you'll naturally have the qualifications to look through it. However, you'll have to prepare yourself. When you see those recordings about the immortal era, it will bring about a practically destructive impact to your Tao heart. If you aren't able to endure it, it would be a catastrophe for you. Warned Ziyan, a complicated expression appearing on her face. There was even a trace of sadness in her eyes. Well, let's not talk about that for now. We're going to leave tomorrow. Junior sister, let's stroll around and buy some trinkets from this mundane world. I'm sure our fellow disciples in the Immortal Palace would be delighted to see those. Long Chen was feeling a bit depressed. Looking at that girl's innocent and pure eyes had made him think of his own sister that he had never met. Calculating the time, she should almost be 2 years old. She was only a bit younger than that girl. However, his sister should be growing up completely carefree under his parents' pampering. But seeing this girl, who also should have been pampered by her own parents, being raised into a killing machine, Long Chen felt pain inside. Despite knowing that this girl had also been an assassin who had wanted his life, he had foolishly spared and forgiven her. Even Long Chen didn't know why he would be that foolish, but he really was unable to kill such a naive child. Her kind of belief was truly terrifying. That kind of belief could make a person lose their rationality and become crazy. The assassins from the Bloodkill Hall were truly a bunch of madmen. Previously, Long Chen had thought they were just idiots. Even after he had killed so many of them, they still didn't know how to retreat. Now he sneered inside. They treated themselves as slaughter weapons. Whether they killed or were killed, they would feel no terror. They treated death as returning to the embrace of their god. Then fine, the next time he saw them, he would send them all directly to their god for free, letting them have a celebratory reunion. Long Chen was weary of these days. No one could be on guard forever. His only option was to give them a painful lesson in order to cease their never-ending entanglement. As he walked, he didn't sense any more assassins. Most likely, their attack was over with that one wave. Seeing the Huayan auction house before him, Long Chen directly entered. Chapter 591 Discovering a Pleasant Surprise. Leaving the Huayan auction house, Long Chen felt a bit uneasy when he had seen Yao Niming and Yao Niqian once more. The two of them had been extremely reserved, no longer acting as carefree around him as before. He knew that was definitely because of his battle with Yin Wuxiang. His reputation had grown immensely, to the point they were no longer close to the same level. Long Chen was still the same Long Chen, but in their eyes, they could no longer treat him as an ordinary friend. Even speaking with him had to be done very carefully. This time, he had gone over to collect a few of the medicinal ingredients he had asked Zheng Wenlong to gather for him. He was preparing to refine the Heaven Ascension pill. This pill's name was a bit frightening, sounding as if it was used for suicide. Later, people had felt it was such a bad name that they had changed it to be called the Heaven Advancing Pill. As the name implied, it was used for peak meridian opening experts to break through to the Shantian realm. There were many pill formulas for the Heaven Advancing Pill, but their effects were different. An ordinary Heaven Advancing Pill would only give a person an extra 10% chance of advancing. But the best Heaven Advancing Pill sold by the Pill Tower increased a person's chances of breaking through by 50%. However, within Long Chen's Pill God memories, he had a formula that could only be described as heaven-defying. It gave people a 100% chance of advancing to the Shantian realm. Yes, 100% chance. There was no chance of failure. That was a pill formula that came from the ancient era. The fortunate thing was that the medicinal ingredients required hadn't gone extinct. Zheng Wenlong had managed to gather them all. However, they had been extremely expensive. The huge sum of money Long Chen had obtained by selling the divine soil would have been enough to pay back the majority of his debt. But now, his debt had once more inflated. Not only had it inflated, but it had gotten too big, causing Zheng Wenlong to have an urge to cry. He had no choice but to once more send in an application to the Huayan sect for more authority, allowing him to keep a higher amount of debt. It could be said that Long Chen's debt to Zheng Wenlong, which was also Zheng Wenlong's debt to the Huayan sect, had grown to a frightening level. Zheng Wenlong had even once held Long Chen's hand, imploring, "You absolutely cannot die. If you die, your brother will also die with you." Although he knew Zheng Wenlong was joking, he felt certain that Zheng Wenlong was under a great deal of pressure. The Huayan sect was just too large. With his current position, he had severely overdrawn his limit. But it still wasn't enough for Long Chen. However, Zheng Wenlong had first promised to do what Long Chen asked before saying his joke. That made Long Chen admire him greatly. He truly was bold. This time, Long Chen had picked up 16 medicinal ingredients, all of which he had urgently needed. Refining the Heaven Advancing Pill required over 100 medicinal ingredients, but his primal chaos space had already had the majority. These were all the rest he had needed. After obtaining these, he had hesitated a great deal before clenching his teeth and giving Zheng Wenlong a pill formula. That was the Meridian Opening Pill formula, and its main ingredient was the Meridian Opening Spirit Cliff Fruit. It was the best Meridian Opening Pill formula that he possessed. Even the Pill Tower didn't have such a pill formula. Currently, all the members of the Dragonblood Legion had already advanced to Meridian Opening, so this formula was already useless. Other than its obvious effect, this particular formula had an even greater use. But for now, that use wasn't as obvious. After leaving behind that pill formula, Long Chen had also written a letter for Yao Niming to give to Zheng Wenlong. Then he returned to Mo Gate. After his battle with Yin Wuxiang, all of Qingzhou City had become calm. There were very few people on the streets these days. An extremely grave air hung over the city, and people felt like a boulder was pressing onto their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Mo Yi had also warned Long Chen and Mo Nian not to go out as much, because they were currently in an extremely dangerous period. Their opponent had tried probing their strength twice now and failed both times. It was very likely for them to lose their patience and skip straight to a decisive battle. Most importantly, Long Chen had killed Yin Wuxiang's clone, destroying years of his efforts. The Yin family would definitely go crazy. So Long Chen definitely had to be worried about being assassinated when he was outside Mo Gate. After returning to Mo Gate, Long Chen asked for a private room. He was going to focus on refining the Heaven Advancing Pills. Although he wasn't aware of the Dragonblood Legion's current state, according to his calculations, that ocean's worth of bone-tempering pills they had consumed must have stored a tremendous amount of medicinal energy in their bones. After advancing to meridian opening, that medicinal energy would slowly release, allowing them to cultivate at an extremely rapid pace. They should be able to quickly reach the late meridian opening realm. It wouldn't be long before they would touch the Xiantian barrier. The Xiantian realm involved transforming Haodian Qi to Xiantian Qi. Once you reach the late meridian opening realm, you would be able to sense another kind of spiritual Qi. That was Xiantian Qi. Heaven and Earth's spiritual Qi was split between Haodian and Xiantian. Haodian spiritual Qi was the most ordinary spiritual Qi of the world. But Xiantian spiritual Qi was hidden within Haodian spiritual Qi, and like a fish in water, it needed to be deliberately caught. Xiantian spiritual Qi was the spiritual Qi that had been present when the world was first born. At the late meridian opening realm, you would be able to sense that spiritual Qi and gradually form a connection. To put it frankly, it was almost like fishing. You had to come up with a way to lure the fish into your body. Once you drew that Xiantian spiritual Qi into your body, it would baptize your physical body, transforming your Haodian Qi into Xiantian power. Then you would be a true Xiantian expert. This was a true milestone. Once a person reached the Xiantian realm, once they were nourished by that Xiantian spiritual Qi, their body would completely transform. A person's longevity would multiply by 10 times, and they would also age slower. That was why Xiantian experts might look to be in their 30s but actually be centuries old. When a person reached the Xiantian realm, then while their Xiantian power had yet to decline, they would generally keep the same appearance. But once their longevity began to reach its end, and if they couldn't break through, then even a Xiantian expert would age a great deal. Once a person reached the Xiantian realm, it was essentially impossible to deduce their age by looking at them. Some people might look very old but only be a few centuries old because their talent was too low, and so they only reached the Xiantian realm in their 60s or 70s. Furthermore, once you reached the Xiantian realm, there were countless youngsters. That was why most female cultivators treated the Xiantian realm as their final target. In the Xiantian realm, a person's longevity would be around 1,000 years. Furthermore, during the first 800 years, your appearance wouldn't change much. What beauty could resist that temptation? The most terrifying thing to them was to slowly watch as they powerlessly aged to an old and withered state. Entering his room, Long Chen directly placed the medicinal ingredients into the primal chaos space. The primal chaos space was truly Long Chen's treasure mine. It could be said that without the primal chaos space, Long Chen would have zero chance of ever cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art to its pinnacle in his lifetime. Let alone everything else, just the Alioth star had made him completely stuck. The Qilin fruit was essentially extinct. Although he had found one tree, considering how many Qilin fruits he had needed, he wouldn't have been able to completely condense the Alioth star without several millennia at least. Long Chen suddenly sensed there was something odd with the primal chaos space. Then, he noticed that at some unknown time, a strange little tree had appeared. That tree was growing at the center of the black soil. It was 3 meters tall, and runes covered it completely, releasing an odd aura. Wah! What? Long Chen was struck dumb for several long moments. Even his tongue felt like it was in a knot. He was filled with absolute shock. That small tree had many leaves, all the size of a palm. However, each blade of those leaves contained a rune. It was those runes that shocked him so badly. That was because those runes were very familiar. Those were the heavenly Tao runes that had been released into the void when Yin Wusheng had died. Back then, Long Chen had thought they had returned to heaven and earth. Now that he thought back to it, he recalled that the primal chaos bead had trembled slightly at that time. Could it be that it had absorbed those runes? And then, Long Chen was completely bewildered as he looked at this tree. This terrifying black soil could even devour heavenly Tao runes. Heavenly Tao runes were the core runes of Celestials. Celestials used them to summon the help of the heavenly Taos, creating that manifestation known as the Cry of the Heavenly Taos. It was similar to using one fish to draw over more fish. But these runes represented the will of the heavens. With Long Chen's current strength, they still suppressed him. However, since he had condensed the life fate star, he was just barely able to resist it. Nevertheless, resisting these runes didn't represent suppressing these runes, let alone forcing them to submit. But the primal chaos space had somehow managed to do that, and furthermore, it had grown this mysterious tree. A tree, a sudden thought popped into Long Chen's mind. Would this tree eventually bear fruit? If it could. Ah, I get it now. During the Mo family's inheritance, the primal chaos space was trying to absorb the heavenly Tao seed for this. He thought back to how when he had obtained the heavenly Tao seed, it had refused to be refined by him, but with a slight thought from the primal chaos bead, it had been about to be drawn into the black soil. He had assumed that it would be transformed into life energy, and that would be an absolute waste. That was why he had decided to place the Tao seed into Mo Nian's body. Primal chaos bead, just what kind of existence are you? Muttered Long Chen. The primal chaos bead's power was too heaven-defying. Not only could it allow vegetation to grow quickly, but it could even absorb the energy of the heavenly Taos. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. But Long Chen was so excited he almost danced. The primal chaos bead gave him confidence. With it, he could fight against the entire world. Ah, no good, I'm too excited. This state isn't suitable for refining pills. Long Chen left the primal chaos space but still felt a wild joy. The failure rate of refining would be too high like this. Suddenly, a light buzz came from the bottom of his right foot. Long Chen was startled, hastily checking what had happened. Ha ha ha, it really is a case of fortune coming in pairs. The life fate star has fully condensed. Now I just need to focus on the 9-star transformations. Hee hee, when I summoned the 3-star battle armor, so what if Yin Wuxiang's true body comes? I'll smack him dead with a single slap. Long Chen sat down and took out a large jar. Inside were the life fate pills he had previously refined. Opening his mouth, he swallowed a dozen of them in one go. Chapter 592 The Yin Family's Fury. While Long Chen was in seclusion, news that he had killed Yin Wuxiang rapidly spread throughout the other prefectures. Furthermore, the photographic jades of Long Chen's fight had been endlessly replicated and sent to sects both large and small. Essentially anyone with any status received a copy. As a result, some people made a killing. Just by selling photographic jades, they made an immense profit. As those photographic jades spread, Long Chen's name began to shake the surrounding prefectures. There were very few people in those prefectures, cultivation world, that didn't know his name. Previously, he had fought against the top experts of the righteous and corrupt paths in the Julie secret realm. That had already spread his name. But this time, it was even more terrifying. Even a celestial had been killed by him. Was Long Chen trying to defy the heavens? However, along with the news of Long Chen's battle with Yin Wuxiang, another piece of news also spread. It was about an enormous power that was planning on targeting the Mo family. Many powers were extremely curious just what kind of existence would dare challenge the ruler of Qing Prefecture. In their curiosity, quite a few experts rushed over to Qing Prefecture, preparing to watch the excitement. At the same time, they wanted to see whether Long Chen was as strong as the stories said he was. Although they had seen the images in the photographic jades only recorded image and sound. It was impossible to feel any aura, so watching them always felt a bit unreal. Qing Prefecture was in a turbulent time. Experts gathered from every direction, causing the atmosphere in Qing Prefecture to become different. Several days later, a serious piece of news spread. The Yin family's experts had descended onto Qing Prefecture, and they furiously rushed into the city. This caused a huge ruckus in Qingzhou City. Seeing how furious the Yin family was, they all anticipated an immense battle with the Mo family. After all, Long Chen had killed Yin Wuxiang's clone, severing his path of advancing to a second-ranked celestial. That was an immense enmity. Dozens of the Yin family's experts were led by a half-step C expansion expert. Seeing their soaring killing intent, everyone knew that a terrifying battle was about to begin, and they all rushed out to watch. Bastards from the Wyan auction house, get the fuck out here. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll raise your auction house. What no one had expected was that the Yin family didn't go find trouble for the Mo family but went directly to the Wyan auction house instead. The Yin family's expert had blocked the entrance to the Wyan auction house. From that posture, it seemed they wanted to destroy the entire building. That startled everyone. It had to be known that behind the Wyan auction houses was the Wyan sect. That was a huge existence that dared to even challenge the Pill Tower. Just what was the Yin family planning to do? What have these esteemed guests come for? The people who came out of the Wyan auction house were Yao Niming and Yao Niqian. They were also very startled. They hadn't heard of anyone coming to find trouble for the Wyan sect in many years. However, according to the Wyan sect's rules, they always had to smile while they received guests. Unless those people actually attacked, they had to treat them as guests. Bastards, your Xian auction house actually dares to harm my Yin family. That divine soil you sold to us is actually toxic, roared the elder from the Yin family. His words startled everyone. They suddenly recalled how Yin Wuxiang seemed to have bought some miraculous soil for an enormous price from the Xian auction house over a month ago. It was said that this soil had shaken all of Qing Prefecture. Unfortunately, many people only learned about it after it had been sold, and so they hadn't had a chance to see its effects in person. Now hearing this elder's furious roar and his twisted expression, it seemed there was something fishy going on. Senior, if you have something to say, you can say it inside. It's not suitable to shout in the streets, said Yao Niming very courteously. He wanted them to converse inside. After all, as a businessman, he had to pay particular attention to amicability. But having them hurling abuses at the entrance was not good for their reputation. TCH, don't bother lying. You little peddlers, if you don't give my Yin family an explanation, we'll raise your Xian auction house right now. A touch of anger appeared on the Yao siblings' faces. Calling them peddlers might not be taboo, but it was definitely extremely offensive to them. It was the people from the Pill Tower who liked to mock the Xian sect by calling them peddlers. However, only people from the Pill Tower had the power to say such a thing. Now that the Yin family also dared use it, it was too much. Adding on their attitude, the time for pleasantries was over. The Xian sect had existed for countless years. Other than being suppressed by the Pill Tower for a moment, there was no other power that dared be so unbridled toward them. Yao Niming smiled and said, Senior from the Yin family, I only call you senior due to the principle that guests must be respected. It doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If you want to raise my Xian auction house, then please go ahead. I won't stop you. I want to see just how many days your Yin family can exist in this world after doing so. He waved his hand and stepped aside, his meaning that they could go ahead. He wouldn't stop them. The elder from the Yin family turned gloomy. What he had said just now had just been words. He knew what kind of existence the Xian sect was. That was an enormous existence that dared challenge the Pill Tower. He wouldn't dare to break even a single vase in their auction house. However, the Xian sect's disciples were also amicable and had good temperaments. They rarely provoked anyone. That was what had made him so unbridled. But now it was obvious his provocation had infuriated Yao Niming. Yao Niming's thoughts were clear. You want to show off? Go ahead. I want to see if you dare accept the wrath of my Xian sect. Now that he had said such big words, and with so many experts now watching, he became extremely awkward. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Yao Niming looked at his awkward expression and decided not to make things harder on him. After all, he was a businessman. Unless it reached the point of no return, he wouldn't offend a guest. Senior from the Yin family, this little one was a bit impolite just now. Please forgive me. However, saying that my Xian sect would harm you is a bit too much. My Xian sect always conducts itself openly, fairly, and honestly, cheating no one. Nothing of the sort has happened in many years. If there are any problems, I'm sure we can resolve them. It seems releasing your temper like that isn't able to solve anything, right? Said Yao Niming. Those hidden experts had no choice but to admire Yao Niming. This was the essence of the Xian sect. It was clearly the other side that had deliberately provoked them, but the Xian sect was still tactful, giving them face. He was clearly giving this elder of the Yin family a way out. In truth, the enormity of the Xian sect was something everyone knew. There was no need for Yao Niming to be this gentle. The fact that he had, showed his business philosophy. He definitely wouldn't use power to suppress others. HMPH, isn't it all because of your Xian auction house's wares? That was no divine soil. It was practically a demonic soil, causing my Yin family's meridian opening spirit cliff trees to all wither and be on their last breaths. Speak, don't you feel like you should take responsibility? Although this elder knew Yao Niming had given him face, he was still shouting furiously. With a wave of his hand, a large tree appeared in front of everyone. That large tree was over 30 meters tall. But now it was completely bare, with not a single blade of leaf on it. It was impossible to tell that this was a meridian opening spirit cliff tree. Furthermore, seeing how withered it was, it seemed its lifespan had reached its limit. This is my Yin family's meridian opening spirit cliff tree. It was originally flourishing, but now, your Xian auction house must give me an explanation. Seeing that tree, Yao Niming and Yao Niqian jumped in shock. Such a large meridian opening spirit cliff tree had to be countless years old. That tree's vitality had truly reached an end. But there was nothing else that could be seen from it. Yao Niming frowned. Senior, I don't understand. This tree died from old age. It has clearly reached the limit of its lifespan. What does that have to do with my auction house? What nonsense. The limit of its lifespan? How could over 300 of my Yin family's meridian opening spirit cliff trees reach their limits at the same time? Each meridian opening spirit cliff tree has a lifespan of over 10,000 years. Of the trees we bitterly raised, only half had reached an age of 10,000 years. Tell me, how could they all have reached their limit at the same time? Raged the elder from the Yin family. Even his eyes turned red now. Originally, when Yin Wuxiang first returned with that divine soil, the Yin family hadn't directly used it to stimulate the meridian opening spirit cliff fruits. They had first tested it on hundreds of various medicinal ingredients. They found that under the support of a spirit gathering formation, as long as spiritual qi was injected into this divine soil, those medicinal ingredients would rapidly grow. An incense stick's worth of time was equivalent to decades of growth. Even so, the Yin family hadn't immediately tested it on the meridian opening spirit cliff trees. They did over half a month of testing, finding that no matter what plant they used, there was no problem at all. After that, they finally chose one old tree that was just a few centuries from reaching its limit as an experiment. What had made them go crazy with joy was that this old tree seemed to revitalize, flourishing with life. The divine soil released a miraculous energy that allowed that old tree to quickly bear fruit. And in just 3 days, the tree had produced over 1,000 fruits. As a result, the Yin family went crazy with joy. In just 3 days, the fruits they had gathered from that one old tree was equivalent to 10 years of the other 300 trees combined. There was no way around that, as the meridian opening spirit cliff fruit matured too slowly. The thing that made them the most delighted was that the old tree became filled with life energy, as if it had been completely reborn. After that many tests, they were finally completely reassured, and they sprinkled that divine soil over the roots of every single one of their trees. Not only did they reap an immense amount of fruit, but their trees also began to flourish with life. The Yin family wished they could obtain more of this divine soil, and they had even secretly sent people to investigate just who had consigned that divine soil for sale. They would pay whatever price to bring that person to their side. If they could learn where that person had obtained this divine soil, the Yin family would definitely soar. But it was at this time that a piece of grievous news arrived. Chapter 593 demanding an explanation. Yin Wuxiang's clone had been killed. This news was like a bucket of ice water that splashed onto the Yin family's hearts. There were no more than 5 people in the Yin family that had even been aware Yin Wuxiang had possessed a clone. It was an absolute secret. But when Yin Wuxiang erupted from his secret room and roared, the Yin family had been startled out of their delight. The divine soil might be miraculous, but its use was limited. Yin Wuxiang was the true hope of the Yin family soaring. If nothing unexpected happened, then when Yin Wuxiang merged with his clone, it would have been almost certain that he could advance to a rank 2 celestial. A rank 2 celestial was even closer to the heavenly Daos. The heavenly Daos showed even more care for them, and they would be able to walk even further on their cultivation path. The Yin family had entrusted all their hopes to Yin Wuxiang. But that hope had been destroyed by Long Chen. For this matter, even the Yin family's patriarch had come out of his seclusion, immediately ordering all the Yin family's experts to gather. But just at that moment, a second piece of grievous news struck. The divine soils, divine nature, had faded, and as a result, the meridian opening spirit cliff trees were beginning to slowly wither. That news scared the life out of the Yin family. The Yin family had no medicinal fields, they had no mines, nor did they have any businesses. The majority of their income was focused on these meridian opening spirit cliff trees. It could be said that those trees were the Yin family's lifeline. When they saw that all of them seemed to have gotten sick at once, even their leaves wilting and falling, the Yin family had immediately leapt into action. They tried activating spirit gathering formations to their peak all over the trees. Endless life energy poured into them, but those trees didn't show any signs of getting better. What the Yin family did not know was that this divine soil came from Long Chen's primal chaos space. That soil possessed a mysterious energy, and Long Chen was able to use his spiritual qi to stimulate the soil, allowing vegetation to rapidly grow. However, the divine soil that Long Chen had sold had some extra spice he had added. That spice was the strange black soil at the center of the primal chaos space. Ever since he had obtained the primal chaos space, he hadn't given up investigating its powers. He found that its ordinary yellow soil possessed a mysterious energy, and even if that soil left his primal chaos space, as long as there was spiritual chi, it could also stimulate the growth of vegetation. However, the effect was much, much worse than when it was in the primal chaos space. Furthermore, the soil's energy was limited. After a point, no matter how much spiritual chi you poured in, the soil would lose all its effect. The yellow soil only contained a certain amount of power. Once that power was used up, it would just be ordinary soil. As for the black soil, it possessed an annihilation aura. It was the exact opposite of the yellow soil. One was life, while the other was death. They were two extremes. Furthermore, the black soil was much more terrifying than the yellow soil. Its effect was 100 times greater. This time, Long Chen had meticulously planned out his con. Once the Yin family had placed the divine soil onto the meridian opening spirit cliff trees, the trees would not only be nourished by the yellow soil, but they would also be infected by the black soil. However, because he had used so little of the black soil, it was suppressed by the yellow soil at first. But once the yellow soil's energy was used up, the black soil's death energy would no longer be suppressed. Because there was so little of the black soil, it would release its power slowly. But once it started, the meridian opening spirit cliff trees would be powerless to resist. In less than a day, they had begun to wither. By the second day, their leaves had begun to fall, and 3 days later, those trees were completely bare, like a beauty that had taken off her clothes. According to reason, a beauty that had taken off its clothes would be even more moving. But if that beauty had lost all her life energy and become a withered old hag, one without any hair, it really was difficult to appreciate her beauty. In 3 days, the Yin family's trees had all reached their last breaths. The Yin family's patriarch had actually coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and directly fainted. Now, all of them panicked. With their patriarch unconscious, they had no master. The Yin family's higher-ups immediately called for a meeting. They all agreed this matter was a trap targeting the Yin family. They needed to get an explanation from the Huayan auction house. Even the matter of Yin Wuxiang's clone being killed was temporarily set aside. They had to handle this matter first. As for Yin Wuxiang, his soul was injured with the death of his clone, and he needed a few days to rest. This matter was too critical. Before their trees completely died, they had rushed their way to the Huayan auction house to figure out what had happened. Just who had entrapped their Yin family. Once they found that culprit, they would force whoever it was to hand over the antidote. The Yin family had even sent out a half-step C expansion expert to get an explanation. The only reason they hadn't sent out their full forces was because no matter how arrogant they wouldn't dare attack the Huayan sect like that. They were only seeking an explanation. But the Yin family's members were truly too furious. Their attitude was too rude, causing Yao Niming to be extremely irritated. Hearing the story from this elder, Yao Niming was apologetic, but he said, "Senior, I will represent the Huayan sect to express my understanding and sympathy, but this matter can't be blamed on my auction house." "What nonsense. It was your auction house which sold it. If I don't blame you, who am I supposed to blame?" raged the elder. Despite his good temperament, Yao Niming couldn't help getting angry now. He icily said, "Senior, please pay attention to your tone. We businessmen rely on amiability to do business, but we're not people that anyone can insult. When we sold this divine soil, my auction house made it extremely clear that its background was unknown and it was impossible to appraise. That divine soil's true effect was unknown, and we only sold it on behalf of someone else. Buying that divine soil posed a certain amount of risk, so the buyer had to be cautious. Furthermore, my auction house kept the spirit stones paid for it for 1 month so that if Yin Wuxiang felt the divine soil had some kind of problem, he could return it during that 1 month for a full refund. Now, it's already half a month after that limit. We've already given the money to the seller. Do you think it's suitable for you to come ask for a refund now? The contract is right here. It's written in black and white and is very clear. My Huayan auction house never cheats anyone and always acts sincerely. For you to curse me like this over and over, saying my auction house harmed your Yin family, I'd say that you are insulting and provoking my Huayan sect. It seems you have to give me an explanation." Yao Niming was finally furious. He had run this auction house for many years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He icily glared at the elder from the Yin family, not even calling him senior anymore. You, what a bunch of nonsense. You're forcibly twisting the logic. Your auction house's divine soil was clearly poisoned soil set to intentionally harm my yin family. All my yin family's fruit trees are on their last breaths, and you want me to give you an explanation? If your distinguished self is able to read, you should be able to clearly read what's written on this contract. You bought this voluntarily, and it is written right there that this divine soil could be dangerous and that the buyer had to be cautious. Your yin family only saw the benefit but forgot the danger. After getting an advantage you like to brag about your riches, but after suffering a disadvantage you come out to hurl abuses on the streets. Said Yao Niming. Big brother, said Yao Nikian. Sister, don't worry, they came here to provoke us, so saying this doesn't count as breaking the rules. As businessmen, of course we have to be polite to our customers. But if some scoundrel comes here to act shamelessly, we can't just blindly endure it. Even if they want to complain, I can accept their complaints. But I trust the sect will not allow us to simply be bullied, said Yao Nikian. You, the Yin family's elder turned purple with rage, his whole body trembling. After talking, it was as if it was their Yin family that had become the contemptible little people. With the contract in Yao Niming's hands, with the personal signature of Yin Wusheng, there was nothing he could do. Your Yin family has suffered quite a bit of damage. Due to my humanitarianism, my auction house can return the transaction fee we took. But that is my greatest concession, said Yao Niming. Those experts hiding in the dark couldn't help nodding their heads. The Wyan auction house's way of handling things truly had nothing to nitpick about. Originally, with this contract, the Yin family had essentially just come here to cause trouble for no reason. The auction house had already said they were unable to determine the origins of that soil, and that it was dangerous. But their Yin family had seen the possible profits and hastily used it. Now that they suffered for it, they immediately turned hostile. That truly was despicable. In comparison, the Wyan sect, such an enormous existence, didn't use their power to suppress them in the slightest despite the Yin family coming to find trouble for them. Under the Yin family's rude cursing, they had still replied politely, even agreeing to return their commission to them. In other words, they would have lost any profits they had made from this transaction, wasting all their work. This kind of attitude was truly admirable. It was no wonder the Wyan sect's reputation was so good. This magnanimity won them the good opinion of countless experts. Now these experts found the Yin family to be even more despicable. They, a grand ancient family, actually wanted to blame someone else for their own mistakes. They were truly shameless. They laugh so heartily when they win, but they cry like babies as soon as they lose. Haha, how interesting. An old senior who was drinking wine in a distant restaurant sneered. His voice wasn't loud, but these people's cultivation bases were so high, they could clearly hear his voice even from dozens of miles away. Furthermore, his voice was very gentle, as if he was an ordinary person just chatting normally. His words shocked everyone. They were shocked by his guts, but they were also shocked by how strong he had to be to dare offend the Yin family. The Yin family's elder was enraged, and he was just about to curse this person when he saw the sword on his back. His expression changed, and his curses were swallowed back into his stomach. Seeing his expression, quite a few people felt a chill. To be able to insult the Yin family and make them not dare to retort, it seemed this senior's origin was quite powerful. The Yin family's elder snorted and ignored that senior, instead turning back to Yao Niming. My Yin family isn't lacking that bit of money. Tell me, who sold the divine soil? Chapter 594 The Decisive Battle. Sorry, but our Wyan auction houses have a responsibility to keep the identities of our sellers confidential for their own safety. Please forgive me for not being able to answer you, said Yao Niming. On one hand, they truly did have a responsibility to keep it confidential, but on the other hand, Yao Niming really did not know just who had sold this divine soil. Zheng Wenlong had merely handed it to him and said it was from a mysterious client. Since it was given to him by Zheng Wenlong, then it meant Zheng Wenlong was sure it came from a clean origin. He hadn't asked any further. Keep it confidential for their safety. That person definitely has to be an enemy of my Yin family and was intentionally trying to harm us. If you refuse to answer, then you'll raise down my auction house. Alright, please go ahead. I welcome you to raise it down at any time, sneered Yao Niming. He directly ignored them, pulling Yao Nikian back into the auction house. The spectators also sneered inside. This elder from the Yin family was definitely used to using his status to suppress others. But he should first be aware of who his target was. The Huayan sect was an enormous existence that even dared to challenge the Pill Tower. For them to open their mouths to say they would raise down their auction house, they really had to want to die. They weren't polite because they were afraid of you. They were polite because they had professional integrity. Now the Yin family had truly done it. With the Huayan sect ignoring them, it was like they had just slapped themselves. Brave warriors from the Yin family, don't be afraid. Raise down their auction house. I'm very optimistic for you. That's right, that's right. Look at how many people you have. If you just left things like this, wouldn't you have just turned into a bunch of little turtles? What would happen to the face of the Yin family? Go on, hot-blooded heroes, use your fists to smash their entrance. Let us see just how amazing an ancient family is. I'm cheering for you. Many people cried out, trying to incite the Yin family's people to attack. Of course, they didn't dare reveal themselves and simply shouted from the shadows. This was a typical case of bystanders not being afraid of seeing a big mess. Furthermore, they had long since grown tired of the Yin family's arrogant manner. The elder's expression was cold, and he had an urge to kill, but he also didn't dare to do so. In the end, he brought his people away with a gloomy expression. Damn, no way, he's this cowardly, he came so ferociously, but now he's leaving so hurriedly. What a weakling. The spectators were disappointed. The good show they had anticipated had ended like this. Most disappointing of all, they weren't going towards Mo Gate but outside the city. Wait, isn't that direction where that mysterious power is located? What, is the Yin family about to join hands with that power to target the Mo family? Then that really would be dangerous for the Mo family. That really is possible. Long Chen killed Yin Wuxiang's clone. I heard that completely ruined his plan of advancing to a rank 2 celestial. Their enmity is now set in stone. Now that Long Chen is hiding in Mo Gate, the Yin family has to break through Mo Gate to kill him. The Mo family is probably doomed this time around. But it really is curious. From the start, they've ignored everything happening, minding their own business as if they're not nervous at all. It's impossible to tell what they're thinking. The power targeting the Mo family had finally revealed its face in the battle at Hidden Dragon Abode. But that middle-aged man and his group of experts were truly mysterious, and they hadn't fought. However, there were people who guessed they were definitely on the level of an ancient family, or they wouldn't have been able to work with Yin Wuxiang. If that guess was correct, then in the face of two ancient families, the Mo family would definitely be destroyed. There was no suspense at all. However, the calmness that Mo Gate was displaying was truly unfathomable. Most importantly, the Mo family still had yet to go out and ask for help from anyone. They were completely silent. Qing Prefecture had already begun to become chaotic. Following the destruction of the three great powers, Mo Gate had become the sole ruler. But now Mo Gate was being threatened by two other powers. Quite a few outer powers saw the opportunity to stretch their hands toward Qing Prefecture. There were even some powers that slowly began annexing the businesses left behind by the three great powers. That was clearly a provocation to Mo Gate. But Mo Gate still didn't react. In fact, some powers forcibly seized some small parts of their territory, and Mo Gate still didn't make a sound. As a result, the things the three great powers left behind became a complete mess, as many smaller powers tried to absorb them. In fact, some even looked like they might reach the same power level as those three great powers. They were all just waiting for their chance. Once Mo Gate was destroyed, they would instantly enlarge their territories. They weren't thinking of becoming the ruler of Qing Prefecture. They were just hoping to get as many benefits as possible before the new ruler was established. Once the Yin family's experts left, the others also scattered. Qingzhou City became deathly silent. It was filled with the feeling of the calm before the storm. Today, Long Chen's mood was very good. As soon as he left his seclusion, he heard a piece of news that raised his spirits. The Yin family's fruit trees had begun to wither. Everything was going as expected. The Yin family's people were truly too greedy. Did they not understand the concept of not putting all your eggs in one basket? That divine soil might have allowed them to produce a great deal of meridian opening spirit cliff fruits, but that was no different from killing the chicken to get the eggs. Now the Yin family had truly been given a grievous blow. With their lifeline severed, with no further income, the Yin family was definitely acting like ants in a hot pot. Furthermore, what excited him even more was that after eating a ridiculous number of pills, the life fate star had finally reached perfection. That meant he could finally summon the 3-star battle armor. Then the effect of the heavenly Tao suppression would reduce even further. With the 9-star hegemon body art, Celestials were unable to suppress Long Chen. Young Master Long Chen, the Immortal Intoxication Pavilion's Ziyan sent you a gift. One of Mo Gate's guards respectfully handed Long Chen an embroidered case along with a letter. Ziyan, Long Chen was startled. Why would she send anything to him? Opening the case, he saw a photographic jade. There was nothing else. Opening the letter, he saw a single line of graceful words. Our meeting in the mortal world was like a dream. I played my first song to listen to your heart. Now that I'm returning to my world, I leave this song to calm your soul. Read Mo Nian. Damn, is this a love letter? Are you a ghost? When did you get here? Long Chen saw that at some unknown point, Mo Nian had appeared behind him. Hee, Long Chen, how skillful. That Ziyan actually wrote you a love letter. Hurry, let's see what's inside that photographic jade, said Mo Nian. Well, she left this just for me. I don't think you fuck, how are you so fast? Long Chen had only gotten half his words out before Mo Nian activated the photographic jade. An image appeared in front of them. Within that image was a white-robed woman sitting beside a zither. She appeared extremely noble, willowy eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, and skin like jade. She was like a sacred goddess, noble and grand. This is Ziyan. How beautiful, exclaimed Mo Nian with wide eyes. Long Chen's heart also shook. This woman had to be Ziyan. That kind of mannerism was something only she possessed. But this time, she had taken off her veil. Suddenly, her lithe fingers gently plucked the zither strings. A sound like immortal music floated out, one that penetrated deeply into the heart and cleansed the soul. Following the music, Long Chen felt as if he had forgotten all his fury. His heart became calm and peaceful, no joy or worries, no fear or anger. It was like a pair of soft hands were gently comforting his heart. It made him forget all his vexations, allowing his soul to reach a state of true calm. After an unknown amount of time, the image faded. The two of them were still standing there, lost in some mysterious realm. Ah, this Ziyan really is a goddess-like woman. After listening to this song, I feel like my mental realm has advanced a great deal. Long Chen, you really have some good luck, said Mo Nian enviously. What good luck? Don't you understand what she's saying? She's already left Qing Prefecture. From now on, we'll truly be people in two different worlds, said Long Chen. Hee, don't put this away so fast. Good things should be shared. Let me copy it. Wait, damn it, it's not possible to copy it. Mo Nian had taken out a photographic jade and wanted to copy it. But he found that the photographic jade Ziyan had left was something he had never seen before, and he couldn't copy it. That made him incredibly vexed. This song was extremely beneficial to a person's soul. Occasionally listening to it could allow a person's realm to rapidly advance. It was practically a divine song. But no matter how thick Mo Nian's face was, of course he wouldn't fight with Long Chen over it. That was a gift someone else had given him. He could only watch as Long Chen put it away. Long Chen felt a trace of gratitude toward Ziyan. This photographic jade wasn't very useful to him, as he walked a different path from other people. But Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the members of the Dragonblood Legion could all use this song. By listening to this song, their mental realms would surpass their cultivation bases. 7 days later, a piece of news rocked the Qing Prefecture. Yin Wusheng's true body had arrived. Obviously, Yin Wusheng was planning on having a battle with Long Chen. He wanted to kill him as revenge for his clone. Qing Prefecture was in an incredibly tense state. That heavy atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. Mo Yi sent orders for Mo Nian and Long Chen to not go outside. At the same time, the Mo family's secluded experts also came out. This was the first time the Mo family entered a true battle state. All their experts were gathered, waiting. What startled Long Chen was that the Mo family actually had over 400 Shantian experts. That was an extremely powerful lineup. The curtains to an immense battle were about to be raised. Long Chen could sense just how warlike the members of the Mo family were. Even their blood was beginning to heat up. Old Ghost Mo Yi, let's have a decisive battle in front of Scorched Earth Forest. Get the fuck out there. Suddenly, a shout resounded throughout all of Qingzhou City. Chapter 595 Gambler. That furious shout caused countless powers within Qingzhou City to shudder. Was an immense battle finally about to start? Although there were countless powers within Qing Prefecture and there was an unending struggle, it was unknown just how many years had passed since such a large battle had been held. You shameful thing, even you dare be so arrogant. Then let this old man see just who has such guts. Mo Yi sneered, his voice shaking the heavens, incredibly domineering. With a wave of his hand, the Mo family's experts all strode out of Mo Gate. A battle on this scale could not be held in the city. That would completely destroy all of Qingzhou City and implicate countless innocents. Long Chen and Mo Nian followed behind Mo Yi. Mo Yi now seemed like a divine weapon that had finally been unsheathed, his sharpness shaking the world. Mo Yunshan and the others were following him. Close to 500 Shantian experts were releasing a soaring battle intent. They were all experts amongst experts. These people were only the Mo family's experts. Mu Shui had originally been planning on joining, but she had been stopped by Long Chen. Mu Shui's cultivation base wasn't bad, but she hadn't experienced true slaughter. She wasn't suited to such a battle. This battle was something only those on the Shantian level had the qualifications to participate in. So the majority of the Mo family's disciples were all left within Mo Gate. Seeing these people go straight out of the city's hidden spectators were all shocked. So Mo Yi was actually really alive this entire time. Heavens, that's an expert that reached the peak of sea expansion a millennia ago. This time there really will be a show to watch, exclaimed one of them. In the past few centuries, Mo Yi had never revealed himself outside Mo Gate. Everything in Mo Gate had been handed over to Mo Yunshan to handle. Later, people had assumed he was no longer present. There were also people who had intentionally fanned the flames to say that he was gone. That had brought on a huge controversy. But Mo Gate had always remained silent in regards to those rumors, and no one was aware of what was true and what was false. Even without Mo Yi present, Mo Gate had still been a supreme existence above the other sects. Now that he had appeared, it alarmed everyone. This time there really would be an unprecedented battle. Mo Yi was leading people, and he wasn't going fast. The spectators all hid and watched. Long Chen, a great battle's about to start. Aren't you excited? Mo Nian suddenly laughed. He was incomparably excited, and he felt like his blood was boiling. I don't feel anything. Long Chen shook his head. What, could it be you're afraid? Asked Mo Nine. No, the main thing is that I've experienced too many battles like this. Ever since I started rising in Phoenix Cry, I killed out my own path. Despite knowing a glorious battle is about to start, even though I want to get excited, regretfully, I just can't, said Long Chen helplessly. Ha ha ha, this act of yours gets full points. Mo Nian laughed disdainfully. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He himself felt that he was acting less and less like a youngster. Back when he had left on his journey toward the Xuantian monastery all alone, he had been filled with yearning and anticipation toward the outside world. However, once he left Phoenix Cry, he entered an even bloodier world. In truth, he was a bit tired of these struggles. But this was the reality. If he didn't fight, he would die. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. There was nothing else to do. Long Chen, young people should be full of energy. What is known as life and death is just a game. A game full of gambles. Your life and what you obtain in your life are your gambling chips. Each one of us cultivators is a gambler. We are gambling against the heavens. We are gambling against this chaotic world. As the stakes get higher, as they win more chips, there are many people who start to get afraid. There is a phrase that is circulated throughout the secular world: a barefoot person is not afraid of fighting someone with shoes. In truth, cultivation is the same. We have to remember, we are always barefoot gamblers. Don't think that just because you've won a lot of chips that you have so much capital and can retreat. The rules of the heavens are just like that. Once you start gambling, you can't leave. Of course, the exception is if you manage to win the entire world, becoming this world's master. Otherwise, once you decide to stop betting, the heavens will seize every chip in your hands, as well as your life. Said Mo Yi. Long Chen's heart shook. Mo Yi's thoughts were very similar to his own. This was precisely a chaotic world. He was like a gambler, and through constant work, he obtained more chips to make himself stronger. But as he got stronger, his opponents also got stronger. The bets always became bigger, and the gambling grew fiercer and fiercer. Once you sat down at this gambling table, you couldn't leave. Either you won the entire world, or you lost everything you had. Of course, this was much crueler than gambling with just chips. That was because what you were gambling with were the things most precious to you. For example, your family, your lover, your friends. Each time you lost some of them. Most hateful of all, even if you could flip the tables and win back your chips, you wouldn't necessarily be able to win back the chips you had originally lost. Long Chen thought of those core disciples from the 108th monastery that had died. They had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, but in the Julie's secret realm, they had died to Yin Wushuang's sinister schemes. He had then killed Yin Wushuang and Han Tianyu. In fact, he had undergone a slaughter of both the righteous and corrupt paths. According to this gambling theory, he had already won. He had won resources, he had won wealth, and he had also won some new friends. But those fallen brothers were forever gone. Each time Long Chen recalled the scene of Lu Fang'er's death, he was filled with indescribable pain. What he had felt for Lu Fang'er had not been a romantic love. And Lu Fang'er had always been joking when she said she was an extra for when he married Meng Qi, a so-called buy one get one free. Although it was just a joke that they were together, Long Chen was truly unable to accept the fact that she had died just like that. He had killed Feng Xiaozi. He had destroyed the Wind Spirit Pavilion. But so what? Would that revive Lu Fang'er? What was lost was lost. Even if you won back your chips, they wouldn't be your original chips. Those would be forever lost. The higher your accomplishments become, the more chips you'll have. Then, because you worry about how much you've gained, you'll lose the courage to gamble anymore. As a result, you'll slowly find your chips slipping out of your grasp while you stay hesitant on what to do. So if you want to win more, you have to maintain the heart of a barefoot gambler. You have to be able to take out your chips to gamble, because only this attitude will allow you to keep more chips. Mo Yi looked at Mo Nian. "Grandfather, I understand," said Mo Nian. "Your life is your own. You can bet it as you want to. The heavenly Taos are emotionless. There are countless Taos. There are many types of gambles, many types of games. You shouldn't care whether or not you will be the final winner or loser. What you should cherish are the emotions that you feel while you gamble. Hee, that's what's truly stimulating." Mo Yi laughed and seemed as if he had become many years younger. His eyes shone like an obsessive gambler who had held back for millennia and finally had a chance to gamble. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. Hee, the battle today will mark the day that I, Mo Nian, begin my rise. Exclaimed Mo Nian high-spiritedly. Obviously, in this particular situation, Mo Yi's words had been exceptionally stirring to Mo Nian. They had allowed him to clearly see his path forward. If even Mo Yi, the leader of the huge existence known as Mo Gate, could keep the mindset of a barefoot gambler when facing all predicaments, then in comparison, Mo Nian's worries were as groundless as being worried the sky would fall. "Old man, you really are wise," praised Long Chen. "Hee, I'm not wise at all. Our Mo family has countless ancestral teachings, but there is one kind of teaching that is not passed down: how to keep Mo Gate alive forever. Isn't that very curious? It was our Mo Gate's ancestors that were the truly wise ones. They were the ones who said to live freely, repaying kindness and enmity. Their goal was for us to maintain our core heart. As for whether or not Mo Gate can continue surviving, it is not something up to man. It is up to destiny. Whether or not Mo Gate's inheritance is cut off has nothing to do with us. What we need to do is to continue passing on the essence of the Mo family to our descendants. In the future, even if the Mo family is eradicated, we will still have the face to see our ancestors. But if we were to have our essence destroyed by this chaotic world in order to maintain our inheritance, then there would be no need for Mo Gate to exist. We'd have no way to face our ancestors. So Mo Nian, remember, maintaining the inheritance of Mo Gate isn't important. What's important is that even if you have only one breath left to you still have to use that breath to show your spine," said Mo Yi. Mo Yi had only just finished speaking when a large mass of people appeared ahead. They had arrived at the Scorched Earth Forest. The Scorched Earth Forest was south of Qingzhou City. According to legend, a fire attribute divine beast had undergone nirvanic rebirth here in the immortal era, causing all the ground here to be scorched black. But what was inconceivable was that this scorched ground possessed limitless life energy and had given birth to a flourishing forest. In front of the forest was an open space. Since ancient times, this area had been a sacred battleground for decisive battles near Qingzhou City. Over countless years, many experts and powers would choose to have their decisive battles here, battles that determined life or death. Today, there were thousands of experts present. They were standing there, icily looking at Mo Yi's group. Long Chen examined them and his heart sank. There were over 2,000 Shantian experts, several times what Mo Gate had. Of those experts, there were over 200 that were wearing violet robes, the yin character embroidered on their chest. As for the remaining ones, their robes had the Ellen character on them. There were 2 elders with extremely powerful auras at the front, and at the same time, Long Chen noticed another familiar person, Yin Wuxiang. Yin Wuxiang's expression was exceedingly gloomy, killing intent surging in his eyes. He stood at the front, glaring at Long Chen with hatred. "Mo Yi, you were actually still alive?" asked one of the elders at the front. Chapter 596 Killing Intent soars into the sky. That elder was tall, had white hair and a pair of eagle-like eyes. His aura was like the sea, giving people a feeling of boundless pressure. Seeing how icily this elder glared at Mo Yi and his tone, it seemed he was acquainted with him. Mo Yi narrowed his eyes upon seeing this elder. "Lin Chengdian, it really is a bit surprising that you're alive." "Ah, that's right, with the Lin family acting as other people's dogs, the master will definitely pity the dog when it's injured and heal it. Looks like your master's treatment of you really is not bad. Congratulations on having such a master." Long Chen's heart shook. As expected, these two knew each other, and it seemed they had once exchanged blows. It should have been Mo Yi who had been stronger though and heavily injured him. Now, for this Lin Chengdian to have come back, he was definitely prepared. Lin Chengdian sneered, "Mo Yi, last time, all you managed to do was take advantage of an opening to just barely win. But this time, I've come to take your head. And not only will I take your head, but I'll also eradicate your Mo family. This world will no longer have an existence known as the Mo family." "Ha ha ha, good, how courageous. You really have improved. If you want to destroy my Mo family, you can come to try at any time. Of course, the precondition is that you have enough strength to do so," said Mo Yi. He then turned to the other elder standing beside Lin Chengdian. "What, does your Yin family also want to join in?" This elder was bald. He rubbed his shiny head lightly. It seemed as if the reason his head was so shiny was because he was in the habit of rubbing it like that. "Hee, our Yin family doesn't care the slightest bit about your Mo family. However, there's one thing your Mo family has done that is overboard," said the bald elder. "Oh, that brute Long Chen obtained some kind of poisonous soil from somewhere and by using the Huayan auction house, he intentionally entrapped my Yin family. As a result," the bald elder suddenly waved his hand, and a pile of rotting wood appeared out of his spatial ring. "As a result, my Yin family's meridian opening spirit cliff trees were all poisoned to death, with not one of them surviving. Long Chen and my Yin family can no longer live under the same sky. If your Mo family dares harbor this criminal, then it seems we really do have to join in." Seeing this withered wood, even Mo Yi was shocked. The small branches had already rotted, and even the roots had decayed. All that remained was the main trunk. If this elder hadn't said this was a tree, no one would have been able to tell. They would have just assumed it to be a rotting log. "Did you get so used to wiping your head that you not only managed to make your head so shiny, but you also wiped away your brains? Did you personally see me give that divine soil to the auction house? Do you have any proof? How could a big figure like you open his mouth and talk crap like this? Is this the style of you ancient families?" said Long Chen disdainfully. When it came to lying, perhaps there would only be a few people that could compare to Long Chen. It had clearly been done by him, but he could still righteously curse a person for accusing him. Long Chen trusted Zheng Wenlong. He definitely wouldn't sell him out. The Yin family was definitely just making up an excuse. The death of all their trees was something completely within his expectations. No one was more aware than him about how terrifying that black soil was. At the same time, Long Chen now saw through some clues to see just what the Yin family was planning. Now that all their trees had died, they had lost the majority of their income. They had wanted to get compensation from the Huayan auction house, but they had stood on the side of reason and weren't afraid of them at all. It was impossible for them to get any benefits from the Huayan auction house. But no matter how strong a power was, without any income, they would decline. How were the experts of the Yin family supposed to cultivate without any resources? Although this was the cultivation world, not the secular world, it was still impossible to survive without money. The Mo family was extremely powerful in Qing Prefecture. They controlled a great deal of this prefecture's resources. The Yin family's target was those resources. If they worked together with Lin Chengdian to destroy the Mo family, they would take over the Mo families. Businesses. Although that wouldn't be as easy as when they had made money from selling Meridian Opening Spirit Cliff fruit, and it would also be less in profit, it was better than nothing. Falsely accusing Long Chen of having sold the divine soil was just an excuse. That was because just the enmity between Long Chen and Yin Wusheng was not enough for them to join in on such a huge battle. So they had to slander Long Chen. What they didn't know was that their slander was not wrong in the slightest, because this matter really had been done by him. HMPH, quibbling has no use. We already have absolute proof it was you. Severing a person's livelihood is like killing their parents. Mo Yi, for you to protect Long Chen like this, you are clearly declaring war against my Yin family. What, do you think my Yin family is a soft persimmon? Roared the bald elder. Following his roar, his aura also erupted, causing the void to shake and rumble. Long Chen was shocked. This elder was actually a true sea expansion expert. The Yin family truly had a powerful foundation. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Your Lin family is after my Mo family's top treasure, while your Yin family wants my Mo family's businesses. Why don't you just say it openly? There's no need to beat around the bush. Mo Yi laughed, his voice full of disdain. He truly was worthy of being an old monster that had lived for so many years. In just a moment, he saw through their intentions and why they had managed to cooperate. Well, do you want a battle between the peak fighters, or a chaotic battle? It's up to you. My Mo family's men will accept either way, said Mo Yi. Seeing that Mo Yi still had this much confidence despite facing him and the bald elder, Lin Chengdian couldn't help feeling less assured. He was just about to ask what the bald elder wanted to do when Yin Wusheng suddenly walked out. Long Chen, do you dare battle me? Yin Wusheng's aura exploded and locked down Long Chen, icy killing intent filling his eyes. It could be said that Yin Wusheng's hatred could not be washed away even with all the water in the world. Not only had his hatred seeped into his bones, but even into his soul. Outside the scorched earth forest, on the distant mountains, countless experts had long since found the high ground to watch from. Their photographic jades had long since been prepared. These experts were all focused on the battlefield. Seeing Yin Wusheng walk out, they smiled. Yin Wusheng had come for revenge. The death of his clone was a devastating blow to the true body. Not only had it severed his path of advancing to a rank 2 celestial, but it had also left a deep stain on his soul. If he didn't personally kill Long Chen, that stain could never be washed away. Then Yin Wusheng's cultivation path would very likely halt at his current level. Either he had to maintain his current cultivation base, or he had to risk being invaded by his heart devil when he attacked the Shantian realm, and then he would very likely die. Celestials might be the favorites of heaven and earth, but the existence known as a heart devil was something outside forces were unable to remove. You had to rely on yourself. It could be said that if Yin Wusheng wanted to continue cultivating, he had to kill Long Chen. This was his only chance. And he had to do it personally. For a loser to ask me like this, it really is embarrassing. Long Chen shrugged helplessly as if he couldn't bear seeing Yin Wusheng embarrass himself again. This reply caused countless people to almost laugh. How would Yin Wusheng receive such a sharp reply? As expected, Yin Wusheng turned ashen. But he then icily said, HMPH, Long Chen, I trust that you'll receive this challenge. Your trust is useless. The main point is, why would I receive your challenge? You are no longer a match for me. The first time, you were at your current realm when you sent your clone chasing after me. But if it hadn't been for Yin Qing, you would have died. The second time, you were still in the same realm, while I had advanced to Meridian Opening. Your clone was killed by me. Now it's the third time, and you're still in the same realm, once more challenging me. Are you trying to get me to kill your true body? Asked Long Chen. Yin Wusheng's fists creaked and his body quivered. Long Chen was too arrogant. Long Chen, I've already said that you'll definitely accept this challenge. Just like last time, you'll definitely accept, said Yin Wusheng. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed as he thought of Mu Shui. A bad feeling caused his heart to clench. Let me show you something. Yin Wusheng suddenly threw out a saber that was still in its scabbard. A phoenix had been carved into the scabbard, one that seemed to be in the midst of letting out a bird cry. Long Chen's eyes turned red, and killing intent erupted from him. He roared, "Bastard, where is my father?" This saber was his father's. Long Tianxiao's old saber had been broken by the white-robed man back in the Battle of the Capital. Later, Long Tianxiao had gone to ask a craftsman to make him a new, identical saber. This carving on it was the mark of Phoenix Cry. Long Chen really hadn't expected Yin Wusheng to be this contemptible as to kidnap his father. It had to be known that the cultivation world's struggles were not permitted to interfere with the matters of the secular world. This was an iron law of the cultivation world. But seeing this saber, as well as Yin Wusheng's confident gaze, Long Chen's entire body trembled as boundless killing intent filled his heart. What are you talking about? I just wanted to show this random saber and have you appraise it. How unexpected for you to get so excited over just some saber. I only just obtained it a while ago. Because its quality is so low, it's basically garbage, and I might feel like destroying it at any moment. Sorry for getting sidetracked. Let's talk about our battle instead. Let me say it again, do you dare battle me? Yin Wusheng felt incredibly pleased upon seeing Long Chen's current state. Alright, I'll battle you. Long Chen tightly clenched his father's saber. Chapter 597 Divine Ring shakes the firmament. You can't Long Chen. That's his true body. The clone you killed before only had 50% of his strength. Mo Nian knew that the difference between a true body and a clone was immense. On the surface, it might seem like a clone possessed 50% of the strength of the true body, and so the true body's combat abilities would only be double of it. But in reality, the true body would be able to fight 10 such clones. That was because each increase in strength led to immense changes in combat strength. Such a thing could not be calculated by numbers, which was why Mo Nian hastily tried to talk him out of it. Long Chen, did he kidnap your family? Guessed Mo Yi. Long Chen didn't reply. Putting away his father's saber, he walked out toward Yin Wusheng. Do you know, you really shouldn't have infuriated me. Because you did, I'll do something frightening. Frightening, just how frightening? You're just a damnable ant that should have already died. You killed my clone, so today, you'll definitely die. And I'm not afraid to tell you that not only is your father in my hands, but even your mother. And of course, that little girl is also present. You know, your little sister really is not bad. She'll definitely grow up into quite the beauty. Once you die, I'll help you to accompany her, letting her be my slave. I'll take your place too. Suddenly, Long Chen's hand viciously slapped across Yin Wusheng's face. That terrifying strength practically caused space to explode. Originally, Yin Wusheng had just been quietly communicating with Long Chen, and in doing so, he had walked closer so that their words could be more private. As a result, this slap across his face was truly quick. No one had expected Long Chen to suddenly attack and send Yin Wusheng flying. He had already leapt after him as well. A blood-red saber appeared in Long Chen's hand. A blood-colored chi wave filled the sky, and endless killing intent boiled. His saber came slashing down on Yin Wusheng. Heaven and earth shook as countless runes appeared in the air around Yin Wusheng, forming a sea-like defense. Break! Yin Wusheng's sword slashed out, and the runes in the air actually gathered onto the sword. That runic sword smashed apart Long Chen's saber image, and without pausing, it continued toward Long Chen. Long Chen hastily raised his saber to block, but his body shook intensely and the ground beneath his feet shattered. He was sent flying straight back. His true body is so much stronger than his clone. Mo Nian was shocked by this power. Yin Wusheng was surrounded by runes as he stood there with his sword in his hand. He appeared like an emperor looking down on others, icily arrogant. His clone's heavenly Dao runes had only been able to fill an area of a mile around him. But his true body's runes had increased this range by 10 times. Furthermore, those runes were constantly revolving around his body as if they were alive, constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for him. This Yin Wusheng really is terrifying. Although I'm also a celestial, I probably wouldn't be able to last more than 100 exchanges with him, said Lu Zonggying. Although such words were a bit embarrassing to say, it was the truth. Yin Wusheng's true body was too strong, so strong that it caused a person to despair. This grand manifestation was giving Yin Wusheng endless energy. Other than a true sea expansion expert, no one would be able to challenge him. Grandfather, maybe we should, said Mo Nian. Divine ring. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out through the sky. A powerful aura surged into the sky, and a pillar of light blew apart the black clouds from Yin Wusheng's manifestation. Yin Wusheng had brought forth heavenly fury with his manifestation, which had covered the sky with black clouds. But this pillar of light pierced through the black clouds, and the clouds were rapidly forced back. The sky now appeared extremely bizarre. Above Yin Wusheng, the black clouds were still turbulently roiling. But above Long Chen, it was sunny. It was like two worlds were clashing, neither capable of suppressing the other. Just what battle skill is this? It is actually able to resist the heavenly Taos. Even the manifestation of heaven's fury is being blown back. Seeing this scene, everyone was flabbergasted. This was heaven-defying. Even Mo Yi, Lin Chengdian, and the bald elder were shocked. They had experienced many great battles, thus, Long Chen and Yin Wushang's strength weren't anything special to them. But the two of them had brought forth world-shaking manifestations. Yin Wushang was a celestial, so for him to be able to draw out the power of heaven and earth was reasonable. But Long Chen was not a celestial. Using just his own strength, he was forcibly breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth, forcing back Yin Wushang's manifestation. Despite having lived for countless years and being extremely experienced, their hearts pounded. Just what level of strength was this? As for the bald elder, he was also incomparably shocked at first, but it was soon replaced with a smile. However, this smile was extremely sinister. Long Chen's secrets, the secrets which allowed him to be this powerful, would belong to his Yin family soon. Space was rumbling, and chi waves surged out like furious waves. What terrifying strength! The Mo family's experts were actually not able to bear their auras and all retreated. The power surging out of Long Chen shocked them and also gave them an extreme sense of danger. If they were too close, they felt like their lives could be lost at any moment. A huge divine ring had appeared in the sky. This divine ring was split into 3 colors. The middle color was yellow, and it was bordered by red and orange. The middle color was stationary, but the other 2 colors were rotating in opposite directions. Following their rotation, the world rumbled and changed color. Long Chen was standing in front of the divine ring, his clothes and black hair fluttering in the wind. With his blood-red saber in his hand and furious killing intent pouring out of him, he seemed like a berserk god of death. Die! The ground beneath Long Chen's feet erupted. He had already shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Blooddrinker released a cry as its runes lit up, and a blood-red saber image soared into the sky. This saber image was over a mile long, looking like a celestial blade that could cause even gods to shiver. It slashed down ruthlessly upon Yin Wushang. Even the void was cut apart, and an unpleasant screech was emitted. Everyone's expressions changed. That wasn't just because of this saber's power or because of its aura, but because of the will contained in this saber. It had actually absorbed all the murderous aura within heaven and earth, not leaving a single drop. This saber was influenced by Long Chen's will, and each person present felt a sense of death from it. What terrifying killing intent! Just how many people had Long Chen killed to condense such a terrifying level of killing intent? It had to be known that killing intent was something that would increase by absorbing the resentment of the person you killed. It was a kind of special aura that would condense within the bones. Once a person was infuriated, once they went berserk, that killing intent would be released. In other words, it would unleash endless resentment that would terrify most people. Seeing Long Chen's saber slashing toward him, Yin Wushang roared and the heavenly Tao runes around him suddenly compressed, forming a strange image behind his back. That was the image of a huge ancient beast. At the same time, a mark lit up on his forehead. His aura crazily grew and a terrifying pressure shot out. He slashed his sword toward Long Chen's saber. The ground exploded, the black earth rippling like it was liquid. Both sides had to hastily defend against this wave of earth. This wave contained Long Chen and Yin Wushang's power, and it had the power to shatter mountains. The Shantian experts struck by this wave of earth were miserably blown back, shocked. Was this the strength of celestials? It was truly terrifying. 2 weapons were currently clashing, their owners icily glaring at each other. They both roared, releasing their greatest strength. A blood-colored rune appeared on Yin Wushang's forehead. He was actually igniting his ancestral blood to increase his power. The runes around him surged turbulently, and his power crashed down on Long Chen. 3-star battle armor. Long Chen cried out inside, and the Feng Fu star, Alioth star, and Life Fate star, which had been crazily circulating, suddenly paused. Light soared out of them, pouring toward the primal chaos bead in Long Chen's dantian. The ground shook intensely, and cracks covered it. They started off as small cracks, but they quickly grew to become several feet thick, revealing a bottomless abyss. Wah! What? Every person was struck dumb. Just what level of strength was this? Suddenly, Yin Wushang vomited a mouthful of blood and was blown back. He then continuously coughed up more blood in the air, and even the ancestral mark on his forehead dimmed. How is that possible? The elder from the Yin family was appalled. Yin Wusheng was not only a rank 1 celestial, but the hopes of the entire family had also been placed on him. They had spent over 10,000 years worth of savings on him to make him into the greatest genius. But even now that his true body had descended, he was still unable to defeat Long Chen. That was something this bald elder was unable to accept. If this continued, it would be impossible for them to achieve their main goal, which was to have Yin Wusheng kill Long Chen to maintain his pure Dao heart. That was even more important than exterminating Mo Gate. But Yin Wusheng had to personally kill Long Chen. If others did it, that stain in Yin Wusheng's heart would never be washed away. Just as everyone was still completely shocked that Long Chen was able to force back Yin Wusheng, startled cries rang out. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared like a phantom in front of Yin Wusheng, his saber mercilessly slashing down. Blood splashed and the entire world turned still. Chapter 598 Great Battle begins. A blood-colored ray pierced through the void, slicing Yin Wusheng's body in two. His blood filled the air, and time seemed to slow down. Whether it was the experts from the Mo family, the Lin family, the Yin family, or even those distant spectators, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if their hearts were no longer beating, as this scene was too shocking. The image of Yin Wusheng's body slowly splitting in two in midair was deeply imprinted in their minds. He was killed just like that. No one could believe it. From the start of the battle, not even an incense stick's worth of time had passed. His true body had been killed just like that. Long Chen's previous battle with Yin Wusheng had already shaken all of Qing Prefecture, and countless experts had gathered here and investigated what had happened from the start. Within the secret realm, Yin Wusheng had framed Long Chen, and later it was Long Chen who had managed to forcibly reverse the scales. That had brought on the ire of the Yin family. The small details of what the Yin family had done in retaliation had all been found out now. In Long Chen's first battle with Yin Wusheng, although there was no proof, it was apparent from the words the two of them had spoken to each other that Long Chen had been much weaker than Yin Wusheng. It was only by taking advantage of his carelessness that Long Chen had managed to injure him and flee. Less than a month after that first battle, they'd had an even more shocking fight. In the end, Long Chen had managed to kill Yin Wusheng's clone. Although he had managed to kill the clone, everyone could tell that Long Chen had used his full strength to just barely bring about that result. As for this third battle, Yin Wusheng's true body had come. Originally, they had all thought that Long Chen would find it difficult to escape from Yin Wusheng's clutches. But now, that true body had lasted less than an incense stick's worth of time before being defeated. No one doubted how powerful Yin Wusheng was. The strength he had released caused all those Shantian experts to be terrified. For him to be defeated so quickly, the only thing that could be said was that Long Chen was too abnormal. Just what kind of growth rate was this? Thinking of how arrogantly Yin Wusheng had challenged him, asking him if he dared to battle him, it was completely laughable and practically an insult to himself. Heavenly Dao Rico, countless runes wrapped around Yin Wusheng, and the two parts of him instantly merged back. But in that instant, Long Chen's saber slashed out 4 consecutive times, severing all his limbs. He then reached out his hand to grab his throat. He couldn't kill him right now. He had to use Yin Wusheng as a hostage to find out the location of his parents. Suddenly, a suffocating force attacked him, causing Long Chen's scalp to turn numb. A sensation of death filled him, and he hastily retreated. A ray of light fell right beside Long Chen, cutting a long gorge in the ground. That gorge was only the width of a palm, but it was so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. It was like a sharp blade had cut it. If Long Chen hadn't retreated so quickly, this ray of light would have slashed down on him. Even with his physical body, he still would have been cut in two. The person who had attacked was the bald elder from the Yin family. Runes covered his hands, making his hands as sharp as blades. "You shameless old bastard!" A furious roar rang out as Mo Yi suddenly charged out like a phantom, his fist instantly reaching the bald man. Mo Yi was infuriated. He hadn't expected this baldy to be so shameless, ignoring his status as a sea expansion expert to sneak attack a junior. Countless runes lit up over Mo Yi's body. He seemed like a furious battle god, his fist causing the void to rumble. "Old fellow, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" sneered the bald elder. Space violently shook, and it was like the entire world was being fried. Some people directly vomited blood from the spatial vibrations. Scram! Mo Yi roared, and the bald elder's expression suddenly changed. He felt a mountain-toppling force attack him, and the ground beneath his feet exploded as he was knocked into the air. A pair of huge, black wings suddenly appeared on Mo Yi's back, looking just like real wings. Those wings were actually created by countless black runes. As soon as they appeared, Mo Yi's aura erupted. Runic wings were a specific mark of the Sea Expansion realm. Once you entered the Sea Expansion realm, you could nourish your own core runes. Such runes could be transmitted to your descendants through your bloodline, so it was another kind of bloodline energy and an exceptionally strong one. Once Sea Expansion experts called out their runic wings, they could release their greatest strength, drawing on the power of heaven and earth. Although the Xianxian realm was also said to be capable of connecting with the power of heaven and earth, there was a qualitative difference between the two. Xianxian experts were amateurs at using the energy of heaven and earth, while Sea Expansion experts were masters. It could be said that the Xianxian realm was just a starting point for a person to adapt to heaven and earth's energy. But the Sea Expansion realm was the point at which a person could use that energy as they pleased. The wings behind Mo Yi's body shook, and he was like a bolt of black lightning as he flew into the air, once more punching that elder. The bald elder's expression changed, and he furiously roared, a pair of wings also appearing on his back as he punched out. The void erupted as a terrifying force spread in all directions, a blinding light dazzling people's eyes. A terrifying pressure spread and the experts on the ground were all blown away by terrifying astral winds. Long Chen did his best to resist, but he was still blown back several miles before stabilizing. This is the power of the Sea Expansion realm. Truly powerful. Long Chen was amazed. This was his first time truly seeing Sea Expansion experts fighting. The strength contained in just the wave of their hands could destroy mountains. That exchange had occurred in the air just now. If it had occurred on the ground, then perhaps everyone would have been buried by the ground from the aftershock. Mo Yi, curb your arrogance. Seeing that the bald elder was repeatedly forced back by Mo Yi's ferocious attacks, Lin Chengdian couldn't help being horrified. Mo Yi was much more terrifying than in his youth, making Lin Chengdian decide to also join the battle. HMPH, a group of shameless things, trash that only knows how to bully the weak. Do you think that I, Mo Yi, am afraid of you? Mo Yi's furious roar shook the heavens, and his white hair danced in the air. Light shone from his eyes as his aura continued to climb, battle intent soaring off him. How was he an old man? He seemed more like a bloodthirsty battle god that had finally been revived. Even fighting 1 against 2, Mo Yi's punch managed to send the two of them flying. The void rumbled intensely, and runes filled the air. It was incredibly horrifying. When Sea Expansion experts released their full power, that power could crush mountains and overturn seas. The three of them continued to fly higher into the sky, creating more distance from the ground. Obviously, both sides were worried that their aftershocks could kill their own people. The three of them flew high into the sky, appearing like 3 black dots continuously colliding. Although they were now incredibly far up, each time they collided, a terrifying pressure would crash onto the ground, making it hard for the people to breathe. This was the gap between realms. Sea Expansion experts had already completely comprehended how to use natural energy. With their core runes absorbing that energy to use as their own, that power was practically apocalyptic. That was also why meridian-opening celestials could dominate the Xianxian realm but were unable to jump across the chasm known as the Sea Expansion realm. Just like celestials, Sea Expansion experts could also control heaven and earth's energy. Although it wouldn't be as monstrous as the cry of the heavenly Taos, a rank 1 celestial was unable to suppress the power of a Sea Expansion expert's core runes. If you were to compare a celestial to a dagger, then a Sea Expansion expert could be likened to a forest. Although the dagger was sharp, its range was too short. A single dagger could not possibly cut down a huge forest in a short amount of time. But a forest's trees could gather together, using quantity to suppress quality, crushing that dagger. Once those three were far away from the rest of them, Mo Yunshin waved his hand. The Mo family's experts all released their auras. Countless pillars of light soared into the sky, and bows appeared in their hands. Attack! Kill these degenerates from the Mo family. The experts from the other side also roared furiously, charging forward. Killing intent soared into the sky. Arrows exploded, weapons clashed, and bloodthirsty roars rang out. This was a truly world-shaking battle. All these Xianxian experts had released their full strength, doing their best to slaughter their enemies. Dust filled the air, and a rain of blood dyed the ground red. All of you can die. Arrows rend the 9 heavens. Mo Nian suddenly summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, causing heaven and earth to change color. Thousands of arrows poured out of his bow. Those were not true arrows but created from spiritual energy. This was one of the Mo family's strongest battle skills. Mo Yi had only taught it to Mo Nian after he had advanced to meridian opening and became a celestial. These arrows flew into the midst of his enemies. They raised their weapons to defend, but they were horrified to see that each arrow had the same strength as a full-strength attack from a Xianxian expert. With this many arrows concentrated together, there was simply no way to block. Dozens of Xianxian experts were all turned into a bloody mist. Ha ha ha, nice job son. Mo Yunshan was filled with delight. Mo Nian had finally begun to reveal his domineering side. All half-step C expansion experts, focus your attacks on Mo Nian and Long Chen. The others. This person only managed to get half his orders out before a spear smashed toward him. He hastily tried to defend, but as a result, the spear smashed apart his weapon along with the upper half of his body. What? There's another celestial. The Lin family panicked as they hadn't expected the Mo family to actually have another terrifying celestial. That person was Lu Zongying. Heavenly Tao runes filled the air around her, and wherever her spear struck, no one was able to block it. She was like a fierce tigress hunting them down one by one. Within this chaotic battle, Long Chen shot straight for Yin Wushang. Bastard, release my family. Chapter 599 Continuous Self-Mutilation. With Long Chen charging straight at Yin Wushang, a dozen of the Yin family's Xianxian experts immediately appeared in front of him. Yin Wushang had only just used his heavenly Tao runes to paste his limbs back onto his body. No matter how heaven-defying a celestial was, it would take them a certain amount of time to fully heal from such an injury. Long Chen seemed like a furious lion, his saber shining with blood-red runes as he killed his way through them. His saber cut through those people's weapons as easily as cutting through corn. The dozen of them were instantly blown into a bloody mist. When that blood dyed his saber, Blooddrinker let out a loud cry as if its spirit was awakening. Long Chen sensed a powerful thirst of blood from it. But right now, he had no time to sense the change in Blooddrinker. He was focused completely on catching Yin Wushang. Only once he caught him could he keep his parents alive. Protect the junior master. The Yin family's experts were all startled by how terrifying Long Chen was, and they all gathered to attack him. They refused to allow him to get near Yin Wushang. Those who block me will die. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet, and his bloodthirsty saber swept through those in front of him. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Long Chen was not paying attention, but while he killed those Xianxian experts, Blooddrinker was undergoing a transformation. Energy not visible to the naked eye was being drawn out of the blood and absorbed by it. As it absorbed that energy, its blood-red color became even more brilliant. The saber in his hand is strange. Don't take it head. A person was about to warn everyone not to block his saber head-on when he was directly cut in two by Long Chen's saber. Blooddrinker's color was becoming brighter and brighter, and it was so sharp that it cut through their weapons like they were just mud. Xianxian weapons were no stronger than paper in front of it. In just a few breaths' time, over 50 of the Yin family's experts were killed by Long Chen. They were not able to stop him at all. All of you get out of my way. Long Chen, again, Yin Wushang suddenly shouted. He had already recovered, and the sword in his hand let out a loud cry as it slashed toward Long Chen. Bang! Heaven and earth trembled intensely as Long Chen's saber met Yin Wushang's sword. What? All the Yin family's experts' expressions changed. They were unable to believe their eyes. A large nick had been slashed into Yin Wushang's sword. But that's an enchanted weapon. How is that possible? Yin Wushang's sword was known as an enchanted weapon. These so-called enchanted items were used by sea expansion experts. They were so named due to the magical inscriptions carved onto them. Although Yin Wushang was unable to use an enchanted weapon's true strength, such weapons were still made of incredibly sturdy material. The fact that his weapon was so heavily damaged now was appalling to the Yin family. Heaven and earth are boundless. Ancestral blood ignition. Yin Wushang instantly aged a great deal, his skin becoming like old tree bark. He seemed like he had immediately become a 60-year-old senior. The power of his blood qi rapidly declined, but at the same time, his strength multiplied explosively. All his energy poured into his weapon. Heaven and earth trembled. Powerful qi waves blew back all the Yin family's experts, and they vomited blood from the force. Heavens, this Yin Wushang has really gone too far. He actually ignited his ancestral blood, ruining his bloodline energy. He's gone crazy. The distant spectators were all shocked. This was extremely harmful to himself. The instant Yin Wusheng ignited his ancestral blood, Long Chen felt like a mountain had crashed down on him. He frowned and his full strength erupted. The primal chaos bead rapidly circulated. The Feng Fu, Alioth, and Life Fate Star's energy poured into it without reserve. The entire battlefield sank due to their power. Everyone was appalled. Even after Yin Wusheng had used this self-mutilating technique, he was still sent flying by Long Chen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yin Wusheng was vomiting blood, but he still roared, unable to accept this reality. Protect the Yin family's experts hastily tried to move forward, but Long Chen didn't even give them a chance to speak. His saber slashed out in all directions. Dozens of the Yin family's experts didn't even have time to block with their weapons before being killed by Long Chen. 3 stars revolved in Long Chen's eyes, and the 3-colored divine ring behind him was constantly revolving. He seemed like a devil king who had descended upon the world to slaughter, filled with an imposingness that said he would kill whoever stood in front of him. This scene caused the remaining experts from the Yin family to tremble. These elite Shantian experts were cut down like cabbages in front of Long Chen. He killed them with a wave of his hand, as easily as slaughtering pigs. Only now did Yin Wusheng recover from his shock. But then seeing this scene in front of him, he once more descended into madness. Seeing Long Chen was completely unrivaled, arrogantly looking down on all, seeming like he could slaughter even gods, Yin Wusheng roared. I'm the unrivaled one, no one can surpass me, Yin Wusheng. A crazy expression appeared on Yin Wusheng's face, and he took out a blood-colored medicinal pill. Junior Master, don't. One Yin family's expert let out horrified cries. Had their junior master gone crazy? That man had tried to stop Yin Wusheng, but he had been too late. Yin Wusheng had already swallowed the pill. A violent aura erupted from him, and the Yin family's experts who were too close were directly blown to bits by his aura. That seems to be the soul-devouring blood explosion pill. Yin Wusheng has definitely gone crazy. This pill can let Yin Wusheng's strength multiply for a short time. But forcibly overdrawing his strength like this is consuming his life energy. Correct. Igniting his ancestral blood wasn't too bad. As a celestial, he would most likely be able to cultivate his own bloodline energy. It would just require wasting a certain amount of time. But now that he has swallowed the soul-devouring blood explosion pill, his soul energy, physical energy, and bloodline energy will drop forever. Even if he kills Long Chen, Yin Wusheng will probably be crippled. The distant spectators were all prestigious people. Quite a few of them were old fellows that were extremely experienced. They couldn't help but shake their heads at Yin Wusheng's actions. He really had gone crazy. After swallowing the soul-devouring blood explosion pill, Yin Wusheng became like a mad lion, raising his head and roaring. The space around him twisted as if he was burning the entire world, and his aura was terrifying to the peak. Long Chen. Yin Wusheng's eyes seemed to spurt flames, and his killing intent locked onto Long Chen. Long Chen killed the last person in front of him. He then rested Blooddrinker on his shoulder, icily looking at Yin Wusheng. You really are an idiot. I, Long Chen, never provoked you. It was you who forced me to this point step by step. Today, you even shamelessly kidnapped my family in the secular world. Do you know, you've really angered me, said Long Chen. Angered you? What qualifications do you have to be angry? You are just an ant. You should never have resisted. Resisting is your wrong. Resisting means you should die. If you hadn't resisted at the beginning and had just obediently been killed, why would I have had to kidnap Mu Shui and kill those ants? If you hadn't resisted, why would I have to waste the energy to find your parents? These are all your mistakes. Now not only will you die, but your entire family will also die. This is the price an ant needs to pay for resisting. Roared Yin Wusheng crazily. You fucker. Long Chen wasn't able to hold back any longer. His saber ferociously slashed at Yin Wusheng. Such idiots could only be killed. Die you fucking ant. Boom, 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 boom. The two of them seemed to have become madmen. There was no technique in their attacks. All they did was attack with their most vicious, full-strength blows. Saber and sword images filled the air as their killing intent soared into the sky. The ground was covered with growing cracks that spread throughout the battlefield. Even the Mo and Lin family's experts were forced to move further away. Long Chen, I'm the junior master of an ancient family, a grand celestial who can look down on everyone else. You are just an ant who crawled out of the secular world. What do you have that could possibly compete with me? I am a celestial. The entire heavens are mine. Yin Wuxiang became more and more furious as he fought. Just attacking was no longer able to express his anger, and he constantly roared crazily. A celestial? That's just because the dog-sheet eyes of the heavens were blind. If you weren't a celestial, if you didn't have the support of the heavenly Taos, I could kill you as easily as killing a chicken. But even if you have the support of the heavenly Taos, so what? I, Long Chen, will sooner or later cut down these blindest heavens. Finally, Yin Wuxiang was no longer able to endure. Blocking one of Long Chen's attacks, he was sent flying, vomiting blood. The effect of Yin Wuxiang's soul-devouring blood explosion pill has reached its limit. His strength is starting to fade. He's lost. The spectators were all startled by this. Long Chen was truly heaven-defying. Even after repeatedly using self-mutilating attacks, Yin Wuxiang had still lost. Long Chen's aura is also starting to decline. He should have also reached his limit. It really was a fierce battle of giants. Some of the experts sighed emotionally. It had been many years since they had even heard of such people. But now, of these two peerless heavenly geniuses, one had to fall. Yin Wuxiang just barely blocked Long Chen's next attack. As a result, he tumbled back miserably, vomiting even more blood. Wuxiang, don't keep fighting out of spite. Move on to the backup plan. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air and crushed a talisman. A pillar of light instantly enveloped Long Chen. Chapter 600 Mo Mountain Seal. The person who had appeared out of nowhere was the Yin family's C. Expansion Elder. The instant he crushed the talisman in his hand, a pillar of light enveloped Long Chen and he became unable to move. That pillar of light contained a bizarre spatial strength. You really are looking to die. A furious roar rang out, and an arrow pierced out of the void at the elder. This arrow seemed like a meteorite containing boundless force. The elder's expression changed, and he hastily slashed out with his sword. He managed to destroy the arrow, but he was also sent flying. Mo Yi's bow quickly shot another arrow toward Long Chen. Others might not be aware, but Mo Yi could tell this was a forceful teleportation talisman and an extremely high-grade one. Within that pillar of light, Long Chen was quickly wrapped around by spatial energy. An invisible spatial channel formed, wanting to send him away. These kinds of talismans had almost disappeared from the world. The technique to create them had already been lost. This talisman was definitely a priceless treasure the Yin family had hidden for countless years. They truly treated Long Chen as something they had to obtain. Having lost their meridian opening spirit cliff trees, they had essentially lost all their income. These trees could not be planted through their seeds. They had to be slowly grafted from roots, and the success rate was less than 1 in 10,000. With no further income, the Yin family had placed their sights on the Mo family's businesses as well as Long Chen's secrets. Originally, the plan was for Yin Wuxiang to personally defeat and capture Long Chen. That was the best-case scenario. But the Yin family had thought that even if they captured Long Chen, the Mo family wouldn't just watch. They would crazily attack in order to save him. So they had already prepared this teleportation talisman. Yin Wuxiang was actually also holding a teleportation talisman. Once he captured Long Chen, he was to immediately activate that talisman, making it so the Mo family was helpless. But the Yin family had never dreamed that Yin Wuxiang would actually fail to defeat Long Chen even after going all out and using self-mutilating techniques to temporarily increase his strength. If this had continued, he would have been killed. The Yin family's elder had been helpless about it. The only thing he could do was waste this incredibly precious forceful teleportation talisman on a meridian-opening rookie like Long Chen. It was precisely because Mo Yi saw through this that he was incomparably furious, wanting to shatter the teleportation with his arrow. But this teleportation talisman contained boundless spatial strength, and when his arrow pierced through the light, it merely caused the talisman to tremble for a moment. Space twisted, and the light faded along with Long Chen. The Mo family's experts' hearts sank. Long Chen, just wait. I'll definitely tear you apart piece by piece. Yin Wuxiang also crushed an ancient talisman, disappearing as well. Whether it was the experts from the Mo family or those distant spectators, everyone was shocked. Long Chen was doomed. That forceful teleportation talisman had definitely brought him to the ancestral land of the Yin family. Let alone Long Chen, even Mo Yi would be like a chicken in a cage once they activated their grand formation. Yin Wuxiang's twisted expression as he teleported away gave all of them a chill. Perhaps even death would be an extremely luxurious thing to Long Chen now. Ah, I'll kill all of you bastards. Seeing Long Chen be forcibly taken away, and thinking of Long Chen's miserable fate upon being sent into the hands of the Yin family, Mo Nian immediately went crazy. He no longer held back in the slightest. The runes around him went berserk, his eyes were scarlet and his killing intent filled the air. A sky full of arrows crazily shot down on his enemies. The Lin and Yin family's experts at the front collapsed. Mo Nian was releasing an unprecedented power. He wanted to kill all of these people and then go save Long Chen. But that was impossible. These people were experts. Seeing how terrifying Mo Nian's attacks were, after dozens of them died, they quickly entered a defensive state, managing to block his attacks. Nian calm down, shouted Mo Yi, grabbing Mo Nian's shoulder, stopping his furious barrage. How am I supposed to calm down? Long Chen was sent to the Yin family. With Yin Wusheng's character, he'll definitely make him live a life worse than death. You want me to calm down? Raged Mo Nian. Mo Yi slapped Mo Nian across the face, causing him to stagger back. How did my Mo family end up having an imbecile like you? Without thinking through everything, you want to blindly charge in. Do you think that's effective? That would just vainly waste your chance to save him. Your stupidity would not only have harmed your friend, but it would have ended up causing yourself to suffer for nothing. For now, just keep your damn mouth shut. Save your energy for when we go save Long Chen. At this point, the chaotic battle had already ended. During their clash, over 40 of the Mo family's experts had fallen. But on the other side, over 500 of their people had been killed. This was an extremely alarming casualty proportion. However, this was not favorable for the Mo family. If this continued, both sides would suffer heavy casualties. Even if the Mo family won, it would definitely be an extremely miserable battle. Furthermore, there were still 2 sea expansion experts on the other side. Once all their subordinates were killed, they would no longer have any misgivings. It was very likely that they would run amok and slaughter the members of the Mo family. Mo Yi, disband Mo Gate and hand over the Mo Mountain Seal. I can spare your life if you do so, said Lin Chengdian. The Mo family's members were startled. They had no idea what this Mo Mountain Seal was. You want the Mo Mountain Seal? All right, you can have it. Mo Yi smiled coldly and formed a hand seal in front of him. The ground suddenly shook intensely as if something was trying to dig its way out. Suddenly, someone let out a shocked cry. Looking in the direction of Qingzhou City, everyone saw an immense object flying over. It's a whole city. Heavens, isn't that Mo Gate? That huge object was actually a huge city. From a distance, it looked just like a huge stamped seal. It was completely square at the bottom, while at the top were the buildings of Mo Gate. Thinking of how all of Mo Gate had been one immense seal, people were terrified. The huge city released a powerful pressure that caused the Lin and Yin family's experts to turn pale. This is the Mo Mountain Seal. It's also what your master wanted. Unfortunately, you didn't even know what the Mo Mountain Seal was before sending yourselves to your deaths. Truly laughable, sneered Mo Yi. At this time, the Mo Mountain Seal had already appeared above Mo Yi's head. A cold light shone in his eyes. I have no time to say goodbye. Just die. Countless runes lit up from the bottom of the Mo Mountain Seal, forming millions of black arrows that shot straight toward Lin Chengdian and the Bald Elder. Lin Chengdian's expression completely changed, and he fled without even thinking about it. He finally realized he had been used. Too late, sneered Mo Yi. Countless black lights shot out like bolts of lightning, engulfing his enemies. Wherever the black lights went, miserable screams would rise and fall. Those experts were instantly killed, filling the sky with blood. Even the ground beneath them disappeared to be replaced with a bottomless abyss. 2 sea expansion experts and over 1,000 Shantian experts were killed just like this in one move. The spectators all felt a chill as they looked from the Mo Mountain Seal in the air to the bottomless pit on the ground. The Mo family was too terrifying. Just what origin did they have to have such a terrifying treasure? They could kill sea expansion experts without wasting the slightest energy. Mo Nian was also dumbfounded. Even he hadn't known his family had been hiding such a powerful treasure. It was no wonder his grandfather was so confident. The Mo Mountain Seal landed on the ground, directly crushing a hole in the ground. Mo Gate was on the ground level again. Everyone get in the city. We're going to the Yin family's ancestral land to save Long Chen. Mo Yi waved his hand. Grandfather, wouldn't using transportation formations be faster? Asked Mo Nian. The Mo Mountain Seal was too enormous, and it didn't seem like it could travel quickly. It wasn't as if they could take their time right now. Fool, do you take the Yin family to be idiots? Before starting this battle, they definitely broke all the transportation formations already. We won't be able to repair them fast enough. Furthermore, without the Mo Mountain seal, what would we do by going over there? To watch as Long Chen is killed, and then be killed with him. When can you grow a brain? The Yin family is an ancient family, and they also have powerful treasures. Without the Mo Mountain seal, we would just be sending ourselves to our deaths. There are no buts. Remember, if martial might can solve a problem, then definitely don't use smarts. But when martial might is unable to resolve things, you have to stay cool-headed. Long Chen has already entered desperate straits. If he dies, you have to be able to accept it. What you'll need to do is work hard on your cultivation to get strong enough to exterminate the Yin family as revenge for Long Chen. You can't just charge in like an idiot. At that time, you'll definitely die, and when you see Long Chen in the other world, he'll definitely curse you for being stupid. The two of you will be dead, but your enemies will still be living happily. Tell me, is that idiotic or not? After he finished scolding Mo Nian, Mo Yi controlled the Mo Mountain seal. It began flying to the west, quickly disappearing across the horizon. At this time, countless people surged out like the tide, going over to the bottomless abyss. They wanted to personally experience the terror of that attack. Chapter 601 The ones to die will be you. Being enveloped by that light, Long Chen felt as if he was an insect frozen in ice. No matter what he tried, he was unable to shake this strange force. This could no longer be described as just force. It was practically a kind of law, and it was impossible to break free of it with force. Space twisted, and Long Chen felt as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. When it stopped twisting, Long Chen saw he had appeared in a huge plaza. He's here. Activate the grand formation. We can't let him escape. A shout suddenly rang out, and the space around him raged. A barrier of light covered the entire sky, blocking any possible escape paths. Long Chen was still dizzy. After undergoing that spatial twisting, he was sluggish. When he finally clearly saw his surroundings, he found he was completely surrounded by layers of enemies. Seeing those people's robes, Long Chen's heart sank. He knew he had fallen into desperate straits. This was definitely the Yin family's ancestral land. Space twisted, and another figure appeared beside Long Chen. Without waiting for that figure to fully materialize, Long Chen's palm had already stretched out. That person was sent flying like a spinning top. Although he hadn't clearly seen his face, Long Chen recognized this aura. It was Yin Wuxiang. Taking advantage of when he still hadn't recovered from the teleportation, Long Chen instantly grabbed Yin Wuxiang's throat and placed his saber against his neck. Whether it was forceful or voluntary, such a teleportation would cause the space to twist, making a person's soul dizzy. So just like this, Yin Wuxiang was caught by Long Chen. With one of his hands clenching Yin Wuxiang's throat and the other pressing his saber next to Yin Wuxiang's body, Long Chen caused a burst of startled cries to rumble from the entire plaza. Bastard, you really are looking to die. Release the junior master. The Yin family's experts had long since made their preparations. Seeing Long Chen arrive, they immediately activated their grand formation, first sealing off any way for him to run. But Yin Wuxiang was too impatient. He should have first waited a while before coming. That way, Long Chen would already be fighting with the Yin family's experts and wouldn't have an opportunity to catch him. Long Chen, you won't be able to get away. Even after being cut by Long Chen's saber, Yin Wuxiang seemed to not sense any pain. He laughed sinisterly, just like a bloodthirsty madman. Due to the pill he had consumed and how he had ignited his ancestral blood, Yin Wuxiang had aged a great deal. He was practically a withered old man now, however, his eyes were still filled with a chilling rancor. So what if I can't get away? To be able to drag down a celestial with me in death is also worth it, sneered Long Chen. You want to kill me? Haha, it seems you don't have that ability. Yin Qing, bring out the gift I prepared for Long Chen, shouted Yin Wuxiang. A path opened amongst the Yin family's experts. When three figures appeared before Long Chen, he couldn't help but tremble, and killing intent filled him. There was one man, one woman, and one girl. This middle-aged man was his father, Long Tianxiao, while the woman was his mother. Within his mother's embrace was a little girl who only appeared to be 2 years old. This little girl looked like a beautiful doll carved out of porcelain. But her beautiful eyes were filled with terror, and she tightly hugged her mother. Seeing Long Chen, his mother let out a choked sob. After 2 years apart, her son had grown taller, and his face had become more resolute. He had become a true man. But seeing him covered with blood and his pale face, tears streamed down her face. As for the little girl, seeing these tears, she hastily wiped them away and asked, "Mom, why are you crying? Did that evil woman hit you again?" "Ah, Yin Wushang." The veins on Long Chen's forehead bulged. His saber stabbed into Yin Wushang's back over and over again, hitting bones. He wished he could tear Yin Wushang apart right now. "Ha ha ha, PFT. Long Chen, my gift isn't bad, right? PFF'd. Yin Wushang cackled madly, constantly coughing up blood. "Long Chen, release my Yin family's junior master," roared Yin Qing upon seeing him torture Yin Wushang. She was standing beside his parents. "Long Chen, ignore us. At this point, you have to think of a way to run and get revenge for us." Long Tianxiao felt a burst of pain from his shoulder as his arm was forcibly torn off, blood dyeing his body. "Tianxiao, Daddy, Mrs. Long and the little girl let out startled screams. But Long Tianxiao gave them a glare, not letting any more words to slip out of their mouths. "Long Chen, you are our pride. There's no one in this world that can live forever. Don't do anything stupid." Once again, Long Tianxiao only got half of his words out before Yin Qing tore off his other arm. "Idiot, shut up, Yin Qing, you fucking bitch. If I don't tear you to pieces, then I, Long Chen, swear I'm not human." Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. Seeing his father's torn-off arms made him feel like his own heart was tearing apart. Yin Qing disdainfully sneered, "You want to kill me? How about I first kill your sister instead? I want to see whether or not you'll release the junior master." "No." Yin Qing forcibly took away the girl from Mrs. Long's embrace. She tried to fight, but she was pressed down by the person behind her, and in her panic, she directly fainted. Yin Qing held the girl by her throat. The girl's eyes were filled with terror, but she didn't say a word. "Hee, little girl, are you afraid?" Yin Qing was holding her throat, but she was being very careful. She allowed her to speak, not choking her to death. "I'm not afraid. Daddy said I have to be a brave person like my big brother. My big brother is a true hero. Even if you kill us, my big brother will definitely get revenge for us." Despite clearly being filled with terror, this little girl still clenched her teeth and spat out these words. Her voice was tender, but it was filled with confidence toward this big brother of hers. She wasn't aware that this big brother was standing not far from her. All she knew was that she had a big brother. She didn't even know what his name was. "Release her." Long Chen's voice had become hoarse. His anger had reached its peak, but he was powerless. He was filled with pain. He knew the smart choice was to ignore his parents and sister. He was powerless to save them. The only one he might be able to save was himself. Even if he released the hostage in his hand, that wouldn't change his family's fate. Doing so would be extremely foolish. Long Chen ran countless hypothetical scenarios in his head. Even if he used up every single one of his trump cards, he still wouldn't be able to resolve his current predicament. He felt fury, he felt stifled, and he felt like he was on the verge of going crazy. "No, I think I won't release her. Instead, I'll kill her first, then kill your mother, and then kill your father. Don't you think yourself to be very strong? I want to see what kind of expression will you have when the people closest to you die one by one." "I'm very interested." "Ha ha ha," sneered Yin Qing. She suddenly increased her strength, making it so the little girl was unable to breathe. The girl instinctively tried to tear away, but she was too weak. All her struggling was to no avail. It was just a deathbed struggle. "You win." Long Chen closed his eyes in pain. Blooddrinker fell to the ground. He hated himself for being powerless. He hated himself for being stupid. He was unable to just watch as his sister died right in front of him. He was unable to do that. "Long Chen, how could you be so stupid? You!" roared Long Tianxiao. Yin Qing furiously punched Long Tianxiao in the abdomen, causing him to vomit blood and making it so he couldn't say another word. Seeing his father's disappointed and pained gaze, Long Chen was filled with regret. "Sorry father, your son is no hero. All he is a stupid idiot, an incompetent coward." "Ha ha ha ha." Yin Wushang raised his head and laughed. Seeing that Long Chen had given up, his voice was filled with delight at getting revenge. He viciously slammed his fist into Long Chen's stomach. That immense force caused Long Chen to vomit a mouthful of blood and take several steps back. Countless runes appeared around Yin Wuxiang, and his wounds instantly healed. He sent a kick toward Long Chen. Long Chen, you ant, where's your resistance now? How is it? In the end, aren't you still like a dead dog in front of me? What happened to all your abilities from before? Why aren't you fighting back? Bang, bang, Yin Wuxiang was, like a madman, crazily beating Long Chen. Long Chen continuously vomited blood, but he didn't resist. Wuxiang, that's about enough. It's time to get down to business. We need his secrets. An ancient voice suddenly rang out in the air. I know. Don't worry, I won't beat him to death. I just want to release my resentment before the soul search. Yin Wuxiang punched Long Chen in the face, breaking his nose. Long Chen's vision darkened as if he had fallen into endless darkness. He could no longer feel any pain. As for the voices outside, they became more and more distant. He seemed to hear a tender voice calling Big Brother, but it wasn't clear. It was too distant. I'm going to die like this. How infuriating. Long Chen was filled with endless hate, but he was unable to release it. Hating himself didn't have any use. Are you very angry? Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Yes, I'm angry enough to destroy this entire world. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to ask where this voice was coming from. Then we can make a deal. I'll lend my strength to you, allowing you to save your family, and you will owe me a favor. In the future, you will repay me with your life. Are you willing? Willing. Long Chen didn't even hesitate. You won't regret it. I won't regret it. All right then, I trust you. Release your anger as you please. A certain object in his body began to shine with a brilliant light. It was unknown how much time Yin Wuxiang had just spent beating him. Long Chen was lying on the ground, looking like a lump. Only now did Yin Wuxiang stop, suddenly taking out a sharp needle. That was something that could completely absorb a person's soul. In the future, they could go through the memories of that soul as they pleased. It was much more effective than a soul search. Yin Wuxiang wanted to stab the needle over the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. Once this needle pierced into it, there would no longer be a Long Chen in this world. Suddenly, Long Chen, who had appeared like a corpse just now, extended a hand and caught the needle. His eyes slowly opened, and endless killing intent surfaced within his eyes. The one to die will be you. Chapter 602 Sweeping through an ancient family. Haha, we'll be the ones to die. What a joke. Yin Qing, kill that girl for me, said Yin Wuxiang. Hehe, alright, I also want to find out how that will feel. Yin Qing looked at the girl in her hands, just about to drop her on the ground. But her expression suddenly changed as she realized she was unable to move. It wasn't just her. Yin Wuxiang's expression also changed. The tens of thousands of experts from the Yin family all became shocked as they realized some kind of strange energy made it so they couldn't even blink. Long Chen slowly rose from the ground. He walked in front of Yin Qing and gently took the girl away. At this time, the girl had already fainted. Seeing a red handprint deeply imprinted on her neck, he felt a burst of pain. Long Tianxiao also had no idea what was happening. Dad, your child was unfilial to implicate you. I'll send you away right now. Long Chen placed a hand on Mrs. Long, and a gentle stream of spiritual qi woke her instantly. Mom, look after Dad and sister. I'll have little Snow bring you away. He didn't give her a chance to reply. This restrictive power had a time limit, and Long Chen had no time to explain. Summoning Little Snow and giving Long Tianxiao a healing pill, he told Little Snow, I'll send you out of here. Bring my parents to a city, and I'll quickly join up with you. A scale appeared in Long Chen's hand. It released a green light that wrapped around Little Snow and the others. The light then pierced toward the sky. This light tore straight through the grand formation, leaving behind a hole in the barrier. Little Snow and the others disappeared. Bastard, die. At this moment, that mysterious energy faded and all of them immediately regained their freedom. Yin Wuxiang was the first to attack Long Chen with a steel awl. Long Chen stretched out his hand, and Blood Drinker flew into his grasp. Clenching Blood Drinker, Long Chen felt his whole body overflowing with energy, as well as endless killing intent. Die. Long Chen slashed down his saber. Yin Wuxiang's awl was cut in two. Yin Wuxiang himself was cut in two. The entire plaza that was dozens of miles long was also cut in two. A whole line of experts, whether they were at Meridian Opening or Shantian, was turned into a bloody mist. The Yin family's experts were all horrified. After cutting Yin Wuxiang in two, he was about to continue attacking him as he knew he could heal with the Heavenly Dao recovery. But then he saw a figure hiding in the crowd. Yin Qing. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen directly ignored Yin Wuxiang and raised his saber. A terrifying saber chi filled all of heaven and earth. As it slashed down, a large, runic hand suddenly appeared and smashed Long Chen's saber chi apart. See expansion expert. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Two elderly figures appeared in front of him. As expected, you really do have some shocking secrets. Hee, excellent, those will be my Yin families soon. One of them laughed. Hand over your secrets. The other elder was also incomparably excited. A large hand slammed down toward Long Chen. 3-star battle armor. Green dragon possession. A 3-colored divine ring appeared behind Long Chen, and 3 stars revolved in his eyes. His aura was instantly pushed to the peak. But that still wasn't all. At this moment, the dragon scale in Long Chen's body disappeared. Heaven and earth rumbled, and a dragon cry seemed to resound throughout the world. Within the divine ring, the image of a green dragon appeared. When that green dragon appeared, it formed a resonance with heaven and earth. An unprecedented aura soared out of Long Chen. The Yin family's grand formation was directly blown apart by this aura. The 2C expansion experts were completely appalled. The current Long Chen seemed like a completely different person. His aura had become fierce and violent, an aura that wasn't even human. It seemed more like a monster's. Release your anger as much as you please. That voice once more rang out in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen's furious roar shook the land. Blooddrinker seemed to come alive as it was nourished with some kind of energy, and a huge saber image slashed down on the 2C expansion experts. Void Shield, Wavebreaker. The two of them were both shocked. Long Chen's attack actually made them feel a sense of danger. The thing that made them furious was that this was the Yin family's ancestral land. They didn't dare attack with their full strength, or that would completely destroy the Yin family. They could only defend. The immense saber image viciously slashed down, and both of their defenses were actually blown away instantly. A terrifying energy wreaked havoc in the Yin family's plaza. The surrounding experts didn't even have time to run before being blown to bits. Seeing all of these experts being blown apart, the two of them were incredibly distressed. It had to be known that this was the core strength of the Yin family. Although a portion of them had realized the situation had changed and had fled in advance, allowing them to save their lives, over half of them had tried to flee too late and were killed. Those lucky survivors continued to flee. They had never imagined that the person they had brought over, the one whom they had thought would be a god of wealth, would suddenly become a god of death. This was completely out of their expectations. If this continued, not only would they not obtain Long Chen's secrets, but the entire Yin family would also be destroyed. As for Yin Qing, she was now completely terrified, and she was fleeing in the crowd, trying to keep herself concealed. The current Long Chen gave her a feeling like a blade was pressed against her throat, one that might take her life at any moment. As she was fleeing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, a blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder. Yin Qing screamed in terror and instantly turned still. She knew she should be running, but in that instant, she felt like her body was no longer listening to her, and she could only tremble. Long Chen's hand tightly clenched her throat, and he raised her into the air as if she were just a chicken. Endless terror appeared in Yin Qing's eyes. She looked up at the 2C expansion experts, hoping they would save her. Unfortunately, she saw that they didn't even look at her. They were ordering people to run as fast as they could, and it seemed they had also told Yin Wuxiang to go into the patriarch's secluded room to ask for help. Suddenly, a blazing flame enveloped Yin Qing. That wasn't the earth flame, but his pill flame. If it was the earth flame, then Yin Qing would be instantly burned to ashes. Long Chen didn't do so, as that was unable to resolve the hatred in his heart. Yin Qing's miserable shriek rang out. Long Chen's pill flame was not just burning her body but also her soul. That kind of pain was indescribable. Her shriek reverberated throughout the sky, but the 2C expansion experts still didn't even look at her. They both hoped Yin Qing could hold on for a bit longer. Using her life to exchange for a bit more time for everyone else to get away was worth it. Regretfully, Yin Qing's spiritual strength wasn't so powerful. She only lasted for a few breaths before her soul completely burned to nothing. Long Chen waved his hand, blowing away her ashes off his body. At the same time, a certain image on his right arm lit up. A flame sphere appeared in his hand. At first, that sphere was only the size of a fist, but as the flame tattoo on Long Chen's arm dimmed, that sphere grew larger and larger. Long Chen slowly floated into the air. The blue flame in his hand had reached a diameter of a mile. That was his limit. This was his first time drawing out all the energy of the earth flame. He hadn't kept the slightest bit back. Previously, he had had to hold back to avoid being killed by the explosion. But with the green dragon possession, he no longer had to fear that. This level of strength was unable to menace sea expansion experts. However, Long Chen's target was not them. It was those people running away. All right, go incinerate all those sinners. Long Chen waved his hand, and that huge flame sphere shot down like a meteorite. The two sea expansion experts' expressions changed. They recognized this to be Long Chen's terrifying earth flame. Although this was not the complete body of the earth flame, with how much of its power having been compressed, its explosive strength was enough to raise the entire Yin family. The two of them hastily formed hand seals, and the void rumbled as countless runes surged forth, wrapping around the flame sphere. Those runes tightly bound the flame sphere, wanting to erase its energy. However, that was not possible. Explode. Following Long Chen's cold shout, the runes wrapping around the flame sphere became still and then burst apart. The power of idiots really is limitless. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Flames exploded in every direction. The sea expansion experts' runes had become oil to the fire, increasing the power of the earth flame. Ah, no. The two sea expansion experts turned pale. Endless flames wrapped with runes filled everything within thousands of miles. Not only was the Yin family's ancestral land gone from this world, but even the surrounding mountains had been turned to ashes. Long Chen, die! The two of them roared furiously and took out their weapons, charging at Long Chen. Chapter 603 The Yin Family's Patriarch. The Yin family's two sea expansion experts erupted with killing intent. They no longer had any misgivings, and they completely released their auras. There truly was nothing to have misgivings about anymore. The entire Yin family had been destroyed, and the dead could not be more dead. The two of them felt their hairs standing on end from rage. The two of their swords emitted a cold light. The wings on their backs trembled, and they shot straight toward Long Chen. One move. Killing intent still burned in Long Chen's eyes. Even after killing all those people, his hatred still hadn't lessened. Yin Wuxiang was a piece of trash, a human dreg. However, such a person was able to receive the blessing of the heavenly Taos. Just that reason alone was enough for Long Chen to have an urge to completely destroy this world. Seeing the two of them coming at him, the green dragon image from the divine ring released a vast energy that poured throughout his body. In that instant, he felt like a volcano had erupted within him. All that energy, all his spiritual qi, instantly passed through 9 acupuncture points. A monstrous saber image pierced straight through the void, appearing like a crescent moon, a bloody crescent moon. Heaven and earth rumbled intensely as if the entire world was being split in two by this attack. The two sea expansion experts attacked with their full strength. However, they were still blown to pieces by this one attack. Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was horrified to see that his meridians had become covered in fine cracks. Your physical body is too weak and unable to endure the green dragon power, not even 1/10,000th. That voice rang out in Long Chen's head again. At that critical moment, this voice had taught Long Chen how to use this green dragon possession, allowing him to summon the green dragon's power for himself. The voice's master had also helped Long Chen solidify space, allowing him to send his family away safely. Now hearing this voice explain what had happened, Long Chen was horrified. Within the same realm, his physical body was unrivaled. If Yin Wuxiang didn't have the cry of the heavenly Taos to protect himself, Long Chen could kill him with a single punch. But even such a physical body was called too weak now. That was a large blow to Long Chen. His physical body was his strongest point, and it was also the thing he had the most confidence in. What is going on here? Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. A white-haired elder stood on the ground, looking at the scene around him with disbelief. Behind him was the terrified Yin Wuxiang. There was a large cave behind them. When Long Chen had first started his slaughter, Yin Wuxiang had been ordered by the two sea expansion experts to go ask the patriarch to come out. Their patriarch had already reached the peak of sea expansion. A few days ago, he had made some comprehensions and felt the bottleneck loosen slightly, so he had gone into seclusion to attack a higher realm. Before entering seclusion, he had said that unless the Yin family had reached a life or death point, they were not to disturb him. His special secluded room was located underground, and it was protected by a powerful formation. Despite the heaven-toppling changes that had occurred on the surface, he hadn't felt the slightest fluctuation during his seclusion. Back then, the 2C expansion experts had already realized that this matter was too large to handle on their own. Even if they could kill Long Chen, the Yin family's ancestral land would be destroyed. So their only hope of avoiding that had been for their patriarch to suppress Long Chen. If all their junior generation of disciples were killed, leaving behind just their old, withered selves, then the Yin family's inheritance would still be severed. When Yin Wuxiang had barged into the patriarch's seclusion room, the patriarch had been at a critical moment. He almost became berserk upon being interrupted, coming incredibly close to killing Yin Wuxiang in his rage. But then when he heard the Yin family was on the verge of being exterminated, he had hastily rushed above ground with Yin Wuxiang. Unfortunately, at that time, everything had already ended. The patriarch saw everything within thousands of miles had been destroyed. The thing that made his heart turn cold was that he could no longer sense the bloodline energy of his Yin family. In other words, within thousands of miles, there were no longer any living Yin family disciples. He suddenly released a furious roar. He even thought he was dreaming. But since he had started cultivating, it had been several thousand years since he had had a dream. Yin Wuxiang saw the distant Long Chen and became filled with terror. Long Chen had already become his nightmare. Speak, what happened? Who did this? If you don't tell me, this old man will flay your skin and burn your soul for an eternity. Roared the patriarch upon seeing Long Chen. As expected, from top to bottom, you're all a bunch of trash. That pompous, arrogant manner of yours really is nauseating. These people were all killed by me, so if you want revenge, come at me. Long Chen pointed his saber at the Yin family's patriarch, overflowing with battle intent. The reason his hate had yet to lessen was because he had yet to personally kill Yin Wuxiang. Seeing that he was still alive, seeing his target right there, his killing intent erupted. Brat, you can die. The patriarch roared and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already right next to Long Chen, reaching out to grab his throat. Long Chen had long since been prepared. He once more entered his strongest combat state, already having summoned the green dragon possession. Long Chen felt no fear toward the Yin family's patriarch, and his saber slashed down. HMPH, this little bit. The patriarch only had time to get half of his words out before Long Chen's saber slashed down on his rune-covered hand. This palm attack, which he had absolute confidence in, was cut in two. Even his arm was almost slashed apart. The sharp pain made him hastily retreat in shock. Looking at the blood pouring out of his hand and then looking at Long Chen's saber, both greed and shock appeared on his face. A treasure weapon. You actually have a treasure item. Trash really is trash. As soon as you see a treasure, you get greedy, even forgetting your enmity of having all your progeny killed. The fact that trash like you could live in this world really means the heavens are blind, sneered Long Chen. At the same time, he absorbed the energy of the green dragon image in his divine ring and slashed out with split the heavens. Long Chen knew this old monster was many times stronger than those 2C expansion experts from before. He couldn't hold back at all. This power was not his own. He could only borrow it temporarily. However, being able to borrow such strength to fight would be greatly beneficial to him in the future, giving him increased control over his own power. The Yin family's patriarch took out a staff with a dragon head at the top. This staff was extremely heavy, as thick as a thigh, and longer than 3 meters. It collided with Long Chen's saber. Both Long Chen and the Yin family's patriarch were blown back dozens of meters. The patriarch looked at the nick that had been cut into his staff. Hee, as expected, it really is a treasure weapon. Your life and your weapon will all be mine. The wings behind this elder suddenly shook, and he charged at Long Chen. Long Chen's saber continuously collided with the patriarch's staff. Continuous explosions echoed out, and the powerful shockwaves made Yin Wuxiang tightly cover his ears. Blood slowly dripped from them. Previously, he hadn't had any defenses up and his eardrums had been broken by the shockwaves. Now he couldn't hear anything. All he saw was a sky full of dust. Long Chen exchanged hundreds of blows with the patriarch. The Yin family's patriarch was just too strong. He had practically absorbed all the energy within thousands of miles for his own use, and Long Chen was powerless to do anything to him in the short term. Seeing his staff smashing toward him, Long Chen directly stabbed his saber at the patriarch's chest, not defending against his staff at all. The patriarch was startled. He naturally wouldn't be willing to lose his life to kill Long Chen, and he hastily blocked. But then he realized that this attack was a fake. Long Chen's saber was already slashing toward his waist. HMPH, childish. The patriarch sneered and swept out his staff. This attack was completely ordinary and was unable to menace him. But when their weapons collided, the patriarch was shocked to sense some powerful strength turn his arm numb, and he was blown back. Wuxiang, careful. His expression suddenly changed as he found out that Long Chen was heading directly toward Yin Wuxiang. Right now, Yin Wuxiang was just foolishly staring at the dust in the air, unaware that a death god was approaching him. Although the patriarch gave him a timely warning, Yin Wuxiang's eardrums had already been broken, and he hadn't healed them yet. Unable to hear anything, the only thing he could sense was the intense fluctuations in the air. But the shockwaves from the intense battle just now were still reverberating throughout the world. The patriarch's warning was covered by those shockwaves. Yin Wuxiang suddenly felt a burst of pain from his chest as a saber pierced through him, lifting him into the air. Yin Wuxiang was filled with terror. This death god was once more standing in front of him, causing him to quiver. Long Chen pulled out his saber and clenched Yin Wuxiang's throat. He icily said to the patriarch, "Do you want to come over and try it? Long Chen, if you dare." Yin Wuxiang's arm separated from his body. Yin Wuxiang's other arm left his body. "You're courting death." PFFT. Yin Wuxiang's legs both fell. Yin Wuxiang's limbs separated from the rest of his body. Holding Yin Wuxiang's head, he icily looked at the Yin family's patriarch. Chapter 604 Soul-Devouring Strike. Each time the Yin family's patriarch had threatened him, Long Chen had cut off another part of Yin Wuxiang's body. Now Long Chen icily looked at the Yin family's patriarch while holding the only remaining part of Yin Wuxiang that was still attached to his body, his head. However, as Yin Wuxiang was a celestial, even though the only remaining part of him was his head, he still wouldn't die immediately. "Long Chen, calm down a bit. We can discuss this." The patriarch forcibly suppressed his fury. Yin Wuxiang suddenly let out a mournful cry. Long Chen had placed his finger on his forehead and was boring into his soul with a spiritual awl. Having advanced to meridian opening, Long Chen's spiritual strength was stronger than ever. Although he wasn't a specialized soul cultivator, having been in contact with Meng Qi for so long, he had learned quite a few soul arts. Because he didn't have time to train in them, they were slightly lacking when it came to using them against opponents. But when it came to tormenting people, they were more than enough. "Bastard, I've already admitted defeat." "Quickly stop," raged the patriarch. He had lived for countless years. But this was his first time speaking so subserviently, and it was toward a little brat to top it off. The most infuriating thing to him was that Long Chen was still ignoring him, continuing to torment Yin Wuxiang. "Your admission of defeat has nothing to do with me," replied Long Chen icily. He increased his spiritual strength. Yin Wuxiang's mournful cry continued to resound throughout the world. He felt like millions of needles were stabbing into his soul. That kind of pain was enough to make him want to die. But the pain of the soul was unrelated to the physical body. No matter how much he longed to, he was unable to pass out. He suddenly felt that death was an incredibly happy thing. "Bastard, stop, what do you want?" The Yin family's patriarch was on the verge of exploding. The Yin family's millions of members had all been killed now. Their sole scion was Yin Wuxiang. As for the patriarch, he was too old. Although his cultivation base had reached the peak of sea expansion, his essence qi had already declined. There was no way he could birth more progeny. But Yin Wuxiang was in the springtime of his youth. As long as he found a few hundred wives for him, then several thousand years from now, the Yin family's bloodline could be revived. It could be said Yin Wuxiang was the sole hope of the Yin family now. So the patriarch had no choice but to suppress his hatred of Long Chen. "What do I want? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? You arrogant idiots, did you think yourselves as gods? I had nothing to do with your Yin family, but you forced me to this point. Now you want to ask me what I want? From Yin Wuxiang to Han Tianyu and then to Yin Wuxiang, everything is because of your Yin family. First, you caused so many of my brothers to die in the Zhuli secret realm. Then in the Xuantian monastery, you actually chased me down for thousands of miles, and then you even harmed those brothers of the Mushui mercenary unit. Now you've even placed your sights on my family. This is all because of your own greed. You vainly wanted my secrets. Don't you feel embarrassed to ask me this now? Let me ask you, if you were me, what would you want?" Long Chen's voice was extremely calm, but that calm contained endless grievance and it was much more frightening than a roar. The patriarch's heart sank. He was aware of Long Chen's matters, however, Long Chen was just a small cultivator without any background. He had never placed him in his eyes. When Yin Wuxiang had expressed his interest in Long Chen's secrets, he had simply smiled slightly. In fact, he had encouraged him, saying that if he wanted to take action, he had to show the domineering side of the Yin family. As a result, Yin Wuxiang's actions had drawn a killing god to the Yin family. Of the Yin family, the only ones remaining were Yin Wuxiang and the patriarch. And from Long Chen's attitude, it seemed Yin Wuxiang's death was certain. "Bastard, if you dare kill Wuxiang, I'll exterminate your whole family," roared the patriarch. Long Chen didn't reply to him. It was Yin Wuxiang's miserable shriek that delivered him Long Chen's answer. A ball of flames had appeared in Long Chen's hand, roasting Yin Wuxiang. That was the earth flame. After that full-strength attack just now, it had only just recovered this little bit of power, so now it wasn't too strong nor was it too weak. It was just perfect to allow Yin Wuxiang to enjoy the feeling of being burned. Furthermore, Yin Wuxiang's soul was also being burned within the earth flame, truly pushing his suffering to the peak. "Release Wuxiang!" The patriarch roared and charged at Long Chen. His staff smashed down ferociously on him. Long Chen didn't dodge, nor did he block. He simply threw over Yin Wuxiang's head. The patriarch hastily pulled back his force. The reversal of his spiritual qi caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Long Chen!" The patriarch roared furiously, seeming like an angry lion. His eyes practically spat flames. "Are you angry? Haha, so even you know how to be angry. When you killed others, did you once bother with their anger? When you killed others, you simply felt yourselves to be a high and aloof ancient family, treating other humans simply as ants. A bout of fury from you caused rivers of blood to flow. Hee, today, I'll let you idiots know that in this world, there is no one that has absolute power. It was you people that pushed things to this point. I'll take the place of these blind heavens to put you in your place." Long Chen's expression was fierce, and with a furious roar, Yin Wuxiang's head exploded, his soul erased. In that instant, runes erupted into the air from Yin Wuxiang's headless corpse. Those were his heavenly Tao runes. Now that their master had died, these runes tried to return to heaven and earth. Long Chen slashed his saber down on them. "You blind things, you want to be recycled and given to another idiot." His saber released a powerful fluctuation that completely destroyed all those heavenly Tao's runes. Once they were destroyed, they were like snow on a hot day, quickly dissipating. As they faded from the air, they appeared in the primal chaos space, merging into that small tree. Long Chen wasn't able to pay attention to those small details. He was focused completely on the patriarch, as he sensed he was about to go berserk. The patriarch was clenching his teeth, his eyes scarlet and his whole body quivering as if he was having a seizure. But his aura was climbing to a terrifying level. He was like a crazy magical beast, his staff unleashing a fierce tempest of attacks. Long Chen could only raise his saber to take them head-on. Powerful explosions rocked the world, and the ground seemed to turn liquid, constantly deforming from their exchanges. Yin Wuxiang's death had made the patriarch go completely insane because the Yin family's inheritance was truly severed. Although there might be some more members of the Yin family in the outside world, those were not part of the main bloodline, and they were unable to continue their bloodline. The Yin family's chances of surviving had been completely erased. Long Chen's saber released a bloody light as it fiercely defended against the patriarch's full-strength attacks. The wings on the patriarch's back trembled, releasing berserk runes that possessed a heaven-shaking power. Each attack was incredibly powerful. If Long Chen had been relying on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to receive a single attack. He would have been directly smashed to smithereens. That was the terrifying power of sea expansion experts. But the illusory green dragon behind Long Chen was giving him endless power. He was able to draw out as much power from this practically bottomless source as he wanted. Unfortunately, Long Chen was unable to use much of this power. It was like he was using a cup to draw out the water of a huge sea. Compared to the green dragon, Long Chen's own power was truly not worth anything. However, this power still allowed Long Chen to fight against the Yin family's patriarch without showing any signs of losing. That made him incomparably shocked. He was currently adapting to using this terrifying strength. Even once this power faded, Long Chen's physical body would still have strengthened a great deal. "Die!" the patriarch roared, his staff releasing a blinding light as it smashed down on Long Chen. This attack was stronger than any of his previous blows. Long Chen was startled as this attack had come out of nowhere. But he sensed that it posed a fatal danger to him. What Long Chen didn't know was that after entering the Sea Expansion realm, cultivators entered a different kind of level. Their techniques would no longer be called techniques, but called magical arts. These so-called magical arts used the laws of heaven and earth. Compared to battle skills, there was an immense difference. But these kinds of magical arts required a profound comprehension of the laws of the world. Furthermore, most terrifying of all, if magical arts were used even slightly wrong, it would cause a powerful backlash. The backlash of the world's laws would cause a person's body to explode. When Long Chen had been fighting those two Sea Expansion experts previously, they didn't dare use any magical arts because they were unable to control them properly, and they didn't dare take that risk. But by the time they thought that taking that risk would be worth it, it was already too late. Long Chen's saber had killed them too fast. Most likely, the two of them were so furious at having been killed by Long Chen that they would die another time from rage. The Yin family's patriarch was able to rely on his core energy to control the laws of the world to unleash this heaven-shaking attack. Soul-devouring strike, his staff lit up with countless runes, causing the void to turn turbulent, and it smashed down. Long Chen's heart sank. This attack was too terrifying, and he had never run into something like this. Tightly clenching Blooddrinker, he poured his energy into it. A world-shaking explosion rang out. Long Chen felt as if he had been smashed by a heavenly staff, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground. The earth rippled from the aftershock, and the ancestral land of the Yin family became a basin. The Yin family's patriarch also vomited a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. Due to his fury, he hadn't controlled his strength perfectly, and he had received a heavy backlash. But he ignored his injury and immediately went to see what had happened with Long Chen. When he saw him, his pupils shrank. Chapter 605 Jade Sea Gold Bell. Long Chen crawled up from the ground. His hair was a mess, and his body was covered in blood. His robes had been completely destroyed, and even his pants were mostly gone. There was only a single strip that waved in the wind, appearing extremely carefree. A single attack broke the majority of my bones. How terrifying. If it hadn't been for the primal chaos bead, then even with the green dragon possession, I'd have still died. Long Chen was shocked inside. At the same time, he thanked his foresight in having planted countless large trees in the primal chaos space. A vast amount of life energy instantly healed him. Celestials had their heavenly Tao recovery. That was already completely monstrous, but the primal chaos bead wasn't at all inferior. Their heavenly Tao recovery required a few seconds to heal. But Long Chen's recovery was almost instantaneous. Furthermore, other than attacks from Celestials who were supported by the heavenly Taos, any other injuries healed easily. That terrifying attack only took 1/10 of the primal chaos space's life energy. This gave Long Chen a large boost in confidence. Old fogey, I'll reunite you with your family. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker, shooting forward at the still shocked patriarch. The Yin family's patriarch blocked Long Chen's saber, but then, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood due to the backlash from the natural laws. However, Long Chen was still as strong as before. The difference between them immediately widened. He felt like he was going crazy. Long Chen was just a rookie. In terms of age, the two couldn't even be compared. But now that he had even taken the risk of a backlash to use his strongest attack, Long Chen still wasn't injured at all. He looked at him like he was a ghost. Old ghost, get going. After sending the patriarch flying back, Long Chen raised his left hand and shot out a lightning arrow. The patriarch was caught off guard, not expecting Long Chen to have long-range attacks like this. Furthermore, his attack was too fast, reaching him in an instant. He hastily dodged to the side. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The lightning had shattered his shoulder, causing his left arm to leave the rest of his body. But he had managed to save his head. The patriarch let out a mournful shriek. It had already been countless years since he had received a physical injury. When Long Chen had sent out that lightning arrow, he hadn't had any expectations of it killing him. So at the same time as he had shot it out, he had also sprung into action, appearing like a phantom on the patriarch's right, his saber slashing down. His timing and angle could only be described as perfect. He didn't give the patriarch any time to counterattack. This attack definitely could kill the patriarch. But Long Chen's heart suddenly pounded, and his scalp turned numb. A sensation of death filled him. Although he didn't know what was going on, Long Chen immediately gave up on attacking, releasing countless saber images before him to form a defense. Suddenly, the void trembled intensely, and a bell appeared out of nowhere, smashing into Long Chen. Long Chen shot down like a meteorite, smashing into the ground. He cut a ditch dozens of miles long before coming to stop. He hacked up a mouthful of blood along with broken pieces of his organs. He felt like his whole body was about to collapse. Quickly healing, he looked up to see that a 3-meter-tall golden bell had appeared in the air. Runes completely covered this large existence, and its golden light shone brilliantly. Its appearance caused even the void to shudder. To kill a meridian-opening brat, I actually have to use our ancestral Jade Sea Gold Bell. How laughable. The patriarch stood atop the bell with a self-mocking expression. This Jade Sea Gold Bell is a treasure item left behind by my Yin family's ancestors. However, because it was injured, its spirit has to be constantly nourished. It was in a critical period just now, yet I had no choice but to summon it because of you. Long Chen, you've wasted tens of thousands of years of my Yin family's work. Just how should I thank you? The Yin family's patriarch stood above the bell, staring down at Long Chen with his scarlet eyes, looking just like a magical beast staring at its prey. How should you thank me? If you really want to, you can smash your head against that bell, kill yourself, and then give that bell to me. Long Chen slowly stood up, putting on a new set of robes. That was because after the previous attack, the only thing remaining on Long Chen's body was some underpants. Fighting bare skin might be able to reduce air resistance, but Long Chen really wasn't accustomed to fighting like that. Give it to you. Haha, I'll give it to you right now. The patriarch suddenly laughed crazily. It was unknown what secret technique he used, but the arm Long Chen had severed regrew, and forming a hand seal, the Jade Sea Gold Bell rumbled. The runes carved into the bell began to shine, their light merging together and turning into a ray of golden light that shot at Long Chen. That light was blinding and glaring. It had a diameter of 300 meters and brought with it an annihilative aura. It was incredibly fast, and its size made it so Long Chen had no chance of dodging. Long Chen blocked with his full strength, but he was still sent flying by its terrifying power. However, Long Chen hadn't just foolishly taken it head-on, instead using his full strength to divert the attack slightly. As a result, he wildly vomited blood and his body almost fell apart. Wherever the light passed, the land was destroyed. An endless canyon formed in the ground. Too monstrous. There's simply no way to beat him. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath of air. It was fortunate he hadn't just taken it head-on, as just the outer strength had injured him so heavily. Taking it head-on would have been definite death. That Jade Sea Gold Bell's power was practically apocalyptic. Long Chen had never seen such a terrifying weapon. Time to slip away. Long Chen made the wisest decision. Such strength had already surpassed the scope of his understanding, and continuing to fight was just stupid. Activating the Netherworld Ghost Steps, he was like a phantom as he sped away. Long Chen was truly not a greedy person. He decided this battle could end like this. Even though he hadn't cut down the Yin family's patriarch, he didn't feel any regret. Once he cultivated some more, he would go find him again. You want to run? Keep dreaming. The patriarch roared and formed a hand seal. The Jade Sea Gold Bell shook and then flew toward Long Chen quickly, catching up in an instant. Under the control of the patriarch, another ray of golden light shot out of the bell. This time, Long Chen was prepared. As soon as that golden light began to gather, he began accumulating energy. The instant the bell's aura locked him down, he slashed out his saber, breaking the lock and dodging to the side. The golden light missed and it caused the patriarch to fly into a rage. He had no idea how Long Chen could break out of the lock of the Jade Sea Gold Bell. Let alone a meridian-opening rookie, even a sea expansion expert wouldn't be able to do so. The thing that made him the most furious was that the Jade Sea Gold Bell had been heavily injured after a huge battle in the past. It wasn't able to release that many attacks in its current state. At most, it would be able to release 10 more attacks before the item spirit ran out of energy and would have to enter a slumber. After tens of thousands of years of hard work from the Yin family, after exhausting endless resources, the item spirit had been extremely close to suppressing its injury. Then it would be able to absorb spiritual chi to fully heal. But during that time, it couldn't be used without ruining all that work. That was why the patriarch hadn't used the bell when Yin Wuxiang had still been alive. Once Yin Wuxiang was killed, the Yin family's inheritance was completely severed, and the patriarch descended into madness. No longer caring about any consequences, he directly activated the Jade Sea Gold Bell. But even after 3 attacks, he was unable to kill Long Chen. The previous 2 attacks had clearly been extremely close to killing Long Chen, but he had somehow instantly healed. The Patriarch was so furious, he felt like he was going to explode. He didn't know that Long Chen was grumbling inside. Over half the life energy in the primal chaos space had been used up. Long Chen could heal only 5 more times. Despite having dodged this attack, he was still sent flying by the shockwave. Most sinister of all, the Yin family's patriarch had directly used a second attack. In midair, despite doing his best, Long Chen was at most able to avoid the core of the attack. But struck by the outer edge, Long Chen wildly vomited blood. This time, his injuries were even more severe. He hastily healed with the primal chaos space and rushed away. A large, black city arrived at the Yin family's ancestral land. Seeing the huge basin, Mo Yi was filled with disbelief. "Grandfather, are you sure this is the Yin family's ancestral land?" asked Mo Nian. "The earth is still fresh, and the aura of a battle has yet to scatter." "Oh, there are fluctuations in that direction. Let's hurry." Mo Yi hastily sent the Mo Mountain seal flying in a certain direction. Tens of thousands of miles away, they saw a scene that made their jaws drop. Long Chen was fleeing in a miserable state, while the Yin family's patriarch was standing atop the Jade Sea Gold Bell as he crazily attacked. "Long Chen is still alive, this brat's life really is hardy." Mo Nian was delighted and he loudly shouted, "Long Chen, don't be afraid. Your brother has come to save you. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, the 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will Ia." Before he could finish, Mo Nian was kicked to the side by Mo Yi. Mo Yi's aura completely erupted, and he formed a hand seal. Mo Mountain Heaven collapsing arrow. Countless runes lit up on the Mo Mountain seal, and a huge black arrow shot straight at the Jade Sea Gold Bell. Chapter 606 Killing the Yin family's patriarch. The Yin family's patriarch was in the midst of chasing Long Chen. He was extremely anxious as he had already used several of his limited attacks to try and kill Long Chen. Now, he only had 2 more chances. If he still wasn't able to kill Long Chen, then not only would the spirit of the Jade Sea Gold Bell fall into a slumber, but he himself might also be killed by Long Chen. Just now, he had seen cracks appear on Long Chen's body, but they had miraculously healed instantly. That made him feel some terror at his power. So with these last 2 attacks, he had to kill Long Chen in 1 hit. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had already run out of energy. All the trees in the primal chaos space had withered. If he was struck once more, he would definitely die. The thing that made him the most vexed was the fact that there was endless energy within the green dragon image in his divine ring, but he was unable to use it. It was like he was a beggar that was starving to death as he sat on a mountain of gold. The Yin family's patriarch's hesitation had ended up helping Long Chen survive. Otherwise, with 1 more attack, Long Chen would immediately be exposed. Just as Long Chen thought he was doomed, he heard Mo Nian's grandiose chanting, and he was filled with delight. As the patriarch and Long Chen had been fleeing and chasing while calculating against the other with all their might, they had been totally oblivious to a monstrous existence approaching them. When the patriarch saw the Mo Mountain seal, he immediately turned pale with terror. That was especially so when he saw Mo Yi forming hand seals to attack. His soul practically fled in fear. But Mo Yi's large arrow was like a god's arrow, and there was no way for him to dodge. Clenching his teeth, the patriarch slammed his hands on the Jade Sea Gold Bell, instantly activating all of its energy to form a huge shield around him. The Jade Sea Gold Bell actually broke with a single attack. The patriarch vomited blood wildly as he fell to the ground. A blood-red saber had long since been waiting for him on the ground. It pierced through his body until he landed on the hilt. Long Chen icily looked at the Yin family's patriarch. The patriarch seemed to have lost all his bones as he lay there limply. The attack from the Mo Mountain seal had not only broken the Jade Sea Gold Bell, but it had also sent the patriarch halfway to his grave. His bones had been turned to powder, and his meridians had been broken. He was already a cripple. Long Chen, just wait, even in death, I will turn into a ghost, I won't let you off. All right, I'll wait for you. A powerful force surged through Long Chen's saber, directly turning the Yin family's patriarch into a bloody mist. Seeing that the Yin family's patriarch had been killed, all the Mo family's experts felt a chill. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you're still alive. You're lucky your brother made it on time and saved you. Hey, what's wrong? Mo Nian had rushed over immensely pleased with himself when Long Chen suddenly sat on the ground, his face pale as paper. This is from overdrafting his strength. The burden placed on his physical body surpassed his body's limits. It's nothing too big. In fact, it's a good thing. Once he recovers, his strength will rise another level, said Mo Yi. He was filled with shock as he looked at Long Chen. Although Long Chen had put away his divine ring, the dragon image in his divine ring had still made Mo Yi feel shocked. It had made him feel a reverence that came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, he realized why the Yin family's ancestral land had been turned into an immense basin. It had all been done by Long Chen. Even with the patriarch personally taking action, they had been unable to subdue Long Chen. In fact, he had summoned the Jade Sea Gold Bell but still had allowed Long Chen to flee for tens of thousands of miles. It could be seen just how powerful Long Chen had been back then. Long Chen was definitely not human. He had to be a monster. For a single human to destroy an entire ancient family, that was definitely heaven-defying. Gate Master, this is the Yin family's patriarch's spatial ring, as well as the fragments of the Jade Sea Gold Bell. An expert from the Mo family ran over and handed 2 rings to Mo Yi. Originally, the Jade Sea Gold Bell could not be stored in a spatial ring. But now that it had been destroyed, its fragments could be stored. Long Chen, these are your battle spoils, smiled Mo Yi, handing them to Long Chen. Long Chen was supported by Mo Nian and stood up. He felt like his whole body might fall apart at any moment. He shook his head. This is all your work. Otherwise, I would have long since died. How could I want any battle spoils? How about you just give me the fragments of the Jade Sea Gold Bell? Perhaps I might have some use for them. Long Chen really was unable to accept both rings. He only took the one with the fragments. The Jade Sea Gold Bell was a treasure item. But after its destruction, along with the passing of its spirit, it's just a bunch of scrap metal. It can be remelted and refined into some precious materials, but it's pretty much useless to you. You don't have the ability to refine such high-grade materials. Mo Yi frowned, wanting to switch with Long Chen. It had to be known that the Yin family's patriarch was the leader of an entire ancient family. His spatial ring most likely contained almost half of the Yin family's total wealth. Don't be as unreasonable as me. Fighting over something like this is foolish. Long Chen bitterly smiled. All right, being called unreasonable by a little fellow like you really is a first for me. If this Brad Mo Nian dared do so, this old man would slap him so hard into a wall that he couldn't even be extracted, said Mo Yi. Fuck, why do you have to pull me into this? Raged Mo Nian. Mo Yunshan and the others laughed. The Mo family's temperament was just like this. Come, let's go back to the Yin family's ancestral land and see what he can dig up, said Mo Yi. Why bother? The people have already been killed, and the enmity has already been avenged. There's no need to rob their graves, said Long Chen. It seemed Mo Yi was even more ruthless than him. What graves? The Yin family definitely has an underground storage house. It shouldn't have been destroyed. If Mo Yi didn't see how weak Long Chen currently was, he would definitely have to give him a beating. How could he, the leader of a grand sect, possibly do something as morally wrong as robbing graves? 2 hours later, they really did find a treasury beneath the Yin family's ancestral land. There were layers of restrictions that had to be removed. Ha ha ha, not bad. The resources we lost to activate the Mo Mountain Seal can all be compensated, and there should still be quite the profit afterward. When Mo Yi entered the treasury, he couldn't help but laugh. He handed this matter to Mo Yunshan and left with Long Chen, not allowing anyone else to approach them. Long Chen didn't know why Mo Yi would do something so out of character. When had something so serious happened? Mo Yi and Long Chen entered Mo Gate. Mo Yi found a private room for them and then said, this time, Mo Gate will be moving locations. Do you want to come with us? Why are you moving? Long Chen was startled, because the battle this time has revealed the existence of the Mo Mountain Seal. In truth, our Mo Gate was once an ancient family. Due to being pushed aside and entrapped by others inside the ancient family alliance, we withdrew from the alliance. But there are still people who covet our Mo Mountain Seal, and they sent those brats to test us, said Mo Yi. Hearing this, Long Chen felt incredibly apologetic. Previously, Mo Yi had already told him how he had unleashed the divine might of the Mo Mountain Seal to eradicate his enemies in the scorched earth forest. Long Chen knew it was because of him that the Mo family had exposed the existence of the Mo Mountain Seal. Child, you don't need to think too much. The Mo Mountain Seal would have been exposed sooner or later. If someone should be thanking the other, it should be my Mo family that thanks to you. Mo Nian finally found his own path. That's our Mo family's greatest gain, and it's because of you. Mo Nian is the only hope of my Mo family rising. I'm planning on bringing Mo Nian back to the Mo clan's ancestral land to see if he can obtain our ancestral inheritance. If he succeeds, then in less than 3 years, our Mo family will properly settle our accounts with those bastards that pushed us out in the first place. We're going to immediately leave Qing Prefecture. So I need to know if you want to leave with us. The current you is in a dangerous position, and that's not favorable for your cultivation. Staying with us should be the smartest choice for you, said Mo Yi gravely. Right now, Long Chen was being stared at from all angles. Countless people would guess he had received a heaven-defying opportunity in the Julie secret realm for him to have his current power. The Yin family was a good example. They had been willing to commit all sorts of crimes to target him. This time, Long Chen had been saved by Mo Gate, but who would save him the next time? Could he live in seclusion? Long Chen bitterly smiled. He knew that Mo Yi's suggestion was the smartest choice for him, but his intuition told him he wasn't able to do that. He might be able to live in seclusion, but what about the others? He wasn't just one person. He still had that many brothers, many beauties, and now even his father, his mother, and his little sister. He couldn't leave them. Sorry, I can't leave, said Long Chen. Mo Yi sighed, seeming to have long since expected this answer. He knew Long Chen wouldn't give up those people, but he also couldn't wait while Long Chen gathered them all because the Mo Mountain Seal had already been exposed. Back when the Mo clan left the ancient family alliance, they had split into dozens of different branches. Their enemies hadn't been sure which branch had the Mo Mountain Seal. But now that it had been exposed, once their enemies received the news, they would immediately rush over. So they had to leave right now. The Mo family's enemies were so strong that they were beyond Long Chen's imagination. That was why Mo Yi had patiently waited for this day. Now that Mo Nian had begun to rise, the Mo family was not going to continue waiting. Since you don't want to leave with us, let me tell you a few things. Listen closely. In a bit, I will activate the Mo Mountain Seal again and smash it into the Yin family's ancestral land, leaving behind the aura of the Mo Mountain Seal. As for you, you never managed to reach this place. That teleportation talisman was too old and had become defective. Halfway through, it ejected you from the spatial channel. Do you understand? Long Chen nodded. Mo Yi was planning on bearing the consequences for the destruction of the Yin family himself. Long Chen was incredibly grateful. Good. Then let's talk about that saber you have. Are you aware that your blood-red saber is also a treasure weapon and an extremely terrifying one at that? Chapter 607 Dragon Blood Body Tempering Art. Let me see your saber, said Mo Yi. Long Chen hastily handed over Blooddrinker. A trace of warmth appeared in Mo Yi's eyes. This was true trust. Mo Yi gently rubbed this saber. The saber was red as blood, as if it had been made out of blood. It was filled with the aura of slaughter. Mo Yi's hand suddenly trembled. A cut appeared on the finger he had used to rub the blade. Hee, it really is an amazing weapon. It actually refuses to allow others to touch it, laughed Mo Yi. He handed Blooddrinker back to Long Chen. This saber's spirit is still sleeping. The power it has offered you is its most instinctual power, as it's unable to connect with you. You have to think of a way to nourish it. If you can awaken the spirit one day, you'll be able to release its full power. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly as he looked at Blooddrinker. This was a gift from the barbarian race expert, but it had also been entrusted to him. He hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. Up to now, the only feeling Blooddrinker had expressed to Long Chen was an urge to slaughter. It seemed it was possible to nourish it with the blood of experts. Previously, Long Chen had felt a slight mental connection with Blooddrinker. But now it had disappeared. Could it be that after killing those sea expansion experts, Blooddrinker had reached a saturation point and needed to rest? Long Chen, you should keep the strength of this saber hidden in the future. Don't use it normally. As soon as this saber clashes with another treasure item, it will instantly expose its power. So be careful. If you don't need to use it, don't. Such a treasure would make countless people greedy. The open spear is easy to dodge, but the hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Do your best not to reveal it. Be cautious, and then be even more cautious, warned Mo Yi. Thank you for your teachings, said Long Chen. Alright, time's about up. Say your goodbyes to Mo Nian. Perhaps it'll be many years before you ever see each other again. Seeing the huge city disappear into the sky, Long Chen felt a sense of loss, as well as a slight sense of helplessness. This was cultivation, this was life. Everyone had their own troubles. Even an existence as powerful as the Mo family, even with that powerful killing tool, the Mo mountain seal, they still had to flee miserably. It really made a person sigh with emotion. Back when he left Phoenix Cry, he had become a true cultivator. Long Chen had felt extremely satisfied with himself back then. As a blood condensation expert, he had swept through his enemies in Phoenix Cry. Just how impressive was that? But now, he had already reached Meridian Opening. As his cultivation base grew, his enemies also grew stronger. He still felt like he was not the master of his own fate. In fact, he no longer felt the slightest sense of safety. Stronger. He had to get stronger. Senior, are you still there? Once Long Chen left the Yin family's ancestral land and had traveled for a few hours, he felt it was safe enough to slow down. He yelled into his soul. I am. This time, it's all thanks to your help. You saved my family and also saved my life. No matter what you want, I definitely won't hesitate, said Long Chen. Even if I want you to exterminate heaven and earth, becoming enemies with gods, you'd still be willing. This was just a spiritual fluctuation. There was no emotion in the voice. I'd be willing. That voice was silent for a moment before saying, I've kept watch on you for a long time. Originally, your life and death had nothing to do with me. But today, you've made me feel slightly moved. You are an idiot. An idiot like you really hasn't appeared in a long time. You're an idiot who cares about emotions and relationships. So I helped you out this time. However, it comes with a price. As long as I, Long Chen, can accomplish it, I definitely won't even frown. The current you is still too weak, much, too weak. Close your eyes. If I close my eyes, I'll crash into a tree. Long Chen hesitated. Can't you stop for a moment? It won't take too long. Long Chen stopped and closed his eyes. Alright, now open your eyes. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he found that he was within the boundless cosmos. Endless stars twinkled around him, and he couldn't help being indescribably shocked. This is my viewpoint. Do you see that star field up ahead? That lump of paste with countless sesame seeds? Asked Long Chen. That's where you are. You are within one of those sesame seeds. Long Chen's heart pounded fervently. The world he was in was actually so small. Just what kind of figure was the master of this voice? I'm showing you this so you know the difference between us. Your current strength is unable to help me. You have to quickly become stronger and break through the restrictions of your world. At that time, you might have the qualifications to help me. That will probably take a very long time. Long Chen gulped. How long is a very long time? Probably several decades, or perhaps even a few centuries. What kind of joke was this? His own world was just a sesame seed. The master of this voice was definitely a terrifying existence. Thinking of how strong he'd have to become to help such an existence, Long Chen didn't have the slightest confidence. He even wanted to say that it would take him a few centuries, but he hadn't been able to say such a thing. Decades, centuries, those are time units of your world. Where I am, time is measured by star cycles, the time it takes for a star to be born and then destroyed. I've been here, watching the stars before me die, be reborn, and then die again, for I don't even know how long. Your units mean nothing to me. Furthermore, I only helped you out randomly. I don't have any high hopes. You can just treat it as me being bored. After all, we have a destiny together, or my reverse scale wouldn't have landed in your hands. What? This reverse scale is yours? Correct. That is the result of my first molting when I was born. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to even sense you. Your first molting, when you were born. You are a true dragon. Long Chen's voice shuddered slightly. This world truly did possess the existence known as the true dragon. When I was born, all my scales were green, so the outer world called me a green dragon. But we're only called green dragons for our childhood. So the energy you could use was merely the power I had in my childhood. But your cultivation technique is very strange, and it was actually able to fix my green dragon strength in place. It only allows you to use a portion of that energy. Perhaps it is trying to protect you. But this will not allow you to draw out more of the green dragon's power. Otherwise, just now, you would have been able to kill your opponent instantly. However, at the same time, your body wouldn't be able to bear that much power and would explode. Hearing that, Long Chen's heart pounded. The green dragon, which in human terms was just a baby, already possessed such power. Just what kind of existence was the dragon race? Long Chen was confident in his powerful physical body, but compared to dragons, he had to admit defeat even to a newborn. That was a great blow to his self-confidence. For you to put it like this, I really feel like I'm a piece of trash, sighed Long Chen. Your physical body really is trash. But your cultivation technique is very special. It's actually able to keep a certain amount of control over my green dragon strength. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you to completely change your fate. There's not much time left. The energy I sent down this time is about to fade. I will transmit a cultivation technique of my dragon race to you. If you really are heaven-defying enough, perhaps you can cultivate in it. But if you aren't able to cultivate in it, then just act as if I never appeared, because that means you will never be able to help me. After the voice finished speaking, a large flood of information poured into Long Chen's head. Long Chen felt like his head was about to split. He collapsed on the ground, clenching his head. The pain lasted for an incense stick's worth of time before receding. He was completely pale and covered with sweat. The pain of the soul really is indescribable. It's 10,000 times the pain of the physical body, sighed Long Chen. He finally experienced just how painful spiritual pain was. Only after resting for a while did Long Chen flip through his memories to find a large amount of information in the form of a cultivation technique. Dragon blood body tempering art. Long Chen carefully studied it. Using dragon blood to temper the physical body was extremely dangerous. There were two requirements to train in this technique. One was that you had the essence blood of a dragon, and the other was that you had 1,000 caddies of strength. The dragon race expert had told Long Chen that his reverse scale only had a single drop of essence blood for Long Chen to use. Furthermore, this essence blood contained his spiritual memory, and it wouldn't fight back when Long Chen refined it. As for the 1,000 caddies of strength, that meant that the physical body could endure 1,000 caddies of force. This was something Long Chen had long since achieved. One caddy was 30 pounds, so 1,000 caddies was just 30,000 pounds. That was too easy for Long Chen. But he kept feeling like something was wrong. If he could so easily refine the green dragon essence blood, how was it that he had been unable to use even 1/10,000th of the green dragon's strength? What the fuck, I almost got killed. Long Chen suddenly clapped his own leg. The cultivation technique the dragon race expert had given him had been transmitted with immortal characters. But being afraid that Long Chen wouldn't understand it all, the dragon had also added in its own notations. One of those notations said that the caddy referred to in this cultivation technique was not the current caddy, but the immortal era's caddy. And the immortal era's caddy was equivalent to 300,000 pounds. Thinking of that, Long Chen became covered in a cold sweat. 300,000 pounds a caddy, so then 1,000 caddies would be 300 million pounds. With his current strength, although he hadn't tested it, he estimated it should be around 20 million pounds. 20 million and 300 million, the difference was truly immense. If Long Chen had just foolishly absorbed the green dragon essence blood, then it would be strange if he didn't immediately explode. Such a death would really be too stupid. But today, Long Chen had seen a vaster sky for himself, and he was filled with expectations. I can only set this matter aside for now. Without stepping into the Xianxian realm, refining the green dragon essence blood is just impossible. I should first go see my parents. Long Chen switched directions, rushing in the direction the dragon race expert had shown him. That was where it had transported Little Snow. Chapter 608 Returning from a long journey. After rushing for over a day, Long Chen finally found the tracks that Little Snow had left behind. This was where Little Snow had been teleported. This was already extremely far from the Yin family's ancestral land. Following the tracks Little Snow had left behind for over a day, he finally arrived at a small city. Long Chen found his family in an inn. Within the entire inn, the only guests were the Long family. That was because as soon as Little Snow had come, the other guests had all fled in terror. This place was just a small city, and the population didn't exceed 100,000. Even the Tendon transformation realm was considered extremely powerful while bone forging experts were peerless. How could they have ever seen a 5th-rank magical beast? When Long Tianxiao had arrived on Little Snow's back, even the manager of the inn had been prepared to run. Little Snow's aura was just too terrifying. He directly told Long Tianxiao that he could pick whatever room he wanted. If Long Tianxiao hadn't comforted him, the manager would have long since fled. Seeing Long Chen had arrived, Mrs. Long immediately hugged him, sobbing. Long Tianxiao's eyes were also red. He had thought he would never be able to see Long Chen again. Mom, child was unfilial, implicating you. Long Chen was also choked with sobs. He had gone out to cultivate on his own, and due to that, he had implicated his parents, causing them to suffer. Foolish child, what nonsense. Come, meet your little sister. I came up with her name, Long Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, quickly come greet your big brother. This is the big brother your mom and dad have told you about. Mrs. Long pulled the little girl over. Big brother. The little girl looked at Long Chen with her pure eyes. She was slightly afraid, as well as slightly curious. She hid behind Mrs. Long's leg, caught between not daring to look at him and wanting to see him. Xiaoyu, as in the pretty daughter of a humble family. Mom, it seems you're afraid my sister will run off too. Laughed Long Chen. From this name, it seemed his mother didn't hope for Xiaoyu to have any accomplishments. All she wanted was for her to peacefully live by her side, being an obedient child. But hearing this name, Long Chen remembered another figure who was only slightly bigger than Xiaoyu. It seemed she had also said her name, and it was very similar. But he had forgotten what it was exactly. Come, Xiaoyu, do you want a hug from your big brother? Long Chen kneeled down and clapped his hands, smiling. Mommy, I'm afraid. The little girl continued to hide behind Mrs. Long shyly. Foolish girl, that's your big brother. Did you forget how he has saved us? Mrs. Long looked at Xiaoyu tenderly, rubbing her small head. But, he's different from the paintings you showed me, he's a bit savage, whispered Xiaoyu into Mrs. Long's ears. Hearing this, the three of them immediately laughed. But Long Chen's laughter was a bit self-mocking. He knew what paintings Xiaoyu was talking about. That was the comic that had been extremely popular back in Phoenix Cry. At that time, Long Chen had truly just been a youth. Now, over 2 years had passed, and he had already grown up. Not only had his face become more steadfast, but due to the struggles on the cultivation path, he had also slaughtered countless people. That murderous aura in his bones was hard to conceal. Although Long Chen had already withdrawn that aura, Xiaoyu was a child and was exceptionally sensitive to that kind of aura. She naturally felt he was scary. Seeing that Xiaoyu refused to get closer, Long Chen simply smiled and told Mrs. Long to do her best to coax her. Long Chen went into another room and gave Long Tianxiao a medicinal pill to regrow his limbs. In just an incense stick's worth of time, he was fully healed. Chen you've had it hard in the outside world. Long Tianxiao patted Long Chen on the shoulder, sighing. Although Long Chen was now the same height as Long Tianxiao, in Long Tianxiao's eyes, Long Chen would forever be that small child. Seeing Long Chen's steadfast face, Long Tianxiao felt a sour feeling. The only one who knew how much Long Chen had suffered was himself. Long Chen forced back his tears, smiling. Dad, your child doesn't have it hard. The outside world is very brilliant. I have many great beauties and many hot-blooded brothers. Long Chen told his father about his experiences. However, he only mentioned the good parts. The sadness, the powerlessness he felt, those portions he omitted. Chen your decision today makes me both happy and troubled. I'm happy that even after all those trials and hardships, you still managed to retain your original heart. But I'm also troubled, because even after experiencing that much slaughter, you still haven't been able to make your heart vicious and ruthless. I'm afraid that the same thing will happen again in front of you, and at that time, perhaps you really will fall, sighed Long Tianxiao. Long Chen cared too deeply about the people close to him. That was something gratifying, but such a person would suffer far too much in the outside world. Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't fall into this kind of trap again, promised Long Chen. Your mother and I are not going back to Phoenix Cry. We'll find a small village for ourselves to live in peacefully. These years, all I've done is battle and fight. But that never managed to bring anything back for us. This time, it seems I've gained a flash of insight. I want to try being an ordinary person. Hunting, farming, resting when the sun's down, working when the sun's up, living carefree and unrestrained. Long Tianxiao smiled. Dad, Chen don't feel bad. You should feel excited for your dad. I really did gain a flash of insight. Living in itself is also a kind of cultivation. Some people care so much about the result, that they've forgotten that sometimes the journey of cultivation is even more important than the result. When I was young, I only wanted to get stronger. I cared too much about the result. Now I realize, the result is unknown, but the journey is within my control. I won't care about the result for now. What I want to do is allow my journey to become even more brilliant. When you were young, I didn't accompany you while you grew up. That is my greatest regret. Now the heavens have given me another chance, sending Xiaoyu to my side. I'll properly cherish this chance. I'll stay by her side as she grows up. Chen there's a certain phrase that's well said. The horse dislikes the narrow path, and the great Peng hates the heavens for being too low. Your world will be even wider, even higher. Don't let your Tao heart be disturbed because of us. Each person has their own goals. You should be happy for us, because we've finally found our own goal, said Long Tianxiao. He patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Long Chen looked at his father. His father's eyes were completely calm without the slightest reluctance. Yes, Dad, all right, go play with your sister now. You're her idol, and she always talks about you. But she doesn't like me. Ha ha ha. Their family peacefully passed 3 days together. During these 3 days, Long Chen accompanied his sister with Little Snow. Long Xiaoyu liked Little Snow especially and wasn't the slightest bit afraid of him. In fact, she would even sleep on his back when she was tired. Long Chen leaned against Little Snow, rubbing his head. He was filled with peace. In truth, happiness was very simple. Why did people have to fight to the point of you die or I die? In this calm town, Long Chen felt a peace he had never felt before. It was like he had left the endless struggles of the world. But he knew this peace was just temporary. He still had to return into a bloody current and continue his life. That was because if he didn't struggle, he wouldn't be able to learn about his origins. He might be able to avoid this struggle, but that would be too cruel to his biological parents. The violet jade pendant appeared in his hand again. Rubbing the words on it, he couldn't help but feel pain inside. He didn't know when he would finally be able to see his biological parents. Were they still alive? Big brother, are you going to leave us? At some unknown point, Xiaoyu had woken up. She was staring at Long Chen with her large eyes. I know Big Brother is a big hero who will save the world by fighting off those evil demons. Once you defeat those demons, you'll definitely come back to see me, said Xiaoyu excitedly. What? Who told you this? Asked Long Chen. Mom said it, and Daddy also said this. That's right, Big Brother, why do you call Daddy father or dad? Xiaoyu changed topics so quickly that Long Chen was almost unable to keep up. When I was young, I also called him Daddy. But later, I called him father, because your brother grew up, and calling him that was no longer appropriate. Long Chen remembered when he was as small as Xiaoyu. He had also followed his father around all day, calling him Daddy over and over again. But later, his father had left, and that appellation became foreign. Then I won't grow up. I want to forever call him Daddy, and Daddy will also always love me. Big brother, kiss. Xiaoyu suddenly wrapped her arms around Long Chen's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Now, Xiaoyu was much closer to Long Chen, and she no longer felt her previous shyness or fright. Instead, she had now become closest to Long Chen, even forgetting about her father and mother. Big brother, let me tell you a secret. I actually dislike kissing Daddy. Oh, why? Because Daddy's beard is too prickly. Even if he shaves, it grows back so fast, and it's so painful. Whispered Xiaoyu. Cough, Xiaoyu, talking about people behind their backs is bad. At some unknown point, Long Tianxiao had appeared behind the two of them, just in time to hear her final words. Daddy, hug. Xiaoyu extended her arms. Long Tianxiao's scolding expression immediately became something caught between laughter and tears, and he lifted her into the air. This move of hers was definitely 100% effective. All right, let's go eat. Mrs. Long's voice rang out from the room. Their family sat around a square table. Although they were just eating ordinary vegetables and tofu, this ordinary meal was extremely joyful. Long Chen stayed here for a full week. But on the 8th day, he finally left. He left in the middle of the night, afraid to endure any tearful goodbyes. Long Tianxiao had also said that once Long Chen left, they would also leave and find a quiet, isolated place to live ordinary lives. Finding a comparatively large city, he paid a fee and stepped onto a transportation formation going directly toward the Xuantian supermonastery. Brothers, Long Chen, am coming back. Chapter 609 Aftermath. Qingzhou City's Mo family had disappeared, leaving behind only a huge hole. This ruler, which had dominated Qing Prefecture for countless years, had vanished into thin air. Furthermore, there was a deep abyss in front of the scorched earth forest. The souls of countless experts were buried within that abyss. Even 2C expansion experts had died there. All of this caused huge waves in Qing Prefecture. No one knew what they should do now. Originally, everyone had been waiting for news. But even after 3 days, the Mo family still hadn't returned. After 7 days, a shocking piece of news arrived. The Yin family's ancestral land had been completely razed, and all their people had been killed. That news didn't just shake Qing Prefecture. Even the surrounding prefectures became chaotic. An enormous existence with an inheritance stretching back countless years had been exterminated just like that. Just as people were debating the veracity of this news, an enormous carriage appeared in the air above Qingzhou City. This carriage was pulled by 4 celestial horses. Celestial horses were legendary magical beasts that reached the Shantian realm when they matured. Their flying speed was incredibly fast, and this was the first time the people of Qingzhou City had seen such magical beasts. These 4 300-meter horses released a terrifying pressure, and when their wings flapped, all of heaven and earth rumbled. The cultivators in the city were all pale, not daring to move. A group of people came down from the carriage. They examined the scorched earth desert as well as the Mo family's old territory and then returned to the carriage, flying in the direction of the Yin family. Once they left, people had only just had a chance to sigh with relief when the void trembled, and a huge eagle appeared. Its wingspan was over a mile long, and it was truly capable of shrouding the sun. It circled around Qingzhou City once and then just left. No one even got a chance to see who was standing on the eagle's back. More and more experts came to Qingzhou City one after another. It was unknown what cultivation base those people had, but they all had flying Shantian magical beasts that shocked the city's cultivators. However, these people had no interest in Qing Prefecture. After looking over the battlefield, they directly left in the direction of the Yin family. Long Chen was riding on Little Snow's back. They were galloping as fast as lightning across the land. Sitting in transportation formations would have saved them 2 days of time. But Little Snow had stayed in the spiritual space for too long. This time, Little Snow was incomparably excited. Although Little Snow had never complained, Long Chen felt deeply ashamed. Little Snow was his companion, not his tool. He needed his own freedom. Long Chen had been too selfish. So this time, Long Chen was willing to sacrifice these 2 days for Little Snow to race around as much as he pleased and release some of his emotions. Little Snow was currently at the late 5th rank. His speed was truly shocking. The sound of space being ripped apart rang out wherever he went. Even Long Chen felt pleasure in this high-speed run, and his mood improved a great deal. They ran into 2 powerful Shantian magical beasts on their way, but Long Chen didn't even need to raise a finger. Little Snow spat out a single wind blade to kill each one of those mid-Shantian magical beasts. Those instant kills filled Long Chen with pride. Little Snow's strength had already surpassed the scope of the magical beast world. He had originally just been a 3rd-rank magical beast but had broken through to the 5th rank and was even able to instantly kill across his realm. This was the terror of mutated magical beasts. But Long Chen was also extremely worried. Meng Qi had told him that mutated magical beasts were not allowed by the heavenly Daos. Little Snow would find it more and more difficult as he advanced. If Little Snow's cultivation base simply stopped at the 5th rank, there would be no danger. But Little Snow's cultivation speed didn't show the slightest sign of slowing down even after reaching the 5th rank. In fact, it seemed to be quickening. The 6th rank was equivalent to the human Shantian realm. That was one of the large barriers. It was also one of the major barriers that existed after every 3 realms within the martial path. Qi condensation, blood condensation, and then tendon transformation were the first 3. Tendon transformation was a large barrier and very difficult to reach. But once you reached it, your strength would explosively grow. That was also why Long Chen had been able to dominate blood condensation experts back in Phoenix Cry, but when he had fought the tendon transformation Marquis for the first time, he had been forced to miserably flee. In the same way of bone forging, meridian opening, and Shantian, the Shantian realm was a major barrier and extremely so. This was the most important process for transforming from Hautian to Shantian. There was a qualitative difference. Most importantly, no matter who it was, no matter how untalented they were they would have to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation. As a mutated magical beast, the heavens had sent down tribulation for Little Snow even when he had only advanced to the 5th rank. Although that heavenly tribulation hadn't been as terrifying as Long Chen's, the destructive aura had clearly been trying to kill him. It was no baptism. Once Little Snow reached the 6th rank, his heavenly tribulation would definitely be incredibly terrifying. Little Snow's strength lay in his offense, not his defense. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, Little Snow would have already died to his last heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, Long Chen had no confidence in being able to block Little Snow's tribulation. That was why he had Little Snow suppress his cultivation base. However, that hadn't been the slightest bit effective. No matter how they tried, Little Snow's cultivation base refused to be suppressed. In just a few months, Little Snow would reach the Xiantian realm. No matter what, I will be there to help you block it. Riding on Little Snow's back, looking at the scenery flying by them, Long Chen was suddenly filled with a grand feeling. Wasn't it just heavenly tribulation? If the two of them were both expelled by the heavenly Daos, then they would properly play with these damn heavens. Along with Mo Nian, Mu Shui and the others had also gone. They were forcibly taken away by Mo Yi. One reason was for their benefit, and the other reason was for Long Chen's benefit. He didn't want to see them being used against him again. Mo Yi promised that he would release Mu Shui and the others after 3 years. Mo Gate would groom them with its full strength. That was definitely thousands of times better than being mercenaries. Although he expressed his good intentions, Mo Yi had also expressed that Mu Shui had no choice. Whether or not she agreed, she had to do this. It was a good thing Mu Shui was also an extremely reasonable person. She empathized with Mo Yi and Long Chen's plights, and she expressed that she was extremely excited to receive such a great opportunity. But Long Chen knew she didn't care about this grooming. Otherwise, with Mu Shui's talent, she could join any sect and receive much better grooming than as a mercenary. The Mu Shui mercenary unit cared more about their freedom than anything else. Mu Shui's happy and excited act was just to comfort Long Chen. Long Chen had no choice but to sigh. People were really unable to act as they pleased. Sometimes having emotions caused more pain than being emotionless. Sometimes, being emotionless allowed a person to be much more carefree. Finally, Long Chen saw distant mountains with mist surrounding them. He had arrived at the Xiantian supermonastery. Who's there? Stop. This place is Elder Long Chen. The dozen disciples guarding the entrance had just been about to interrogate Long Chen when they recognized him. Greetings, Elder Long Chen. The disciples all hastily bowed, filled with reverence and worship. 3 days ago, the monastery head had gathered everyone and shown them a certain scene. There were 2 parts. The first part was the battle where Long Chen had killed Yin Wusheng's clone, and the second part was where Long Chen had defeated Yin Wusheng's true body. Seeing how powerful Long Chen was, all the disciples and elders had felt their blood boiling. At the same time, they also felt a great deal of glory. Being a member of the Xiantian supermonastery just like Long Chen made them feel extremely proud. For an ordinary cultivator to defeat a celestial of the same realm, just how shocking was that? Elder Long Chen, you're still alive. Great. Back when Long Chen had been forcibly teleported by the Yin family's expert, there were only a few people who thought Long Chen would be able to escape alive. Later, when news that the Yin family had been destroyed spread, many guessed that Long Chen had already died, which was why Mo Gate had released their fury on the Yin family. Now seeing Long Chen alive in front of them, these disciples were incredibly moved. One of the disciples hastily raised a hammer and smashed it into the bell by his side. The sound of the bell rang throughout the entire supermonastery. Are you crazy? That's the alarm bell. I'm not an attacker. Long Chen jumped in fright. Had he somehow become an enemy of the supermonastery? Fuck, I hit the wrong one. That disciple was filled with regret. There were 2 bells. Their sounds were completely different. One was used for receiving important guests, alerting the supermonastery's experts to come out and greet them for courtesy. But the other was the alarm bell. That bell was already slightly rusted, because it seemed this bell had never been rung up until now. Seeing that Long Chen had returned, that disciple had been incredibly excited, and this huge of a matter was something he had to alert the whole supermonastery about. That would lift the entire mood of the supermonastery. As a result though, he had mixed up the positions of the 2 bells, directly ringing the alarm bell. Now, the entire supermonastery was thrown into chaos. The void trembled, and countless runes appeared in the sky. A translucent barrier appeared over the entire supermonastery. Long Chen also heard countless startled cries, as experts surged out in a huge army. Who dares barge into my Xuantian supermonastery? A cold cry rang out. Long Chen helplessly sighed as he recognized that to be Shui Wuan's voice. I'm doomed, absolutely doomed. I'm going to be expelled from the supermonastery. The disciple that had rung the bell almost cried. He had truly caused a huge disaster. Even the grand formation had been activated. That cost an ocean's worth of spirit stones. Thinking of that, he had an urge to just directly kill himself. As for the other disciples, they were also ashen. Considering this gross error, it would not be odd for them to be expelled as well. Long Chen, you're still alive. Shui Wuan appeared in the sky with her wings. When she saw Long Chen, even with her calm nature, her voice quivered slightly. Chapter 610 Emotionally moved. Seeing that familiar figure, the entire supermonastery was startled. That person had actually returned alive. A burst of fragrance blew over as a figure threw herself into Long Chen's embrace, sobbing. A pair of fists beat his back. You scoundrel, we all thought, you. Tang Wan'er was constantly sobbing, not even able to form her words. She just tightly embraced Long Chen as if she was afraid he would run off as soon as she let go. Seeing Tang Wan'er cry in his embrace, Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his heart. Although Tang Wan'er was normally fierce, her emotions toward him were completely sincere. You thought I had died. Didn't I already say I would become a completely new and improved scoundrel? A scoundrel like me won't die. Long Chen laughed. You scoundrel, you damn scoundrel, you're laughing. You just don't know, when we heard you were teleported to the Yin family, we felt like the sky was collapsing. The Xuantian supermonastery had first received the photographic jade of Long Chen killing Yin Wuxiang's clone. Only later did they receive the photographic jade of Long Chen fighting Yin Wuxiang's true body, and only then did they learn that Long Chen had been teleported to the Yin family's ancestral land. For this matter, Shui Wuan had immediately rushed over to the Yin family's ancestral land. But at that time, it had already been completely destroyed. Back then, there had also been countless other experts examining the remains. Their deduction was that Long Chen had been killed by the Yin family, and the Mo family had come too late. That was why they had furiously destroyed the Yin family despite the consequences. Exterminating an ancient family came with grievous consequences. The Mo family had provoked a disaster for themselves. They had hastily fled, not daring to show their tails. This conclusion was extremely reasonable. If Long Chen had still been alive at that time, then no matter how stupid the Yin family was, they wouldn't have fought to the end under the threat of the Mo mountain seal. They would have simply handed Long Chen over, and then the Mo family wouldn't have destroyed the Yin family. That was because once the Yin family was destroyed, Mo Gate would no longer have a place to call home. Exterminating an ancient family would bring on the wrath of the ancient family alliance. No matter how powerful the Mo family was, they wouldn't be able to defend against such a powerful existence. They could only run. Considering the consequences of destroying an ancient family, if Long Chen had been alive, how could the Mo family do something so crazy without care for the consequences? So Shui Wuan's heart had immediately sunk. When she had returned to the supermonastery, she hadn't said a single word to the Dragonblood Legion. But just from her face, all their hearts had turned cold. It was just as Tang Wan'er said. The sky really was falling. During the past few days, Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi had been crying the entire time. They were unable to accept this result. Now that Long Chen had returned, Tang Wan'er could only grab onto him and sob. Long Chen, I'm glad you could return. Really, really glad. Meng Qi also appeared in front of Long Chen. However, her fairy-like face was covered with tears, and her voice was also choked with sobs. Sorry, I've caused you to worry. Long Chen reached out a hand and pulled Meng Qi into his embrace as well. Holding two tear-stained beauties in his embrace, smelling their fragrance, feeling their bodies quivering against his, Long Chen was filled with regret. All right, there are too many people, and it's not appropriate. Let's wait until there's no one around before we get affectionate. Long Chen leaned down and whispered into their ears with a voice only they could hear. Meng Qi immediately turned red and escaped from Long Chen's embrace. As for Tang Wan'er, she immediately turned hostile, giving Long Chen a kick. Haha, no way, you really turn hostile faster than the flipping of a page. Long Chen laughed, dodging Tang Wan'er's kick. Seeing Long Chen teasing the two women, Zhou Qingyi's expression was cold. She hadn't expected Long Chen to actually survive. Long Chen, what a hardy life you have. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhou Qingyi's facial muscles didn't twitch, and her voice was full of hostility. Long Chen turned to her and indifferently said, "Sorry I disappointed you. In this world, good people don't die easily, and bad people don't die easily either. Only those people who like to play with schemes and stab other people in the back are easily done for. Assistant Monastery Head Zhou, let me bless you with a long life. I'm sure you'll have a lifespan of 100 years. Zhou Qingyi's expression sank. She had long since surpassed 100 years of age. Saying she would have a lifespan of 100 years was cursing her to have already died. Assistant Monastery Head Zhou, I'm sure you'll have a lifespan of 100 years. At this moment, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, and Li Qi joined in. Zhou Qingyi turned ashen. Shui Wuan's expression was calm, but she was incredibly refreshed inside. Long Chen's return caused the entire supermonastery to become excited. All the disciples treated Long Chen as an idol. For Zhou Qingyi to provoke Long Chen now, she really had been looking to be crapped on. Alright, to celebrate Long Chen's escape from calamity, the supermonastery will hold a 3-day feast. As for the matter of you ringing the wrong bell, I'll wave it off. But if you do it again, you'll immediately be expelled from the supermonastery. Everyone can disperse. After saying that, Shui Wuan ordered the grand formation be taken down, and then left just like that. The disciples guarding the entrance went wild with joy. Their huge error had actually been forgiven so easily. Zhou Qingyi's expression was dark, and it was unknown what she was thinking, but she also left. The Dragonblood warriors surged forward. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back. Meng Qi and Tang Waner held Long Chen's arms, with the Dragonblood warriors following behind them. In front of countless people's fervent gazes, they returned to the Dragonblood Legion's encampment. This was a private territory the supermonastery had given to the first monastery. That was all set up by Shui Wuan. For the Dragonblood Legion's protection, she had set up a private space where outsiders were not allowed to disturb them. From Tang Waner, Long Chen learned that after Long Chen had led Yin Wusheng away, they had been sneak attacked several times by the corrupt path on their journey. However, those attacks hadn't been very powerful. The Dragonblood Legion had slaughtered out a path for everyone to return to the supermonastery. Only a few disciples died beneath the blades of the corrupt path. The corrupt path's sudden attack this time had truly been large in scope. Over 10 of the monasteries around the first monastery had been completely destroyed. Furthermore, the path the first monastery's disciples had fled seemed to have been in the corrupt path's calculations, as they had run into several ambushes. "Where's Elder Tu Fang?" asked Long Chen. Everyone became silent, a mournful expression appearing on their faces. Long Chen's heart sank. Elder Tu Fang had actually fallen. Although Elder Tu Fang's cultivation base hadn't been high, he had been an incredibly righteous person. He was completely impartial, and he had won the respect of all the disciples. His death filled their hearts with grief. Their sect leader Ling Yunzi had left. Elder Tu Fang had died. They had only been in the first monastery for a flash before it was destroyed. That kind of feeling was truly uncomfortable. "Senior apprentice Brother Long, the monastery head wants to see you." A disciple suddenly ran over with a report. Long Chen had everyone rest for now, and he left by himself to Shui Wuan's room. As soon as he entered, Shui Wuan grabbed his collar. "You little brat, I really should give you a beating." Shui Wuan glared ferociously at Long Chen. But after saying that, her heart softened and she rebuked, "Do you know just how the past few days have felt for us? Hee, junior brother was wrong to make big sister worry." Seeing a grand sect leader talk like this to him, Long Chen truly felt like Shui Wuan treated him as a brother. His heart warmed and he hastily smiled. "Hee, you're still laughing. If you had agreed to join the supermonastery back then, wouldn't you have been able to avoid all of this? Now, not only did you almost lose your life, but you've also implicated the Mo family. You, Sai, just what am I supposed to say to you? You really are a troublemaker," sighed Shui Wuan. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The Mo family had to leave. Mo Yi had already said that even if it hadn't been for the Lin and Yin families, they would still have left in the near future. Ever since Mo Nian had merged with those heavenly Dao seeds and become a celestial, they had been planning on bringing Mo Nian away to their ancestral land and making Mo Nian continue their inheritance. That inheritance was something only a celestial had the qualifications to receive. And Mo Nian was not an ordinary celestial. He had merged with 2 heavenly Dao seeds, which had caused a mutation. The Mo family had already been getting impatient. Long Chen's matter had just been an opportunity for them. Before the Mo family left, they had wanted to go out with a bang. Otherwise, that wouldn't be in accordance with Mo Yi's style. But Long Chen could only keep quiet about that information. So in front of Shui Wuan's rebukes, Long Chen could only smile, causing her to have an urge to rage. Speak, what exactly happened? How did you escape the Yin family? Did the Mo family save you? Asked Shui Wuan. When did I go to the Yin family? I was wrapped around by some mysterious energy, and then there was a sudden spatial fluctuation which teleported me up in the sky. When I fell on the ground, I almost turned into a pancake. I had to spend several days recuperating, and then when I went to a nearby city, I heard that the Yin family had been destroyed. I hesitated for a while and then decided it was best to first return to the supermonastery. The outside world is too dangerous. So this loafer has finally returned. Long Chen laughed. Hearing this, Shui Wuan couldn't help but sigh. If it's as you say, then there won't be any problems, and I'm much more relieved. Otherwise, I would have had to send you away. What? Why? You really need to ask. Do you not realize how much trouble you caused this time? In ancient families, destruction will involve the ancient family alliance. If they investigate, this matter will become much more serious. Why do you think Mo Gate had to flee? If you were saved by Mo Gate, then the ancient family alliance would place their sights on you and force you to tell them Mo Gate's whereabouts. That was the most thorny problem, sighed Shui Wuan. In any case, just remember, no matter how they ask you, you know nothing about Mo Gate's current situation. Understand? Good. Then you can go rest. Go comfort those 2 little beauties of yours. They cried so much these past few days that even my heart broke. If the little beauties need comforting, then does the big beauty also need it? You little rascal, you dare tease me like this? You must be looking for a beating. No, but don't you think putting it like this makes you seem much younger? Long Chen laughed, and as a result, he was directly thrown out of Shui Wuan's room. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.